Hold it steady. After a while, Xuanyu picked up the forging hammer and stepped forward to try it himself. Then I'll try. At that moment he closed his eyes, feeling the energy within his body. I heard that during forging you need to concentrate and use your spiritual power to feel the changes in the metal during the process. The heavy silver has already softened, now is the time to start. In an instant Xuanyu slammed the forging table hard. The stone now had a dent caused by him. Although the heavy silver has a dent on its surface, this elasticity shocked me to the core, he observed and encouraged. Good strength. Continue. Immediately Xuanyu used all his strength, continuously striking the forging table with the hammer, while thinking to himself, I'm starting to feel some changes in it. It's getting softer and softer. I can even feel the flow of its internal structure. Senior brother Ming continued to observe silently, unable to help but be surprised by the other party's strength. Although this kid has no technique, the force of each hammer blow is good. Not only that, he continued to strike the silver stone with force, each blow splashing sparks. Xuanyu didn't complain but instead tried hard to concentrate on hammering the heavy silver. Seeing his persistent look, he kept encouraging him. Good kid, truly a person with forging talent, not bad. With the last blow the silver stone suddenly glowed, greatly startling Xuanyu. Seeing this, Xuanyu happily turned his head and asked, Senior brother, the heavy silver is glowing. Does that mean my forging was effective? Senior brother Ming, excited, praised him. Very good, your forging just now can be considered elementary forging. How does it feel? Xuanyu didn't think much and immediately said, I feel that the metal kept changing during the forging process. Perhaps the impurities were reduced. A metal without impurities can be considered 100 refined metal. Hence the name 100 refined purity. Thank you, senior brother, I understand. I really like forging. It feels very magical. He decided to speak. If you like it, join the forging association. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, Is that all it takes? Senior brother Ming quickly introduced himself. Of course, my name is Yang Yingming, and you've already joined. However, for the metals we use in the future, you'll need to find them yourself, and you'll also need to hire a teacher to teach you. I'm already a level 3 blacksmith, which is enough to teach you at a reasonable price. Hearing this, Xuanyu suddenly stopped. This also costs money. That also costs money. No wonder they let me join the association so easily. So he decisively withdrew from here. Senior brother, I need to reconsider. Goodbye. Seeing the other party withdraw, he could only resort to retaining customers. Junior brother, I'll give you a discount. You can try 3 lessons before deciding. I'm almost at level 4 and our price won't change even after I upgrade. You must consider it carefully. Xuanyu walked out awkwardly. What should I do? Should I learn it or not? I'll ask Teacher Tang. A moment later, he decided to seek his opinion. Seeing this, Zhen Hua put forward his own view. Then go with forging. That senior brother was right if you have talent in this area. Once you reach level 5, you can be self-sufficient and even have a stable income. Teacher supports you. Xuanyu listened and asked, By the way, will teacher cultivate at Sea God Lake with me later? He turned away awkwardly. No, why would a teacher follow a student? Go by yourself. If no one rushes you, stay longer. He didn't think much and just obediently complied. Then I'll go first. Goodbye, teacher. Seeing the other party leave without saying anything else, Zhen Hua suddenly remembered that moment, and his heart was filled with fear. I don't want to go. The place where I got beaten last time still hurts now, but this kid absorbed a lot of life energy last time. Had it digested it all already? No wonder the life faction said he had a high affinity for life energy. Xuanyu's penny-pinching calls, not wasting a second, reached Tang Yu's ears, making the Sea God Lake guardian sigh helplessly. The rich life energy surrounded him, making the little guy sigh unconsciously. Ah, this is comfortable. Qianlei also relaxed his body, feeling the water's amazing healing power. The life energy that Golden Fatty had taken from him yesterday was rapidly replenishing. Come out, Golden Fatty, drink quickly, drink as much as you can. This stuff is expensive. Golden Fatty initially put on a disgusted face, but a few seconds later, realizing it was good stuff, it immediately opened its mouth and took a deep gulp. The heavenly delicacy made the little guy's eyes shine like 2 searchlights. Qianlei saw Golden Fatty submerge and disappear into the water, and immediately panicked. Why did you go into the water to drink? You'll choke. Then let's see who can drink more. While Qianlei and the others were drinking, Lan Xuanyu was quietly sensing the changes in his bloodline. Unlike last time, after the colorful gemstones harmonization, his 2 bloodlines had fused into one, and this fusion also meant they no longer conflicted. A warm temperature flowed into his body. Life energy, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, gathered into the bloodline vortex. Xuanyu also emitted a brilliant rainbow-like glow, and life energy rapidly converted into his own bloodline power. Every meridian, every bone was nourished by this energy, filling his entire body with a refreshing sensation. Nearby, Qianlei and Golden Fatty also emitted 2 flickering energies like 2 fires burning fiercely on the water. Qianlei's flame extinguished first, leaving only the little guy still absorbing the remaining energy newly taken into his body. Qianlei contentedly enjoyed the feeling of having little money but still absorbing good things. 1 gold badge could be exchanged for many white badges. Calculating in a day's, Sea God Lake water cost 1 white badge per liter, which meant he needed to drink 60 liters before starting to make money. The kid suddenly opened his wide eyes. It was then that Qianlei suddenly realized the power of a summoned beasts combination. Golden Fatty had already drunk more than the equivalent of 3 gold badges. After that it drinks, and I absorb. This is a huge profit. This feeling. Qianlei carefully sensed the energy flowing through his body. His entire system was gradually improving. Could golden fatty also assist him while absorbing large amounts of life energy? He could also say that as long as it wasn't battling, golden fatty didn't seem to consume anything from him. This could be considered a life-bound summoned beast. Thinking this, Qianlei smiled happily, full of anticipation. Golden fatty, you must grow up quickly. Just then, Tang Yu's cold and murderous voice suddenly rang out, mixed with a hint of anger. He was furious, looking at Qianlei's enjoying expression. You're the first in so many years, little fatty. The caught red-handed group was startled, secretly thinking, oh no, we've been discovered, but they still stubbornly argued. Teacher, this is my soul spirit, it's one with me. Hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but burn with anger, scolding, do you take me for a fool? A soul spirit is an energy body. Do you really think I can't tell that this is a physical entity? Xuanyu also rushed over to explain. Teacher Tang, don't be angry. Elder Tree also knows about golden fatty. In the end, he decided to be lenient and give us 3 more gold badges. Otherwise, we'll leave now. Xianlei pushed his luck, wanting to go further. Teacher, ignorance is bliss for you. Can you please let us off? At least let us finish this cultivation, all right? Tang Yu was completely speechless and could only sigh. All right, for your sake, I'll let it go this time, but you two continue cultivating. I want to see how much this little fatty can drink. Hearing this permission, Qianlei hurriedly urged golden fatty, great golden fatty, drink more. Little guy also slurped the divine water with all its might. Tang Yu watched this scene, feeling heartbroken and distressed. This ape is really a drinker. It's already had over a dozen mouthfuls. In terms of value, 3 gold badges are definitely a huge loss, and the kid is still cheering it on. Golden fatty, go, let's drink up Sea God Lake. He helplessly tried to dissuade him. Little fatty, that's enough. Drinking too much will also kill you. After a while, Qianlei lay on the grass with a bulging belly. He really couldn't drink anymore, almost to the point of throwing up. Xuanyu kindly helped his companion. Teacher, I want to borrow a cart. And Teacher Tang had already decided to put the kid on her blacklist. Little fatty, you will definitely be listed as the most unwelcome person here. Outside, in every corner of Shrek Academy, the majestic presence of the Eternal Tree could be seen. The Eternal Tree's colossal figure merged with the hazy mist and the fantastical starry sky. The full moon also hid behind the clouds, as if shy of this enormous neighbor. It hung there in the night sky, witnessing everything in the world. On a suspended rooftop hundreds of meters above the ground, a mysterious figure sat alongside the magnificent moon. Wulin sat silently at the stairwell, his white robes fluttering in the wind. His refined eyes were filled with confusion, gazing deeply at Shrek City. The intense calling in his mind made Wulin uneasy. Was it you who kept calling me? But why is it not calling anymore? I really want to go see it, and more importantly, he secretly told himself, he's there too. Wulin's figure suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving only flashing lights surrounding Eternal Sky City. In that quiet room, Dianyu sat before a calm small pool surrounded by shimmering lightning. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes, vigilantly glancing at the void. This feeling, that miraculous ability, made Tianyu sense an abrupt external presence, an intruder. Meanwhile, Wulin had silently appeared before that house. Sure enough, through the window he saw that small figure inside. It was him. He's grown so much, he's so big now. And he already possesses his own power. Wulin himself didn't know that at this moment his eyes were filled with paternal love. Why, upon seeing this child, did he feel an unspeakable sense of comfort, wanting to stroke his head, or even embrace him? Suddenly, a low voice reached his ears, startling him. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? He turned sharply, finding Tianyu observing him coldly from who knew when. Coming uninvited is not polite. At this moment the figure before him clearly came into view, stunning Yi Huang in an instant. Tianyu couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Could a man be so handsome? Wulin then cautiously introduced himself. Hello, I mean no harm, I just came to look around. Tianyu remained vigilant, only signaling coldly, but your sudden appearance carries a high degree of uncertainty if there's no ill will. Please follow me. He didn't wait for the other party's reaction and directly turned and leapt into the air. Meanwhile, near the Eternal Tree, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Oh my god, am I seeing things? He's back, he's alive. Is that person alive too? Yes, it's him. His appearance and aura have changed a bit. I knew they wouldn't die that easily. Elder Tree suddenly stood out, sternly demanding, quiet all of you. The Eternal Tree is calling. It's Elder Tree. He stood calmly before the Eternal Tree, patiently listening to the commands conveyed. Elder Tree closed his eyes tightly, shaking his head continuously to indicate understanding. I see, understood. Then he turned to convey to those invisible voices, go back all of you. The Eternal Tree says it cannot identify him yet, and waking him might bring disaster. A voice filled with surprise rang out. Why isn't he back? The reply was vague. The Eternal Tree not allowing us to identify him must have its reasons. We will obey, it shouted loudly, but to no avail. How could this be? How could this be? And at this moment in Eternal Sky City the two were having a meeting. Wulin spoke first. Hello, I am Tangla. Tianyu repeated the name, sounding unusually unfamiliar. Tangla. I am the Sea God Pavilion Master, Shrek Academy Vice Dean Wang Tianyu. What brings you to Shrek Academy this time, Your Excellency? He answered honestly, expressing his good intentions. I just came to see a young acquaintance, nothing more. He pressed on in a deep voice. Lan Xuanyu, what is your relationship with him? This question even Wulin couldn't give a definite answer to. Longtime friends, I suppose. But Tianyu insisted on a clear answer. What kind of longtime friends? How did Brother Tang come to know Lan Xuanyu? He earnestly recounted the beginning of the matter. Actually, I'm a singer. I met him during a performance, felt a strong connection, and we became acquainted. This time I came to the mother planet for a performance and learned he was here. So I came to see him. I didn't mean to offend, I truly just wanted to see him and leave. Tianyu was stunned, re-examining the other person's appearance. Singer? A god-level singer? Although I'm not interested in that. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, it's not impossible. However, this answer didn't dispel the doubt in his heart. But a god-level powerhouse working as a singer in the Federation, yet claiming no ulterior motive. Thinking this, Tianyu nervously shouted, "Who would believe that?" He decisively issued a challenge. "Since you're here, Wang is itching for a spar. Brother Tang, how about a friendly match?" Wulin hadn't expected the other party to be so difficult, frowning slightly. "Is that really necessary?" His response was a lightning-infused punch that rushed over. "Since you're at Shrek Academy, let's follow Academy rules." This action forced Wulin to retaliate. The two fists collided, creating a deafening explosion in the air. He merely delivered a casual palm strike, yet it was enough to send Tianyu flying hundreds of meters. Wulin's eyes confirmed that the previous move was the power of destruction, and Tianyu struggled to support his body, trembling all over. His expression at this moment had become extremely serious. "What? Is this person that strong? Is his overall strength even greater than mine?" Suddenly, a small halo appeared on Tianyu's shoulder, accompanied by an interjection. "All right, that's enough." The white-haired elder suddenly appeared, making Tianyu exclaim in shock. Elder Tree, Wulin floated in the air facing two individuals whose allegiance was unclear. Elder Tree conveyed his judgment to the person beside him. "This person is not an enemy. The Eternal Tree said so." These words made Tianyu turn his head in alarm to confirm. "The Eternal Tree knows him?" Understanding his surprise, Elder Tree didn't reveal more. "I don't know that. The Eternal Tree only transmitted a message to me telling me that this person is not an enemy. He can stay or leave, it won't threaten the Academy's safety. Whatever he wants to do, just let him be. Don't interfere." Tianyu still had doubts about Wulin's true identity, but Elder Tree interrupted him decisively. "Don't you believe the Eternal Tree's judgment?" After giving his warning, he turned to greet Wulin kindly. "Welcome to Shrek Academy. You can move freely within Shrek Academy's area. No one will disturb you." Wulin only wished for this. "Thank you." He didn't linger and in a flash returned to Xuanyu's cultivation room. The next day in the forging room, Senior Brother Ming leaned against the window lost in thought when he suddenly heard a call. "Senior Brother." He heard the voice and asked about the little guy. "Junior Brother, have you decided? Are you starting to learn today?" Xuanyu walked over with a smile and greeted. "Senior Brother, can I self-study? I see there are forging-related books here. I want to try and figure it out myself, see if I can do it." Senior Brother Ming grinned, promising Junior Brother, "I'll take you to the forging room and give you a copy of Elementary Forging Fundamentals. You can read and study it on your own. At first, I suggest you don't buy rare metals, just use ordinary iron blocks to practice. Once you've achieved 100 refinements, then start using rare metals for forging." After a few words, Senior Brother Ming left the private space to Xuanyu. "So Junior Brother, go ahead and do it yourself. Let me know if you need anything." The little guy also respectfully replied, "Okay, thank you, Senior Brother." Xuanyu, while flipping through the materials, muttered to himself, "It's a shame I can only practice with ordinary iron blocks. Sensing the energy changes in ordinary iron blocks is definitely not as strong as sensing rare metals. It's truly twice the effort for half the result." A voice suddenly sounded, startling Xuanyu. "Not necessarily. To forge ordinary iron into a divine weapon, that is the mark of a true divine craftsman." The little guy turned his head curiously, wanting to see who the owner of this voice was. A tall figure with a gentle smile came into view, making Xuanyu freeze. With just one glance, the little guy exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle La?" Xuanyu threw the book aside and quickly ran to the other person. The little guy excitedly looked up and asked, "Uncle La, why are you here?" Wulin bent down slightly and explained, "Uncle came to the mother planet for a performance and inadvertently sensed your aura, so I came to see you. The Academy is great." Xuanyu's eyes shone as he praised him continuously. "How can Uncle say it's great? I saw it last time in space. Uncle was amazing, truly amazing. Oh, by the way, Uncle just said that forging ordinary iron into a divine weapon is the mark of a true divine craftsman. What did you mean by that? And can Uncle forge?" Wulin picked up the hammer, feeling a little lost. "I don't know if I can forge myself, I just spoke from intuition." The touch of the hammer made his heart tremble fiercely. "This feeling is..." Wulin turned around and gently asked, "Can Uncle try?" Xuanyu hurriedly nodded, "Of course." He decisively struck the iron block with a hammer. Upon contact, the iron block immediately turned scorching orange. A dazzling pillar of light shot up into the sky. Xuanyu looked at this scene in surprise. It was too shocking. He seemed to have sensed the changes in the metal, and in just an instant the iron block had shrunk so much. Wulin meanwhile stood still as if contemplating something. Suddenly he stretched out his hand, summoning the iron block to fly towards him. Xuanyu watched his agile movements, his eyes widening. The iron block flew into his hand and looked very soft. He noticed Wulin's eyes suddenly turned golden, and the iron block in his hand was struck by a huge bolt of lightning. When the lightning faded, a golden glow remained encircling the iron block. Xuanyu stared blankly at this incredible scene. It shrunk again, and what was that flash of light just now? The air in the room also returned to normal, and the iron block slowly fell. Even more surprisingly, a small dragon shadow coiled around it. Wulin closed his eyes tightly, sensing the special state in his heart. Xuanyu's mouth hung open at the completely new appearance of the small iron block. Is this still the original iron block? It's completely different. The little guy marveled in surprise. This was truly unbelievable. This was a miracle created by Uncle Le. Can I only achieve this much now? Thinking this, Xuanyu couldn't help but blurt out, Uncle Le, you're amazing. The little guy stared intently at the calm and composed figure opposite. As expected of someone who can destroy warships in space battles with such strong combat power, he's probably strong in other aspects too. Uncle Le, Xuanyu adopted an eager posture. Uncle, can you teach me? I want to learn forging. Wulin showed a gentle smile and nodded in agreement. All right, Uncle will teach you. Whenever you come here, Uncle will come find you. Xuanyu exuded an unusual joy. Thank you, Uncle, that's great. He said about guiding the children in forging. We'll start with the basics. Good forging at the very least requires you to be familiar with your grandfather's forging style, and you must master basic hammering techniques. That's the most important thing. Uncle will first teach you a hammering technique that helps you exert your own strength. Wulin spread his feet, taking a ready stance. The hammer swept across, drawing a decisive diagonal line. He struck the iron block on the anvil while instructing. Take a look. Wulin looked at Xuanyu, his gaze full of encouragement. Give it a try. The little guy enthusiastically attempted it. Okay, Xuanyu mimicked him, striking a proper pose. I've memorized it clearly. He twisted his upper body, swinging the hammer backward. Uncle Luo's process of exerting force, Xuanyu felt the support from his calves and a warm current rose from his feet. Uncle Luo was controlling his power transmission, and the heavy hammer in his hand struck the iron block precisely. Wulin raised an eyebrow, silently praising, what a smart kid. The entire afternoon passed with the clang of hammering. A reminder sounded in the forging room. It's getting late. You should go home for dinner too. Come back tomorrow. Xuanyu's eyes were wide, tired, but filled with excitement. Uncle Luo, you must come tomorrow. Wulin felt the expectation in the young voice and couldn't help but ruffle his head. I will. Uncle is resting for a while. At the same time, he gently promised, I'll stay at your place. Lan Xuanyu felt his life suddenly become much richer. Classes in the morning, 2 hours of fine mecha control with Tang Zhenhua in the afternoon, then rushing to the Forging Association. Soon after, Tang Lo would surely appear. Meanwhile, senior brother Ming was still eagerly waiting. Why hasn't junior brother come to find me yet? Time flew by and 2 weeks passed in a flash. At this moment, a roar came from somewhere in Eternal Sky City. Tang Lo, if you don't come back, I'm quitting. How can you be like this, saying you'd travel for 3 days and then disappear for 2 weeks? Do you know how many notifications I've sent you? Do you know how much the liquidated damages are? I can't take it anymore. I can't help you. I resign. Faced with this long string of angry complaints, Wulin helplessly conceded, All right, stop arguing. I'm heading back now. Back in the forging room, Xuanyu ran in as usual, shouting, Uncle Luo? Xuanyu suddenly noticed a neatly placed note on the table. He instinctively picked up the note, softly reading the neat handwriting. Xuanyu, Uncle has something to do and has to leave first. I'll come see you when I have time in the future. Goodbye, Tang Le. By the time he received this notice, Wulin had silently vanished from the city. In Mingdu on the mother planet, the lights were dazzling, filled with the scent of money. In a room of a luxurious building, a figure was faintly visible. Qingling looked into the distance, her mind filled with thoughts. How could this guy just leave for 2 weeks? Could he really have someone else? Wouldn't everything I've done be for nothing? Distraught, she flew into the room, collapsing exhaustedly onto the sofa, completely motionless. A few seconds later, Qingling angrily rolled on the floor. I don't even feel like helping Tang Le now, even though it's what I love to do the most. Bastard men are all annoying pigs. Suddenly, Wulin's helpless voice entered her ears. Am I not tasty? His sudden appearance made Qingling freeze, temporarily crashing. After a while, she angrily turned and walked out the door. This old lady worked herself to death for you, but you went off to enjoy yourself, disappearing for 2 weeks. Can't I just quit? Go find someone else capable. That bastard really didn't try to stop her. Tang Le, do you have someone else outside? Did you want to get rid of me from the beginning? Wulin suddenly reached out and touched Qingling's forehead. Why is it so hot? You don't have a fever. He didn't force the issue and casually suggested breaking up. If you're quitting, then I'll quit too. We'll just pay the liquidated damages. We should still have enough money. These words made her jump up. How can that be? I can't bear it. What were you doing these past 2 weeks? Wulin's face showed an unusual tenderness. Do you remember the child we first met on Tinluo's star? He got into Shrek Academy. I taught him forging for a few days, couldn't teach him too much in a short time. So that delayed me for a bit. Qingling asked blankly, You can forge? And you weren't kicked out of Shrek Academy? He played down any unnecessary conflicts, fearing her worry. No, the Shrek people were very easy to talk to and let me stay for a few more days. As for forging, I seem to know a little bit. Are you okay? The anger on Qingling's face gradually faded, replaced by a brilliant smile. I'm fine. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Next time you go to teach that child, tell me. I'll arrange your work and we can even hold concerts in Shrek City in the future. Back at Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu and his friends had already received the rewards from the center. Combined with their previous gains, their team had accumulated quite a bit, and everyone was now cultivating extremely diligently. In class, other students had even begun to try refining battle armor. In the meditation room, Xuanyu was concentrating on absorbing the residual energy in his body, always feeling something obstructing him, preventing his soul power from breaking through. This feeling was as uncomfortable as a fishbone stuck in his throat. His meridians had clearly reached their limit, yet he couldn't break through. Now even life energy couldn't be converted into soul power. Would this be a dead end? Neither soul power nor bloodline power was working. Wait, bloodline power. Dragon God transformation seemed to consume all bloodline power, so could Dragon God transformation assist him in cultivation or even breakthrough? Thinking this, Xuanyu decided to take a risk since he couldn't break through anyway. The gem on his chest also emitted light according to its master's will, so he might as well try. The Dragon God gemstone instantly burst into brilliant radiance. Xuanyu also felt power flowing through every one of his blood vessels. The surrounding life energy was being frantically absorbed and converted. Dragon God transformation, bloodline power, and the soul power within his body seemed to have merged into one. This feeling of being unable to vent was too uncomfortable. The obstruction to soul power grew stronger and stronger. Xuanyu estimated the time was ripe, silently muttering, "Come on, now's the time." He immediately roared upwards. Break! A pillar of light carrying immense energy shot straight into the sky. In the meditation room, after a furious outburst, Xuanyu heavily exhaled a puff of cloudy smoke. Several purple energy rings surrounded him, making him jump with joy. I broke through. My body seems to have mutated and something inside is recovering. The third soul ring is indeed purple as expected. This was exactly the third soul ring he wanted. What exactly would the awaited third soul ring be? Soon, Xuanyu skillfully mastered the new energy. Next, he quickly tried out the ability brought by the third soul ring. He enthusiastically raised the pale yellow light orb in his hand. What will it be? In Xuanyu's vision, countless tiny specks of light appeared, gradually converging in his palm. This was a new element. There was a lot of it in the air. They gathered into a small vortex, gently blowing through the room he was in. Xuanyu deeply felt the formation of this new element. Its aura was very comfortable and free. His toes gradually lifted off the ground, and his body became lighter. Xuanyu stared blankly at the new power surrounding him. Is this the wind element? Immediately after, Lan Xuanyu discovered that his previous 2 soul rings had also received a qualitative upgrade. Even the new third soul ring was upgraded to the 1000-year level, and his spiritual power also increased significantly. The little guy suddenly realized at this moment, I understand, although my cultivation is much slower than ordinary people, once I break through, the instant improvement is also much greater than ordinary people. So when I break through to 4 rings in the future, will all 4 of my soul rings become 10,000-year black level? Xuanyu jumped up happily, full of cheer. This is truly exciting. Over the next month, he and his friends all cultivated diligently, each making significant progress in different areas. However, their cultivation and even their lives encountered difficulties because they didn't have enough money. Lan Xuanyu felt this couldn't go on and decided to find a way to make money. At an auction at Shrek Academy, the seats below gradually filled with guests. Yuge had also taken her seat. She frowned, her mind in disarray. The previous match with Lan Xuanyu had dealt a considerable blow to their 3rd year, and their victory was purely by luck, which was truly unsatisfying. She should have won if not for Yuan Enwei and the others. Speak of the devil and he appears. Enwei happened to bring Xuanyu to the seats behind Yuge. Captain, let's sit here. She turned her head and gave a scornful glance, secretly snorting, it's them again. Treasures were presented one by one for the guests to admire. Impoverished Qianlei gritted his teeth, feeling very wronged. I really want to buy it, but I don't have money. But Xuanyu quickly poured cold water on him. Don't even think about it, we can't even afford living expenses now. Enwei couldn't help but sigh, lamenting their empty wallets. Hero is stumped by a lack of money. Xuanyu heard this, patted his shoulder and joked, it's dark now, you're not a hero anymore, you're a dark yellow rose. Needless to say, she successfully awakened the beast in Enhui's heart. Get lost. You hit me, Tang Yuge, control your sister. Her veins on her forehead are clearly visible. Yuge finally couldn't help but turn her head and scold, are you guys really short on money? Xuanyu, taking the hit, mumbled, isn't that obvious? She took the opportunity to try and reclaim her lost victory from last time. How about I give you a chance, let's bet again. We'll fight another match. Still in the Dulua world, the stakes are 10 gold badges. This reward certainly hit the mark for these poor kids. 10 gold badges equivalent to 2 million Federation coins. Qianlei immediately turned to call his companions. Captain, 10 gold badges. Luckily, Xuanyu still kept his wits about him and proposed a negotiation. But we don't have that much money to bet. And we don't have battle armor. Yuge pretended to be generous and not to care. It's okay, we still won't use battle armor. As for the bet, you can choose to owe it with a 1-year deadline. Just pay it back within a year. The little guy didn't rush to grab the money but seriously questioned, Senior sister, why do you want to fight us? She took a deep breath, then gave them a clear answer. To give you a chance to earn money and to give us a chance to prove ourselves. In the vast auction hall, Xuanyu's team's unofficial negotiation didn't attract much attention. The senior sister seemed very keen on this match. Yuge provoked, "Are you scared?" The little guy wasn't easily provoked and shook his head, showing little interest. "Because 10 gold badges with such a risk, it's not worth it. And we already won once last time." She angrily cursed inwardly. Is he really only in his teens? This domineering ability is too strong. Yuge finally had no choice but to give up the initiative. Then what do you want? At this point, Xuanyu shrewdly revealed his small ambition. "We'll bet 20 gold badges, then we'll play. If we lose, we'll only pay 10, and senior sister's side cannot use battle armor." Qianlei immediately fawned. "Yes, boss is right, can I come along this time?" And we immediately voted against it. "No, it's better without you." While they were arguing incessantly, Yuge calculated with a solemn face, "Including this fatty, 20 gold badges is fine. Let's make it 6 on 6. She secretly weighed the odds in her heart, thinking the chances of winning would be higher. Qianlei, hearing his name, also enthusiastically came over. "Boss," Xuanyu no longer had any objections and immediately finalized the match. "All right, next week today, we'll fight again in the Duluo world. We'll ask the Academy to be a witness." Although this showdown had just been confirmed, Xuanyu's team was already planning how to spend the money. 20 gold badges split among 6 people, that's 3 each. If we're frugal, it'll last 2 weeks. I've long wanted to buy 1,000-year purple leaf fruit. It's enough for one trip to Sea God Lake. Even Lu Feng and Qianxia were no exception. Auctioning a few drops of dragon blood should also be enough. I want to buy 1,000-year profound ice grass. Mengchen looked around, seeing their confident expressions, and immediately exploded, scolding, "Aren't you worried about losing? How are you already dividing the spoils before it's even started?" But all she got was Qianlei and Qianqia's blind confidence. "That's right, with him leading, we've never lost. Is there a problem? We really trust Xuanyu." Mengchen's thoughts were also assimilated by them. It seems to be true. After a while, Mengchen suddenly came up with what she thought was a good idea. "All right, if we lose, we'll give Wei to her." This suggestion caused a stir. "Why me? She's your older sister, you can just renege." Get lost. The next day, news of the match had spread throughout Shrek Academy. Detailed information related to this battle was compiled into a project, and 1 white badge could be exchanged for the time, location, and match details of both sides. This news reached Heikei's ears, making him feel a little angry. These first-year kids really won't give up until they hit a wall. For money, they don't even care about their lives, and the title at the center says, "Third years challenge first years." It infuriates me. No sooner had he finished venting than he heard Yuge say, "I'm going to find that person, we cannot lose." Without waiting for the other party's reaction, she decisively turned and left. "I'm going myself." As soon as Yuge entered the classroom, she walked straight towards the only figure sitting in the center of the room. Knowing that the other party wouldn't respond proactively, she walked directly in front of him and solemnly stated, "As a member of the 3rd year, the honor of the 3rd year needs to be protected by you." Ma Xian looked up, met Yuge's gaze, and after a moment agreed. "All right." To accommodate more spectators, the Academy chose a huge Duluo World Arena for them, and they started promoting it publicly. So half of the match revenue goes to the Academy. Xuanyu could only sigh helplessly at the Academy's money-making ability. The Academy is truly greedy for money. They don't even let this go. All tickets sold out in 4 days, a total of 10 million Duluo coins. That's amazing, equivalent to 200 gold badges. If we win, 1 white badge per person is not bad. Qianlei also had the same feeling of powerlessness. "We've lost big. Now that things have gotten so big, I feel a lot of pressure." But Xuanyu was more concerned about something else. 1 purple badge, if used sparingly, can be exchanged for materials to make a set of 1-word battle armor. When we make battle armor, we will definitely be very short of money. By then, everyone will have to temporarily give up cultivation and prioritize making battle armor. So, can Golden Fatty wake up? Qianlei made an absolutely confident gesture. "No problem, it might wake up in a day or 2. Once it wakes up, I'll definitely be much stronger, plus the Jade Demon Bird and your summoning assistance, it will definitely surprise the opponent. And I think Golden Fatty is an extraterrestrial dragon-eating beast, so it's probably very powerful to begin with." The little guy couldn't help but feel helpless at his friend's amazing confidence. "Don't just think about the good things." Lu Feng also joined the boisterous discussion. "I think you're pretty useless. Let's swap those 2 spots for Bing Tinliang." Qianlei jumped up, furious and ready to fight. "No way, crazy guy, I'll fight you." Xuanyu stepped in at the right time to mediate. "Stop teasing him, let's work together. Although our last win was mostly due to luck, we've improved a lot this time, so the chances aren't small, and even if we lose, there's no real loss, right?" This logic was met with enthusiastic agreement from both of them. "That's right, let's work hard together and earn money together." The day before the match, Xuanyu received a call from his adoptive mother, Nan Cheng, who was weeping incessantly on the other end of the line. "Son, are you really going to compete? Aren't you just a 1st year? How can you compete against 3rd-year seniors? Is it someone with the same name as you? Don't scare your mom," he curiously retorted. "Mom, how did you know?" Nan Cheng didn't hide it. "It was broadcast on the Federation's Soul Guidance TV. It's such a big deal. All my colleagues were talking about it and asking me." Xuanyu's eyes widened in horror upon hearing this. "It was even broadcast on the Federation's Soul Guidance TV?" Before hanging up, the young couple urged. "Son, good luck. Dad believes in you." "Son, it's just a match, but be careful and don't make your mom worry." Nan Xiao's warning left Xuanyu speechless. If you lose, you're getting a spanking when you come back. Wife, I was wrong, wasn't I just bragging to my colleagues? Only after his parents finished talking did he show an expression of thought mixed with a hint of displeasure. The academy spreading the news must have sold it for an exorbitant price. How come they didn't tell us? That's too much. His mind raced, and in a flash, Xuanyu thought of a solution. I've got it. The solution Xuanyu thought of was to directly tell Tang Yuge, "Senior sister, I think we should forfeit the match. The Academy has already sold the broadcasting rights to the Federation's Soul Guidance TV, and they'll be live streaming the entire match." She found it absurd for a moment. Forfeit? Are you crazy? But the other party's next words made Tang Yuge do a 180-degree turn. Senior sister, do you know how much money that can sell for? A few seconds later, her gritted teeth voice rang out. Let's meet at the main building and find the dean. A moment later, the two arrived at Luo Hong's office, only to receive a perfunctory explanation. Go back and prepare for the match. The broadcasting rights are not something you need to concern yourselves with. Tang Yuge didn't give in easily, retorting directly, Dean, of course this concerns us. Shouldn't we get a share of the broadcasting rights revenue? The Academy doing this violates the principle of fairness. How can you expect us to compete with peace of mind? Luo Hong didn't even look at them, simply refusing to communicate coldly. This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to say anything more, go back. Tang Yuge and Xuanyu both firmly stated their positions. Then we're not fighting this match, we're not fighting. Only when her interests were untouched did Luo Hong look over with a dark expression. You two dare to threaten me? They were not in the wrong, so they were fearless. We are just striving for fairness. Who knew Luo Hong would act as if their threat didn't matter at all? Anyway, the publicity is for a match between third years and first years. If you two don't fight, I'll just find replacements. This attitude made Tang Yuge jump up in agitation. How can you do this? Xuanyu on the contrary unhesitatingly added, since that's the case, let's go, senior sister. She looked over in confusion for a moment. Giving up so quickly, he calmly and clearly analyzed the pros and cons. It doesn't matter if the dean finds others, but without us the first years will surely lose miserably. Luo Hong was not swayed by these words, saying, as if you represent the first years. Xuanyu modestly didn't dare to claim extraordinary talent. Although I don't represent anything, this match represents the face of Shrek Academy. The Academy has always advocated fair competition. But this time, first, the exchange was unfair, then the broadcasting rights profits have nothing to do with us. The Federation's top academy doesn't even have basic fairness. I'm really disappointed. I'm withdrawing from this match. The boy's resolute attitude made Luo Hong clench her teeth in anger. You brat, you two come back here. Xuanyu obediently stood his ground, also pulling Tang Yuge back. Stop. Does the dean have any instructions? Luo Hong, frustrated, put forward her negotiating terms, saying, what do you want? He spoke eloquently, as if he had already organized his thoughts. The winners each get 2 purple badges and the losers each get 1. All remaining income goes to the Academy, and we won't inquire further. Anyway, both sides will definitely give it their all. This way, the Academy can provide resources to us, the most outstanding students, through the competition, making us stronger and contributing more to the Academy. And it won't violate the principle of fairness. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Luo Hong didn't rush to respond after hearing this, lowering her head so her expression was unreadable. Suddenly, she abruptly stood up from her seat and strode toward Xuanyu. This sudden movement scared the boy pale, and he quickly retreated. Dean, you're not trying to use force on a junior student, are you? My teacher will come looking for you if he finds out, but in the end he still suffered. Her appearance at this moment was comparable to sheer as hell. No one dared to provoke her. I'll deal with that bastard Tang Zhenhua just the same. You two get out of here. Only this time there was no exception. And keep it a secret. Xuanyu dashed out, not forgetting to leave a few words of praise. Yes, thank you, Dean. The Dean is mighty. The Dean is the most beautiful. What responded to the two was the other party's furious roar. Get out! And because of this, they didn't get to see Luo Hong's satisfied and gratified smile. This brat is smart, articulate, and hardworking. He truly has a leader's charisma. Compared to him, Tang Yuge is much simpler. The third years might not necessarily win this match. Thinking this, she opened her communicator and contacted someone. What are the odds now? A report came from the other end of the line. Dean, the odds for the third years are 1 to 1.2, and for the first years it's 1 to 3.6. This vast disparity in numbers surprised Luo Hong. How can there be such a big difference? Didn't the first years win last time? The person also gave an easy-to-understand reason. The first years were very lucky last time, and the third years added a 6th person, Sima Xian. She was also surprised by this name for a long time. Sima Xian, the Golden Ape King, isn't he at odds with Tang Yuge? Tang Yuge actually convinced him. In that case, the strength gap between the two sides is huge, which led to this situation. The situation gradually became complicated, forcing Luo Hong to compare seriously. The 6th person, no matter how I think about it, the outcome seems to entirely favor the third years. The other party tentatively asked for her opinion. Dean, which side should we bet on this time? She made a decision based on her judgment. Bet 50 purple badges on the third years, just earn some pocket money, over here. Xuanyu was chatting with Yuan and Weiwei via communicator. Wei Wei, what's wrong? He excitedly shared the information he had just received. Brother Xuanyu, do you know, the activity center has already started opening support camps for both sides, he repeated, half understanding. Activity center? His companion, hearing the doubt in his tone, immediately educated him. This is also considered an entertainment project in Shrek City. However, the Shrek Activity Center only accepts our Shrek Academy badges for betting. Xuanyu also became interested, seeing an opportunity, and said, how exactly does it work? In the sun-drenched dorm room, Xuanyu and his group gathered to discuss the situation. The odds are now 1 to 1.19 for the third years to win. If we win, it's 1 to 3.9. It seems someone has bet a lot of money on the third years. This vast difference didn't alarm the boy. It was as expected. Everyone thinks our chances of winning are small. That's great. Our true strength hasn't been exposed yet. Crazy Guy's martial soul mutation and awakening will greatly increase his strength. Xianxia has also broken through 4 rings, and her martial soul has also undergone a second awakening. Plus Wei Wei's 5 rings and Spirit King bloodline and Fatty has Golden Fatty awakened. Qianlei scratched his head and replied, not yet but soon. Xuanyu sternly reminded, how confident are you? This is no joke. All in all, our overall strength has improved a lot. Lan Mengchen narrowed her eyes, seemingly having some objections. What do you mean by saying all this? Are you trying to boost our morale and then make us fight for our lives? Xuanyu, with a proud expression, announced good news. I didn't call everyone here to say that. I wanted to tell everyone one thing. If we win this match, everyone gets 2 purple badges. Even if we lose, we still get 1 purple badge. Everyone's spirits immediately lifted upon hearing the generous prizes. Doesn't that mean there's a huge benefit even if we lose? Why would we lose? We must win this time. Yes, we must win. We can't lose to her. But Xuanyu wanted more than just a simple win or loss. If the odds are 1 to 4, I think it's worth betting on. The boy clearly had a well-thought-out plan. Purple badges are a must-have for me. I'm betting on ourselves. Everyone can choose for themselves, but I hope that no matter what we choose, we approach this battle with a desperate mindset. Lu Feng unhesitatingly chose to stand with Xuanyu. There's no turning back, only then can we unleash greater power. Qianlei also excitedly shouted, I'm in, 60 profit. What are we waiting for, if not to bet? I'll handle Tang Yuge, I'll definitely win against her. Qianchu and Lan Mengchen also quickly stated their positions. I'm in, then let's go together. Xuanyu, seeing his companion's unity, happily called out, if we lose, so be it, pretend it never happened. If we win, no first year can compare to us. Our slogan is, they smiled and looked at each other, shouting in unison, let's bet. Bicycle to motorcycle, the boy clenched his fists, showing strong fighting spirit. Then let's use all 6 purple badges and 12 gold badges we earned from selling the news this time to bet on ourselves and cheer us on. Having sold all their assets to bet, he then turned to ask, Wei Wei, 6 purple badges, can you guarantee it with your reputation? Yuan and Wei Wei unhesitatingly affirmed, my family can do it, I'll have my dad handle it. No one knew these young men and women had such courage. 1 to 4. These were their final betting odds. 2 days later, Lan Xuanyu and his group all took leave to diligently cultivate. On the third-year side, Tang Yuge also cultivated with her friends. Everyone awaited this day's arrival. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye it was the Sunday of the match. Nan Shao helplessly tried to dissuade the extremely agitated person. It's still early, what are you looking at? Nan Cheng couldn't hide her morning anticipation. I'm going to look at the pre-match analysis. I heard they don't think our son is strong. There's even a professional analysis before the match. I think our son can win. My son is the best. He rationally analyzed the situation. The chances of winning were indeed small. Nan Cheng immediately got angry and accused, Nan Shao, are you his real father? Why aren't you speaking up for your son? Go cook 4 dishes and 1 soup no less. His only response was a long sigh. You win. On Tinluo Star, Gu Yuena was operating a television that hadn't been used for 1,000 years. Logging onto the network, she couldn't help but smile, thinking, Xuanyu must have grown a little more, right? Also on Tinluo Star, Qing Ling walked over angrily to urge, Tang La, are you crazy? There's a performance tonight and you're still watching TV at home. This morning an interview was already scheduled. There are many things, but you're just staring at the big screen. I want to watch the match. He's in it. I want to watch. She also became interested. Coincidentally, the match had also started. Dear audience friends, we are now live broadcasting for you. Taking advantage of his good mood, Woolen generously made a suggestion. Cancel the interview. Just say I'll sing an extra song for everyone tonight. Consider it exclusive news for those media outlets that have already booked. Qing Ling dashed out the door, her joyful voice echoing in the room. Okay, this news is definitely enough. The fans will be very happy. I'll go arrange it first and come back and watch with you. I also want to see that child. What makes you care so much? The match start time approached. Just then, Shrek Academy's exchange center unexpectedly welcomed a student. This person walked to the counter and made a strange request. I want to post a message, a mission exchange. The title is The Secret You Don't Know. The first-year team's trump card for challenging beyond their rank. 1 white badge for 1 read. Li Min suddenly stood up and called out to the student. Are you sure your information is true? Tin Liang unhesitatingly confirmed this hot news. No lie, hurry and post it. The first-year odds are already 1 to 5. There's still time. All my worldly possessions are bet on the first years. As he walked out of the center, Bing Liang secretly praised his opponent's strategy. At least he still earned over a dozen gold badges. Lan Xuanyu is too good at making money. Only 1 minute remained until the match began. Luo Hong sat in her office looking at the message she had exchanged for, her face turning very grim. What? These little rascals actually have a new trump card. Why didn't they say so earlier? Quick, bet another 10 purple badges on Lan Xuanyu's team just in case. In the packed Grand Seoul Arena, the announcement for the first year's entry sounded and the surroundings were in an uproar. Qianlei looked around surprised by the exaggerated display. There wasn't even an empty seat. Meanwhile, the welcoming remarks continued to ring out. Third years entering, and Tang Yuji's group also entered with imposing aura. Xuanyu said with a smiling joke. Senior sister, did you bet on us and then pretend to lose to us so you could make a fortune? Tang Yuge coldly provoked. That kind of trash talk doesn't work on me. Lan Xuanyu, you'll definitely lose this time. The boy's eyes flickered with firm and sharp light. We've bet everything. We must win this battle. The announcement suddenly sounded. Both sides are ready. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Amidst the eager anticipation of countless spectators, the match officially began. As the starting signal sounded, Xuanyu immediately released a few strands of blue-silver grass. Go. Qianchu and Lu Feng also quickly leaped out to attack. Yuan Enweiwei also drew his bow, with a light purple soul ring wrapped around it. He used his martial spirit-tied soul skill, releasing countless arrows directly at the opponent. Ma Xian remained unmoved, blocking the barrage of arrows with a single move while also covering himself with soul power for defense. Xuanyu secretly praised him in his heart. Impressive, this Sima Xian's defense is too strong. At this moment, Qianchu was fearless, quickly rushing forward to close in on him. The two were equally fast, their gazes fixed on each other. Assessing abilities, Ma Xian suddenly wielded his giant axe, slashing rapidly, even creating afterimages heading straight for the girl. But Qianchu's figure was agile, swiftly flashing behind him, dodging the attack. Just then, a dense white mist quickly spread, engulfing the battlefield and trapping Ma Xian within. Tang Yuge saw through their tactics in a blink of an eye. Are they trying to use ice mist to hinder Sima Xian and me and then focus their attack on him? Then you've got it wrong. Sima Xian isn't that simple. Qianlei found that the mist couldn't stop him, so he summoned his soul beast. Go, thousand-year iron-backed dragon. Following its master's command, it charged out to ram him. The iron-backed dragon roared and charged, blocking Ma Xian's path. The appearance of the soul beast didn't change Ma Xian's expression. He even raised an eyebrow with interest. The iron-backed dragon's massive body was sent flying into the sky by a single axe blow. After sending it flying, he paused briefly, then continued to swing his axe, cutting a dazzling arc of light. The iron-backed dragon's neck was instantly severed, blood splattering. Qianlei was horrified by this scene. It was only one strike. The little guy fearfully turned to Xuanyu for help. He's too strong. What do we do? Yuge revealed a cunning smile, thinking to herself. Accept this great gift, Lan Xuanyu. He is the gift our third year specially prepared for that person. Qianlei shrieked like a chicken with its throat cut. Get out of the way, but Xuanyu still stared thoughtfully. Meanwhile, an intense battle was unfolding on the other side of the arena. The combination of soul power arrows and ice mist made Siqi frown anxiously. They were enveloped in a layer of soul power like a protective shield warding off the arrow rain. Yuge noticed the situation was not optimistic, her entire being turning grim, glowing red. Her whole body suddenly ignited with scorching soul fire, the 5 elements in harmony, the extreme of fire. Disperse these annoying ice mists. On the battlefield, separated by ice and snow, Ma Xian's tall figure charged menacingly toward Xuanyu. This scene made the audience discuss anxiously. Sima Xian is getting closer. Lan Xuanyu is in too much danger. Even hearing someone anxiously shout, quick, hide in the ice mist. Lan Xuanyu, but the little guy just stood still waiting for an opportunity to act. Xuanyu's unexpected move stunned all his classmates. What does he want to do? Lan Xuanyu actually charged straight at Sima Xian. His opponent is a 5-ring assault-type soul master. Ignore all the shouting. Is he crazy? Xuanyu still accelerated towards the opponent. Soon, Xuanyu had rushed in front of Ma Xian. Taking advantage of the opponent's axe swing, the little guy quickly pounced. Xuanyu's hands turned into sharp claws grabbing at his chest. 5 razor-sharp nails slashed across Ma Xian's chest. He looked in surprise at the several bloody wounds caused by a first-year student on his body, giving Xuanyu an opportune moment to act. The little guy summoned a dragon that let out a deafening roar, freezing Ma Xian in place. After a while he felt the sting, but Xuanyu had already quickly pressed his chest, creating 2 flickering green-red flames. While the perpetrator instantly vanished into the ice mist without a trace, the flames on his chest spun faster and faster. Then a deafening explosion sounded, blasting Ma Xian away. The audience in the stands exclaimed in surprise. Away, Lan Xuanyu, a 3-ring, fighting Sima Xian, a 5-ring, and Sima Xian is actually at a disadvantage. The broadcast sounds, the situation has reversed. Sima Xian was blasted away by a first-year student. On the mother planet Mingdu, Xingling was watching the match on the TV screen but was startled by the movement behind her. Why are your soul rings golden? It turned out Wulin's soul rings had suddenly appeared at some point. She was puzzled and confused. And how did 8 soul rings suddenly release? Wulin was equally confused. I don't know either. His abilities seem very similar to mine. Qingling curled her lips disdainfully, looking very skeptical. Not only are your abilities similar, you two look exactly alike. Could he be your illegitimate son who was separated from you? Wulin didn't like this joke. How many years have you known me? How old is that child? Qingling smiled, brushing it off, and said there was nothing to be nervous about. She just didn't understand why Sima Xian, an assault-type soul master, also had such strong defense. but he had a different view of the person who had just climbed back up from the heavy blow. He might not be an assault-type battle soulmaster. Back in the arena, Yuge was behind him, battling the annoying mist. She led her teammates with scorching red-purple flames rushing towards Ma Xian. Yuge paused briefly, loudly reminding Sima Xian. He tightly gripped his axe, simultaneously activating his ultimate skill, 10,000-year soul ring. The terrifying aura emanating from this attack enveloped a vast area. The 5 first-year students within the range were all blasted into the air. Xuanyu anxiously analyzed Ma Xian's abilities. Besides the stun, their soul power also significantly decreased. This move was clearly a control skill. A judgment. Qingling also blurted out in another star system. Wulin had long seen through the essence of this junior's ability. That's right, his previous collision was a control, otherwise the iron-backed dragon wouldn't have flown up but directly flown away. While Xuanyu and the others were temporarily restricted, Yuge jumped to a nearby area. She took advantage of the dispersed mist to set up her formation, wondering how they would deal with this unfavorable situation. Good. Seize the opportunity and charge forward with full force. The Xianxia trio attacked with all their might to resolve them. The rapidly changing situation kept the audience on the edge of their seats. No way, the first years are in despair so quickly. Is this cross-rank challenge going to end like this? Just then a pair of cold eyes gleaming green suddenly appeared beneath the arena, causing Yuge to shrink. Her red flames. Dong Qianzhou's blue soul fire instantly spread over a wide area. 10,000-year soul skill. Deep blue gaze. Yuge felt an ability familiar to her bones. How could it be? Isn't this her and Lan Xuanyu's fusion skill? The unbelievable truth lay before her. It could actually be released independently. Affected by Sima Xian's control-type soul skill, the effect of deep blue gaze weakened, and the interruption only lasted for about a second. It was precisely in that momentary gap that Yuan Enweiwei rushed out to cast the Elven King Bloodline spell. The Bloodline Awakening also awoke her ultimate trump card, the Eye of Reincarnation. The Elven King Bloodline Awakening, accompanied by the descent of the Eye of Soul, made Enwei the focus of the entire arena. Yuge and her group were extremely anxious as the balance seemed to be gradually tilting towards the enemy. Damn it, Yuan Enweiwei, when did he learn mental impact skills? An unknown figure instantly approached Yuge. Xuanyu noticed the change here and solemnly issued an order. Everyone, it's time to turn the tide. Lu Feng, armed with his weapon, met the enemy head-on. His continuous attacks forced Yuge to retreat awkwardly. Seizing the advantage, Lu Feng was determined to completely resolve his opponent. He activated his Martial Soul Second Awakening skill. White Dragon Leap Triple Strike, precisely hitting Yuge. The audience couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at this scene. Lu Feng actually sent the opponent's strongest Tang Yuge flying. Although it didn't cause actual damage, it did control Tang Yuge. Qian Lei, stirred by the boiling atmosphere, became eager for battle. Can't let him show off alone. Come on, Golden Fatty. Let them see the changes you've undergone after sleeping for so long. The little guy jumped up, smashing a punch with golden soul power at Sima. Someone recognized it, quickly analyzing the little guy's skill. He can fight Li Siqi to a draw. His opponent's martial soul is the Black Tortoise Shield. Luo Hong, watching from afar, couldn't help but praise. Qian Lei is not bad. He used the Summoning Gate and the Emerald Demon Bird to simultaneously control 3 of the opponent's soul masters. Mengchen was not to be outdone, directly calling her companions to charge. Quick, charge. Qianchu, we can't let the 2 light and dark soul masters control the battlefield anymore. Let's charge. The more unpredictable the battle, the more excited the audience became. I knew it. The first years are really unusual this time. I didn't expect the situation to change. Go first years, it was really worth coming to see. The situation became tense, making Yuge gradually anxious. Damn it, it was an advantageous situation, but the opponent broke it. We can't let this continue. If this continues, Lan Xuanyu and the others might gradually break us. As long as we defeat Lan Xuanyu, the opponent will be leaderless. Then we're sure to win. Thinking this, Yuge was forced to change tactics. Li Siqi, Li Siming, Sima Xian gather and work together to kill Lan Xuanyu. Enwei heard this and immediately shouted in panic, "Bad news, Brother Xuanyu," and at the same time the Elven King Bloodline's 5th soul skill was instantly activated. You won't succeed. Here, Siqi anxiously called for his teammates' support. Brother is a wall of steel. Qian Lei's attack made Siming curse softly. Come on, why is this fatty so troublesome? Yuge didn't take the opponent's incoming attack seriously. Useless, Yuan Enweiwei, your attack can't break their defense. Enwei condensed a huge Thunder Spirit battle drum and smashed it directly onto the 2 brothers' copper shield. Siming and Siqi clenched their teeth, resisting the enormous power falling from the sky. Siming gradually felt something was wrong, feeling unable to resist. Is the Martial Soul's Second Awakening really that strong? And Yuge had already passed over and joined Sima Xian, blocking Lan Xuanyu's retreat. She also worked together to cut off the little guy's escape route. Lan Xuanyu, you have nowhere to run. Xuanyu had to fight 1 against 2, and a hint of nervousness couldn't help but flash across his face. Yuge saw through the little guy's next move and directly advised, trying to escape with Wind Element, you can't break the Black Tortoise Shield. Lan Xuanyu, you're dead. Seeing the little guy about to be defeated, Qingling couldn't help but ask, why are they targeting the 3-ring Lan Xuanyu? Did they lose this time? Wulin thought the situation wasn't that bad. No, Lan Xuanyu seems to be luring the opponent. She didn't quite believe it. How is that possible? A 3-ring soul master against 3 5-ring soul masters. He then spoke to remind the other party. Look closely. Lan Xuanyu's trump card is here. A 5-colored crystal light flickering on Xuanyu's chest suddenly bloomed. Yuge stared intently at the abnormal scene before her, and a chill couldn't help but surge in her heart. What kind of light is this? It actually makes me feel scared. Knowing she couldn't let the opponent complete the move, Yuge, despite her fear, decided to use the great 5 elements divine light. Just then, a green light shone, stopping the original action. A vortex suddenly appeared from the void. A deep purple halo surrounded Xuanyu, easily devouring her attack. Yuge was so scared she was sweating. What kind of attack is this? My great 5 elements divine light was swallowed, and the Li brothers were also stunned. This was a surprising scene that suddenly occurred. The figures of the 2 brothers suddenly transformed into soul fire and dissipated with the wind. Yuge was stunned. Only one hit, how is that possible? Feeling Xuanyu's overwhelming aura, she couldn't believe her guess. This was originally the little guy chasing after him. Disregarding his opponent's feelings, Yuge was so scared at this moment that she couldn't move. Impossible. Xuanyu, with the momentum of moving mountains and filling seas, charged directly at Ma Xian. He also decided to raise his axe to counterattack. Just then, Xuanyu's purple light streaked across his shoulder, turning Ma Xian into soul power, and he disappeared from the arena. At the same time, the deep abyss halberd in his hand suddenly enlarged tenfold, proudly plunging into the ground. Everything happened so fast that the audience was stunned. What happened? Wasn't Lan Xuanyu in despair? How did he suddenly turn the tide? Xuanyu stood proudly, emanating a majestic soul power aura. Gradually, the power surrounding him faded and his slender body swayed precariously. Qianlei quickly supported his companion Xuanyu. Everyone present was completely unexpected. Lan Xuanyu instantly killed the 4 strongest members of Class 53, and the remaining 2 were also severely injured and unable to fight. Class 53 was completely defeated. Not only were the spectators in the Soul Arena surprised, but Qing Ling on the Mother Planet had the same feeling. Oh my god, how could a 3-ring Soul Master instantly defeat 4 5-ring Soul Masters? It's completely beyond common sense. Wulin meanwhile asked himself blankly, is it a divine tool? I think I've seen that one before. What was it called? A glittering energy ball suddenly appeared in his hand, and the golden dragon spear instantly appeared, embedded with gems. Looking exceptionally dazzling, Wulin stared at the golden object, his voice low and bewildered. What is this? Qing Ling was stunned. What is this again? You're becoming less and less like the Tang La I know. In the Academy arena, the entire audience was silent because the result was truly unexpected. Qianlei excitedly picked up the little guy, shouting, "We won, Xuanyu, we won." Xuanyu looked at his companion's smiles, brighter than flowers, and his heart was also filled with happiness. Great, our tactics succeeded. Overcoming the weaknesses of Dragon God transformation, short duration, and limited attack range, it was our close cooperation that helped us win the match. Xianxia, immersed in a dreamlike state, suddenly felt a little strange. What's wrong? Mengchen was so excited she didn't know what to do. Embracing her best friend, we're rich. We've hit the jackpot. 6 purple badges each, that's amazing. Xianxia joked helplessly. Sister Mengchen, have you been possessed by the god of wealth? Why have you suddenly become so obsessed with money? In the dean's office, Luo Hong stared at the screen in shock. What the hell is that? A divine tool? A little kid actually has a divine tool? What is this? Lan Xuanyu's background? At the same time, she secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I bet a little more at the last minute, otherwise those 50 purple badges would have been completely lost. The phone rang, and Luo Hong quickly adjusted her posture. Teacher Tianyu's thundering voice came from the other end of the phone. I just watched the match. Lan Xuanyu, that first-year student has boundless potential. You must pay attention to cultivating him, and don't let too many people investigate him and disturb his cultivation. She obediently replied, yes, understood. Suddenly Luo Hong remembered a very unwilling thing. This child was originally my first choice, but he was snatched away by that Tang Zhenhua. Otherwise this would be my disciple. She angrily called that old man. Good. Zhenhua was startled by this unprecedented roar, waking up from his sleep. Get out of here now. Zhenhua was indeed confused. What's wrong with her? It seems Lan Xuanyu and the others had a match today. Could something strange have happened? Because he drank too much last night, he fell asleep. He could only watch the replay. In Xuanyu's familiar dorm, it was again a scene of jubilation. Lan Xuanyu and the others were splitting the spoils, each receiving 6 purple badges plus 10 gold badges. This was without prior exchange at the Mission Exchange Center, and at this moment, Shrek Academy's outer court was also in an uproar. Lan Xuanyu proved his power to all outer court students with his actions. Immediately defeated the 3-ring strong individual of the 5th year. There is an undeniable fact. Lan Xuanyu and his 6 teammates rose to fame in one battle. That night, Lan Xuanyu and his 6 teammates quietly left Shrek Academy. Qianlei blurted out, wanting to go all out. Today is a rest day. Tonight we must eat well and then go to the auction to see if there are any good things suitable for cultivation to buy back. Let's get hyped. Xuanyu's heart was filled with satisfaction. After several battles together, our small team is basically formed. Everyone cooperates tacitly and helps each other. Only with abundant resources can we grow faster. The team decided to celebrate at Imperial Cuisine. This is a luxurious restaurant and the prices are equally high. Kei Hong personally went to the room to welcome the esteemed guests. Welcome, geniuses of Shrek Academy. I am Kei Hong, the manager of Imperial Cuisine, and I am honored that you chose us for your celebration. How about this? Whatever you eat and buy today is free. I will also give each of you a card, which will give you a 30% discount on future meals here. Xuanyu refused. Thank you, CEO. However, we don't accept rewards without merit, and we don't need it for free. But he insisted on offering. It's okay. You all bring glory to Shrek. Your future is boundless. Please give me a chance to interact with you more, okay? Qianlei interjected on behalf of everyone. Since CEO has said so, then our boss shouldn't be polite. Does CEO pay for all our food and drinks? Hong was generous. Of course, eat and drink to your heart's content. After the other party left them some private space, Lu Feng finally spoke up to remind, Qianlei, look at Golden Fatty, it's devouring earth dragon tendons. Is it eating dragon beasts? When you always felt that Golden Fatty was hostile towards him, he tried to suggest, regarding this situation we'll ask Elder Tree about it later. Elder Tree is very knowledgeable. At the auction, items like dragon blood and dragon bones will be auctioned. You can consider buying those. Although Qianlei had money now, his thrifty nature still remained. Anything related to dragons was expensive. Lan Mengchen cursed lightly. You stingy little brat, are you stupid? Doesn't it growing up mean you growing up? After eating their fill, the six walked out of Imperial Cuisine chatting and laughing. The few young friends took the opportunity to stroll around the Shrek auction house. As soon as they entered, several gazes fell upon them. It's these little guys. They were the ones who competed today and defeated the strongest team in the third year. Truly impressive. Yuan Enweiwei discovered something, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He pointed to the seat next to him, signaling to Tang Yuge, who always came alone. Xuanyu looked in the direction he pointed, deep in thought. After a moment he got up and walked over to the other party. Tang Yuge looked at him without turning her head. Are you mocking me? Xuanyu gave her a friendly smile, as if to two valuable friends. You lost because you didn't understand us yet. Tang Yuge suddenly expressed gratitude. Thank you. This reaction stunned Xuanyu, not understanding what was happening. Thank me? The auction hadn't officially started yet. Everyone was still relaxed and waiting. Tang Yuge explained the meaning of her gratitude. Of course I have to thank you. If it weren't for what you said to the dean, how could we losers have gotten purple badges? Is there a lot of pressure in your class? I gave up the class monitor position. Someone always has to be responsible. Tang Yuge's face was completely relaxed, without a hint of resentment. I'm fine, not having tasks makes it even easier, with more time to cultivate. But I have to warn you, a tall tree catches the wind. She kindly reminded Xuanyu that they were too outstanding, so they needed to be careful. If the pressure was too great, the team might fall apart. Xuanyu keenly sensed that something was wrong with the other party's situation. What happened to your team? Tang Yuge deliberately avoided his scrutinizing gaze. I'm not a good leader, not smart enough, so I left the team. Xuanyu asked softly, didn't your team try to keep you? She looked up, a hint of loneliness on her face. They did try to keep me, but I also knew they were very disappointed in me. My combat plan didn't allow them to fully utilize their strength. The first time we lost to you was because we didn't understand our opponents, but the second loss was clearly my problem. Hearing her candidly admit her failure even if they lost. They shouldn't have lost like they did. Xuanyu secretly admired this senior sister. How impressive. If I had lost such an important match, could I have remained calm? He was somewhat concerned about Tang Yuge's situation. So what will you do? Third-year life doesn't seem happy, does it? She smiled and analyzed her next plan. It's nothing unhappy. I'm still me, still the strongest in the class, or perhaps I'm only suitable to represent myself. I have more time to cultivate now. Once my cultivation reaches 6 rings, I can start crafting 2-word battle armor. This positive attitude inadvertently inspired Xuanyu's fighting spirit as well. I will also work harder in the future. Their conversation ended there. He strode back to his teammates. Yuan Enweiwei curiously pressed, what did you two talk about? Lan Xuanyu described their conversation to his friends. After listening, he silently looked towards that seat. At this moment, the auction also officially began. The next item for auction is very special. It is an extremely rare mid-grade heavenly treasure. Appearing only once every 10,000 years, it is a precious item. The ice god Pure Lotus, which grows in the demigod lake at the northernmost tip of the mother planet. What's even rarer is that this ice god lotus is a twin lotus. If 2 ice attribute soul masters use it simultaneously, it will instantly create a very wondrous connection. Everyone is welcome to bid. Starting price 30 million Federation coins with increments of 1 million Federation coins each time. The first hand was raised without hesitation, number 60, 30 million. Qianlei, sitting next to him, held his companion tightly. That's 30 million. Have you thought it through? You don't seem to have that much money. Lan Mengchen only found this kid annoying. What's it to you? If I want it, let go. Qianlei couldn't stop her and could only sigh. Spendthrift, truly a spendthrift. Lan Mengchen was feeling down and about to curse him. Just then a few purple badges suddenly flew from his hand towards her. Lan Mengchen subconsciously caught the flying objects. Hey, what are you doing? It wasn't until she saw what was in her hand that she froze. Qianlei ostentatiously showed off. If you want to buy it, just use it. Lan Mengchen felt that the other person was glowing at that moment. Even Lu Feng looked at his friend next to him in disbelief. That stingy Qianlei, is he crazy? At this moment someone else raised their paddle. Ling Yi raised her voice to announce number 56, 31 million. Lan Mengchen calculated anxiously. Each increment is 1 million. If it continues it will be 32 million. Deng Qianchu sat next to her, looking blankly at the abnormal actions of the person opposite. Tang Yuge, what does she want to do? She ignored everyone's reactions and calmly made her decision. Shrek Academy paused the auction. Instantly, Tang Yuja's request was successfully approved. The Shrek Academy successfully paused the auction at a price of 30 million. Here, Lan Mengchen returned the precious badges to their original owner. Here are your purple badges. Are you stupid? Xianxia and I can buy them with our purple badges. Qianlei didn't take them back blankly. You keep them just in case. I can be frugal in daily life. Although she didn't take the money, she fully accepted her friend's intentions. No need, thank you. The little guy didn't want to be polite and said directly, no thanks. Lu Feng took the opportunity to say what he had been holding back for a long time. When did you become so generous? Qianlei jumped up and retorted. When have I ever not been generous? On the stage, Ling Yi took out the next item to attract the audience's attention. Although today's next auction item is not as valuable as the twin lotus, it can be used on a large scale. It is the life fruit. The life fruit has a very low chance of appearing only once every 10 years. The millennium level life fruit has only one purpose: to extend life. For ordinary people, one can extend life by 30 years. For soul masters, it can extend life by 100 years, starting bid 30 million. The appeal of extending life certainly caused an uproar around 40 million, 60 million, 90 million, 300 million. In the upper tier, Dunao decisively raised the price to an astronomical figure, 500 million. Ling Yi smiled and continued to invite, is anyone still adding? Sold. Congratulations to the guest in private room number 6 for bidding 500 million for the life fruit. This astronomical figure left Qianlei and his group stunned. 500 million were still too poor. Ling Yi then playfully stirred everyone's curiosity. It's time for today's last auction item. Everyone please pay attention. This is a treasure. Starting bid 10 billion yuan. En Weiwei couldn't help but gasp. 10 billion? What kind of thing is that? At this price, even a consortium can't immediately come up with the money. Xuanyu also had his eyes opened. Is this an auction or burning money? Finally, the priceless item was presented to everyone. Please look here. This is the most valuable treasure we've auctioned in the past decade. The silver dragon spear immediately attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Ling Yi's powerful voice echoed in every corner of the auction hall. This spear is also a staff, the weapon of the Silver Dragon King. The former divine artifact, the Silver Dragon Spear, ranked 6th on Shrek's divine artifact list. Starting bid 10 billion. Auction ends if no one bids within 1 minute. Someone couldn't help but wail, oh my god, this staff is truly a divine artifact. What a pity the auction time is only 1 minute. Yuan En Weiwei and Xuanyu were both speechless, whispering, for such a divine artifact this price isn't expensive. Does Shrek really think no one can buy it? But no matter what, we can't afford it. As the countdown began, 5, Xuanyu quickly caught a hint of familiarity from the resounding name Silver Dragon Spear. It was only one word different from Lu Feng's White Dragon Spear, and each countdown number felt like a hammer striking his heart. 4, 3, 2, but Lu Feng just lowered his head. Oh great, Ling Yi finalized the last number. 1 time's up, no bids. Auction over. Afterwards, Xuanyu and his group filed out but unexpectedly ran into Tang Yuge. Lan Xuanyu, hurry up and raise your cultivation. She casually declared war. Although she didn't know how long she would have to wait. I want to fight you with all my strength, he thought helplessly. There's such a big gap in our soul power, how can we fight? Tang Yuge straightened her back and left after speaking. She didn't forget to gently bump Yuan En Weiwei's shoulder provocatively, catching him off guard. He silently looked back at her lonely figure, complex emotions welling up in his heart. Isn't she the class monitor? Perhaps she's no longer like the other third-year students. It was getting late and the little ones urged to go home. Let's hurry back to Cultivate. We need to tell our teacher first. Xuanyu excitedly came up with a good idea. I have an idea. For special heavenly treasures like this, we can go to Sea God Lake to absorb them. The life energy in the lake is very suitable. Lan Mengchen and Dong Qianchu sighed. It costs 3 gold badges to stay there for an hour. Where will we get so much money? That's right, it's too expensive. Qianlei once again used his money-making ability. I can use our money first, the two girls quickly discussed with each other. What do you think? Let's go back and ask the teacher's opinion first. Qianlei dejectedly turned to Xuanyu. Boss, they probably won't really take our money, right? Cultivating in Sea God Lake is a bottomless pit, he sighed, patiently persuading his friend. Look at them, they're all rich, that's why they spend so freely. But Fatty, I have to remind you, if you really like Lan Mengchen, you must genuinely prioritize her over everything else. Hearing this, Lu Feng and Yuan En Weiwei suddenly realized and joked. So that's it. No wonder your personality changed, but you're too fat. Lan Mengchen won't like you. Qianlei shouted angrily, defending himself. What's wrong with being fat? Fat is cute. It provides shade in summer and warmth in winter. In danger, I can even use my immense strength to protect her. Unfortunately, his friends didn't pay much attention. Talk when you win. Goodbye. Xuanyu and his group arrived at Sea God Lake, bringing shocking news to Tang Yu. What? Twin ice god pure lotuses? And they're 10,000-year-old. Young people these days are really rich. Never mind. For your sake, I'll go beg for some. Limited to 30 gold badges, absorb it all directly. The little guy happily nodded obediently. Thank you, teacher. Xuanyu took the opportunity to ask, Teacher, there was also a 1,000-year life fruit at the auction today, worth hundreds of millions. Was that also produced here? Tang Yu was calculating in her heart. Here it comes, but on the surface she still pretended not to understand. What's wrong? Do you want to eat it? The little guy awkwardly scratched his head but didn't refuse. I'm still young, I don't need to extend my life. He knew Xuanyu's expression too well, so he lifted his clothes and took out a 1,000-year life fruit. Look, is it this one? Tang Yu asked with a smile. The little guy's gaze couldn't move away from the fruit in front of him. Teacher, you have one too? He took a bite of the divine fruit directly as an explanation. Xuanyu was immediately stunned as he looked at the bitten fruit in front of him. In just a few bites, Tang Yu swallowed the entire 1,000-year life fruit. At this moment, Xuanyu only felt his world crumbling while the other party merely commented casually, It tastes good. Every disciple of the life faction can receive one fruit each month, but it cannot be sold, only eaten by oneself. Any other questions? The two bid farewell with different emotions. No more, teacher. I'm going back to cultivate. Alright, see you next time, goodbye. Tang Yu considered her words correct but not entirely comprehensive. One per month, but only for those above rank 90. Elder Tree's method worked too. Afterwards, the Silver Dragon Spear continued to be auctioned. However, the starting bid had already risen to 10 billion. Lan Mengchen and Dong Qianchu also chose Sea God Lake as the place to absorb the twin ice god Pure Lotuses. A new semester began again in a busy and tense atmosphere. Xuanyu greeted Senior Brother Ming as usual. Hello, Senior Brother, he sighed, his face full of displeasure. This poor guy is here again, not even borrowing a single coin. But when faced with the little guy's question, Senior Brother, did our forging association buy a piece of rare metal? Senior Brother Ming still fully supported him. What's wrong? Do you want to use it? Xuanyu sincerely expressed his wish. I just want to see it. I want to buy heavy silver. Divide each cubic centimeter into 100 pieces. He was immediately startled after hearing this. Buy heavy silver? Are you joking? Then he hastily quoted a price. It will cost at least 30 gold badges. Are you sure? The little guy humbly affirmed. I'm sure, thank you, Senior Brother. I also want to ask for your guidance this time. Thus Lan Xuanyu would come here every month to forge heavy silver, which also served as a test of what he had learned in the past few months. What have you learned? Let's start now. In the forging room, Senior Brother Ming focused on Xuanyu's back. This Lan Xuanyu just joined the Forging Association has been self-studying for so long. He has been here for 4 or 5 months and has never asked me, an old senior, for advice, only practicing forging by reading books. Don't waste time, practice is better than theory. Let me see your self-taught results before I remind you. After a period of concentration, the result was a piece of heavy silver, scorched red, forging completed. He slightly closed his eyes, feeling the residual energy fluctuations around the heavy silver. When you gripped the hammer with extremely skilled movements, Senior Brother Ming couldn't help but be greatly surprised. The little guy's skilled operation made him stammer, full of astonishment. This movement is very familiar. No one guided him, yet he can achieve this, human and hammer unified. Did he really teach himself? And that hammer blow just now, if I'm not mistaken, was Senior Brother Ming suddenly blurted out that legendary name. Tangmen, he truly felt that familiar, unmistakable feeling. The legendary strongest metal impurity removal forging technique. When did he learn it? And the heavy silver was shrinking, only 1/3 left. The color was also getting brighter. As his 12 hammer blows already completed 100 refined, reaching at least a level 2 blacksmith. To reach this level in just a few months, Senior Brother Ming couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself. I even said I would teach him, but looking at this level, he's clearly not inferior to me. Xuanyu didn't hear him muttering how could he forge something like this because he was immersed in his own forging. Wulin's teachings echoed in Xuanyu's ears. Forging in one sentence is the process of creating life. Following the teachings, he decisively slammed the heavy silver with a hammer. It instantly shone with dazzling golden light. Senior Brother Ming was dumbfounded. It succeeded, really. It's risen by more than a foot, good, and it's much brighter all over. Junior Brother, you're great. To everyone's surprise, Xuanyu was not only dissatisfied but extremely disappointed. Only a foot high, that means it's a failure. He hurriedly defended the heavy silver. A failure? What's a failure? Didn't you succeed with sky forging? Spirit metals from sky forging glow. The little guy pointed out seriously. But Uncle La said it has to rise by 1 zhang to be considered a success. This is only 1 foot. Senior Brother Ming was instantly stunned, reconfirming the name he just heard. You just said Uncle La is your teacher. Xuanyu's eyes were filled with reverence and affection. You could say that. He taught me forging. Senior Brother Ming suddenly understood, then happily congratulated him. I knew it, so you had a master's guidance. No wonder you learned so fast. A level 3 blacksmith is truly amazing, the little guy praised in return. I should still thank Senior Brother for getting me started. Then he asked curiously, you just said this can count as forging, does it have any value? Senior Brother Ming patted his chest and guaranteed, of course, this sky-forged metal of yours can be exchanged for 5 white badges. Xuanyu's money-loving nature surged strongly again. 1 piece for 5 white badges, 100 pieces would be 500 white badges, equivalent to over 30 gold badges, a 10-fold profit. Not bad. Senior Brother Ming's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Junior Brother, from the sound of it, you want to sell this sky-forged heavy silver, right? The little guy nodded in agreement. He was eager to quickly request, if I buy it, can it be a bit cheaper? Xuanyu smiled and motioned for Senior Brother not to be so polite. This is a gift for you. If it weren't for your guidance, I might have taken a detour. Senior brother Ming insisted on not accepting the junior's gesture. I can't accept it as a gift. I'm your senior, after all. I have my pride. 4 badges. This price is already cheap for me. Just this once, don't do it again. Strange. This sky-forged metal of yours is very interesting. The energy level is fine, but why isn't its activity high? I need to go research it. Junior brother, you go about your business. Xuanyu also waved goodbye. At the same time, a curiosity surged in the little guy's heart. Just by looking with the naked eye, he can feel the changes inside the metal. This senior brother is not simple. After senior brother left, Xuanyu tried forging heavy silver again. With the experience from the previous forging, he felt much more familiar with the heavy silver. He forged continuously, which also made the little guy's body tired. This is the 4th time. I can't do it today. Tomorrow and the day after are the final exams. Suddenly, senior brother Ming's familiar yet agitated voice brought the little guy back to his senses. Junior brother, he excitedly embraced the little guy for some reason. Too perfect, too great, junior brother, you are truly my benefactor. Senior brother Ming's excited voice echoed in the forging room. It succeeded, I succeeded. Xuanyu was bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Senior brother Ming was overjoyed, as if in 7th heaven. I went and tried your heavy silver from earlier. I never expected to complete my first spirit forging in my life. The success rate of spirit forging is too low and it consumes too many resources. Senior brother, can you let go of me first? Spirit forging success means the metal has gained its own spirituality. It can be called a complete metamorphosis. Spirit forging success means I'm a level 5 blacksmith. Senior brother Ming firmly gripped Xuanyu's hand to express his gratitude. Junior brother, it's all thanks to you. I've already secured the rank of number 1 in the outer court. We don't have a level 5 blacksmith in our outer court yet. The little guy praised dazedly. Congratulations, senior brother. Having a first success will definitely make it much easier. Immediately after, senior brother Ming joyfully ran out. I need to go show off to my class, leaving Xuanyu bewildered without an answer. Is spirit forging for a level 5 blacksmith that difficult? I wonder when I'll be able to do it. The little guy suddenly recalled Shao Kai's instructions. Today is Saturday, tomorrow is a rest day, and the day after is the final exam. Even teacher Manhua had sternly reminded them. The first semester's final exam is very important. This exam's results will lay the foundation for our future in the academy, for gaining access to academy resources. So almost all students are holding their breath. They must display their full capabilities. I hope through this exam we can surpass ourselves. Thinking this, a hint of determination flashed in Xuanyu's eyes. I must be well prepared. Just then, the little guy's communicator buzzed with a notification. Meet tomorrow. At this time, a golden sunset had fallen outside. The sun was about to set, casting long shadows on the mountains. Xuanyu hurriedly rushed to the meeting point with his companions. Mengchen smiled and feigned annoyance. Captain, you're late. The little guy just turned and greeted Xianxia. Let's go. Her purple eyes, like the entire Milky Way, now only reflected Xuanyu's figure. Suddenly, everything went dark as Mengchen mercilessly interrupted this dog food. Can you two stop giving each other goo-goo eyes? Qianlei took the opportunity to promote himself. Look at me, my eyes are very sincere too. But Mengchen coldly refused. Your face is so fleshy it's almost covering your eyes. Who can see what's in them? Since getting golden fatty, his weight had soared, and in terms of defense, Qianlei was the team's champion. So the little guy's confidence also became extremely high. Even though I'm fat, I'm a flexible fatty. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had completely mastered the changes in his martial soul. He was getting closer and closer to level 40. Lan Mengchen had the second highest soul power in the team with twin martial souls at level 49, and she was the one currently declaring war. Alright, flexible fatty, when are we having a one-on-one fight? No way. Qianlei awkwardly refused. I don't hit girls. If it weren't for the special existence of Yuan Enweiwei, she would be the strongest in this year's first-year class. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived. Mengchen snorted. If you're scared, just say you're scared. And you say you don't hit girls. Can you even beat me, young lady? Xuanyu ignored his companion's playful bickering, diligently handing Qianxia a glass of water. Here, eat. Mengchen smiled slyly, feigning dissatisfaction. Why only one? Where's mine? The two bickered endlessly. Didn't you say last time you didn't like to eat it? But now I like it again. Then I'll go buy some. Qianxia helplessly watched her companions walk away. She was feeling envious. Xuanyu said something that everyone had to agree with. Girls are so hard to understand. She handed the little guy a spoonful of ice cream, pretending to be angry. What are you talking about? We're good sisters. Qianxia held the spoon to Xuanyu's mouth. The air between them thickened with budding emotions. In the little guy's eyes, the girl in front of him appeared extremely gentle and beautiful. So Xuanyu dazedly chewed the food in front of him. A few seconds later, the little guy belatedly realized what he had just done, so his face turned red like a cooked shrimp. Qianxia suddenly kicked Xuanyu, somewhat annoyed. The little guy was truly bewildered. Why did you kick me? But he only received an even angrier look from her. They ate and drank all the way, finally finishing their stroll through the food street. The auction house was their true destination for today. The 6 of them pooled a total of 12 purple badges, unanimously deciding to purchase consumables for the final exams. After several rounds of bidding, Lan Xuanyu raised his hand twice, buying 2 types of restorative spirit fruits, and also greeted Yuge. Hello, senior sister. On stage, Ling Yi began to host the next item. Next is item number 11, a storage bracelet. This storage bracelet is a top-quality Soul Tool storage bracelet. Its internal storage space reaches 5 cubic meters. Starting bid 5 million Federation coins with increments of no less than 50,000 Federation coins each time. The bidding begins now. Xianxia quickly turned and urged, "Boss, get it, this thing is useful, get it, it's too convenient." Xuanyu decisively raised his paddle and bid 10 million. Finally, Xuanyu spent 14 million Federation coins to buy this storage bracelet. They didn't continue watching and left the venue. Then Xuanyu solemnly handed it to his companion. "Wei Wei, you're the strongest, you wear it. It's safest." This gesture, full of trust, deeply moved him. "Brother, Xuanyu is so good." The little guy then turned and suggested to everyone, "Before it gets too late, let's go somewhere." Mengchen asked curiously. "Where?" Xuanyu explained with a smile. "To pick up our storage bracelet. Isn't its value reflected here?" The morning sun illuminated the buildings of Shrek Academy, bringing a vibrant energy. In class, Xiao Kai solemnly announced to the students present, "The first semester's final exam for first years is relatively simple, but there are still many dangers. First, you will be sent to an extremely harsh planet. You need to obtain mission items and bring them back to base within the specified time. Completing the mission only counts as a pass. Exceeding the mission will earn extra points. Mission details will be provided upon arrival." Xiao Kai clarified the principles of this competition. Teams of different sizes will receive different missions, with difficulty increasing with the number of participants. "Now we will begin team registration. Lan Xuanyu, you start." Xuanyu stood up and spoke. "Teacher Xiao, our team has 6 people. Me, Yuan and Weiwei, Lan Mengchen, Dong Qianchu, Lu Feng and Qianlei. Registration complete." Xiao Kai continued to call names. "What about the rest?" Sparse responses followed one after another. "Teacher, we're a team of 3. We're a team of 2. After recording all the groups, he began to instruct the little ones. "Once you've registered, go back and prepare. Depart from the teaching building entrance in 1 hour. Lan Xuanyu, your team, come with me to the office." Although the little guy was bewildered, he still responded loudly. A little later, surprised shouts from the little ones echoed in the office. Xiao Kai seemed not to notice Xuanyu and his group's stunned expressions. "No need for further introductions, right? Tang Yuge and your situation are special. Class 53's final exam only has Tang Yuge as a team of 1. While you have 6 people, after careful consideration, the Academy has decided to have Tang Yuge lead the team and form a 7-person team with you for this final exam." Hearing Xiao Kai's unyielding instructions, "Of course, with her joining, the difficulty you face will also increase. But this is also a test for you, understand?" The little guy frowned, secretly calculating. "Tang Yuge is the top of the 3rd year, and with her joining, the difficulty will increase a lot, right? This is troublesome. What is the Academy's purpose at this moment?" Enwei excitedly shouted. "Teacher, I disagree. We don't need a captain who doesn't understand us." But Xiao Kai unceremoniously dismissed his objection. "This is the Academy's decision. You can't change it just because you want to. In battle, temporary team-ups can happen at any time. Can you always avoid cooperating with others? This matter is decided. All right, you can go back and prepare. Departure time is the same as the other teams." Enwei wanted to try to persuade again, but Xuanyu stepped forward to stop his companion. "Teacher, we understand and we accept. Senior sister will be counting on you." Yuge was surprised by the little guy's quick acceptance. Then she said something that surprised everyone. "You're still the captain. I'll also listen to your command." Xiao Kai almost couldn't believe his ears. "She's given up the captain's position again. Is this still Tang Yuge?" Shrek Academy had arranged for Tang Yuge to join Lan Xuanyu's team, originally to see how they would coordinate and complete the mission under these circumstances. Unexpectedly, before it even began, everything was settled, and a compromise was reached with Tang Yuge, the strongest member. If Tang Yuge used her one-word battle armor, her individual combat power would be far beyond Lan Xuanyu and the others. That she agreed to let Lan Xuanyu command was indeed an unexpected turn of events for the Academy. Xuanyu proactively expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your trust. I won't let you down. Welcome, senior sister." Yuge also smiled and promised, "I will be a qualified teammate." Under everyone's gaze, the two clasped hands, marking a remarkable turning point in their friendship. Soon it was the appointed time. Xiao Kai loudly announced, "Time's up, depart." The first years boarded a large soul-guided car, and on the car they were startled by Tang Yuge. Its senior sister, Shrek Aerospace Center, had its own dedicated spaceship. So the little ones were also amazed. Shrek Academy actually has its own spaceship. They're truly rich. Before the competition, Xiao Kai once again reminded the students, "I've already told you the exam content. Now I will emphasize a few key points to note. This is an assessment in the real world, not a virtual one, unlike the final exam during enrollment, where the spaceship was full of simulators." These words confirmed Xuanyu's thoughts. That exam was indeed a simulation. He still listened attentively. "But this time is different. You will face real scenarios. What I want to tell you is that all future assessments will be conducted in the real world. Only through the crucible of blood and fire can you truly improve yourselves. If you think the Academy's assessment is too dangerous, you can withdraw at any time." The spaceship gently vibrated, detached from Earth, and flew directly into space. After the spaceship ascended, Lan Xuanyu no longer felt nauseous and dizzy as he did during the previous comprehensive exam on the spaceship. The little guy was immersed in meditation, sensing the surrounding changes. Only the rich life energy gradually decreased. Suddenly, Xuanyu's eyes widened, discovering countless tiny specks of light surrounding him. Are these elements appearing in this vacuum environment, space elements? Is this a space-time turbulence? Is this why there are so many space elements? The bloodline vortex momentarily accelerated its operation. The bloodline vortex also had a faint silver layer. The dragon god scale has reacted. This silver light can also supplement bloodline power. Xuanyu at this moment felt as if he had opened a new door to truth. I understand. As long as the elements are concentrated enough, my bloodline power will be effectively replenished. Countless light green specks of light like stars converged to form a halo rotating in the air. The spaceship's announcement sounded, "Attention all students, the spaceship is about to reach its destination. 1 hour until landing, we're out of the space-time turbulence." This was also when Xuanyu woke up from the space-time turbulence and gradually understood his own abilities. "Great," the little guy then poked his head out to look at the view outside the universe. "It seems that planet is our destination," the loudspeaker also simultaneously announced. "Students, please prepare." Xuanyu glanced out the porthole, and what met his eyes was a fantastical universe, making the little guy sigh in wonder. Looking down from above, you can see how large this cyclonic storm is. It seems the environment of this planet is very harsh. The cabin suddenly shook, accompanied by an alarm sound. "Everyone prepare for impact. Confirm your seatbelts are fastened." Xuanyu sat inside the cabin but also felt an astonishing crushing force. "We've entered the planet's atmosphere. It feels like the spaceship is about to break apart." Finally, the spaceship successfully traversed the atmosphere and landed safely. The scene outside the window made Qianlei shudder. The environment is too bad, but since we're here, we're here. Ahead is the Federation's outpost. The spaceship was about to land, and the base's gate gradually opened. Following the instructions of the guide below, the spaceship slowly descended. The spaceship has arrived at its destination, preparing to dock. Xiao Kai led the students out where a team was already waiting for them. They stood in neat formation, saluting. "Hello, Teacher Xiao. Welcome everyone to Resource Star number 4. Everything is ready. Please follow me." Xuanyu stood in the back row, curiously watching the soldiers in neat military uniforms in front of him. They led them in formation to a spacious room, then solemnly introduced. "First, welcome to Resource Star 4. You are here to complete a mission, a search. You need to obtain at least 1 kilogram of rare metals, and each person must find at least 2 types of rare metals to pass the assessment. If you bring back more or a wider variety, your score will increase." Xiao Kai added a clarification. "Teams of 2 to 3 people must obtain at least 3 types of rare metals, teams of 4 to 5 people must obtain 4 types, and teams of 6 or more must obtain 5 types. Next, you will receive military uniforms to complete the mission. The oxygen in your masks can last for 5 days. Please collect your supplies now. The assessment is about to begin," he coldly warned the young students. "The map is already in your soul communicator. Remember, you only have 5 days. If the cleanup crew retrieves you, everyone will be eliminated. Is that clear?" The young students shouted in unison. "Clear." Teams left the base one by one, heading out to face unknown dangers. Xuanyu led his team on a new journey. It was not peaceful outside. Tornadoes roared as if to sweep away all obstacles in their path. Xuanyu led his companions along the planned route. Indeed, the gravity here was twice that of the mother planet, and the wind howled. The temperature was extremely low, and in the environment of double gravity there was always a feeling of dizziness. Mengchen confidently raised her hand and said, "It's fine, Qianchu and I can endure ice and snow. Such an environment will only make our abilities stronger." Xuanyu tried to calculate the route they had to take. Centered at the base there were 4 different areas, each producing 1 type of rare metal. Besides these 4 areas there was also an arc-shaped mountain range, so it seemed they would have to cross the mountains to find the 5th type of rare metal. Qianlei couldn't help but complain, feeling a bit cheated. This result was within his expectations, so he was not surprised. "We have 7 people, so the difficulty will definitely be greater, especially with Senior Sister joining us." "Senior Sister, do you have any opinions?" Yu Gei trustingly entrusted all responsibility to Xuanyu. "None, you are the captain. I'll listen to you." Hearing this, the young man decisively waved his command flag. "All right, let's first go to the central area to retrieve 4 types of rare metals, then head outside. There must be dangers in the mountains, and the environment outside the mountains will be even harsher. Let's go, I'll lead the way. Mengchen, Qianchu, you two take the side. Senior Sister, please take the rear. The others will walk in the middle." With burning fighting spirit, Xuanyu led his companions towards the central area. The young man suddenly keenly noticed a team gradually approaching them. Xuanyu stopped and first vigilantly asked, "Bing Tinliang, Brother Bing, what are you doing?" He was discovered, so he had to bite the bullet and introduce himself. "Nothing. Are you short on people to block the wind? We just need to complete the mission requirements. Everything else is yours. How about it? Let's go together." The young man carefully weighed the pros and cons several times, then agreed. "But we'll take 85 and you'll take 15, and we must go to the area outside the arc-shaped mountain range. You must also act with us and cannot withdraw early." A few minutes later, both sides reached an agreement and Xuanyu quickly assigned the teams. "All right, Brother Bing, you're here to provide support at any time. Yushin, you come with me to lead the way. Lin Dongwei, you and Brother Bing stay in the middle." Just like that, the mighty team split up and began their treasure hunt. In the base, Xiao Kai was intently tracking their movements when he heard someone call out, "Teacher Xiao, 5 types of rare metals." Tuo Hang hesitated, comparing it to Xuanyu's team's arduous mission. "Is this difficulty too high? I'm afraid there won't be enough time." He held the opposite view, believing that only through hardship could potential be stimulated. Even so, he still felt a little uneasy, hoping you are right, but there are indeed dangers. After Lan Xuanyu's bloodline mutated due to the dragon god scale, all elements became gentle when they approached him. Lan Xuanyu felt like a child of the wind, protected and assisted by the wind element. Just based on this place became his stage. Through the communication device, he continuously reported to the person on the other end of the line. "Senior sister, can you sense the presence of rare metals? I can sense them within a certain range, but I need more time." But perhaps sensing something, her face clearly showed tension. "Wait," she shouted with all her might. "Everyone be careful." Look, everyone was blown away. Xuanyu became even more flustered. "Everyone grab onto my blue-silver grass." Thanks to it, everyone was pulled in just in time. Looking at the terrifying tornado in front of him, Xuanyu tried to stay calm, comforting his teammates. "Don't panic, gather your soul power, protect your bodies. Everyone grab onto my golden pattern blue-silver grass," relying on each other with all their might. Everyone was spun around by the tornado. He held everyone tightly with his blue-silver grass while trying to encourage them. "Continue to gather soul power, protect our uniforms. Without uniforms our mission cannot be completed." Even Qianlei shouted under this pressure. "Damn it, I'm so dizzy. When will this blizzard stop?" The wind grew fiercer and fiercer, sweeping everyone into it. In this disorienting chaos, Qianlei became dizzy, and a few seconds later he immediately started vomiting. This scene made Lu Feng feel an indescribable sensation. This Qianlei, even Qianchu couldn't stop self-suggesting, the nausea growing stronger. No, absolutely must not vomit, and Qianlei was in even more pain thinking about what had just happened. He vomited all over his mask and in front of the girl he liked. How embarrassing. Just as the young man struggled, a hand quickly grabbed him. Mengchen shouted with all her might, "Fatty?" A hint of surprise flashed in Qianlei's eyes. Mengchen, she quickly hugged him tightly. Mengchen even had a hint of pride, seeing his weak state. "You're really disgusting." Just then, Xuanyu also cautiously reminded everyone, "Everyone pay attention, we're about to be thrown out. We're already flying hundreds of meters high and the gravity on this planet is twice as strong. I will open my wind elemental wings. Everyone be careful to protect your protective suits." In an instant the ground was shaken. When the dust gradually settled, many figures flickered into view. Everyone collapsed exhausted on the ground. Qianlei spoke with a relaxed expression. "Great, we're still alive." Xuanyu finally couldn't help but remind him. "Stop talking, hurry up and clean yourself." Mengchen even started to reject him. "That kid is hiding behind Qianchu, he's so disgusting, stay away from me." Looking at the fierce tornado in the distance, Xuanyu still couldn't hide his unease. The tornado we just experienced shouldn't have been a large one. If it were larger, we might have been torn apart. The environment is harsh, what should we do? Qianchu quickly stepped forward and suggested, "Xuanyu, Mengchen and I can work together and should be able to quickly condense an ice layer to protect everyone." He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "How?" The two girls clasped hands. Their entire bodies also began to be enveloped in dazzling light. "There are too many ice elements here, allowing us to enhance to this extent. Let us show you." Before long, a huge ice dome rose in the air. This miraculous sight made Qianlei gape in surprise. "This is an instantly condensed ice barrier." Mengchen also kindly explained, "That's how it is. As long as we feel something is wrong, we can immediately release an ice barrier to protect everyone." Xuanyu's pressure was also reduced by this. "Very good. So now the biggest problem is how to smoothly dig out the rare metals." Yugei suddenly interrupted. "I think this problem can be solved. I just sense that this planet contains a large amount of metal elements. The surface is ore, which means we are standing on rare metal ore. But the teacher said rare metals, not ore. This means we need to find a way to refine these ores." Everyone suddenly fell silent, then eagerly volunteered. "I can smelt ores to refine metals." Lessen everyone's burden. "Forging is the profession I chose. The refining speed will be faster. Let me dig, then I'll be responsible for transportation." "Okay, then let's try it now. Let's do it right here." After the ore was dug out, Yuan Enweiwei was responsible for smelting. Lan Xuanyu refined the ore. Tang Yugei condensed metal elements. Both the smelting and forging processes became much easier. Finally, Tang Yugei transformed the metal into a cube. Yuan Enweiwei put it into his storage bracelet. Xuanyu was also excited by this. "This should be fine, right? Everyone rest for a bit, then we'll go to the next place." His teammates also cheered. "We got so many rare metals so quickly." As expected, following the captain means good things. After everyone's soul power had relatively recovered, they started from the second area. Under the protection of the ice barrier, they slowly advanced, but ultimately were not caught in a tornado. After 36 hours on the resource planet, they had already collected 5 types of rare metals. The total amount of these 4 rare metals just filled the remaining space in the storage bracelet. Just then, another team member involuntarily shouted, "Captain!" The other party couldn't hide their curiosity. "Are we going directly outside the arc-shaped mountain range now?" Xuanyu paused, then denied it. "No, we're going back to base." Mengchen was stunned for a moment. Back to base, as if seeing through his teammates' thoughts, he quickly explained, "Teacher Xiao didn't say we couldn't go back along the way, right? We'll go back first to turn in the rare metals, then rest." "Brother Bing, we can turn in the mission directly now. You don't have to act with us anymore." Hearing this, Tin Liang said discontentedly, "What are you talking about? We agreed to go together. I found that as long as I follow you, there will be constant surprises. Even if we're your team's spare tire, we agree." That resolute attitude also left Xuanyu speechless. "Are you so determined about this?" but he was very confident in his heart, secretly thinking even a fool knows that following Lan Xuanyu has benefits. The people around him, let alone simply earning badges, even their martial souls can undergo a second awakening. Before long everyone quickly returned. Tuo Heng looked at the collected items, gaping in surprise. In just over 30 hours they dug out 4 types of rare metals, preparing to return to base to rest. Your students are too amazing, almost catching up with the base's speed. However, Xiao Kai had a stern face. These brats, I should have set stricter rules on Resource Star 4. At the Federation base, everyone looked at the food on the table and couldn't help but praise contentedly. Qian Lei, while quickly finishing his food, proudly pointed at something. I didn't expect their food to be quite delicious. But when he saw the familiar figure, the young man exclaimed in surprise. This immediately attracted Xuanyu's attention. Hello, Teacher Xiao. As soon as he saw his students, Xiao Kai sternly warned them. You are 2 teams, but you acted together. You are not 7 people but 10 people. Do you know that your actions are tantamount to cheating? You need to find 6 types of rare metals to pass the assessment, otherwise your performance will be unsatisfactory, and all rare metals will be confiscated. Qian Lei was scared out of his wits by his appearance. Unfair, teacher, this is too unfair. Xiao Kai could only sigh helplessly. You brats, I don't believe I can't deal with you. Xuanyu quickly interrupted. Teacher, wait. His reply was the other party's displeased expression. And what else? He pointed to the accumulated finished products behind him with a hint of a meaningful smile. Teacher, please find me a warehouse. We need to store these rare metals we've collected first. Looking at the students' achievements, Xiao Kai couldn't help but be surprised. What a haul! When I was in school, why didn't I have this ability? 8 hours passed. Everyone rested. After confirming their target, the group left the base again. Tuo Heng still praised incessantly. Talented in both literary and martial arts, this commander is very capable. If he considers joining the army in the future, he can come to us. Xiao Kai, standing nearby, coldly retorted, Don't even think about it. Many people are watching this kid. I'm sure he'll stay at the school. Tuo Heng paused. Stay at the school? Even inner court students might not be able to stay, right? But this had no effect on him whatsoever. This kid's cultivation is not high yet, but he already has such a performance. As his homeroom teacher, I'm looking forward to that day. Does showing off in front of me mean anything? Class monitor, when did you complete your meteor armor? Was it the 2nd semester of 3rd year or 4th year? These words suddenly angered Tuo Heng. Shut up or I'll kill you. The team quickly advanced, and in the distance they could already see the continuous arc-shaped mountain range. Cheers erupted. We'll rest at the foot of the mountain for half an hour. Wei Wei, take out the sea god lake water from your storage ring. Everyone recharges their stamina. Yushin was even dumbfounded by the treasure that was taken out carrying sea god lake water with them. How extravagant are you all? Enwi heard this and winked mischievously. Can this even be called extravagant? There's more extravagant to come. Xuanyu immediately waved his hand and ordered, Wei Wei, give me the Azure Spirit Shield. This made Yushin gape. You even carry soul tools? A faint smile unconsciously appeared on Xuanyu's lips. For everyone's safety, the academy didn't say we couldn't use soul tools, and not saying we couldn't means we can, right? Yuge, another classmate, even enthusiastically stepped forward and asked, Brother Xuanyu, do you need anything else prepared for you? No one saw Tin Liang in a corner, also moved to speechlessness. Azure Spirit Shield, that's for mechas. And it's a one-time use item, even I can't bear to buy it. After resting for half an hour, taking advantage of the absence of a tornado, the group quickly climbed to the top of the first mountain, everyone advancing with caution. Just then, Yuge suddenly shouted in panic, Be careful, the earth elements around are fluctuating violently. No sooner had she finished speaking than she saw strange spikes emerging from the ground. Watching the stones continuously fall, Yuge was startled and quickly pulled her teammates to dodge. Qianchu, be careful, Yuge shouted even more frantically. There are 3 violent earth element fluctuations in the mountains, seemingly targeting us. Xuanyu, while wrapping everyone with blue-silver grass, anxiously reminded the team. Everyone dodge carefully. Maintain formation, hold on to the blue-silver grass, don't get separated. Everyone under Xuanyu's command calmly dealt with the attacks of these earth and stone spikes while slowly approaching the summit. Crazy guy, you go to the summit to scout first. Xuanyu tried to stay calm, commanding everyone to see what these earth spikes were. The other party quickly accepted, understood. Lu Feng immediately moved flexibly through the treacherous terrain. He himself was agile in dodging attacks. He then jumped to a high place with all his might, but the next second fear showed in his eyes. A group of huge rock giants in front of him made Lu Feng's heart jump. These are rock giants. He cautiously reported the situation. Captain, a group of rock giants was found at the summit. The earth spikes must be their trick. I'll go attract them first, covering your ascent. Thanks to his agility, those rock giants collided with each other, and Lu Feng couldn't help but secretly rejoice. They seemed to have very low intelligence, only acting on instinct, a clumsy bunch below. Xuanyu also anxiously turned to ask Yuge, Senior sister, what's going on? Her gaze was fixed on everything happening in front of her. This seems to be the earth spirit you called before. Wasn't Yuge calling it very smoothly? Why do you keep calling me by my name? Tianyu's expression instantly became somewhat confused. What was this earth spirit? The other party explained diligently. That is the spirit of the earth element. When the energy concentration reaches its limit, it can develop sentience. Generally, these elemental spirits only have the most basic consciousness. We are outsiders invading their territory. So naturally, we will be attacked. I'll try to communicate with them. When Xuanyu saw Yuge unharmed in front of the rock giants, he was even more surprised. Strange, the rock giants didn't seem to be chasing Tang Yuge away. Is it because of her martial soul? He couldn't help but cheer excitedly. The rock giants stopped. Senior sister is amazing. She can even communicate with them. After speaking, Yuge's expression turned serious. Xuanyu, the situation isn't good. This dual-core planet is hostile to us. The Earth spirits are fine. They are inherently clumsy and not in a hurry to attack. But the metal elements are originally very sharp. Will they attack us? These words made Xuanyu freeze. A dual-core planet, she slowly continued to explain. Yes, the core of this planet is composed of earth and metal elements. Perhaps the Federation's mining of this planet has caused the elemental spirits to become hostile towards us. In a sense, we are invaders. The other students, however, impatiently interrupted. Why think so much? The mining of this planet is clearly related to the Academy. And even Enwi couldn't help but mock. Since the Academy agreed to the Federation mining this planet, it certainly won't be to the point of destruction. Some people really have issues. Yuge, instead of getting angry, merely cast a cold glance at the other party. Don't rush, I'll deal with you later. Facing that look, Enwi was a bit awkward. Xuanyu immediately stepped in to mediate. Everyone calm down, let's ask the teacher when we get back. Let's continue mining. Yuge next, please use earth elements to protect us. In stark contrast to the unease, Yuge resolutely stated to Xuanyu's astonishment, on the contrary, I have a way for us to gain more benefits. If you give me some time, perhaps I can break through to level 60. Then I will acquire a special soul skill that will be very helpful for our mining. This piqued Xuanyu's interest. Can you tell me? Switch to the encrypted channel. After listening to her, Xuanyu's eyes were filled with shock. You mean how long will it take you to break through? Faced with this question, Yuge confidently affirmed, it shouldn't take more than 10 hours. Xuanyu immediately agreed without hesitation. Good, in that case, let's start now. Yuge immediately sat cross-legged and began cultivating to upgrade. Enwi was stunned by her appearance. She's going to break through level 60. I've only just broken through level 56. I'm cultivating so slowly. Qianlei was hurt by these words. Don't mention me, I'm only level 30. Seeing everyone was anxious, Xuanyu remained calm, reminding everyone, calm down and carefully observe Yuge's breakthrough. For us, this is a very valuable observation opportunity. 5 hours passed and Yuge finally slowly woke up. She stretched, and the surrounding atmosphere changed with her. Her teammates were even more delighted. She broke through a 6-ring Soul Emperor, and senior sister is only 15 years old. Only Xuanyu still enthusiastically inquired, Senior sister Yuge, how do you feel? Do you need to rest and consolidate your realm? Unlike everyone's concern, she still calmly stated, let's go, I can consolidate my realm later. Everyone immediately reminded each other excitedly, put away the ice shield, let's continue. At the same time, Yuge also noticed an anomaly. Watching the sky and earth gradually tremble, everyone suddenly panicked. What happened? Are the earth spirits attacking again? It's a metal attribute storm. Even Yuge couldn't remain calm and shouted, quick, reinforce the ice shield's defense. This time the intensity was completely different from the previous tornado. However, she was met only by everyone else's panic. It's too late. The ice shield is already starting to break. In this critical moment, Xuanyu quickly turned to Enwi and ordered, the ice shield is about to shatter. Enwi, use the Azure Spirit Shield. He immediately waved his hand and complied. Okay, in just an instant the sky outside was stained blood red. This terrifying sight filled everyone with dread. Oh my god, mixed with metal fragments, this is simply hell. Everyone stared blankly at what was happening before their eyes. What do we do this time? Xuanyu anxiously asked. Yuge, how long will this storm last? The other party also replied with a confused look, I'm not sure, and it's mixed with metal spirit attacks. Her face clearly showing tension. After some internal debate, he firmly ordered, let's start. We'll mine right here. Yuge quickly cast her 6th soul skill, 5 elements escape technique. Alright everyone, hold on. 6th soul skill, 5 elements escape technique. However, the surrounding scene still made everyone discuss animatedly. The Azure Spirit Shield can't hold up either. Let's switch to another one. Everyone listen to me. Yuge will dig a pit in the ground for everyone to hide in. Xuanyu tried his best to stay calm, solemnly ordering, later, the girls go down first, then those with weaker defense go down. Once down, grab onto my blue-silver grass to prevent those above from being blown away. However, Mengchen suddenly interrupted, what about girls? Don't underestimate us girls. This made Xuanyu even more resolute. This is an order, execute it. That expression immediately startled her. Understood. Relying on his aura, Xuanyu continuously commanded, everyone take off your uniforms and put them in the pit. The uniforms and helmets must not be damaged. The second shield can't hold up either. Use the last one. Everyone quickly placed their uniforms and helmets into the pit Tang Yuge had just dug. Lan Mengchen and Dong Qianchu then entered the pit. Under the protection of the last Azure Spirit Shield, Lin Donghui and Lu Feng also burrowed into the pit. Xuanyu kept reminding his teammates, there's still one person spot. Yushin, you go down. However, he was decisively interrupted. I'm thick-skinned, let Enwi go down first. Even Bing Tinliang spoke up to persuade. Xuanyu, you go down first, then use your blue-silver grass to pull us down. But this was immediately refuted by Xuanyu. Obey orders, don't resist. In just an instant, the Azure Spirit Shield shattered. Yushin attacked the fierce wind with all his might, but only gained a brief moment before being kicked into the pit by Xuanyu. Focusing all his soul power to protect himself, he stood above still trying to console himself. I must not be blown away. Everyone was swept away by the storm. That intensity quickly blurred Enhui's vision, but when he felt a familiar embrace he stared wide-eyed in surprise. Brother Xuanyu, looking at the wounds that scratched his skin, Enhui felt even more afraid. This storm is too terrifying. Even Brother Xuanyu's dragon scales can't defend against it. In the chaotic space, screams echoed through the sky. Xuanyu desperately used his blue silver grass to rescue his teammates. Come Enhui, go down. Then he anxiously looked at Qianlei and shouted, Fatty, you go down. The kid, though injured, still stubbornly argued, Boss, no, I take up too much space. Xuanyu then turned to Bing Tinliang and ordered Brother Bing, go down. But the other party still firmly refused. You go down first, I can hold on a bit longer. Despite his friend's desperate persuasion, Xuanyu remained unmoved, shouting, Stop talking nonsense, I still have a trump card, you all go down first. As soon as he finished speaking, a second later the blue-silver grass immediately broke. Qianchu couldn't help but say in a panic, a blue-silver grass has broken. It can't hold on much longer. Just then, Enhui suddenly shouted urgently, Senior sister, quick! Yuge was brought back to her senses by this call, and she quickly seized the opportunity to rush forward to assist. Lan Xuanyu forcibly pushed Bing Tinliang into the pit, and the storm became even more violent. At the moment the blue-silver grass completely broke, Xuanyu also couldn't hide his pain and could only use Dragon God transformation. The pain forced Xuanyu to use the Deep Abyss halberd. Everything had to rely on it for meager support. In his fury, Xuanyu still continuously cared about his teammates. Fatty, go down. However, Qianlei still asked unwillingly, Boss, what about you? In everyone's bewilderment, Xuanyu frankly announced that Dragon God transformation would end immediately, and he wouldn't have time to go down. Qianlei was moved by this scene and shouted, Boss, that obedience made his face relax a lot. Great, everyone is down. It seems the transformation time is almost up. Is it really too late? Xuanyu suddenly used all his strength to unleash a fatal blow. Life and death together, a hand suddenly tightly grabbed Xuanyu. He looked at everything his teammates were doing, feeling very confused. What are you doing? Faced with the fierce attack, everyone worked together. And we also let out a loud shout. Everyone attacked together. They tore a huge hole in the storm, watching everyone fight side by side. Xuanyu was even more shocked in his heart. Why are they saving me? Two hands tightly clasped together suddenly blocked in front of him. Mengchen and Qianchu stood there majestically, continuously unleashing skills. A tornado also gradually formed, growing stronger and stronger, the fierce vortex protecting everyone inside, buying Tang Yuge precious final moments. Finally, there was enough space in the pit, and everyone urged anxiously, quickly go down, the storm is about to dissipate. Everyone entered the cave one after another to take shelter. Having just escaped danger, Xuanyu and everyone were panting heavily. Qianlei even happily revealed a chilling smile. Enhui also showed a relaxed and joyful expression nearby. Great, despite having just experienced a life-or-death situation. Mengchen was still very optimistic. Isn't it interesting? Everyone was amused by this sight. In a corner of the cave, Yuge was also panting desperately. Watching everyone's camaraderie, her eyes flickered with emotion. Unlike here, it's too different from my old team. Life and death together is what teammates are in that moment. They seem to have become a family. Xuanyu skillfully turned to Enhui and instructed, Enhui, give everyone some spirit fruits to replenish their energy. Even Yuge enthusiastically suggested, let's rest here for a while. I can use Earth Escape to search around. Once I find the minerals, I'll dig tunnels for everyone. Everyone rested while waiting for Tang Yuge. On the way, Qiancho's voice suddenly sounded, I'll open a private chat channel. Does it hurt? Xuanyu immediately shook his head. No, I recover quickly, don't worry. But thinking of the scene just now, he still couldn't help but be curious. Who suggested saving me just now? I also heard life and death together. Thank you all very much. She couldn't help but tease. Then how do you want to thank us? This made Xuanyu a bit hesitant. I don't know, a little bit of spoils of war doesn't seem to be enough. Qianchu suddenly got angry. Who cares about your spoils of war? This attitude made Xuanyu pause. It was you. In just an instant, Qianchu's face showed a shy expression. At that time I just wanted to save people. Xuanyu suddenly decisively announced, then no thanks. A relaxed smile appeared on Xuanyu's face. He slowly reached out his hand towards the other party. You saved my life. Then my life is yours. That is to say, from now on I am yours, so why thank you? I'll rely on you from now on. It's too late to regret. Although Qianchu resisted a little, it was negligible, and she still held his hand tightly. Seeing her shyly avoiding his gaze, Xuanyu became even more enthusiastic and proactive. Don't hide, classmates can hold hands even when facing life and death together. Why are your thoughts so complicated? As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through his hand as if the two were about to fall silent. Qianchu finally spoke. Were you scared just now? Mentioning this again, he became even more agitated, exclaiming, Scared? I didn't want to die either. I just didn't expect everyone to save me. Really, I was so moved at that time. Now we're very much like a team. I feel so lucky to have met you all. Hearing Xuanyu say this, Qianchu also smiled in agreement. She affirmed with great satisfaction, everyone feels the same way. Tang Yuge returned, bringing news of nearby rare metal veins. There were 2 types of rare metals in total, mithril and Zheng gold, both of extremely high quality. Everyone immediately began mining. Enhui looked at the collected items, then quickly ran to Xuanyu and asked, Brother Xuanyu, the storage soul tool has no more space, it's full. What should we do? Should we go back? It's a shame to go back with so many minerals left. Yuge took out a ring from somewhere and explained, there's still space in the mech space. Tang Yuge took her mech out of her storage soul tool so they could carry more minerals. Everyone worked together, each performing their duties. With the previous experience within the allotted time, the group returned to base after experiencing dangers. As soon as they saw Xuanyu's group return, everyone excitedly discussed, "Look, a class monitor is back. I wonder how their team's harvest is." Even Zhou Han was drawn by the commotion, a hint of jealousy even showing in his eyes. "This time I must get first place, to prove that I'm not inferior to you." Xiao Kai stood in the center and quickly interrupted. "All right, everyone is here. Apart from Lan Xuanyu and Bing Tinling's teams, the other teams will now have their results counted." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Han immediately stepped forward and presented his results. When others saw it, they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Ding Zhou Han's team. This quantity is too much, over 500 kilograms. Oh my god, this is at least double that of the other teams." Hearing these envious words, Zhou Han couldn't help but look at Xuanyu smugly. "How about that? Now you know how good I am, right?" Xiao Kai suddenly announced solemnly. "Quantity measured. Congratulations, students, on successfully completing the exam. We will return to the academy after 2 hours of rest." This unexpected result startled Zhou Han. He quickly interrupted. "Wait, Teacher Xiao, why isn't Lan Xuanyu's team reporting their scores?" Faced with this question, Xiao Kai still remained silent. "The assessment missions they received are different from yours, so it's unfair to evaluate them together. Therefore, their scores will be counted separately." However, this only made Zhou Han more impatient. "Teacher, why not announce them? This is unfair to us." Other team members also echoed. "That's right, I think so too." Just then, Tuo Hang warned directly with cold eyes, "Shrek Academy has always been fair. The reason for the differential treatment is that their assessment is different from yours. Everyone should know that." Zhou Han not only didn't give up but became even more furious. "What they can do, we can also do. I'm just afraid the academy won't give us the same opportunity." Faced with the student's stubbornness, Xiao Kai had no choice but to gesture. "All right, in that case, they also experienced the dangers you did. So let me show you." The situation they encountered when they found the other two medals. Screen gradually replayed Xuanyu's team's previous battle scenes. Zhou Han's gaze also fixed on it with a hint of disdain in his heart. "I want to see what's so different." The camera quickly zoomed in, capturing everything that was happening. From Xuanyu using blue silvergrass to rescue his teammates to them being violently attacked, this was like a fatal blow hitting the audience's faces, making them exclaim, "Metal attribute storm." Watching the combat power under that immense pressure, Zhou Han couldn't help but praise. "Isn't that a mech shield? Is that something humans can resist?" On the screen, the moment Xuanyu used the Deep Abyss halberd to resist was also not missed. Zhou Han froze, looking at that tenacity. "My god, to be able to do something to this extent, could I have done it myself?" The scene gradually shifted to the teammates in the pit. "What should we do? Xuanyu isn't down yet." The students couldn't help but become nervous watching. "Look, a camera is pointing into the pit." Xianxia, at the most difficult moment, uncontrollably shed tears. "No, we can't do this. We can't abandon him. Please everyone, let's go save him together. We are a team, we must." Facing his difficult danger, she encouraged everyone with full determination to live and die together. At that moment, both Zhou Han and Xuanyu were shocked. Tears fell like crystals, each drop igniting a light in his heart. Xianxia was quietly growing. In front of everyone, a terrible explosion occurred. Zhou Han and everyone else froze for a moment. He even couldn't hold back his tears, then walked toward Xuanyu. In front of all his friends, Zhou Han showed his admiration. Xuanyu had always been unconvinced by him before, but now he had taught himself how to be a captain, and he fully deserved the title of first in the first year. "I'm convinced you'll be the class monitor from now on." Hearing this, Xuanyu silently extended his hand and the two warmly shook hands. He kept patting the other person's shoulder, comforting him. "Let's work together, our class will be the best in our year." Everyone was deeply moved by this scene. Zhou Han even excitedly proposed, "I propose that from now on Lan Xuanyu be our class's monitor." "He will always be our class's monitor," another person quickly echoed, agreeing. A chorus of support also resounded in the room. "Great, always the monitor, we're the best. First year is the best, go first year." Looking at that collective unity, Yuge felt a warmth ignite in her heart. "It's not like that, it's really not like that." Soon everyone returned to the spaceship. Tuo Hang then spoke, puzzled. "Teacher Xiao, you could have clearly counted Lan Xuanyu's harvest then. So why did you choose to play the recording instead?" Xiao Kai smiled slightly, then calmly explained, "Because I didn't want the other students to be too disheartened." This only increased Tuo Hang's doubts. "Then why did you still emphasize that Lan Xuanyu didn't need to report his score? Was that intentional?" Facing the other's question, Xiao Kai's reply was cryptic. "Guess what happened after returning to Shrek Academy?" The team members returned to the dorms to distribute their gains. Bing Tinliang and his two teammates each received 5, while everyone else received 8.5. The fresh air dispelled the oppression of the battlefield. Xuanyu enthusiastically made a suggestion. "Oh, I propose that everyone use mithril for their battle armor." No sooner had he spoken than Tinliang and the others were so astonished their mouths hung open. "What? A single set would cost," Xuanyu guessed, "at least 1 purple badge to redeem in the first year. 10 people would need at least 10 purple badges." Under everyone's shocked gaze, he revealed a confident smile. "We have 2 tons of mithril ore. I can refine 300 kilograms of mithril." Tinliang froze as if struck by lightning. "What?" The others excitedly fawned over Xuanyu. "You're our boss from now on," but Tinliang unceremoniously pushed them away. "If anyone's going to claim him as boss, it'll be me first. All of you move aside." Looking at this group of naughty kids, Mengchen and Xianxia were also helpless. Why are you three like this? The others instead cheered even more excitedly. All right then, boss, the three of us are leaving first. Xuanyu, what's your sky forging success rate? A hint of cunning flickered in his eyes. About 80. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm upon hearing this. What's wrong? Mengchen also became excited. We have over 4 tons of rare metals. Facing this shock, Qianlei sat motionless on the ground, startled. We're rich. Xuanyu gave a cunning smile, his tone unusually certain. From now on I'll take care of all of you, everyone shouted in unison. Okay, Lan Xuanyu's first semester at Shrek Academy officially ended. The academy was on holiday. At the Shrek City Space Travel Center, as soon as he saw his relatives, Xuanyu heard them shout, Mom, Dad, I'm here. Nancheng rushed over, overjoyed. Son, Qianxia politely spoke, hello uncle and auntie. Nancheng chatted away, praising the other, while affectionately stroking her son. Qianxia is getting prettier and prettier, you rascal. She quickly probed. Qianxia, has Xuanyu been bullying you? The little girl also enthusiastically confided. He often bullies me. Nan Chang immediately declared full of vigor that she would beat him for her. This made Xuanyu retort helplessly. Mom, why are you siding with an outsider? She still maintained that innocence, constantly persuading her son, Mom is helping you. Understand, where else could he find a girl as good as Qianxia? Qianxia was greatly embarrassed, Auntie, just then. The voice from behind startled Xuanyu. He turned to look and saw Jiu Yuana and Pei Yu walking over nearby, instantly drawing everyone's gaze, unable to look away. Wow, those are 2 stars, so elegant. Only he stared blankly at this familiar figure. Teacher Nana, beneath the baseball cap, Jiu Yuina's gaze was somewhat indifferent. Xuanyu immediately cried out excitedly, Teacher Nana! He and Qianxia couldn't help but run over happily. Teacher Nana, I missed you so much. Only then did Xuanyu cautiously look at the person next to her. Teacher Nana, who is this young lady? Jiu Yuina glanced briefly behind her, then explained. This is my friend. She brought me here. Seeing everyone looking at her, Pei Yu also responded politely. Hello everyone, I'm Pei Yu, Nana's friend. It's nice to meet you all. Our home planet's car is here. The car has arrived, how about we all take it together? And Pei Yu was certainly not Nana's friend. She was assigned by the Federation to follow Nana essentially on a surveillance mission. Not long after, everyone excitedly looked around. We've arrived. Both Jiu Yuena and Pei Yu harbored their own thoughts. From the moment they arrived here, they felt a sense of familiarity yet couldn't recall anything. Back then, I almost got into Shrek Academy. Everyone settled into the Shrek guest house, and Xuanyu enthusiastically introduced, This is my dorm. Looking at the space inside, Jiu Yuena couldn't help but exclaim, It's so big, do you live here all by yourself? She gently turned around and whispered to Xuanyu, Xuanyu, take me to your meditation room. You've broken through to 3 rings. I'll help you check your current state. He immediately nodded happily. Okay, Qianxia, standing in the corner, also spoke softly. Teacher, what about me? Jiu Yuena also stated without bias, Stay with me tonight, I'll help you check then. This made the little girl beam with joy. Yes, Pei Yu, who had been silent, also spoke softly. Can I watch? I'll just stay quiet and won't disturb anyone. But Jiu Yuena's cold response was, No, wait outside. Only after the room became quiet did she signal to Xuanyu, Start meditating. He closed his eyes and calmly complied. Yes, upon seeing the light emanating from Xuanyu's body, Jiu Yuena was also surprised. The hand she placed on his back immediately absorbed all the surrounding life energy. Both master and disciple were immersed in an illusory space. Just then, Xuanyu's chest suddenly glowed. Jiu Yuena quickly unbuttoned his school uniform and was stunned by what she saw on his tender chest. A multicolored stone was flashing with light, leaving her stunned. No wonder his bloodline power and soul power could completely fuse. Her hand unconsciously touched it, yet she questioned herself with suspicion. Is this thing influencing him? With a swish, a blinding light enveloped her entire vision. She stared with even greater horror until she came to her senses, finding herself in another space. That sight made Jiu Yuena tremble in pain here in the gloomy gray air. A figure flashed by and Xuanyu also curiously asked, Teacher Nana, what's wrong? She clutched her head in immense pain yet with a hint of probing. Where did you get that thing on your chest? He looked into her eyes, recounting with full trust. I got this from the Shrek auction house and it's thanks to it. My bloodline seems to have evolved. I was still asleep at the time. Then out of curiosity he continued to probe. Teacher Nana, is there really a dragon god? The response was still her uneasy expression. I'm not sure about the dragon god, but I feel there is one. Hearing this, Xuanyu became even more curious. Have you encountered a similar situation to mine before? Jiu Yuena immediately affirmed decisively. I don't remember, but I've definitely encountered it. You must have received the dragon race's blessing to get this. She looked at Xuanyu in surprise, her eyes full of wonder. When your 2 bloodlines finally completely fuse into one, your bloodline should be the true dragon god bloodline. However, he still seemed ignorant, understanding nothing. Dragon god bloodline. Xuanyu still couldn't hide his curiosity. Teacher Nana, why was it so difficult for me to break through to rank 13? I even needed the power of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Jiu Yuena was stunned by this. Heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. He quickly handed the ring in his hand to her. This is it. Soon after, it transformed into splitting abyss. As soon as she touched it, an indelible emotion immediately surged in Jiu Yuena's heart. This name was very familiar. Her contemplative expression quickly caught Xuanyu's attention. Teacher Nana, what's wrong? After a long while, past memories surged into her mind, causing Jiu Yuena to start slightly. I remember now, heavenly sacred splitting abyss ignores defense, true damage, breaks through everything. But this only made Xuanyu more curious. What does that mean? It's not an ordinary super divine tool, it's very powerful, she explained with a somewhat doting smile. But right now it's more detrimental than beneficial to you. Many people will want to snatch it from you once you leave the academy, so try not to use it until you're strong enough. Xuanyu didn't dare to disobey, so he simply complied. Yes, I'll use it when I can truly wield it. This docility made Xianxia even more satisfied. Good, I'll help you hone your abilities these next few days. Tell me about your situation. After an hour of conversation, Xuanyu could only give a wry smile. This is everything we've experienced. The more carefully she listened, the more satisfied Xianxia became. You've done very well, but you actually haven't truly mastered your abilities from beginning to end. I'll teach you how to combine them. You need to strengthen your foundation and your true power. That focus also excited him. I understand, thank you, teacher Nana. The master and disciple held hands. She even kindly humored Xuanyu. All right, let's go out. Perhaps your parents are waiting. A day quickly passed. That evening, Lan Xuanyu happily fell asleep with his parents. Over the next 5 days, Nana came to teach Lan Xuanyu every day, and both were particularly happy to be together. The following days were all sunny, and the master and disciple continued their close discussions. Thinking of everything that had happened, Xuanyu's admiration was overflowing. Teacher Nana, if only you could keep teaching me. If only you could come to Shrek Academy as a teacher. He continuously looked at Xianxia with admiration. I've learned so much these past few days, I really don't want to leave you. His innocent demeanor also made Xianxia reveal a sense of reluctance to part. I also want to stay with you. I wonder if Shrek is still hiring teachers? A voice suddenly interrupted. No, Pei Yu appeared out of nowhere, reminding her that she belonged to the Federation system, and Shrek was an independent academy. Other academies are fine for you, but not Shrek. But she was met with the other's affirmative gaze. Did I sell myself to you? A murderous aura permeated the air, leaving Pei Yu speechless. I didn't mean it that way, but your situation is special and unique. She also knew the situation was urgent, so Xuanyu suddenly pulled Xianxu's sleeve. Teacher Nana, don't bully her. She quickly regained her kind demeanor and gently looked at him. I feel very happy when I'm with you. Precisely because of this, Xuanyu even more enthusiastically suggested. Then how about we go to the auction together tonight? Xianxia glanced gently at Pei Yu as if warning her, but her tone remained incredibly gentle. Okay, I'll go with you. That threat made Pei Yu tremble. I'll go make a call outside. After a while, she walked back in looking embarrassed. Nana, could you come out for a moment? Let's talk privately. Only when they were alone did Pei Yu grimly remind her. You know, we value your choices, but you were resurrected by the Federation. We cannot hand you over to Shrek. Let's discuss a way to resolve this. Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is also a very powerful academy. Once you teach there, it's only a 2-hour flight to Shrek. You can visit the 2 children whenever you like, and they can even attend classes here. We guarantee they'll be sent to the War God Hall for training as soon as they graduate. How does that sound? Although this was exactly what she wanted, Xianxia still stated decisively. I think not. I won't interfere with the children's choices, and I am not a member of yours. You make the arrangements. I'll go to that school, but I won't teach. The other's coldness made Pei Yu sigh helplessly. When did I ever have to do something like this? At the Shrek auction, Nancheng continuously expressed envy. Shrek is just different, so many treasures. Back then, my talent wasn't enough, so I didn't get in. Pei Yu could only give a wry smile upon hearing this. Aren't you happy with such an excellent child? He's the first in the outer court. You flatter me. Those few compliments unconsciously made Nancheng a little shy. You flatter me. At this moment, the host's voice also echoed from the stands. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Shrek auction. Today we have prepared many wonderful items for you, especially our inner court dean personally presenting a divine artifact. Let's all witness its splendor together. Xuanyu finally couldn't help but excitedly turn to Xianxia. Did you know this divine artifact is the Silver Dragon Spear? She listened, somewhat bewildered. Silver Dragon Spear. A strong desire rose in her heart again. It felt very familiar and she really wanted to see it. Pei Yu meanwhile focused more intently on the stands, ranked 6th on the divine artifact list. We must get a good look at it today. Not far away, Enwei upon seeing his classmate couldn't help but think happily. So Lan Xuanyu still came. It seems he brought his family to have fun, but the appearance of the person next to him surprised him. Oh no, it's her. Why is she here? War God Hall's heavenly demon War God on Pei Yu. Backstage, Ling Yi was extremely anxious. You mean the War God Hall can make a move? Elder Tree instead was a little uneasy. It's hard to say. If it were just the War God Hall, that would be one thing, but behind the War God Hall is the Federation. That would disappoint them. Raise the price to 10 billion, you're getting more and more worried, wanting to obtain a divine artifact. It's not that easy. On the auction stage, Yunnan continued to host conscientiously. The next item for auction is a work by a level 6 spirit forging master. A 3-kilogram piece of spirit-forged pure cloud jade. It is an excellent material for crafting 2-word battle armor and above, with a starting bid of 500,000 Federation coins and increments of no less than 20,000 Federation coins each time. Bidding starts now. This price startled Xuanyu, showing a hint of panic. 500,000 Federation coins. The price of spirit forging is actually so high. No sooner had he spoken than the powerful bidding voices of the crowd resounded. 1 million, 1.2 million, 1.5 million. Even Xianxia spoke up in surprise. Is spirit forged metal really that valuable? He sat there, a little hesitant. I don't know either, Lan Xuanyu interrupted. Few people are in the forging industry, and the market for high-grade rare metals is never enough. How could such a large piece of spirit-forged metal appear at an auction and not be fought over? In an instant, Xuanyu looked seriously at his classmates. You'll see, the price will definitely exceed 2 million, and he focused even more on his research. It seems that relying on forging to improve one's financial situation is completely viable. In the end, this piece of cloud iron was sold for 2.26 million Federation coins. Yunan's voice continued to reverberate. Next is today's final item. Please welcome the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, the founder and helmsman of the Life Sciences Department, Elder Tree, to present the divine artifact everyone is eager to see. Elder Tree kindly greeted everyone. On behalf of Shrek, I welcome everyone who has come to bid today, and Peiyu sat in the stands secretly awestruck. He instantly controlled the atmosphere of the entire hall with a rich aura of life, as expected of a god-level powerhouse facing two god-level powerhouses. Xuanyu's eyes were filled with admiration. The divine artifact has appeared. It's the Silver Dragon Spear, Elder Tree. On stage you continued your speech. The Silver Dragon Spear is in a sense truly not for sale, so today we will adjust the price to 10 billion. These words made the entire audience gasp in unison. What? Elder Tree immediately sent everyone into a mysterious space, still holding the Silver Dragon Spear in his hand. The former owner of the Silver Dragon Spear had a close relationship with our Shrek Academy. This divine artifact has always been stored in the Academy and will be returned to the Academy after being displayed today. Please, everyone. Watching its brilliance and power, Xuanyu became even more respectful. Around this silver spear, countless elemental fluctuations intertwined. Is this a divine artifact? But he immediately froze, and the surrounding atmosphere fluctuated. Even Elder Tree panicked. A black-clad figure suddenly appeared in the air, making him look back in surprise. What? He snapped his fingers and a group of people were swiftly swept into a vortex in a state of panic. Didn't others see him? When did that person appear? Did I see things? Elder Tree is actually being suppressed. Could the other party also be a god-level powerhouse caught up in a plea for help? Someone actually dared to attack in Shrek City. Seeing the Academy being invaded, Elder Tree snorted coldly. Then with a wave of his hand, many vines quickly shot out from his body. Seeing it grab him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. The black-clad figure suddenly showed a sarcastic smile. Eternal Tree. In an instant he struck and killed another innocent person. That cruelty made Elder Tree furiously shout, "Bastard!" Seeing the enemy attack, he quickly moved to meet it. The scene before them shocked the heavenly demon war god and Peiyu, and everyone kept shouting in a panic. What exactly happened? The Silver Dragon Spear was stolen. Elder Tree has already chased after him, and Peiyu was also secretly shocked. I was completely immobile just now. Those two must be the top god-level powerhouses of today. But what shocked her was Xuanyu's panicked statement. Teacher Nana is also gone. This shocked Peiyu even more. What? 100 miles outside Shrek City, the black-clad figure sped forward with the Silver Dragon Spear. Fortunately, I have an invisibility cloak to conceal my aura, otherwise I really couldn't escape the Eternal Tree's blockade. I must leave the mother planet as soon as possible. But the appearance of another person made him stop. Xianxia stood there coldly threatening, "Give me the Silver Dragon Spear." The black-clad figure's eyes were filled with shock. The Silver Dragon Spear, how did she catch up? How could this be? Xianxia looked at him coldly. "Give it to me." In an instant the Silver Dragon Spear seemed to gain sentience and immediately flew towards Xianxia, shocking the black-clad figure even more. How could this be? It quickly returned to Xianxia's hand. As the divine artifact returned to its true owner's hand, a huge amount of energy immediately gathered. Facing this power, the black-clad figure's face grew increasingly panicked. Impossible. All the heaven and earth elements are being absorbed by her. Xianxia focused on the Silver Dragon Spear, filled with doubt. This is the rage of Duluo's star. A moment later, she looked at the outsider with a murderous gaze again. Feeling the obvious pressure from the other party, the black-clad figure couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Just then, Xianxia spoke directly with a threatening tone. "Scram!" That appearance shocked the black-clad figure again. Level 11. But in just an instant, only painful screams remained in the entire space in the Academy. Xuanyu frantically searched around. "Teacher Nana!" He kept asking everyone he met. "Where did Teacher Nana go?" And Peiyu shouted even louder in her heart. "This is bad. I shouldn't have taken this mission. I originally thought I could get some guidance by being near a god-level powerhouse." Just at this critical moment a voice suddenly interrupted. "She's here." Xuanyu immediately shouted in surprise. "Teacher Nana," the other party calmly explained. "I was sent over there just now." Even Peiyu breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as this person is still here, it's fine." Fortunately, Nana didn't steal the divine artifact and escape, otherwise things would have been troublesome. Ling Yi walked over from somewhere with a serious expression, blocking her path. "Heavenly Demon War God and Peiyu, although I don't know your purpose in coming to Shrek Academy, it seems you need to come with us." Hearing this title, Xuanyu was stunned. Heavenly Demon War God. and Peiyu stood aside, still trying to maintain her composure and cooperate. I'll cooperate. The voices of the two girls echoed in the hallway. Can I contact headquarters? This matter is very serious. I must contact them. The pavilion master will be here soon too. The sea god pavilion master is such a headache, I shouldn't have come. Senior sister, where are our things? Leave them here for a moment, they need to be registered. Xuanyu was annoyed by the group's chatter, in contrast to Jiu Yuina's calmness, and Peiyu complained painfully. My waist hurts so much. As soon as Xuanyu saw the familiar face, he angrily demanded, Can you take off your mask? Jiu Yuina remained very calm. Why should I take off my mask? He was even more annoyed by her demeanor. Why can't you? She replied unswervingly, Because I don't like it. This war of words made Peiyu sigh helplessly. I was scared to death. How could Nana suddenly openly oppose Thunder God Duluo? Xuanyu's heart was also full of questions at this moment. It's Lan Xuanyu again. Last time there was a god-level star, and this time another god-level who doesn't seem weaker than the last one. And it's a woman. As soon as my divine sense was released, it was immediately destroyed without even time to retract it. Why are strong individuals of this caliber always entangled with Lan Xuanyu? Is he a magnet? The room door suddenly opened, and Peiyu shouted in surprise, Pavilion Master Shu. Pavilion Master Shu quickly walked in, surprising everyone. Among those present, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, It's a woman? Xuanyu, however, suddenly spoke respectfully, Pavilion Master. This address left Peiyu silent, merely observing, Is the sea god Pavilion Master a woman? Impossible, right? Even the Federation doesn't know about this. And calculating in this room, a chill suddenly swept through her body. Jiu-Yuna and Pavilion Master Shu stood there, coldly looking at each other. But upon seeing the other's eyes, Jiu-Yuna paused. Pavilion Master Shu slowly pulled down her hood. In Jiu-Yuna's shocked expression, she spoke coldly. See who I am? Jiu-Yuna cautiously asked. I don't remember my past. Did we know each other? And who am I? Pavilion Master Shu couldn't help but be surprised. It's her, she's not dead. In the other's astonished gaze, Jiu-Yuna pulled down her mask. Pavilion Master Shu was also completely shaken by this. It's you're not dead, however. Pavilion Master Shu coldly interrupted. Silence. Seeing the attitude of these people, Jiu-Yuna also became confused. Does everyone know me? Pavilion Master Shu closed her eyes wearily, then stared at her, unwilling to look away. You really don't remember anything? She pressed on coldly. Where did you wake up? But before Jiu-Yuna could speak, Peiyu suddenly interjected. Pavilion Master, that's a Federation secret. Oh, these words seemed to enrage Pavilion Master Shu, causing her to emanate killing intent. I don't care about any Federation secrets. You leave, go back and tell your War God Hall Master to come here personally and find me all information about this person, otherwise I'll go attack the War God Hall, she commanded angrily. Everyone else get out. Little Tree and Tianwei stand guard outside. No one is allowed in. Elder Tree, though having lived a long time, could only respond reverently. Yes, when only the two remained in the room, she asked anxiously, Han, do you really not remember anything? Jiu-Yuna, though confused, answered truthfully, They found me in an ice lake, and I lost all my previous memories. Hearing this answer, Pavilion Master Shu still seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Are you the only one? They only saved you. Jiu-Yuna's expression, however, was very calm. Just me? Was there anyone else? Who exactly am I? Hearing this, Pavilion Master Shu could only reluctantly give up. I can't say yet. I still need to ask the Eternal Tree. There are many suspicious points about your identity. How long do you plan to stay at Shrek? Jiu-Yuna became unhappy upon hearing this, questioning, Don't you want me to stay? Pavilion Master Shu impatiently retorted, If you don't want to stay, who can keep you? Her tone gradually became gentle and calm. I want to stay and teach Xuanyu. The War God Hall says I can't be at Shrek. I have to teach at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and occasionally go see Xuanyu. This name startled Pavilion Master Shu. Pavilion Master Shu quickly stepped forward to explain, That first-year child, I heard he's very smart. Thinking of everything that had happened, Jiu-Yuna couldn't help but be curious at this moment. Were we friends before? Enemies? However, all she got was Pavilion Master Shu's slow shake of the head. Not entirely. Seeing the other party always being evasive, she gradually lost her patience. Aren't you going to tell me about my past? I can also feel your hostility. But you said we're not enemies. I don't understand. Pavilion Master Shu merely smiled faintly, pulled up her hood and left without hesitation. In a sense, it's not wrong to say we're enemies. Pavilion Master Shu also quickly followed behind her. Looking at the backs of the two, Jiu-Yuna's heart was also filled with worry. Who exactly am I? She knows me. The news of the Silver Dragon Spear being stolen shocked the Federation. People began to doubt the true capabilities of Shrek Academy. Pavilion Master Shu spoke with doubt at this moment. Why didn't you tell her? She's no longer our enemy. And if that person really is, but before she could finish, Pavilion Master Shu coldly interrupted. Enough, it's as if they've all forgotten the past. Then let them have new lives. No entanglement between us is perhaps the best outcome. Looking at the melancholic person in front of her, Shu Zhen boldly probed, Are you thinking about that person? She immediately met with her anger. Disrespectful, is that how you talk to your teacher? Perhaps I've lived too long and my mindset has become warped. I've been the Sea God Pavilion Master for too long, I'm tired. You take over from now on, I don't want to. No matter what identity, being by her side is enough. I know I can't compare to that person, but I'm willing. Fool, truly a fool. That absolute stubbornness made Shu Zhen also helplessly comply. I don't care, anywhere is fine, I'll accompany you. If it weren't for you, the Federation wouldn't attack the Eternal Tree. Pavilion Master Shu, however, complained impatiently. Forget it, as you said, I'm used to it. She didn't forget to remind, go handle all the matters. This surprised Shu Zhen. Killing a chicken to warn the monkeys, how could that be? The holiday ended, and Nana began teaching at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Xuanyu cheered for this. Teacher Nana will stay on Duluo Star and will visit you every month. That's great. Soon a new semester began again. In a certain star system, the Red Skull, one of the Federation's 3 major pirate fleets, was heading to its chosen location. In the command room of the Red Skull pirate fleet, Redbeard, the leader of the Red Skull pirate group, was listening to his subordinate's report. Boss, we are about 7 hours away from the target. He scowled unhappily. Idiot, how many times have I told you, call me Admiral. Boss sounds uncultured. Listen carefully. The Resource Star's escort fleet is rotating shifts this time. We have a brief window. No need to fight desperately, just grab the resources and run. What's going on? Who's flying ahead? Redbeard cursed through gritted teeth. Let's see which bastard is looking for death, the crew quickly reported. Checking, it's a robot, boss, it doesn't seem to be one of ours. Redbeard had completely lost his mind at this point, repeatedly shouting, I told you not to call me boss, call me Admiral, destroy it. The other party also began to threaten. The Red Skull Pirate Group was established 26 years ago. In 26 years it carried out 618 robberies, never leaving captives after a robbery. Their crimes are heinous and unforgivable. It's time for them to bear their sins. Looking at the other party's attack power, he became panicked. A robot in an instant destroyed the entire pirate fleet. The other side continued to list their crimes. Redbeard dared to snatch the Silver Dragon Spear, unforgivable crime. Today, the Red Skull Pirate Group will be terminated here. Having reached this point, Redbeard did not hesitate to immediately order. There's no need to mince words when trying to condemn someone. While he's still inside, attack Battleship Number 7. His subordinate immediately trembled and reminded, But that's our own people. In an instant, a tremor appeared on his face. Who exactly is it? The other party still maintained a cold demeanor and declared, Shrek Academy, acting on behalf of Heaven. This shocking event then appeared on Nana's news. Breaking news, breaking news. The Red Skull Pirate Group, famous throughout the galaxy, was attacked en route to a resource star and completely annihilated. Here's the relevant information. It is rumored that the Silver Dragon Spear has been recovered. We will continue to report on this event. Xuanyu couldn't help but feel admiration after reading it. My god, one person destroyed an entire fleet. Was this done by Shrek Academy? The power of a mecha can destroy an entire fleet. One person can be that strong, to the point where the entire fleet is caught off guard. What's the point of studying precise command? He reported anxiously to Manhua. Teacher, have you seen the news? As soon as he received the other party's reply, he couldn't help but exclaim, Can one person really do it, or was the fleet too weak? Manhua also quickly replied, Come to my place. Time passed just like that. After a while, Xuanyu softly called out, Teacher. At this moment, Manhua sighed as if very tired. The academy indeed doesn't value the precise command department. We only have 2 or 3 people here. Who would dare to join our department? He asked with deep eyes. Are you thinking, what does such a powerful person need the precise command department for? He could only lower his head deeply. Yes, Manhua's gaze still didn't leave the window. He kept asking, I ask you a question. If you were the leader of the Red Skull, what would be the first order you would give? This surprised Xuanyu slightly. Perhaps I would order the entire fleet to quickly disperse and escape. After all, if everything is destroyed, there's no chance to recover. Hearing this, the other party merely sneered. Incorrect. At that moment, the order that should have been given was, the entire fleet, concentrate fire. Seeing his bewildered expression, Tang Zhenhua continued to explain, the energy from the explosion can shake the entire space, preventing the opponent from infiltrating the fleet, temporarily shaking them off and buying time. After pushing the opponent away, in that situation, I would order everyone accelerate, full power for spatial jump. Due to physical reasons, robots cannot attack during spatial jumps, so it's very possible to escape the opponent's attacks. Moreover, do you know the strength of that powerful individual who appeared today? Among all humans in the Federation, his combat power ranks among the strongest 3. If I'm not mistaken, that person might possess an 11th level cultivation. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be astonished. 11th level? True God? Does that mean soul power exceeds rank 100? When a person is powerful to that extent, they can indeed become a god. However, one person versus a fleet is probably still a world of difference. Tang Zhenhua suddenly became lost in thought. Establishing an interstellar fleet only takes a little over 10 years, but this powerful individual has cultivated for over 1,000 years. These words acted as motivation, strengthening Lan Xuanyu's resolve. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely study hard. And I won't give up on the Interstellar Command Department. Because of this, Tang Zhenhua confidently declared, Good, actually, I've always felt that you could reach the god level, and your mecha could also reach the god level. If battleships could also reach the god level, I wonder how terrifying that would be. Looking at his teacher's ambitious expression, Lan Xuanyu's legs immediately turned to jelly. How many god-level medals would that require? Would it be enough to create a legion of god-level mechas? Teacher, think about it more carefully. I didn't expect you to be such an idealist. Go, teacher, I wish you early success. Before the student left, Tang Zhenhua didn't forget to remind him, After you've completed your one-word battle armor, then you can study with me again. This was an important part of the interstellar command curriculum, and despite some unease he obediently agreed. Yes, 3 months later, Lan Xuanyu was soon called by his teacher again. "Teacher Xiao, I'm here." Xiao Kai inquired about the student's situation. "How are you doing? How's your forging lately?" It wasn't hard to see the joy on his face. Sky forging is very stable. In the next 2 months my goal is to achieve first-grade sky forging. Seeing the student's gradual success, Xiao Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you'll be a talent for the resource hall in the future, and maybe I'll even need your help with forging. Oh right, I have something to announce today. On that Soul Beast planet, there's a Soul Beast powerhouse completing their final tribulation. So some Federation powerhouses have been invited to attend, and a few from our academy will also participate, but not by invitation. They need to earn their spots." Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was too surprised to believe his ears. "Soul Beast tribulation, is it a 100,000-year Soul Beast?" Xiao Kai had to explain seriously. "If it were just 100,000-year level it wouldn't cause such a huge sensation. This spot is very rare. Observing a Soul Beast powerhouse undergoing tribulation is very helpful for improving one's comprehension." Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened, full of confusion. "How can I get this spot?" he slowly said. "We'll talk in the classroom." In the classroom, Xiao Kai taught everything he knew. The outer court has a total of 6 spots. Theoretically, each grade gets 1 spot, which needs to be obtained through a competition. However, you can challenge higher grades to snatch their spots, with the number of participants decreasing by 1 for each higher grade challenged. Looking at the diagram on the blackboard, Lan Xuanyu's face broke into an excited smile. "That sounds interesting." Qian Lei jumped up, raising his hand. "Teacher Xiao, can the higher grades use battle armor?" He immediately affirmed, "Of course. The number of participants is already reduced and battle armor is their own capability." Hearing this, a hint of dejection flashed across Lan Xuanyu's face. "This isn't fun," Xiao Kai continued to explain, "losing to a higher level. Striving for spots also encourages cross-grade challenges. You all form your own teams, 3 people per team." Zhou Han glanced at Yuan and Weiwei, full of confidence. "The class monitor and Weiwei's team will definitely be invincible. Who can compare?" He folded his arms, his tone slightly aloof. "It's all right." Lan Xuanyu propped his chin, lost in thought. "The first-year spots are not difficult at all, but what about the higher grades? This needs research. To challenge higher grades, one must first be familiar with the opponents. Investigation is the most important step." After school, the sky was blue and the sun was bright, and Lan Xuanyu unexpectedly received a call, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. "Yuge, why are you calling me?" She remained silent, not responding. After a moment, Tang Yuge finally spoke. "I'm calling you to discuss the observation spots. Last time you challenged the 3rd year, I hoped you would choose a 3-on-1 format. If the 3rd year only sends 1 opponent, I'll have a chance to compete. Otherwise, I won't have any chance to participate." She continued, her voice a little low. "I've become a lone wolf in the 3rd year." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but wonder. "Still like that?" Tang Yuge mused and admitted, "Sima Xian's organizational skills are stronger than I imagined." Lan Xuanyu immediately agreed, "I understand. If it reaches that point, I will choose 3-on-1, she quickly replied. "Good, it's settled then." He smiled, his eyes twinkling with hope, hoping for another battle with senior sister. Tang Yuge sincerely responded, "I'm also looking forward to it." The call ended, and Lan Xuanyu sighed, walking and pondering. There's an even more headache-inducing problem ahead. All my classmates trust me. If we secure enough spots in the end, how do I choose who goes? Should I give them all to my small team? What would the classmates think? He held his head, agitated and unable to figure it out. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lan Xuanyu. "I'll ask the teacher." Tang Zhenhua confidently offered advice. "Isn't this simple? Go ask the academy. If you win all 5 matches, then all your classmates go together. If you lose even 1 match, then no one goes. Don't value the class monitor position too much. The most important thing is to give the entire class a sense of unity." Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up. His opinion of the teacher changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What do you mean? Didn't you think I was amazing before?" he then asked with some worry. "But will the academy agree?" Tang Zhenhua stood up and said seriously, "What Shrek Academy most hopes to see is for you to turn the impossible into possible. That's what cultivating monsters is about. And it's the greatest joy for teachers. Don't worry, make your demands. The academy will definitely agree because they don't think you can succeed." Lan Xuanyu walked out of the room and said politely, "Thank you, teacher, I understand. I believe everyone has also thought, if we really secure the spots, who should go? Should I go alone?" Then Lan Xuanyu announced to the entire class, "This is what I don't want to see." After asking the teacher, I suddenly realized this is a great opportunity. I have a plan. I want to ask the academy that if we, the first years, can defeat all the higher grades in the competition, and please let our entire class go to Spirit Star to observe the ceremony. If we lose 1 match, we will lose this opportunity, and no one gets a spot. Either we all go together or no one goes. If anyone disagrees, we can discuss it further. I don't want to hog this spot for myself." The entire class was dumbfounded, and a satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Kai's face. After only a few seconds, the classroom erupted in cheers. "Good, either we all go together or no one goes. Isn't it just challenging higher grades? Let's fight." Zhou Han gave a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Amazing." Qian Lei, Lan Mengchen, Dong Qianchu, Bing Tinliang also happily agreed. The entire class spoke in unison with imposing momentum. Either we all go together or no one goes. First year is the best. Lan Xuanyu politely turned to teacher Xiao Kai. Teacher, this is our list. Could you please hand it over to the dean? He frowned, saying that not giving up is the motivation to move forward. Young people are so impulsive at critical moments, but the next second he clenched his fists and encouraged, "Go, first years." These words acted as motivation, and the entire class chanted in unison, "Go, first years." Outside it was getting late, and Lan Xuanyu's voice was clear. "Next, let's start our combat meeting. I'll consider the tactical arrangements and follow-up preparations." Everyone responded in unison. "Okay." A voice filled with stubbornness came from the outer court dean's office. "These little rascals really dare to think." Xiao Kai, with his hands behind his back, admitted this was a good thing. "I'm growing to like Lan Xuanyu more and more." A hint of pride flashed across his face. "I feel very fortunate to be able to teach this class." She didn't cross her arms, her gaze calm. "Don't get happy too soon, it's just the beginning. The second-year graduation of the outer court is a watershed, and the fourth-year graduation is another watershed," Xiao Kai firmly stated. "Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to teach them well," she gently advised. "Actually, what you should be thinking about now is how to comfort them after they fail." He suddenly turned his head, his face filled with displeasure. "Why must you assume they will fail? I believe in my students. They have the ability to turn the impossible into possible." Luo Hong's face held a meaningful smile. "Very well, then I'll wait to see them create miracles." Outside the sun was bright, and Xiao Kai cupped his hands. "Thank you for your support, Dean. I'll take my leave now." She nodded in agreement. "Good." When she was alone, Luo Hong sighed softly, picking up her phone to look through the sixth-grade records. Sixth-grade history records. Just then a figure quietly stood behind her, mockingly smiling. "I didn't expect." Another first year has appeared, and the outer court is once again in an uproar. Usually students cultivate on their own, but recently, they've all been paying attention to this cross-grade challenge, and at this very moment no one knew Lan Xuanyu was sweating profusely in the Forging Association. He tightly gripped the hammer handle, raised his arm high, and then slammed it down fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Yuan Enweiwei watched from afar, acknowledging this kid is good, a talent to be nurtured. Senior brother Ming clenched his fist, silently encouraging Lan Xuanyu. "Go!" Sparks flew, light dazzling, and Yuan Enweiwei watched in surprise. "This speed, this hammering posture, the entire space seems to be vibrating," he continued. "This power, especially when he infuses spiritual power into the forging, good." Lan Xuanyu's eyes were highly concentrated, sparkling with firm resolve. Senior brother Ming frowned, his eyes fixed on him, counting as he watched. 38, 39, 40. Lan Xuanyu's arms continuously rose high, striking the scorching hot iron block repeatedly. Yuan Enweiwei's eyes gleamed. 41. Both were surprised and held their breath, integrating bloodline power into the forging, infusing spiritual power into each hammer strike, or rather in the spiritual forging, first-grade spiritual forging. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Thank you for the compliment, Chairman." Yuan Enweiwei stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and praised. "You truly live up to your reputation as a level 4 blacksmith." "Then I agree, the association will process your application as soon as possible." Lan Xuanyu happily shouted. "That's great, thank you, Chairman." He tilted his head slightly, his scrutinizing gaze carrying a hint of doubt. "But why are you borrowing so much money?" he quickly replied. "Senior brother, I'm in the Interstellar Command Department. In the future, I'll not only need my own mecha, but I also hope to have my own soul-guided fighter jets and even battleships," Yuan Enweiwei said. "Good, ambitious. With your craftsmanship, I believe you can do it." Looking at the sparkling items, he asked, "Also these 2 pieces of first-grade Skyforged mithril. Can I buy them?" Lan Xuanyu said cheerfully. "Chairman, please take them. No charge." Outside, the sun was already high in the sky, and Yuan Enweiwei's voice was clear. "Academy rules dictate that payment must be made. I'm leaving now. I'll call you when I have the money." Lan Xuanyu only replied, "Goodbye, Chairman." Senior brother Ming sighed. "One truly cannot compare. I've been learning forging for 10 years, but you've been learning for less than a year and are already almost catching up to me." He raised his hand and asked softly, "Senior brother, when can I get the money I borrowed? Our competition starts tomorrow." He tightly grasped Lan Xuanyu's hands and shouted loudly, "Speaking of which, I need to remind you, you've gambled too much. Such a large sum of badges. If you lose, He smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, senior brother, I truly have confidence to do this. I suggest you place your bets before I do, otherwise after I place mine the odds will decrease." Senior brother Ming's eyes twinkled as he heard this. "Good, then I'll take advantage of your good fortune and earn some extra money." Lan Xuanyu cheerfully replied. "Senior brother, just wait to make money." He turned and left, raising his arm to wave goodbye. "Goodbye, senior brother." Senior brother Ming also raised his hand and urged, "Be careful on the way, you must win." Lan Xuanyu secretly thought, "I hope that when challenging higher grades, can the odds be even higher, otherwise I won't make much profit." On the school's competition ground, Lan Xuanyu's voice rang out, reminding them, "Follow our tactics and we will surely overcome the enemy and win." Lan Mengchen, absolutely do not underestimate the amplification of a one-word battle armor soul master. Every match must be fought with full effort without the slightest carelessness. Lan Mengchen blinked, her face impatient. "Got it. You're so long-winded it's annoying." The challenge match was about to begin and both sides entered. Lan Xuanyu nervously observed, his heart churning. He had to win, otherwise those 50 trust badges would all be gone. Lan Mengchen folded her arms and sighed. "This competition venue is too big." Suddenly a powerful foot struck the ground and a powerful aura spread out. Their opponent was the #1 student in the second year. Yan Rui. His martial soul was the blazing lightning leopard, with 48th rank soul power, and he was a one-word battle armor master, a rare triple-attribute soul master combining assault, agility, and control. Yan Rui, as the number 1 in the second year, walked onto the stage with an imposing aura, his gaze sharp. Johan sat below the stage, concluding that he was a rare triple-attribute soul master combining assault, agility, and control, with very comprehensive individual abilities. Old Bing, he's a bit like you. He tilted his head and continued, but he's stronger than you because his speed is definitely faster. Bing Tinliang retorted, unconvinced. He doesn't have battle armor, so he might not be my opponent. If I also had one-word battle armor, it would be hard to say who would win. Looking at the two beautiful girls, Johan smiled confidently. Although he's very strong, I've bet all my money on the other two, he enthusiastically shouted. Go goddesses, Bing Tinliang also agreed. Me too, so the two shouted together. Go goddesses, Yan Rui calmly stepped forward, a triumphant smile on his face. Hello, junior sisters. I will do my best in this battle, but I will also try to avoid hurting you two. Don't worry, junior sisters. The broadcast sounded, ordering the contestants to prepare. Both teams immediately stood in neat positions. The referee decisively waved his hand and a loud voice announced, "Match start." Yan Rui charged forward and Qianlei observed, muttering, "This person is really fast." Lan Mengchen erupted with soul power, her arms glowing, unleashing her fourth ring snow splendor. Yan Rui clenched his fists and a dazzling blue electric light burst around him, his eyes burning with fierce determination. She gently raised her hand and all her aura converged, forming a surging energy vortex that charged straight at her opponent. The violent vortex swept in. But Yan Rui remained imposing, punching fiercely at the snow splendor. An energy explosion violently shook the ground, and flashes of light enveloped everything. Johan and Bing Tinliang exclaimed in surprise. So strong, Lan Mengchen snorted angrily, and immediately, large expanses of ice and snow rose out of thin air, enveloping the entire space. Yan Rui abruptly stopped, his eyes wide, full of shock, a voice echoing in his heart. What? How is this possible? The snow mist completely decomposed the electric charge, and all the cold air converged into a violent wind with blizzards raging, making it suffocating. Yan Rui frowned, his mind quickly calculating. Lan Xuanyu stood by, silently analyzing. Yan Rui's greatest strength lies in his speed and instantaneous burst power. To deal with this type of powerhouse, area of effect control skills must be used to deny him opportunities to charge, reduce his speed, and prevent him from finding attack targets. He must have thought it would be me and Yuan Enweiwei coming onto the stage this time, so he didn't prepare a strategy to deal with others. Furthermore, this isn't a simulation cabin. If he gets injured, it will affect subsequent matches. This is exactly what I want. The second-year teacher Ziming reprimanded. Whose idea was this dirty trick? Was it yours? Xiao Kai gave a dry laugh, trying to explain. What dirty trick? Your class isn't exactly ordinary either. He furiously scolded. Will you die if you don't brag? Yan Rui clenched his hands, thinking decisively. This can't go on. If I wait until the blizzard completely covers the entire arena and entangles me, I'm afraid there'll be no chance. He decided to abandon defense, accumulating strength and stomping the ground fiercely, leaping high. Yan Rui actively charged into the center of the fierce vortex for a head-on clash. Xiao Kai propped his chin, a cold smile playing on his lips, thinking, everything is calculated. This Lan Xuanyu kid is truly ruthless. Ziming frowned, thinking with understanding. Fortunately, this kid isn't too stupid. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Looking at Xuanyu in surprise, Ziming thought. Lan Xuanyu, I've studied him. He became the first year's top student with the weakest cultivation. I heard he obtained the permanent class monitor position, is resourceful, good at sophistry. And I've heard Luo Hong express her praise more than once. Even the inner court has noticed him. It's just that he's still too young now, so no one shows too much emotion on their faces. In the vortex, Yan Rui's power erupted, forming a huge cold energy pillar that shot straight into the sky. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Yan Rui is so strong, this must be a breakthrough beyond his limits. The energy was so abundant it seemed to have reached its peak, but a moment later in the cold blizzard, that energy pillar gradually began to dissipate. Everyone discussed animatedly, shouting in unison. Look, on the field, Yan Rui knelt on the ground, bewildered and disbelieving. How could this be? I clearly used all my strength and reached my peak, but after 1 second, I couldn't control my current. It's too terrifying. Just in front of him, a pair of eyes emerged, their gaze a deep blue. Those eyes were truly terrifying. Ziming was stunned, his mouth agape. How is that possible? Dong Qianchu needs Lan Xuanyu's assistance to use their martial soul fusion skill. I didn't expect her to be able to use those deep blue eyes on her own. Behind the falling snow, a notification sounded, declaring the victory. The two girls once again cooperated perfectly, and the first years successfully challenged a higher grade. Ziming lowered his head in shame. If Lan Mengchen and Dong Qianchu hadn't held back their full attack out of camaraderie, Yan Rui probably wouldn't have made it out of that blizzard alive. Xuanyu meanwhile clenched his hands, his eyes sparkling, secretly pleased. Excellent, this is still a profitable investment. I still have 25 purple badges, which is enough to buy a mech. The first year's success in challenging a higher grade quickly spread throughout the academy, but it didn't cause too much of a stir. They had only won against the second years this time. It wasn't earth-shattering news. At the logistics center, the sun had reached its zenith. Xuanyu's eyes were wide and sparkling as he gazed at the box, containing a total of 70 purple badges. Xuanyu walked out contemplating. I never expected that betting all my assets on this match would give me an additional chance to compete against Tang Yuge. Suddenly he was startled by Yuji's voice. I knew you'd be here. Xuanyu raised a hand to scratch his head. Senior sister, that's not very nice. You almost gave me a heart attack and made me faint. She hesitated before speaking. Xuanyu, let me ask you something. If I choose to be demoted, would your first-year class accept me? He widened his eyes, blurting out in surprise. You're not having a fever, are you? She calmly analyzed. I heard about your situation. Either all go or none go, but I can tell you for sure. Without me, you might have a slim chance of beating the 4th years, but you have no chance at all against the 5th years and 6th years. Xuanyu frowned in confusion. Why are you so sure about our capabilities? Wei Wei is also almost at the peak of 5 rings, Yuge crossed her arms, slowly explaining. The 4th year and 5th year seniors have truly endured many hardships to achieve what they have today, even if your entire class rushed up. You might not be able to defeat a top senior, and this is not an impulsive choice but a carefully considered decision. Cultivating in a pleasant environment and cultivating in an unpleasant environment yield vastly different results. I enjoy being a part of your team. Upon hearing this, Xuanyu hesitated slightly. What about you and Wei Wei? Yuge solemnly promised. I can guarantee that I won't actively attack him. Since the last time we faced danger, he's already willing to call me sister. I no longer harbor any resentment towards him. He extended his hand and said, Okay, as long as senior sister can do that. Xuanyu revealed a friendly smile. Welcome, senior sister, to the 1st year. From now on we're teammates. Yuji's eyes welled up and she choked out. Thank you, he quickly added. By the way, since that's the case, senior sister, could you wait a few more days before announcing that you're joining our 1st-year class? As for us challenging the 3rd years and 4th years, we'll talk about that later. She immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, he smiled, his eyes sparkling with hope, wishing to fight the senior sister again. Tang Yuge sincerely replied, I'm also looking forward to it. The call ended, and Lan Xuanyu sighed, walking and pondering. Next, there's an even more headache-inducing problem. All my classmates trust me. If we secure enough spots in the end, how do I choose who goes? Should I give them all to my small team? What would the classmates think? He held his head, agitated and unable to figure it out. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lan Xuanyu. I'll ask the teacher. Tang Zhenhua confidently offered advice. Isn't this simple? Go ask the academy. If you win all 5 matches, then all your classmates go together. If you lose even 1 match, then no one goes. Don't value the class monitor position too much. The most important thing is to give the entire class a sense of unity. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up. His opinion of the teacher changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, What do you mean? Didn't you think I was amazing before? He then asked with some worry. But will the academy agree? Tang Zhenhua stood up and said seriously, What Shrek Academy most hopes to see is for you to turn the impossible into possible. This is what cultivating monsters is about. And it's the greatest joy for teachers. Don't worry, make your demands, the academy will definitely agree, because they don't think you can succeed. Lan Xuanyu walked out of the room and said politely, Thank you, teacher, I understand. I believe everyone has also thought, if we really secure the spots, who should go? Should I go alone? Then Lan Xuanyu announced to the entire class, This is what I don't want to see. After asking the teacher, I suddenly realized this is a great opportunity. I have a plan. I want to ask the academy that if we, the 1st years, can defeat all the higher grades in the competition, then please let our entire class go to Spirit Star to observe the ceremony. If we lose 1 match, we will lose this opportunity, and no one gets a spot. Either we all go together or no one goes. If anyone disagrees, we can discuss it further. I don't want to hog this spot for myself. The entire class was dumbfounded, and a satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Kai's face. After only a few seconds, the classroom erupted in cheers. Good, either we all go together or no one goes. Isn't it just challenging higher grades? Let's fight. Johan gave a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Amazing, Qian Lei, Lan Mengchen, Dong Qianchu. Bing Tinling also happily agreed. The entire class spoke in unison with imposing momentum. Either we all go together or no one goes. 1st year is the best. Lan Xuanyu politely turned to teacher Xiao Kai. Teacher, this is our list. Could you please hand it over to the dean? He frowned, saying that not giving up is the motivation to move forward. Young people are so impulsive at critical moments, but the next second he clenched his fists and encouraged, Go 1st years. These words acted as motivation, and the entire class chanted in unison, Go 1st years. Outside it was getting late, and Lan Xuanyu's voice was clear. Next, let's start our combat meeting. I'll consider the tactical arrangements and follow-up preparations. Everyone responded in unison. Okay, a voice filled with stubbornness came from the outer court dean's office. These little rascals really dare to think. Xiao Kai, with his hands behind his back, admitted this was a good thing. I'm growing to like Lan Xuanyu more and more. A hint of pride flashed across his face. I feel very fortunate to be able to teach this class. She didn't cross her arms, her gaze calm. Don't get happy too soon, it's just the beginning. The 2nd year graduation of the outer court is a watershed, and the 4th year graduation is another watershed, Xiao Kai firmly stated. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to teach them well, she gently advised. Actually, what you should be thinking about now is how to comfort them after they fail. He suddenly turned his head, his face filled with displeasure. Why must you assume they will fail? I believe in my students, they have the ability to turn the impossible into possible. Luo Hong's face held a meaningful smile. Very well, then I'll wait to see them create miracles. Outside the sun was bright and Xiao Kai cupped his hands. Thank you for your support, Dean. I'll take my leave now. She nodded in agreement. Good, when she was alone. Luo Hong sighed softly, picking up her phone to look through the 6th grade records. 6th grade history records. Just then a figure quietly stood behind her, mockingly smiling. I didn't expect. Another first year has appeared, and the outer court is once again in an uproar. Usually students cultivate on their own, but recently, they've all been paying attention to this cross-grade challenge, and at this very moment no one knew Lan Xuanyu was sweating profusely in the Forging Association. He tightly gripped the hammer handle, raised his arm high and then slammed it down fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Yuan Enweiwei watched from afar, acknowledging this kid is good, a talent to be nurtured. Senior brother Ming clenched his fist, silently encouraging Lan Xuanyu. Go! Sparks flew, light dazzling, and Yuan Enweiwei watched in surprise. This speed, this hammering posture, the entire space seems to be vibrating, he continued. This power, especially when he infuses spiritual power into the forging. Good. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were highly concentrated, sparkling with firm resolve. Senior brother Ming frowned, his eyes fixed on him, counting as he watched. 38, 39, 40. Lan Xuanyu's arms continuously rose high, striking the scorching hot iron block repeatedly. Yuan Enweiwei's eyes gleamed. 41. Both were surprised and held their breath, integrating bloodline power into the forging, infusing spiritual power into each hammer strike, or rather in the spiritual forging, 1st grade spiritual forging. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Thank you for the compliment, Chairman. Yuan Enweiwei stepped forward, patted his shoulder and praised. You truly live up to your reputation as a level 4 blacksmith. Then I agree, the association will process your application as soon as possible. Lan Xuanyu happily shouted. That's great, thank you, Chairman. He tilted his head slightly, his scrutinizing gaze carrying a hint of doubt. But why are you borrowing so much money? He quickly replied. Senior brother, I'm in the Interstellar Command Department. In the future, I'll not only need my own mecha, but I also hope to have my own soul-guided fighter jets and even battleships, Yuan Enweiwei said. Good, ambitious. With your craftsmanship, I believe you can do it. Looking at the sparkling items, he asked. Also these 2 pieces of 1st grade Skyforged mithril. Can I buy them? Lan Xuanyu said cheerfully. Chairman, please take them. No charge. Outside, the sun was already high in the sky, and Yuan Enweiwei's voice was clear. Academy rules dictate that payment must be made. I'm leaving now. I'll call you when I have the money. Lan Xuanyu only replied, Goodbye, Chairman. Senior brother Ming sighed. One truly cannot compare. I've been learning forging for 10 years, but you've been learning for less than a year and are already almost catching up to me. He raised his hand and asked softly, Senior brother, when can I get the money I borrowed? Our competition starts tomorrow. He tightly grasped Lan Xuanyu's hands and shouted loudly, Speaking of which, I need to remind you, you've gambled too much. Such a large sum of badges. If you lose, he smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, senior brother, I truly have confidence to do this. I suggest you place your bets before I do, otherwise after I place mine the odds will decrease. Senior brother Ming's eyes twinkled as he heard this. Good, then I'll take advantage of your good fortune and earn some extra money. Lan Xuanyu cheerfully replied. Senior brother, just wait to make money. He turned and left, raising his arm to wave goodbye. Goodbye, senior brother. Senior brother Ming also raised his hand and urged, Be careful on the way, you must win. Lan Xuanyu secretly thought, I hope that when challenging higher grades, can the odds be even higher, otherwise I won't make much profit. On the school's competition ground, Lan Xuanyu's voice rang out, reminding them, Follow our tactics and we will surely overcome the enemy and win. Lan Mengchen, absolutely do not underestimate the amplification of a one-word battle armor soul master. Every match must be fought with full effort without the slightest carelessness. Lan Mengchen blinked, her face impatient. Got it. You're so long-winded it's annoying. The challenge match was about to begin and both sides entered. Lan Xuanyu nervously observed, his heart churning. He had to win, otherwise those 50 trust badges would all be gone. Lan Mengchen folded her arms and sighed. This competition venue is too big. Suddenly a powerful foot struck the ground and a powerful aura spread out. Their opponent was the #1 student in the 2nd year. Yan Rui. His martial soul was the blazing lightning leopard, with 48th rank soul power, and he was a one-word battle armor master, a rare triple-attribute soul master combining assault, agility and control. Yan Rui, as the #1 in the 2nd year, walked onto the stage with an imposing aura, his gaze sharp. Zhou Han sat below the stage, concluding that he was a rare triple-attribute soul master combining assault, agility and control, with very comprehensive individual abilities. Old Bing, he's a bit like you. He tilted his head and continued. But he's stronger than you because his speed is definitely faster, Bing Tinliang retorted unconvinced. He doesn't have battle armor, so he might not be my opponent. If I also had one-word battle armor, it would be hard to say who would win. Looking at the 2 beautiful girls, Zhou Han smiled confidently. Although he's very strong, I've bet all my money on the other 2, he enthusiastically shouted. Go goddesses, Bing Tinliang also agreed. Me too, so the 2 shouted together. Go goddesses. Yan Rui calmly stepped forward, a triumphant smile on his face. Hello, junior sisters. I will do my best in this battle, but I will also try to avoid hurting you two. Don't worry, junior sisters. The broadcast sounded, ordering the contestants to prepare. Both teams immediately stood in neat positions. The referee decisively waved his hand and a loud voice announced, Match start. Yan Rui charged forward and Qianlei observed, muttering, This person is really fast. Lan Mengchen erupted with soul power, her arms glowing, unleashing her fourth ring snow splendor. Yan Rui clenched his fists and a dazzling blue electric light burst around him, his eyes burning with fierce determination. She gently raised her hand and all her aura converged, forming a surging energy vortex that charged straight at her opponent. The violent vortex swept in. But Yan Rui remained imposing, punching fiercely at the snow splendor. An energy explosion violently shook the ground, and flashes of light enveloped everything. Zhou Han and Bing Tinliang exclaimed in surprise. So strong, Lan Mengchen snorted angrily, and immediately, large expanses of ice and snow rose out of thin air, enveloping the entire space. Yan Rui abruptly stopped, his eyes wide, full of shock, a voice echoing in his heart. What? How is this possible? The snow mist completely decomposed the electric charge, and all the cold air converged into a violent wind with blizzards raging, making it suffocating. Yan Rui frowned, his mind quickly calculating. Lan Xuanyu stood by, silently analyzing. He had misjudged. Could he really have held that weapon and not realized it wasn't a divine artifact? Such ingrained thinking wouldn't do. Qianlei couldn't suppress his excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, you're absolutely incredible, so amazing." Seeing Sima Xian's expression just now felt incredibly satisfying. Xuanyu smiled nonchalantly. Loki, understand, in the future I'll forge a heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd for each of you as a memento. Leaving the soul arena, Lan Xuanyu quickly bid farewell to his companions and hurried towards the Academy's logistics center. As he walked, his thoughts drifted. This match alone won us 50 purple badges. Adding to his previous earnings, he now had a total of 75 purple badges. Including his initial stash, he possessed over 100 purple badges in all. I've really struck it rich. Suddenly, a figure approached from a distance, causing him to halt. The person greeted him with a polite, social tone which brought an expression to Xuanyu's face. Long Zhang approached with a radiant smile. "Congratulations on your victory today." As Long Zhang slowly advanced, Xuanyu couldn't hold back his curiosity, asking, "Are you a teacher here at the academy?" Long Zhang thought to himself, feeling quite displeased. "Do I really look that old?" But Long Zhang replied unhurriedly, "I'd like to recommend something to you. There's a special area in the exchange center, open only to those with 30 purple badges. It contains many items that can help you improve your strength." He turned and left, raising his arm and waving. "You'll understand what I mean when you go check it out. I look forward to your performance in the next match." Xuanyu watched the retreating figure, a question in his mind. Who was that? A special exchange area. He felt his spirits rise, invigorated and ready for anything. It wouldn't hurt to check it out. Back on the bustling campus, Xuanyu approached the reception desk and asked some pertinent questions. Samui courteously answered every detail. "Junior student, if you wish to access the special exchange area, you need a qualification certificate to enter," he repeated blankly. "Qualification certificate," she quickly confirmed. "That's right. First, you need to apply to the academy and get approval. It will take you 7 days. Xuanyu couldn't conceal his concern. 7 days? Won't the challenge match be over by then? Suddenly, Long Zhang walked over and interjected, "I can lend you my qualification certificate for just 1 gold badge." Xuanyu muttered internally, "It's him again," yet he politely challenged, "Teacher, don't you feel a pang of conscience making money from students?" Long Zhang could only watch helplessly as Xuanyu departed. He then walked to the reception desk, grumbling, "I didn't realize this junior student was so cheap." Samui pointed out the flaw directly. "He has a point. Do you really need to make money off a junior student?" he whined coyly. "Darling, you don't know, that kid is much richer than I am now," she teased happily. "Is that so, and why did he call you teacher?" Long Zhang stopped, a pang in his heart. "Hey, if you keep this up you'll have no friends left. Aren't I working hard to make money for you?" Samui still wondered nonchalantly. "Are you saying your husband is too old?" The scene gradually shifted. After leaving the exchange center, Xuanyu immediately called Zhenhua, knowing his teacher would surely be able to help him. The man was currently tipsy. "An investment? Your mind is quite agile," he even echoed. "That's right, an investment isn't bad. And if we don't pay them back, there's nothing they can do to us." Seeing this, Xuanyu felt a hint of fear. "Teacher, that's not good." Zhenhua impatiently asked, "Where are you?" Upon arriving at the designated spot, he quickly answered, "At the exchange center entrance." Zhenhua's voice was urgent. "All right, wait for me. I'll be there right away." Xuanyu gazed into the distance, pondering. Teacher's mood seems to have suddenly soared. Long Zhang, who had inadvertently walked by, saw this and his face darkened, his heart sinking. He looked over uneasily. Seeing this, Long Zhang simply departed in silence. "Fair trade, we'll meet again. Next time I sense you won't refuse me." The scene shifted to an empty classroom. Zhenhua quickly urged, "Let's go." Xuanyu politely replied yes, but he secretly thought, as expected, he smells of alcohol. He calmly walked to the locked door, gently inserted the card into the slot. "If you really want to buy good things, you have to come to this place. Although the prices are also high, they are all worth the money." Zhenhua turned to him and asked, "How much money do you have? Tell me." He was a bit embarrassed and answered honestly, 50 purple badges, he muttered softly. "Oh, 50. But it wasn't long before Zhenhua erupted in anger. 50 badges, how can you have so many? My annual salary is only 10. Just how many rare metals do you possess?" Xuanyu scratched his head, vaguely answering, "Didn't they mainly value my first-grade sky forging ability?" Zhenhua stared, dumbfounded. "First-grade sky forging? You've only been learning for a few days," he then whispered, guessing. "About this, if I say it's due to my exceptional talent, teacher, would you believe me?" He replied dejectedly, I believe you. With Tang Zhenhua's introduction, Xuanyu quickly acquired the qualification certificate. Manhua politely led the way. Please come this way, both of you. She gently walked in front. The two master and disciple immediately followed. Not long after, they arrived at a huge door. Xuanyu walked inside, couldn't help but look around in amazement. Is this the special exchange area? Zhenhua slowly guided him around. Xuanyu stood before the array of rare items, exclaiming in awe, Core Dan Body Spring, there are even soul tools of this reaction grade here. He calmly explained every facet of the spirit tools. Don't let the price deter you. These are all excellent items. Even black mechs are readily available. Upon hearing this, he curiously asked, Teacher, when can I make my own mech? Zhenhua immediately stopped all his thoughts. It's still too early. It won't begin until after the weekly practical combat class, Manhua explained in a gentle tone. Junior student, you should be pleased. Teacher Tang is highly authoritative in mecha engineering here at our academy. He ignored her and walked deeper. All right, let's keep looking. Tang Zhenhua transformed the area into a classroom, continuously imparting knowledge to Lan Xuanyu and broadening his horizons. In a friendly tone, he provided definitive information regarding soul bones. You must maintain a long-term perspective. It would be better to wait until funds are ample, than directly utilize 10,000-year soul bones. Indeed, proponents consider this to be a crucial soul tool for the developmental stage. It was the perfect product, truly integrating the human body with soul tools. Before them lay a container housing the body skeleton of a 10,000-year earth transformation serpent. Valued at 215 purple badges, Xuanyu gazed at the sealed item, thinking to himself, the more I see, the more I realize my badge count is utterly insignificant. He continued forward, but something else caught his eye. Xuanyu immediately called Zhenhua to help him answer. Teacher, what is this? Zhenhua gazed at the purple immortal item encased in glass and excitedly explained, Of course this is an excellent item. Its primary function is to unify and restore vital energy, strengthen meridians, and it can even double cultivation speed within a year. Xuanyu stared at the item in front of him, wondering, if it's just to strengthen the meridians, this thing is too expensive. The price tag showed a high number, 30 purple badges. Manhua quickly stepped forward to correct, Teacher Tang, that's not quite right. After consuming the spirit Ganoderma Purple Immortal, the stronger the meridians become, the better they can withstand powerful soul power impacts. Soul masters below the god level will suffer chi deviation if they consume it. Zhenhua offered with a wry smile and definitive data. In truth, once you cultivate to the titled Duluo rank, the strength of your meridians will be no different than if you had consumed it. He continued to elaborate on the item's function, stating that it would allow a soul master to achieve strong meridians, directly reaching the titled Duluo realm. She immediately affirmed its feasibility. That's right, roughly like that. Xuanyu happily pointed to the item behind him. Senior sister, I'll buy this 10,000-year spirit Ganoderma Purple Immortal. The other two were immediately shocked, unable to believe the fact before their eyes. Really? He took the opportunity to correct. No, it's not me buying it, it's my teacher buying it. I think my teacher deserves to have it. Upon hearing this, Zhenhua felt a pang in his heart. This item is simply too extravagant. Xuanyu showed a warm smile. Teacher, your health is more important. If you don't have enough badges, I can lend them to you. He was overjoyed to hear this. Look at this student's filial piety. Then buy it. Manhua saw the deep bond between master and disciple and immediately became ecstatic. Excellent, Teacher Tang, junior student. Please wait a moment. She quickly ran off, not wanting to miss the opportunity. I'll go handle the procedures. Zhenhua's expression changed, feeling impatient. What is this kid thinking? Didn't I tell you the price shouldn't be too high? Xuanyu seriously gave a feasible theory. No, teacher. Think about it. For others, the price might be a bit high, but for you, it's different. He seemed to have a sudden epiphany and began to ponder. That's right, this kid's life energy is very harmonious. If he goes to Sea God Lake, how much life energy can he bring back in one trip? It's equivalent to a titled Duluo's body able to withstand such a total amount. The two master and disciple both gave a thumbs up, praising, well done. Xuanyu suddenly remembered something important and asked, by the way, teacher, how much discount did you get? Zhenhua answered directly. 15. He showed a puzzled expression. Why is the discount so small? He couldn't help but complain, annoyed. Brat, do you think everything here is as cheap as cabbage? Xuanyu quickly ran forward and made a decision. Teacher, please wait for me. I'll pick a few more items. Seeing this, Zhenhua was secretly happy. This kid also has ideas. After a moment, he couldn't help but be surprised. You don't have a fever, do you? So many? The note clearly stated the amount to be paid, a total of 72 purple badges. Holding the items in his hand, he was astonished. Can you use all of this by yourself? Xuanyu immediately adopted a solemn expression. Teacher, I assure you I won't buy things haphazardly. Please don't worry. Zhenhua could only watch him depart helplessly, but then a benevolent smile appeared on his face as he mused. Truly talented individuals arise in every generation. A master of unexpected tactics with a spirit inclined towards adventure, this kid was truly unique among the outer court students. The two then walked forward, deciding to leave the area. Walking out of the building under the warm sunlight, Xuanyu couldn't hide his excitement. Seeing this, Zhenhua immediately warned seriously, Kid, you've been too smooth lately. I think you should experience a setback now. He looked at Zhenhua blankly, wondering, Teacher, even if it's a failure, it shouldn't come with a heavy price, right? Don't you agree? Manhua walked forward expressionlessly. Just wait for your mech combat practice. Teacher, when I think of you having an emotional outburst, Xuanyu's body trembled and he thought to himself. No way. The scene shifted to the logistics center. He intently studied the data table. First-year class odds are 1 to 1.2, fifth-year class 4 odds are 1 to 0.5. The odds were only 1 to 0.5. It seems no one has much faith in us. Suddenly a call came in. Xuanyu quickly pressed the answer button. Senior sister, Yuge responded in a low tone. You defeated him. While I feel regret for the third years, I'm still very happy deep down. Thank you, even the teachers value him. His strength has grown considerably recently. She calmly offered her suggestion. Your next match is against fifth-year class 4. Do you need me to participate? Xuanyu immediately explained. No need, I plan to have you participate when we face the fifth years, Yuge warned silently. Don't underestimate fourth-year class 4. Upon hearing this, he was puzzled. I've heard many people say this. Why does everyone value the fourth years so much? She softly provided the answer. Fourth years begin at age 16. This means they are already adults, and from their fourth year onward they must undertake mandatory missions assigned by the academy. These missions are genuinely perilous, forcing them to confront the strongest individuals of their year and mature through rigorous trials. Yuge pressed on, her voice stern. Are you absolutely sure? Do you really not need me to act? Xuanyu stated seriously. Still no need, I think we can do it. She could only leave helplessly. Alright, let's leave it at that for now, he calculated in his mind. If Tang Yuge participated now, there would be no surprise for the fifth years. I still want to go further. At 3 p.m. in Lan Xuanyu's dorm, he happily welcomed everyone. These are the gifts I've prepared for you. Qianlei, this is for you, a 10,000-year lava fruit. Xuanyu kindly placed the item before him. It can significantly boost your combat power for a short duration, benefiting both you and Golden Fatty. Qianlei held it in his hand, excited. Boss, how much is this? 4 purple badges, it's a gift for you. Mengchen thought of the worst-case scenario and was startled. Did you rob the exchange center? He helplessly spread his hands. Do you take me for a fool? Xuanyu turned to Qianlei and asked, do you want it? The kid immediately flattered him with sweet words. Yes, boss, I love you so much. He raised a hand, pushing his friend aside. Get away. Qianlei tried to press closer. No, I won't go. Xuanyu solved the problem and took out another item. Crazy guy, use this immediately after you take it back. This is a sky blue vine, he explained in a warm tone. It will make your body even more robust. Crazy guy hesitated, not daring to accept it easily. Xuanyu, this is very precious. Mengchen suddenly raised a question. Where did you get so many badges? Xuanyu ignored her, urging the recipient of the gift. Crazy guy, just take it for now, I'll tell you all later. He remained silent, struggling internally, unsure what to do. Xuanyu decided to step forward, placing a hand on Crazy Guy's shoulder to bolster his courage. Then with a smile, Xuanyu handed another precious item to the person beside him. Wei, this is for you, 10,000-year clear autumn dew. He joyfully accepted the item. Thank you, brother Xuanyu. Xuanyu then explained its function without hesitation. Clear autumn dew can enhance eyesight to its maximum, and it should help you increase your soul power by another level. Mengchen was utterly bewildered, unable to believe her eyes. Clear autumn dew, that's another heavenly treasure of that caliber. Xuanyu didn't elaborate, instead producing another high-grade item. Lan Mengchen, this is for you. It's a complete 10,000-year golden hibiscus flower capable of boosting mental power and stabilizing the spiritual sea. She stared in surprise at the item taken out. He continued to explain the characteristics of the golden hibiscus flower. Like them, absorb it at Sea God Lake. Mengchen held the item in her hand, thinking, such an expensive item, can it really be given to me? Suddenly, Qianchu coughed, deliberately drawing Xuanyu's attention. She thought to herself, then shot him a murderous glare. If mine is inferior to theirs, you'll be in trouble. Xuanyu felt a bit flustered facing that gaze, so he took out a bottle and said confidently, 10,000-year profound ice marrow, drink it tonight. We'll need your combat power tomorrow. Qianchu heard this and excitedly recalled a precious creature. Legend says, there was once a lazy ice silkworm simply because it lived in the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. Every day it just ate and slept and ate, yet it was able to cultivate to a 1,000,000-year level, a rare feat. This seems to be the top-grade heavenly treasure of the ice attribute and the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. Does this thing really still exist? Mengchen spoke with jealousy. I'm jealous, Xuanyu explained awkwardly. The quantity is limited. Next time, I'll buy it for you next time. Qianlei happily coaxed. When I have money, I'll buy it for you. She turned her head and said angrily, I don't believe you. Xuanyu took out the remaining items and distributed them evenly. There are a few more bottles for everyone. Let's divide them. Tonight, besides Fatty, the other 4 should go to Sea God Lake to absorb them. Xuanyu looked at everyone in the room with trust. United, they chanted their slogan, determined to win. The story then shifts elsewhere. Sima Xian's arm was severed at the root and Baochuan's eyes were filled with despair. Enduring the pain in his heart, he consoled the other, saying that exchanging an arm for a life was worth it. He helplessly faced the cruel truth, his heart unwilling. Shaking off old memories, Baochuan thought day and night, hearing that soul bones of 10,000 years or more might help restore severed body parts. I must secure a spot for him at the Spirit Star ceremony. Sorry, junior students. The attention on this match was significantly higher than the previous 2. Many 5th and 6th year students even came early to watch. Long Zhang leisurely enjoyed the atmosphere. For today's match, do you think the first years have a chance? Dao Ha calmly assessed the situation. It's difficult. You know what level the fourth years are at. Long Yang's tone held a hint of coldness. If they aren't dispersed within 1 minute, there's still a glimmer of hope. But Lan Xuanyu is a sharp kid. He might be able to turn the tide. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and his teammates were making their final preparations. The referee ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, quickly announcing the start of the match. Time's up. Both teams please enter the arena. The contestants confidently walked onto the stage. However, only one person from the opposing team appeared. The entire stands fell silent. Xuanyu vigilantly looked at the person in front of him. Baochuan, clad in his 6-ring one-word battle armor, strode forward with an imposing aura. Long Zhang pointed out a crucial detail. Look, Yuan Enweiwei isn't among these 4 people. Dao Ha surveyed the whole situation, then commented. They didn't even send the strongest Yuan Enweiwei. Xuanyu showed no panic at all below the stage. Instead, he was very composed. Ding Juahan, he called to the class monitor in the stands. You'll need to perform well later. He then boldly announced to the class, if we win this match, I'll treat the whole class to a big meal. He excitedly issued a direct challenge to the opposing team. Class monitor watched closely. Long Zhang nervously observed the competition grounds, deep in thought. What are the first years trying to do? They didn't send Yuan Enweiwei, instead they sent a student who hasn't been on stage before. He unconsciously expressed his thoughts. Interesting, it seems they have their own ideas. Samui impatiently questioned, why do you always speak in riddles? What ideas? Long Zhang gave his judgment. Not sending the strongest person definitely means something fishy is going on. I know this Lu Baochuan. This kid is fierce. I wonder if the first-year junior students can hold out. She sighed helplessly. I heard Lu Baochuan is not to be trifled with. He pouted coquettishly. How can you inquire about other boys? I'll challenge him to a duel when we get back. Samui tried to push him away. Get lost in the cold competition arena. Xuanyu smiled brightly. Hello, senior. I hope you'll go easy on us later. Baochuan's gaze was subtle, as if deep in thought. The referee's booming voice rang out, both sides prepare. He donned his battle armor ready to fight. The audience in the stands discussed animatedly. The match hasn't even started, and he's already released his one-word battle armor, unintentionally emitting a fierce aura. We can't underestimate this senior. Xuanyu sternly gave the order. Everyone take the blood frenzy fruit as instructed. Everyone acted according to the plan. Baochuan assessed the situation, thinking to himself, how did their aura suddenly get stronger? What did they eat? The referee didn't make them wait long, immediately announcing match start. He then rushed out. Xuanyu unhesitatingly signaled Qianchu. Just as Baochuan was about to launch his first attack, she seized the opportunity, activating her power deep blue gaze, and his body was instantly frozen midair. Baochuan thought angrily, trying to limit my movements with this, too naive. Baochuan forcefully broke free from the icy restraint, but a strange light projection appeared, instantly distracting him. What is this? Baochuan thought for a moment, then directly attacked the strange object. What does it matter what it is anyway? Your soul skills can't harm me. Someone wearing battle armor. It absorbed all his blade force. He was startled and an alarm sounded within him. Damn it, what kind of soul skill is this? It can actually restrict my movements? Long Zhang immediately gave his assessment from afar. Lu Baochuan is finished. His problem is not understanding his opponent. 1 second of absolute control directly interrupted Lu Baochuan's second attack. Lan Xuanyu, that kid really has this move. Suddenly he stopped, cleverly seeing through it in his mind. This is Ding Johan's 4th soul skill. If you just dodge it, nothing happens. But if you attack it or get touched by it, it forms a soul skill of absolute control. Xuanyu quickly gave the order. Crazy guy, it's your turn. Lu Feng immediately charged forward. All right. Lu Feng rushed forward at an almost imperceptible speed, then unleashed his white dragon leap, enveloping the control formation. Lu Baochuan roared, and each strike of his 7 treasures blade fiercely slashed out. Though still controlled, he completely disregarded it at this moment. Until the opponent's attack landed on him, the 7 treasures blade spontaneously collided with the tip of the white dragon spear. He felt confused, trying to analyze in his mind, I'll have to make my 7 treasures blade avoid the spear tip, that way you won't be able to control me. What? He didn't retreat? This junior's fighting will is truly strong. Lu Feng activated his ultimate skill, and Baochuan was sent flying violently. Xuanyu seized the opportunity and immediately moved forward to attack. Baochuan's blade broke in 2. His expression was grim. Lin Shang, a spectator from Baochuan's year, blamed his friend. If I hadn't held you back, your body would have been severed like your blade, the referee announced excitedly. First years successfully challenged and defeated Class 54. Everyone in the stands was silent. Dao Ha walked over happily from behind. Has the match started? Long Zhang replied with a cold face. It has, it's already over. He questioned suspiciously. No way, I was only a little late. It's over already? Who won? It couldn't be. He angrily turned his face and warned. Now I feel like you're not 100 sure either. That they could win against the first years, or rather, that there was actually such a chance. If you lose, just avoid me from now on. It's too embarrassing. Dao Ha was utterly baffled. No way. Lu Baochuan lost, and so quickly. How could he lose? If I challenge, I'll have to prepare very thoroughly. Long Zhang gently assessed the situation. These first years are indeed impressive. They've already won 3 matches. In fact, they've already won. Come on, friend. I'll cover the purple badges you lost. The stands erupted in an uproar, followed by deafening cheers. The first years won. This clearly turned the impossible into possible. It's amazing. They actually won against Class 5. Xuanyu anxiously ran forward. Crazy guy, how are your injuries? Lu Feng happily reassured his friend. I'm fine, a 10,000-year sky blue vine is really good, it made my physique even tougher. Luo Hao heard this and immediately asked anxiously, you ate the 10,000-year sky blue vine? Then you don't need treatment, it's just superficial wounds. How do these kids have so much money now? Blood frenzy fruits and sky blue vines, it's making me jealous. Xuanyu enthusiastically placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. Crazy guy, we won. Suddenly a voice came from afar, we won. Johan's shout grew louder, we won. The entire team ran toward Xuanyu. They cheered and joyfully tossed him and Lu Feng into the air. We won against Lu Baochuan again. First years are awesome, Xiao Kai observed from afar, the entire time secretly delighted. These little guys really exceeded my expectations. Back at the logistics center, Qi Huang impatiently handed over the items to be delivered. You won 80 purple badges, you're already an unwelcome sight here. Bet again next round? Xuanyu scratched his head, happily answering the question. No, I'm not betting anymore. Betting is bad, I'll only come back when I'm completely sure. Couldn't suppress his anger, roaring, you little brat, you think this place is an ATM? He was swift on his feet, running quickly. I'm off. The scene shifts to Everbright Sky City. Tianyu turned around and reproached, what, that kid won so much money, isn't the Academy's money still money? Next time, tell them to investigate carefully and lower the odds. Yuan Xing calmly brought the conversation back on track. Teacher, the next match is against the 5th years. Don't you think they still have a chance? He sighed helplessly a few times. You're right, that kid confused me with his antics. He excitedly expressed his anticipation. This junior is truly outstanding. Now I'm starting to admire him a bit. Tianyu didn't take it seriously at all right. Temporary brilliance means nothing, he still has a long way to go. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu went to the forging room and paid off his debts in his dorm. Xuanyu was sitting cross-legged, meditating intently, thinking to himself, although we won quickly today, we actually used up all our tricks, and the next match is against the 5th years who are one-word battle armor masters. Even if Tang Yuge participates, the chances of winning are still very slim. Xuanyu stroked his chin, muttering to himself, it seems we need more thorough preparations for the next match. He decided to call his teacher. Teacher, we've already defeated Class 54, Manhua calmly commented. Not bad, Xuanyu happily admitted. It's all thanks to teacher's excellent guidance. He showed his annoyance quite clearly. Stop buttering me up, just say what you want. He used an effective tactic. Teacher, I bought you a 50-year aged whiskey, only 200 bottles, limited quantity. Manhua was startled. What the hell? He was flustered. Is it called Madison whiskey? Xuanyu quickly confirmed. Yes, I think so. Manhua happily collected all the wine bottles. Where is it? Where's the whiskey? He happily provided the information. It's with me, I'll bring it to you. Oh right, if you have time, teacher, come with me to the special exchange center. He sensed something was off, asking suspiciously, buying again? Where did you get the money? The badges are an investment I made in myself. Manhua suddenly understood. Unable to suppress his anger, he questioned, you won a bet, you were so confident but didn't tell me? Xuanyu's tone was filled with dejection. Teacher, I was wrong. 3rd-year teaching building. Yuge slowly walked out of the room. She looked around, wary of the scene before her. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice sounded. Stay. Sima Xian slowly walked over from afar. Yuge immediately spoke first. If you want to mock me, this is your last chance. Sima Xian frankly explained everything. You'll be ostracized by everyone because you're too strong. You led everyone in your direction without asking if that's what they wanted. You only became so powerful after the last failure. She dejectedly avoided his gaze. I didn't force anyone, he explained the problem in a low voice. That's the pressure caused by your emotional instability. You're strong, but your inner self seems unstable. As class monitor, your emotions affect the entire class. But everyone doesn't want you to leave, they just hope your emotional state becomes gentler and you integrate into the group. If you can do that, the position of class monitor is still yours. A figure interrupted from afar. That's right. Siming earnestly pleaded for her to stay. Si-Chi looked with trust. Captain, Yuge paused for a moment, then questioned in surprise. You want me to stay now? He gently explained. We never blamed you, we just hoped you could overcome your emotional instability. He made everything clear. We also need a class monitor who can integrate with everyone and lead them. Si-Chi spoke his true feelings. Captain, I'm sorry, we know you've been in pain these past few days, but people eventually have to grow. Yuge couldn't believe what she was hearing. You're helping me grow? Du-Ren sadly walked out, admitting that it was the teacher who made them do this, startling the rest of them. Teacher Du-Ren needs to explain everything. How could I not know your problems? If you truly realize your issues, then stay and continue to lead the 3rd years better. Yuge lowered her head, very embarrassed. You're right, I should have thought of that long ago. He still calmly persuaded Yuge. Although the teacher isn't entirely clear about the reason for your emotional instability, this failure should be a turning point for you to grow again. Don't you still realize your problems now? She shook her head, denying everything with a self-reproachful emotion. No, teacher, I know I was wrong. Especially after collaborating with the 1st years, it made me understand what kind of person can be a leader. And I want to be a qualified teammate. Also, the person from the 1st year who affects my emotions the most, I want to truly face him. Yuge bowed deeply, expressing her feelings with the most sincere tone. So thank you all for trying to keep me. But I've already decided, I want to go apologize to the 1st years. I've disappointed teacher. She ran off just like that, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Sima Xian anxiously asked the person next to him, Teacher, should we go after her and make her stay? Du-Ren closed his eyes, helplessly watching the person leave. No need, actually, the teacher was wrong. The teacher underestimated her resilience. What she needed was warm comfort. Since she has made her choice, let her go. A new page turned. Xuanyu propped his chin, deep in thought. I've already bought resources from Teacher Tang, now I need the best tactical guidance. A feasible idea suddenly flashed in his mind. I'll call Teacher Nana. Xuanyu immediately began his conversation with Teacher Nana. Gu Yuana asked doubtfully, what's wrong, Xuanyu? He made a request. I need your help, she quickly responded. I'm coming now. He hung up the phone. Xuanyu felt very confused. Now, suddenly, a strange energy subtly appeared. Gu Yuana appeared ethereal and graceful. He gasped in surprise. Teacher Nana, the person's abilities astonished Xuanyu. So fast, weren't you in Mingdu? She turned her face seriously. You're fine. Xuanyu questioned in confusion. Fine, how could you arrive so quickly? Gu Yuana carefully examined his body. She opened a spatial tunnel from Mingdu to here. She drew a small energy circle. When you get a bit stronger, you can do it too. Xuanyu heard this and thought, a bit stronger? How much stronger? Lan Xuanyu told Nana all the details of this challenge match and she confirmed, I generally understand. He looked at her with expectant eyes. What do you think? Do we have a chance to defeat the seniors? Gu Yuana calmly gave an optimistic assessment. Winning is definitely possible. With my secret help, you can definitely win. Xuanyu suddenly reminded her. That wouldn't be very good. She gently smiled and reasoned. With just your strength, the chances aren't great. Upgrading to a 2-word battle armor master is very difficult, and you won't be able to break through your opponent's defense. Moreover, 7-ring soul masters have a soul core, so their recovery ability far surpasses yours. Xuanyu was very disappointed, trying to find possibilities. So there's no chance at all? He seriously conjectured a plan. Then what if I use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd? Gu Yuana frankly pointed out the blind spot. Because you've always shown the power of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd before, your opponents will only focus on defense. Xuanyu clutched his head, struggling. That wouldn't be very good. She gently smiled and reasoned. With just your strength, the chances aren't great. Upgrading to a 2-word battle armor master is very difficult, and you won't be able to break through your opponent's defense. Moreover, 7-ring soul masters have a soul core, so their recovery ability far surpasses yours. Xuanyu was very disappointed, trying to find possibilities. So there's no chance at all? He seriously conjectured a plan. Then what if I use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd? Gu Yuana frankly pointed out the blind spot. Because you've always shown the power of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd before, your opponents will only focus on defense. Xuanyu clutched his head, struggling. So there's no chance at all? She affirmed the question in a deep voice. No, that's not it. There's still a chance to defeat the opponents. The first year's consecutive 3 victories had already sent ripples through the outer court. The challenge match against the 5th years was also about to begin. Xuanyu's teammates nervously encouraged each other. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves, we've already done well enough. He boosted everyone's morale with a resolute gaze. No, we will definitely win. All we need is a fleeting opportunity. As long as my heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd doesn't make a move, the 5th-year senior will constantly face a threat. United, they looked at each other, and their team cohesion grew stronger. That day, after Tang Yuge left the 3rd years, Lan Xuanyu called her over and gave her benefits just like any other teammate, without any assessment process. He simply accepted her. At that moment, Tang Yuge knew she had integrated into the team. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and Enwi looked intently at the people around him, a small joy filling his heart. In her eyes, an unprecedented determined light flickered. The gate opened, and Xuanyu strode forward. Everyone, let's go. Everyone in the stands couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The 1st years are on stage. Wait, it's her. The people in the stands kept shouting in surprise. Is that really Tang Yuge? She joined the 1st years, fighting for them. At this moment, Lin Han calmly walked onto the stage, implicitly acknowledging her joining the 1st-year team. Is that even allowed? As he walked, he waved and greeted, Hello juniors, Tang Yuge, how did you end up in the 1st years? The 5th-year representative, while Lin Han. Yuge replied with a solemn face, to be reforged. Is that not allowed? Hearing this, Lin Han began to mock. Of course they can, the more the merrier. Zhu Shang, who was specially recruited before, also didn't leave. Also wanting to stay in the outer court for another 2 years, Lan Xuanyu is truly impressive. I don't really like your fighting style. A gentleman on the surface but insidious in reality. A bit like someone I know. Juniors, don't worry, I won't let you get hurt in this match. I, your senior, wish you all the best in getting into the inner court. Seeing him only joking around and neglecting the fight, Xuanyu's side was a bit puzzled. Senior, what nonsense are you spouting? Hearing this, Lin Han was both shocked and angry, making to cover the other's mouth. What, you dare to say I'm spouting nonsense? Do you have any respect for your elders? I hate it when people say that about me the most. However, before he could do anything, Ling Yi swiftly pushed his hand away. Lin Han was becoming too much, prompting her to politely but displeased dismiss him. Return to your position, the referee for this match, Ling Yi. She stood there quietly observing her surroundings. After a while, Ling Yi walked over with a hint of disdain and quietly said, If you can defeat Hua Linhen, I, your senior sister, will give you an extra reward. Give him a good beating. As soon as he finished listening, Xuanyu immediately understood and resolved, Don't worry, senior sister, we won't let him off easily. On the other side, the 2 members of the opposing team also placed strong trust in their 5th-year teammate at this moment. Do you think Hua Linhen will definitely win? If he loses, I'll beat him to death. I bet 10 purple badges, you know. A moment later, Samui, overcome with jealousy, pinched her boyfriend's cheek. I'm telling you, stay away from that guy lest you get contaminated by his playboy ways. Long Zhang endured the pain and helplessly appeased her. No, I only have you in my heart. Everyone else, male or female, is the same to me. Yu Ge had already prepared for battle at this moment, beginning to formulate a plan. While Linhan's martial soul is very powerful, capable of both control and attack, solar man-eating flower, a few seconds later Ling Yi signaled for the match to begin. As soon as the referee's voice sounded, he once again resorted to his old tricks, distracting the opponent. Start. Mengchen happened to see all of his actions and angrily said, "What is he doing? That's too childish." Maintaining high focus, Xuanyu remained unshaken, continuing the fight. Don't get distracted, the match has already begun. At the same time, a black halo suddenly appeared in the air. A huge flame flower suddenly manifested. He had also guessed the opponent's move by this point. Indeed, it was a 7-ring. Xuanyu focused on observing the opponent's power. Suddenly, he noticed some anomalies and they were all black. Those flowers grew 2 more rows of sharp teeth and suddenly charged towards the 2 of them. She coincidentally and decisively rushed forward, ready to fight to the death. She decided to wield the blade in her hand to cut off the flower branches. However, Yuge's move was still far inferior to her opponent's, failing to easily sever them. Instead, she was immediately met with a backlash. Mengchen was not to be outdone. Taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness, she quickly launched an attack. Deep blue gaze. However, she didn't know that Lin Han had also noticed her in time. He sneered, simultaneously deploying a counter-move, damage transfer. Seeing this, both of them were somewhat stunned, their hearts wavering. Seeing through their intentions, Lin Han proudly laughed. "Juniors, your minds are quite venomous. You want to launch an aerial ambush in close combat against me? You want to create an attack opportunity for Lan Xuanyu? Well, that depends on whether you can even get here." With the plan failing, they could only temporarily defend and dodge the opponent's moves. There are 4 now. How many flowers does this guy have? And they can even attack from long range? Seeing the situation was dire, he quickly threw a blood frenzy fruit over there. It was immediately thrown into those flowers. In an instant, those flowers were blown apart. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Blood frenzy fruit. Blood frenzy fruit is an extraterrestrial fruit with immense explosive power. When it explodes, its core flies out, rapidly growing by absorbing the surrounding life force. A second explosion occurred, and the situation began to reverse. Ling Yi couldn't help but nervously stand up and cheer. "Well done, that's satisfying. Blow him away." Xianxia cleverly threw a blood frenzy fruit at the enemy. At the same time, Manhua's side also decided to follow suit. The flowers were continuously hit by blood frenzy fruits, triggering a series of explosions. Lin Han's teammate observed from a distance, somewhat surprised. 1 blood frenzy fruit costs a gold badge. This junior is really willing to spend money, but it's useless. If Hua Linan could be defeated so easily, he would have been beaten to death by countless love rivals long ago. Despite being fiercely attacked, he showed no concern, merely letting out a soft sigh. Lin Han frowned, his gaze falling on the opponents, and said in a deep voice, "Junior, why go to such lengths? Blood frenzy fruits are very expensive." In an instant, those flowers suddenly grew even larger, beginning to unleash their ultimate skill. The flames also burned more fiercely than before. Seeing the situation was dire, he immediately informed his teammates, "The surrounding temperature is rapidly rising and the fruit cores stuck to the flowers have also been burned away." Without waiting for the opponent to prepare, he immediately made those flowers spew out scorching flames. The huge flames rushed straight toward Xuanyu, forcing him to stand his ground and endure the attack. The blood frenzy fruit tactic was cracked in an instant, and the terrifying high temperature also served to prolong the effect. Is this the gap in strength? In an instant, a huge ice bird appeared behind the 2 of them. Dance of the Ice Phoenix. Seeing this, the 3 quickly joined forces to fight. Thunder Spirit, War Drum. In an instant, 2 forces representing 2 extremes rushed straight towards each other. Yu Ge also cleverly flew forward at this moment, simultaneously preventing the erupting flames from rushing towards her teammates, resulting in a huge explosion accompanied by strong winds that scattered everything. The Ice Phoenix also followed up with support in time. Not only that, she continued to decisively charge toward the enemy. Both sides seized this opportunity, determined to support each other. Charge. Watching this scene, the people in the stands couldn't help but feel bewildered. They actually managed to block Hua Linhan's attack. I can't believe it. They really do have some strength. Lin Han's side felt a bit hesitant. "My man-eating flowers have thorns, you know." The 2 of them, unfazed after hearing this, resolved to attack. Xianxia immediately unleashed a counter-move. Meanwhile, Xuanyu's side was running and focusing on dodging the opponent's attacks. In an instant, he had already run to the side of the flowers. Before he could do anything, they immediately disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Han couldn't help but feel confused. His skill had been interrupted. Taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, Enwei immediately unleashed a counter-move. Of reincarnation, Yu Ge also happened to appear before him. A moment later, the 2 cooperated to attack. Great light of 5 elements. They launched such a fierce counterattack, letting Lin Han resist with all his might. 2-word battle armor. Suddenly, a deafening huge explosion occurred, blocking the 2 of them and immediately sending them flying back. Facing the recent explosion, his feet dug deep into the ground, stabilizing his body. Lin Han was also exhausted at this moment. Looking around, he unexpectedly saw a black shadow appear above his head at some unknown point. A sound of air being torn echoed. At this point both were exhausted yet still struggling to resist seeing this scene. The other students in the stands couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's that halberd." It turned out that although Xuanyu appeared suddenly, his attack was still blocked by the opponent in time. He ground his teeth in anger, immediately using the force to retreat backward. As soon as he landed, Lin Han panted heavily, regaining his composure to continue the fight. He had been forced to use his battle armor and was almost eliminated just now. If this continued, it would be even more disadvantageous. Without hesitation, he decided to use his strongest move. "I'm done playing with you, Martial Soul Avatar." His teammates above felt a little uneasy. He's wearing two-word battle armor and he's still unleashing his Martial Soul Avatar? He wants to finish off the juniors. At this moment, those flowers grew more and more, and Lin Han's power was stronger than in previous matches. Long Zhang silently observed from above, feeling worried for the opposing team. Solar Cannon. He actually managed to master it. It seems this really should be over. A familiar voice shouted, "Xuanyu, what do we do now?" Seeing the match intensify, Yuge pondered for a moment at this point. A moment later she had a plan in mind, and a dazzling light flashed. At this moment her power immediately erupted. Seeing this scene, Samui suddenly realized something and shouted in panic. "Burning battle armor? Is she giving up this set of battle armor? Surely not, this is just a practice match. She's actually burning her one-word battle armor. How can she be so resolute?" And Hui's side seemed to have already known his teammate's extremely dangerous plan, and tears gradually welled up. He couldn't let his sister sacrifice herself in vain, so he quickly decided to support her to the end. Evolving from the elf bow, an energy vortex suddenly appeared. Yuge understood and immediately rushed forward. The two clashed in an instant. Seeing all this made Lin Han stunned, unable to believe the facts before his eyes. No. Two surges of energy erupted wildly, colliding fiercely, passing each other in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lin Han was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? Tang Yuge's energy was actually absorbed by that sword? That sword seems to possess some kind of regulating power. Without hesitation, he angrily unleashed even greater power. But this is as far as you go. Seeing the fifth-year student's energy, the people in the stands anxiously worried for the opposing team. The energy is too terrifying. The first years are in danger. Each beam of light was also about to touch Lin Han's energy at this moment. In an instant, the two surges of energy collided, emitting a deafening explosion. Not only that, Xuanyu's side immediately rushed forward, determined to defeat the opponent. A sweeping green light. A moment later, a flash of light passed, triggering a violent explosion that shook the entire ground. Other students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "My God, that's too strong. Can outer court disciples really do that?" The smoke and dust on the field grew thicker. At this moment, a huge gash appeared on the arena, stretching across the entire venue. A green energy suddenly flew in from afar. It was recalled into his body. Xuanyu also collapsed exhausted onto the ground at this moment. At the same time, he quietly observed his teammates around him. Truly amazing. Their first joint effort created a martial soul fusion skill, giving themselves the chance to unleash a final blow. Ling Yi quickly ran over from a distance and loudly declared, "I announce the first years as the winners." Hearing this, he stood by, unable to accept the previous result. What exactly happened?" Lin Han eagerly demanded the reason. "How did they win? I can't lose." She turned around and quietly replied, "Is that so? If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have already been engulfed by that energy." Despite this, he remained unconvinced. "At most, it would just be serious injuries, not fatal, and I could still counterattack." Ling Yi happily and calmly replied, "I apologize, but as a referee, the primary concern is the safety of both parties. I believe saving you was the correct choice. If you are unconvinced, you may appeal." Hearing this, Lin Han, although very angry, could only accept the result. Xuanyu, though exhausted, couldn't stop feeling happy in his heart because his team had finally won. We won. At the same time, he didn't forget the teacher's guidance from a few days ago. "It was with the teacher's reminders and guidance that I completed the final blow." "That's great, Teacher Nana." At this moment, his eyes also slowly began to open. Seeing the two both happy and worried, asked, "Sister Yuge, you're awake?" Learning that her team had won, she also felt much more at ease. Enwi quickly leaned over to ask about his sister's physical condition. "Sister, how are you?" Although she had no strength left, Yuge still spoke to comfort him. "It's nothing, I'm alright, just a little tired." After hearing this, he just sat there waiting in confusion, seemingly still unable to let go. They all gathered together, preparing to leave the arena. Wei, then I'll trouble you to take Yuge back. Everyone ate the spirit fruits. Go back and absorb them thoroughly." At that moment, Xuanyu still couldn't believe the victory before his eyes. "I really didn't expect that we would actually win." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from afar. "I knew it." It turned out that the two people here had also watched the entire match and immediately ran over, ecstatic, to celebrate. "Boss, you're truly amazing. We will definitely win." "That's fantastic. I never expected it. Only one more match left. Boss, you all must do your best." Everyone else had gone back to rest, and after he returned from his solitary walk, his heart was filled with contemplation and worry. He still needed to reach 4 rings as soon as possible to consolidate his body with the spirit Ganoderma Purple Immortal, and then use the Blood Frenzy fruit to enhance his cultivation speed. Walking a long while later, Xuanyu suddenly heard someone call him. Turning around, he saw Long Zhang happily greeting him from afar. "Wait up, hello Lan Xuanyu." He showed a disappointed expression and coldly asked, "It's you again?" Hearing this, he shrugged and replied, "Junior, that attitude isn't right, you know. I'm here to help you." Xuanyu immediately sensed something from the other's words. "Senior, what do you want with me?" Long Zhang didn't beat around the bush and immediately got to the point. "Of course it's about your challenge match. I can help you create an opportunity to defeat the 5th and 6th years." Hearing this, although he was somewhat suspicious, he still patiently awaited the answer. "Go ahead and tell me," he calmly replied. "I know who your 5th and 6th year opponents are, however, for fairness I cannot tell you. I have a very close personal relationship with him and can secure a winning opportunity for you." Xuanyu was a bit curious at this moment. "What kind of winning opportunity?" Hearing this, Long Zhang calmly replied, "I can persuade your opponent before the match to reach an agreement. Considering respect for elders and teachers, they can give the juniors a chance. As long as you can hold on for 3 minutes, if you don't lose, it counts as a win for you." He immediately sensed something unusual here. Even so, Xuanyu still naively countered. "Even for 3 minutes we might not be able to hold out," he said helplessly. "Although I can persuade him to go easy on you, I still have to account for it to the students and teachers. If it were 2 minutes you'd have to pay more, requiring 20 purple badges." Seeing this, Xuanyu could only sigh helplessly. A moment later, Xuanyu had another thought for negotiation. "How about this then? For 1 minute I'll give him 30 purple badges." Hearing this, Long Zhang chuckled and countered. "30 badges? Really?" Xuanyu nodded, continuing to add negotiation terms. "But I have one condition: it must be kept secret. It can only be announced after both sides enter the arena, and will pay after the match." Long Zhang agreed, but hesitated about this agreement. "The announcement time is fine, but if payment is after the match, what if you don't pay?" Hearing this, Xuanyu placed his hand on his chest and solemnly replied, "I guarantee it with my character." Long Zhang sneered, "You even trick people with a fake divine artifact in a match. Your character isn't enough to guarantee it, junior student." Xuanyu, not to be outdone, muttered inwardly, "I thought you were a teacher. Seeing how eager you are, you're really too cunning." Seeing the sarcasm in the other's words, Long Zhang frowned and asked in a low voice, "Kid, are you mocking me?" Xuanyu quickly retorted, "Not at all, not at all. It's just that if senior won't agree, there's nothing I can do. How about this? Let's go to the logistics center and sign an agreement." Xuanyu saw the public notice board in front of him and was instantly stunned. The notice board now displayed first-year win odds 1 to 3. After reading the information, Xuanyu murmured to himself in surprise, 1 to 3, if we win like this, and it's entirely possible now. After weighing the pros and cons, Xuanyu finally bet 50 purple badges. Xuanyu still had 33 purple badges left in reserve to pay for the agreement. And we also heard all this at the moment, and he exclaimed in panic, "What, 1 minute, as long as we can hold on for 1 minute?" The two teammates beside him also grew anxious. "Boss, how did you do it?" At the same time, Xuanyu quickly formulated a countermeasure. "I have my own brilliant plan, it cannot be revealed. Now let's start arranging our tactics." Just then, the two suddenly heard a familiar voice. "So that's it." Xianxia gradually appeared before them. "If your goal is to stall for time, I'm afraid you won't last even a minute." Upon seeing their teacher, the two were instantly ecstatic. "Teacher Nana," the three here stared wide-eyed, constantly exclaiming, "Is that Teacher Nana? She's so beautiful." Xuanyu didn't wait long. He stepped forward and gestured, introducing to everyone, "This is Xianxia and my teacher, Teacher Nana. I've invited her to guide our pre-match tactics." Xianxia slowly sat down and replied, "Do you think you've already won?" Hearing this, Xuanyu quickly answered, "Unless they don't keep their word, but surely they'll keep it?" After hearing the other's reply, Xianxia calmly interjected, "No, what I mean is, in the face of absolute strength, time is meaningless. For you to hold out for that minute is almost impossible." Seeing things become more tense, Xuanyu was a bit confused. "Teacher Nana, do you know how strong our opponent is?" Hearing this, Xianxia calmly replied, "Judging by the grade difference, your opponent could even be an 8-ring soul master, capable of killing any of you in an instant." Xuanyu suddenly realized something was wrong at this moment. "Was I tricked by that guy? Teacher Nana, what should we do then?" Not wanting her students to suffer, Xianxia proposed a plan. "Your only way is to unite and face it together. Help Xianxia better understand their abilities and facilitate tactical planning." Teacher Nana meticulously inquired about everyone's capabilities. A moment later, Qianlei summoned his soul beast. "Come out, Golden Fatty." The little guy quickly hugged his head in fright, shouting, "Hey Golden Fatty, what are you doing?" As soon as Xianxia saw Golden Fatty, she suddenly recognized something. "You're actually a descendant of a divine beast, an ancient primordial species." Hearing this, Qianlei was a bit confused. "Teacher Nana, what are you saying?" Xianxia then recounted the little spirit's past. "It should be an old enemy of the dragon race, a royal behemoth from the golden behemoth lineage. If that's the case, then there's still a chance to win, and the remaining 5 people can also coordinate with each other." Hearing this, they were all too surprised to speak. The next day, as soon as Juhan saw his teacher, he rushed over and asked, "Teacher Xiao, do you think we can defeat the 5th and 6th years?" Xiao Kai calmly replied, "Not much chance. The strongest person in the 5th and 6th years was already specially recruited into the inner court in their 3rd year, but for some reason he still remains in the outer court. Even Hua Linen couldn't last a few minutes under him." Seeing the strength of the opponent described by the teacher, Juahan exclaimed in surprise, "That's strong." At this moment, everyone had arrived at the competition venue. Both sides enter the arena. "We will surely win." They were all filled with determination. The referee's voice began to sound, "Both teams, prepare." Upon seeing the familiar figure, Xuanyu was startled, finding it hard to believe what he saw. The opponent's voice came from afar. "Hello, junior student." As soon as he heard this, Xuanyu recognized that the person opposite was him. Upon seeing the opponent, Xuanyu immediately recalled their previous agreement. So he's the one from the 5th and 6th years participating. No wonder he proactively sought me out to negotiate. Xuanyu felt a little worried. "Senior, is this really okay? It seems he's really confident he can defeat us within 1 minute. Longzhong, seeing the other party's concern, spoke to reassure him. "What's wrong, junior student? Don't worry. I keep my word and will definitely abide by the rules. Let's get acquainted. My name is Zheng Longzhong from the 5th and 6th years of the outer court. It's a pity, junior student. If I really lose to you, it would be hard to explain to my classmates. I'm kindly reminding you, holding out for 1 minute isn't that easy." Hearing this, Xuanyu retorted playfully with sarcasm, "Senior, it's precisely because you look a bit anxious that I fell for your trap. Hey, I'm not that old, am I? I'm only 18 this year, in the prime of my youth." At the same time, a familiar voice sounded from behind Longzhong. "Zheng Longzhong, you rascal, stop putting on airs here." It was none other than Luo Hong. She unhappily reminded him, "Take the match seriously or don't blame me, the dean, for being impolite to you." Hearing this, Longzhong immediately defended himself. "Dean, I'm unhappy when you say that. How am I putting on airs? I'm known as Zheng Longzhong after all." She interrupted him without hesitation. "Shut up. You're the most unreliable person in the entire academy." Despite the other party's words hurting his pride, he calmly replied, "It's hard to be a good person, Dean. I've already decided to go easy on the junior students. If they can withstand my attack for 1 minute, they win. Junior student, I'm giving you another advantage. I won't use my battle armor in this match, otherwise I'm afraid you wouldn't even last 5 seconds, he sighed. Bragging doesn't cost tax, but no one believes the truth. Dean, you tell me it's hard to be a good person. Not long after, Longzhong began to unleash his moves. Xuanyu also recognized the opponent's ultimate move, battle armor. At the same time, his power grew stronger and stronger with light flashing all around him. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong couldn't help but be astonished. What? A circular halo slowly appeared around the arena, making her increasingly disbelieving of the facts before her eyes. Battle armor domain. The three were now all in a panic due to the opponent's power. 3-word battle armor. Can a 5th or 6th year from the outer court do that? How many badges does this guy actually have? 8 soul rings. A red soul duluo, 100,000-year soul ring. Xuanyu's gaze remained fixed on his opponent, thinking, no wonder he so readily agreed to my 1 minute. The power gap between us is actually so immense. At the same time, Longzhong immediately raised his hand and pointed to the stands. Today, my 3-word battle armor will be named Demon Ginseng Guard. If one day it can become 4-word battle armor, it will be called Beloved Ginseng Guard. If it can become 6-word battle armor, it will be named Lifelong Beloved Ginseng Guard. Samui sat in the stands smiling sweetly nonstop. A moment later, to everyone's surprise, she still smiled calmly and said, although he can be annoying at times, he's still very loyal. Seeing things getting out of hand, Luo Hong angrily warned, shut up, that's enough, hit to the preparation zone. Match start. Timing begins. 1 second. As soon as the referee spoke, Longzhong calmly replied, junior students, even if I give you 30 seconds, it'll be the same, you'll have no chance. Xuanyu immediately began to unleash his counterattack. Mengchen showed her determination to win. She quickly unleashed her counterattack, Snow Maiden's Descent. Instantly, a phantom of ice and snow appeared behind Mengchen. Yuge seized the opportunity to cooperate with her teammates, unleashing Great Light of 5 elements, Water Element. She didn't hesitate, immediately charging towards the figure in the distance. Yuge and the arrow ascended simultaneously, while Enwei swiftly shot an arrow at the opponent from below. The arrow flew swiftly, combining with the power of the two, making the bow and arrow stronger and stronger, and was instantly caught by Mengchen. Longzhong also recognized the opponent's plan, caught it, so it's a weapon. She made no superfluous movements, concentrating all her energy without hesitation. Luo Hong observed from afar, also understanding the situation of the match. The momentum was soaring. It was actually a combined effort of 5 people. A moment later, Longzhong directly threw a punch at the opponent. Mengchen, not to be outdone, quickly swung the arrow and charged straight forward. Duran, looking at the scene before him, couldn't help but exclaim, 5 people combined their strength. They actually had this trump card. Luo Hong was very perceptive and immediately saw it. They could actually converge the power of 5 people. This was a tactic Xiao Kai had researched to help them. Suddenly she turned around, her face filled with shock. Wait, where's the 6th person? What's the little fatty doing at the back? Qianlei was concentrating his internal energy, drawing a blood-red hexagram. As soon as it was complete, he immediately injected his life force into that star. Luo Hong had completely not expected Qianlei to make such a daring move. Is he crazy? He's actually draining his own life force. Suddenly, a voice from who knew where entered her ears. Let him do it, there's no danger. As soon as the words fell, Luo Hong's body stiffened. What? Who's speaking? Why can't I move? Qianlei seemed to be nearing his limit. Intense pain struck, causing him to cough violently. A few drops of blood splattered onto the star. Instantly, the star was activated, erupting with powerful spiritual energy. On the other side, the two collided violently, creating a fierce tremor. The friction sound of spiritual energy was deafening, and the entire space seemed to hold its breath, awaiting an outcome. Long Zhang thought powerlessly in his heart, blocked again. Meanwhile, Xianxia still. She silently summoned another magic array, preparing for the next attack. The next second, Xianxia gripped her ice spear tightly and charged forward like a storm. Long Zhang quickly noticed that a domain had appeared beneath her feet. Long Zhang swiftly seized the opportunity and charged forward. At this decisive moment, a surge of ice elemental energy had already gathered where she stood. The martial soul behind her immediately wrapped ice threads around Xianxia's waist, providing cover. Bing Tinling pulled the ice threads with all his might, buying Xianxia time to summon another ice spear. Her eyes were filled with determination. Xianxia turned and slashed wildly, and frost enveloped the entire space. Luo Hong and Long Zhang were both surprised. They recovered and adjusted so quickly. This team truly has its ways. At the same time, only 7 seconds remained until the decisive moment. However, Long Zhang decided to continue his moves, but it had no effect. The commentator's voice sounded repeatedly. Lan Mengchen is disqualified. Long Zhang clenched his fists, launching his second move at Xianxia, who was immediately mercilessly knocked away. He released his grip, launching his third move at Yuge. Intense pain struck, making her scream in despair. Enwei quickly drew his bow to cover her, shouting, "Stop!" Lu Ling, however, before he could act, Long Zhang had already moved first. The commentator's voice sounded repeatedly. Yuan Enwei is disqualified. Tang Yuge is disqualified. 11 seconds. Having just dealt with him, Long Zhang rushed towards Xuanyu in a hurry. Xuanyu stood rooted to the spot, nervous. In this critical moment, Qianlei arrived in time, pushing Xuanyu aside. Then Qianlei immediately raised his fist, meeting Long Zhang. As soon as the two made contact, a huge tremor was created. Under immense pressure, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Long Zhang couldn't help but be surprised. What? Long Zhang was preparing his next move. However, Qianlei's single roar stifled his intention. Long Yang's eyes were filled with shock. He could actually suppress my bloodline. Qianlei, on his side, unleashed a flurry of punches at Long Zhang. Qianxia also couldn't stand still, continuously supplementing with wild slashes. The entire battlefield was immediately enveloped in smoke and fire. The audience in the stand, seeing this scene, couldn't help but stir. These first years can actually fight Long Zhang for so long? Du Ren couldn't help but gape, unable to believe it. With only 20 seconds left in the match, Long Zhang closed his eyes, concentrating all his divine power. The next second he erupted with spiritual power, transforming into his martial soul avatar. Long Yang's gaze was filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, Qianxia had already fallen into his sights. With just one lightning-fast attack, Dong Qianxia was eliminated. Long Zhang didn't stop there. He continued to rush forward, attacking Qianlei, who couldn't help but be enraged. Qianlei roared, evolving another level. Golden Behemoth's new form was so terrifying that even Long Zhang had to be wary. However, Jiu Yuena still couldn't help but worry. Oh no, Qianlei's spiritual power is still a bit weak after all. He hasn't been able to fully control Golden Behemoth. Exploding his own bloodline power like this, he won't last long. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, filling the air with smoke and dust. Qianlei, unable to withstand the pressure, reverted to human form. As he was no longer capable of fighting, he was immediately eliminated. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a bottomless giant pit appeared in the center of the arena. Long Zhang struggled to his feet at this moment, but was completely unharmed. He leisurely asked, "Junior student, how much time has passed? Do you surrender?" However, Xuanyu showed no fear at all. Instead, he retorted directly, 24 seconds, don't think you've won." Hearing this, Long Zhang could only sigh helplessly, then immediately rushed forward like a storm. "Then I won't hold back anymore." Xuanyu calmly summoned a blue spiritual energy to open the summoning gate for the divine artifact. Long Zhang recognized it at a glance. "Is it that halberd again? Without any strategy, it's useless against me." Suddenly, Long Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Xuanyu was holding a silver staff, having lost control of his body, carefully experiencing the sensation of energy being completely controlled as he examined the divine artifact. Another blue spirit flew past Long Zhang. Xuanyu keenly sensed the time was right, and added another golden spirit. The two spiritual energies merged, forming a new teleportation gate. With a gentle wave of Xuanyu's hand, a purple light shot out at the speed of light. They were so fast that it took Long Zhang a moment to realize he was under threat. Fortunately, he ducked in time, so only his cheek was lightly grazed. Something was wrong. Long Zhang was stunned by the illusory scene before him. What in the world was this thing that it could easily injure him? At this moment, the two spiritual energies combined again, creating another teleportation gate. Then, a rain of purple light suddenly enveloped the entire sky, making him uneasy. But Long Zhang couldn't stand still and endure it. Instead, he counterattacked with a punch. Unfortunately, this time he injured himself. The previous explosion had left him with considerable wounds. However, Xuanyu showed no sign of stopping. He continued to unleash another wave of purple light rain, giving Long Zhang little time to catch his breath. Xuanyu's side continuously created teleportation gates, firing a barrage of immortal spiritual energy. Long Zhang on his part dodged with extreme effort, his movements very agile. However, in just a moment he was already exhausted. If only he could use his battle armor, why would he be in such a sorry state? Luo Hong quickly noticed the other party's cowering behavior. What was happening? The stands also began to buzz with discussion. Lan Xuanyu was suppressing Zheng Longzhong. Of course he was unwilling to be at a disadvantage, and immediately unleashed his 100,000-year Soul Ring's illusionary soul skill. He coldly unleashed his second move, the 8th soul skill, Vacuum Black Hole. A miniature black hole formed at the center of the battlefield, its suction so strong it seemed to swallow the entire space. Xuanyu calmly stretched out his silver staff, stretching the spiritual energy backward, and then quickly rushing forward. The spiritual energy shot directly into the center of the black hole. This incredible sight made Luo Hong exclaim in surprise, using the power of star elements to stop the black hole's suction. However, this was not enough for Longzhong. He alone pushed the black hole towards his opponent, still trying to buy time. Then I'll go over there. The students watching couldn't believe their eyes. Could spatial rifts also move with him? Too powerful, however. Xuanyu was completely unmoved. He calmly changed his silver staff and immediately summoned the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, having just acquired the divine artifact. He decided to display his power. Longzhong was immediately shocked by the pressure. With no other choice, he could only flee to save himself. The moment the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was about to touch the black hole, it suddenly stopped. The black hole then slowly shrank until it completely disappeared under the gaze of all the spectators. Luo Hong was dumbfounded in surprise. The blue halberd had actually absorbed the black hole. As soon as the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd finished its work there, it eagerly went in search of Longzhong. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. It instantly flew to the rear, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Longzhong turned back in horror, only to see a clear hole in the wall. From the dissipating smoke, the divine artifact from earlier flew out and landed steadily in Xuanyu's hand. He said nothing, merely looking slowly at his watch, then called out, "Senior, time's up," Xuanyu announced without hesitation. Longzhong was severely struck by this news, and the entire stands fell into a terrifying silence. The audience below the stage was equally surprised. No one dared to speak. At this moment, Ziming suddenly appeared. Could she really intervene in a student's match like this? Jiu Yuena responded directly and without reservation. "I merely guided him. Moreover, your match was unfair from the start. Besides, why should my disciple lose?" With no other choice, Ziming could only reluctantly accept and then left. "Fine, suit yourself. This is good too. At least we know the Silver Dragon Spear has been recovered by Shrek." Luo Hong walked slowly onto the battlefield. She questioned Longzhong, asking if the 1-minute agreement still counted. He nodded repeatedly. "It counts." Only then did Luo Hong confidently announce, "Very good. I now declare that the first years have successfully completed their cross-grade challenge, achieving total victory." As soon as the news broke, Xiao Kai immediately became emotional, his eyes welling up with tears. Unknowingly, tears had already filled his eyes. The students below the stage immediately cheered enthusiastically. Everyone rushed forward, flooding the stage to share their joy with Xuanyu. He displayed a satisfied smile at this moment. The crowd continuously shouted Xuanyu's name on the field, allowing him to see Yugei and Enwei shedding tears of happiness. He had never seen his sister so excited before. Longzhong stood aside, leaving all the glory to Xuanyu. Was this really the strength of a 3-ring soul master? He sighed and consoled himself. "No need. Fortunately, I still earned 30 badges, not a loss." However, Luo Hong poured cold water on him. "Wait. Public property was damaged during the match. Each person must pay 25 purple badges in compensation." Longzhong immediately jumped up. "What, Dean, you can't do this. Repairing the protective wall wouldn't cost that many badges, would it? Isn't this disheartening for a large number of outer court students?" However, she flatly refused. "You are no longer an outer court student. Don't try to claim kinship." Suddenly, a slender hand gently reached out. Samui suddenly threw herself into Long Yang's arms, then consoled him. "For giving your battle armor such a beautiful name, I'll be a little nicer to you today." The two lovers thus happily walked away, leaving behind the single dog Lin Han, who unintentionally became a third wheel. "You two get lost?" Xuanyu only then discovered the bad news, but it was already too late. "What? Compensation of 25 purple badges? The dean is too ruthless." Seeing this, Xiao Kai stepped forward to smooth things over. "Did you offend the dean? I just went to ask." "The dean asked me how much you earned." Xuanyu scratched his head, honestly replying, "Before I only earned a few badges, and I exchanged them for food for everyone." "In exchange for what? You honestly confess all the blood frenzy fruits, rage fruits and lava fruits, 10,000-year sky blue vines, 10,000-year profound ice marrow, and so on." Before he could finish, he was hit with a large brick. "Shut up, go pay your fine." Xuanyu could only helplessly call out from behind, "Teacher, teacher, you can't abandon me." Just as he was despairing, Qian Lei's voice sounded, "Boss, don't cry, I'll support you. Boss, help me exchange this. You can deduct the fine from it." "I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep." Xuanyu held the paper in his hand, wondering, death certificate. A moment later, his face was filled with panic. It turned out the paper stated that the two of them had just won 150 times their principal. Xuanyu never dreamed this was true. This kid had actually bet on the first years winning all their matches, using only 1 purple badge. A picture of Qian Lei gleefully frolicking among mountains of loot suddenly appeared in his mind. He had already gained 150 purple badges. This time they really struck it rich. "This guy is amazing." A moment later at the logistics center, Qi Huang received bad news first thing in the morning and was furious. A total of 351 badges? What? From then on, Lan Xuanyu became the most unwelcome person at the exchange center. Meanwhile in the classroom, Xiao Kai stepped forward to announce explosive news. Shrek Academy will not go back on its word in half a month. All first-year students will travel together to Spirit Star. The students immediately cheered with joy, celebrating great first years are the best. Meanwhile in Everbright Sky City, Tianyu stood by the window, gazing into the distance. I already know the situation. That wasn't purely his power, but it's unnecessary now. It also had a good effect. With that he winked at Luo Hong. However, Lan Xuanyu and his teammates should also increase their numbers, she immediately retorted. Isn't that too early? Tianyu lowered his head to confirm. Early? That kid still needs to consider who he's getting. Do you know how many badges that kid got from the exchange center? His next words made Luo Hong's jaw drop. Almost 500 purple badges. How many? 500, however. Tianyu felt immensely proud. This is Shrek. Only Shrek Academy can cultivate such monstrous talents. The more monstrous such a genius is, the more likely they are to achieve great things in the future. The scene shifted to another location where a series of large and small explosions occurred simultaneously, engulfing the entire space in flames. This was during mecha combat training. Stop, one more time. As soon as the mecha hatch opened, Xuanyu raised his hands in surrender. Wait, he appeared, looking more disheveled than ever. I really can't go on, let me rest for a bit. However, the other party firmly refused. No, get up, one more time. Xuanyu had truly reached his limit of endurance, but with no other option the person had to let him rest for a while and continue tomorrow. A moment later, Xuanyu finally lay on the ground with a sigh of relief, thinking, when can I go to Spirit Star? Half a month later it was time to depart. We're leaving now. Everyone get in the car. Great. And we walked behind, coincidentally seeing Yuja's disdainful expression again. A moment later as the car began to move, Enwi couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister, do you really want to go? If so, Yuge replied directly, I just want to see what's really there. Spirit Star is beautiful, filled with life energy, free and unconstrained. No sooner had she finished speaking than she immediately retorted, does freedom mean no responsibility? These few words made Enwi very uncomfortable. If you don't agree, then shut up. The two of them started arguing, but Xuanyu was the one suffering. Did I tell you to talk to me? Haughty. A moment later he came up with an idea. Wei, you and Lu Feng switched seats, so the pair of feuding individuals were temporarily separated. The atmosphere thus calmed down. At this moment Yuge spoke softly. Do you also think I'm haughty? Lu Feng was heartbreakingly sensible. I'm not qualified to comment on you, but I think it's best not to take your anger out on others. She didn't react immediately after hearing him. Not take anger out on others, he quickly added by way of explanation. Just be yourself. Yuge couldn't help but be curious, continuing to press. Are you working hard to be yourself? Lu Feng honestly replied. My talent isn't high, only by working harder than others, by constantly pushing myself can I stay. What I want to do now is be with everyone. What about you? Do you have a goal? Hearing these sincere words, she suddenly fell into deep thought. Seeing this, he kindly suggested, if you don't have a goal, then set one for yourself, for example, becoming a god. However, Yuge didn't agree with this idea. Becoming a god, that's too difficult. It's not just about strength, it also depends on opportunity and luck. Opportunity and luck only favor the prepared. If it's not difficult, what kind of goal would it be? You see more clearly than I do. I'll give it a try then. A moment later, they arrived at the Shrek Interstellar Travel Center. Tianyu gathered everyone in the hall, then announced, we are about to depart for Spirit Star. Before we leave, I have some things to remind you about. I am Wang Tianyu, Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion, and I am responsible for leading this trip. This observation ceremony mainly concerns the tribulation of Dishan, the beast god. This is about whether Dishan can break through and become a god. For each of you, it's an excellent opportunity to fully experience the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. If he fails his tribulation, he might transform into a soul spirit. If you are chosen by the beast god, then you can of course cultivate to become a god. Hearing these words, Xuanyu was immediately filled with hope. Jiuyuina quickly continued, there's another matter at this grand ceremony. Some soul beasts whose lifespans are nearing their end, those unwilling to choose humans, will voluntarily transform into soul spirits. This is a rare opportunity for all of you. Xuanyu suddenly raised his hand. Pavilion Master, may I ask a question? Speak. He stood up and immediately voiced his doubt. Teacher said that if we gain Dishan's approval, we'll definitely be able to cultivate to godhood. But he himself hasn't cultivated to godhood, has he? Tianyu patiently explained. Dishan, the beast god, is suppressed by the laws, which is why he cannot break through. He has already undergone 8 tribulations, and his own strength is already above the god level. If he can become a soul spirit, it will be of immense benefit to the collaborating soul master. This knowledge seemed like a whole new realm to him. Thank you, Pavilion Master. A moment later, they gathered at the boarding gate. Announcements continuously echoed. All passengers, please return to your seats and prepare for takeoff. The roaring engines indicated the spaceship was about to depart. Xuanyu sat inside, excited. A soul spirit? Can I really have a soul spirit that truly belongs to me? Spirit Star was the farthest administrative planet from the mother planet, requiring a 15-day flight to reach. Lan Xuanyu spent the journey in meditation. Suddenly, an announcement sounded, waking him just in time. Please end your meditation as soon as possible. We are about to arrive at our destination. As the spaceship gradually entered Spirit Star, Enwi kindly reminded everyone again. We've arrived. Xuanyu looked at the scene before him, his mouth agape. It was a world of green everywhere. Spirit Star's life energy was incredibly rich. The spaceship landed at the Spirit Star Interstellar Travel Center. As soon as they disembarked, a large crowd of people stood waiting. Tianyu respectfully walked forward, speaking first. "Hello, Your Majesty the Queen, I apologize for troubling you to personally come and greet us again," the Queen immediately replied courteously. "Shrek Academy is a place I have always admired, and with the Pavilion Master personally gracing us with your presence, of course I must come to greet you. Pavilion Master and everyone, you must have had a tiring journey." As soon as Enwi saw the other party, he excitedly shouted, "Grandma." The two happily embraced. "Wei Wei, our family is here too, let Grandma have a look." His face was filled with joy at this moment. "I really missed Grandma." The Myriad Beast King also quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Hello, Pavilion Master Wang, we meet again." Tianyu immediately responded politely. "It's been a long time, Myriad Beast King." He then took the opportunity to add a few words. "The Beast God cannot come in person because he is making his final preparations and entrusted me to apologize to you on his behalf." Tianyu of course didn't take these small matters to heart. "Myriad Beast King, you're too kind." The Queen no longer procrastinated, directly greeting Pavilion Master Wang. "And all friends who have come from afar," she said, pointing towards the entrance of Spirit Star, "please follow me. Welcome to Spirit Star." In this dreamlike wonderland, an ancient dynasty quietly reflected. The Elf Queen led Enwi back to the Elf territory. The Shrek Academy students followed behind the Myriad Beast King, riding on huge soul beasts. Xuanyu and his group also slowly followed, gradually boarding the palanquin. He marveled at the scene. "This really looks like a paradise." Mengchen was equally surprised. "So beautiful." Xuanyu quietly observed each area. The Federation hadn't had the heart to destroy this place initially. Shao Kai kindly explained to him. "Soul beasts live here because they also like this environment. Both sides have their own territories, mainly self-governing. Only when conflicts arise does the Federation step in to mediate. Initially, we weren't the only ones who wanted to attack Spirit Star. When we accepted them, we also had to bear the responsibility of protecting them." Xuanyu listened, then turned around and asked doubtfully, "Protect? Does Spirit Star have enemies?" His gaze held a hint of melancholy. "The universe is vast and boundless, with many life forms. Interstellar colonization is not a simple matter. Why do sinful planets exist? Because there are forces supporting them from behind." He simply couldn't believe his ears. He had never thought before that in the vast universe there were actually enemies of the Federation. In this boundless space, truly anything existed. Shao Kai fell into contemplation. "The Federation's fleets and powerhouses have always been protecting us, and who knows how many heroes have sacrificed themselves for this. For now, you don't need to know so much. You'll understand naturally when you reach 4th year." Rows of small houses were tightly connected, a familiar rural scene. Xuanyu stepped down and looked around. "There are so many humans here, it seems this is the guest area." Zimming spoke up to remind them. "Guests from various major powers are all here. Everyone, don't go out randomly to avoid causing trouble." Len and Xuanyu arranged the three girls in one room, a thoughtfulness that deeply moved Tang Yuge. He meanwhile strode forward to admire everything around him, feeling utterly astonished. "The environment here is truly beautiful." Lu Feng smiled, pointing inside. "I'll go to the restroom first." Xuanyu stretched outside, feeling relaxed. This place is really comfortable. Just as he was about to move forward, he noticed something. Xuanyu turned his head, wanting to see what animal it was. "So it's a butterfly, the tiger king of this elven tribe." Their eyes met, and he had no choice but to speak first. "This white tiger is really big." Xuanyu still had that bewildered look. "Who are you?" It looked at him with a bewildered expression. "Who are you? You can speak human language." Xuanyu's meaningless conversation continued. "You can speak human language, such a round head, so plump, truly adorable." He couldn't help but touch it. It felt so good. This infuriated the butterfly. "Hey, how dare you pinch my noble face?" It was furious inside. "You're dead." Lu Feng had just come out of the restroom and immediately shouted, "What's going on?" Xuanyu remained calm. "Nothing." The butterfly struck a threatening pose. "I ask you, are you afraid?" But it met an incredibly stubborn opponent. "Why should I be afraid if you harm us? The law will deal with it." It lost all interest. "You're really boring." Watching the butterfly sulk, he let out a soft laugh. "Then what would be interesting?" It immediately ordered. "How about you groom my fur? If it weren't for your pleasant aura, do you think just anyone is qualified to groom this king's fur?" Xuanyu was speechless, only standing there with a sigh. He eventually listened to the butterfly happily grooming its fur rather than under duress. Xuanyu gazed at it gently. "This white tiger is really cute. I'd love to have a pet like this." Soon the white tiger fell asleep. He asked with a worried voice, "What should we do? Do we need to tell the teachers?" Xuanyu didn't want to wake the butterfly, so he said first, "No need. His soul beast probably isn't allowed here either. If it's discovered, it might be punished. And it probably doesn't have any malicious intent." He quickly directed his teammate. "Let's go meditate." Lu Feng could only accept. "Okay." A series of clamorous sounds echoed through the forest. "Myriad Beast King, what's wrong? Why are you in such a panic?" Keluhai ran to the Myriad Beast King, his face pale, to report. The Myriad Beast King angrily rebuked him. "What? The Tiger King is missing? How is that possible? Didn't I tell you to watch it? Where did it disappear?" The Myriad Beast King grew increasingly angry. "Foolish at such a critical moment. No matter what, you must keep a close eye on the Tiger King. The summoning ceremony is almost here. How can we proceed without it? Don't tell the boss about this for now. It needs to be in its best condition." Quickly go notify Bai Zi and the others to search together. Keluhai rushed to execute the order. Yes, the next day, a beautiful sunrise and gentle sunlight illuminated every corner. Xuanyu stood there admiring the beautiful scenery. What a wonderful morning, I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat some delicious fruits to fill up. The butterfly had at some point sat down behind him. Oh, what are you eating? Xuanyu turned around answering its question. Ah, a fruit, a specialty of our Duluo star. The butterfly lowered its head and looked for a moment, then opened its mouth wanting to eat. But it wasn't that easy. He quickly snatched the fruit back before it could touch it. The butterfly wasn't angry. Instead it playfully whined, Human, why are you so stingy? I don't mind your saliva. Xuanyu suddenly adopted a proud demeanor again. Hey, this thing is very expensive. Why should I just give it to you? It was a bit dejected, so it had to come up with another idea. But I want to eat that. This king will trade with you, okay? His tone was very puzzled. What do you have to trade? The butterfly cast magic and conjured something. The puff of white smoke quickly transformed into a beautiful berry. How about a sky-child fruit? Xuanyu, seeing the rare item for the first time, was a little bewildered. What is this, a grape? It took the opportunity to display its extensive knowledge. What an ignorant human. This is a sky-child fruit. Eating it grants eternal youth. The butterfly's passionate introduction greatly surprised Xuanyu. Stop swaying, it was exactly like a salesperson. I could speak as soon as I started eating it, and it also grants eternal youth. Xuanyu was gradually drawn in by the magic in the butterfly's words. Is it really that amazing? Let me see. This fruit was indeed unusual. His spiritual power couldn't even probe its interior. It thought it had convinced him. Will you trade or not? One fruit for one fruit. But it encountered someone who enjoyed teasing. No trade. The effect of this fruit is unclear. What if it's poisonous? The butterfly was so angry it almost cried. Are you really so ignorant of good things? This is a sky-child fruit, used by the elf tribe to purify their bloodline. Xuanyu feigned difficulty. That might be a good thing, but I don't know you. How can I believe what you say? How about this? I'll give you a perfectly intact fruit, but only for your bug. How's that? Its eyes shone brighter than car headlights. Today I'll give it to someone too. So beautiful. The box, I want this box, so pretty. What is this green gem? He slowly explained. This is a life crystal. You should have them here too, right? The butterfly didn't wait for Xuanyu to think and quickly handed over the item to him. Yes, but not like this. I'll give you a sky-child fruit plus our life crystals here. How's that? Xuanyu was incredibly surprised by today's abundant spoils. So big it seems the white tiger's identity here is not ordinary. Okay, I'll trade with you, but let's agree first. After this exchange we'll be good friends, good brothers. No regrets later. It quickly agreed. Okay, got it. Xuanyu enthusiastically high-fived the butterfly. Deal, it said, holding the box happily. And I'm not your good brother, I'm a girl. Xuanyu looked at the butterfly and shook his head slightly. A tigress then, all right? Then I'll treat you as my younger sister from now on. You can find me at Shrek Academy on Duluo Star. My name is Lan Xuanyu. What about you? He complained with a dejected expression. They all call me Tiger King. It's awful. I don't like it at all. Don't you think the butterfly pattern on my head is especially pretty? I made it myself. I named myself Lan Butterfly. Does it sound good? The butterfly quickly gained the upper hand. We both have the surname Lan, so we're family. I'm definitely older than you, so I'm your elder sister. How could Xuanyu accept this proposal? No, the age of soul beasts can't be calculated like humans. You're definitely younger than me. Being my younger sister is fine. Although it was a bit unconvinced, it had no choice but to agree. You're so annoying, never mind. Sister it is. So it's a deal, okay? Unbeknownst to them, the sun was almost overhead. The butterfly was very happy with today's experience. I have to go back or they'll look for me. Its voice still echoed in the distance. Goodbye, big brother. He watched the butterfly's figure gradually fade away. Wang Tianyu quickly informed the students of Shrek Academy. Next we will head to the Soul Beast nursing home, or paradise as the Soul Beasts call it. Under the gaze of hundreds of people his tone remained incredibly firm. Wang Tianyu was unwavering. That was where soul beasts at the end of their lives chose their companions. You all need to be energetic and show your best side. Wang Tianyu led the team to a new area. This is the Soul Beast Paradise. Xuanyu looked around blankly. So quiet. His tone was low as he instructed all the students. You may bow. Everyone obeyed Wang Tianyu, bending down to salute. A gracefully poised woman slowly walked towards them. Bai Ji exuded a noble and elegant aura, her tone gentle. Pavilion Master Wang, hello. Welcome everyone to Paradise. Please wait a moment. He quickly stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Senior Bai Ji, you are too kind. Xuanyu was incredibly surprised by the mentioned guest's identity. Senior Bai Ji. Lan Mengchen added information for Xuanyu. She was once ranked 4th among the 10 great fierce beasts. She observed for a moment, then nodded. There are more students this time. Many young people have come. Wang Tianyu wanted to brag extensively, but had to restrain himself. The entire first-year class has come, because under the class monitor's leadership, they successfully challenged higher grades, ultimately defeating all outer court seniors including the 5th and 6th years. Wang Tianyu's information greatly surprised Bai Ji. Challenged up to the 5th and 6th years, that's truly impressive. Wang Tianyu called out the most outstanding person. Lan Xuanyu stepped forward. Xuanyu stepped forward, respectfully greeting the senior. He quickly introduced him to her. This is Lan Xuanyu, the first-year class monitor. Although his cultivation isn't high, his twin martial souls are an extraordinary talent. Bai Ji was even more shocked when she saw him. This child is truly handsome. Suddenly a stranger appeared, speaking with an arrogant tone. Old Wang, you're really not being fair. Yang Wei disdainfully questioned, "Are you recommending your students before we even arrive?" Yang Wei, the divine realm's foremost war god, she smiled and gently nodded. "General Yang, hello." Although the man was arrogant, he remained respectful to the senior. "Greetings, Senior Bai Ji." Wang Tianyu was not at all surprised by Yang Hui's attitude. "Long time no see, are you itching for a fight or just itching for trouble?" He issued a firm challenge. "It's always most interesting to fight with you. Let's find a time to spar again." What a young hero this little fellow. "After graduation, do you plan to enlist? Our War God Hall is the shortcut to enlistment." Yang Hui's intention was quickly thwarted by him. "That's enough." He noticed the inner court vice dean's unusual behavior. "Old Wang values this child so much, he's worth paying attention to." Another young man walked over. "Yang Wei, did you provoke old Wang again?" It was Tang Miao, the vice hall master of the Duluo Hall. "Like this, we'll have another common enemy." Wang Tianyu immediately greeted him warmly, shaking his hand. "Tang Miao, if you hadn't come, someone would be poaching." Tang Miao's mood was the same as his. "It's fine, he can't poach them away." Lenin Mengchen was somewhat shocked, having seen too many influential people. "Is this a person from the legendary Tang sect?" Dong Qianchu was also excited beside her. The Tang sect, founded by sea god Tang San. Yang Wei tried to steer him in another direction. "Tang Miao, don't you feel embarrassed? Every graduation ceremony you select so many people. Why don't you consider the Spirit Transfer Academy?" Ling Shuang happened to overhear their conversation. "Because what our Spirit Pagoda can offer your War God Hall cannot." By Ling Shuang from the Spirit Pagoda. Xuanyu looked left and right. Spirit Hall, Tang sect, Spirit Pagoda. All major powers have come. It's getting even livelier. Bai Zi didn't make everyone wait long and announced, "Since everyone is here, let's begin now. After finding a partner, young people from all sides, please quickly enter Paradise and sign a contract with us. Paradise is the habitat of our Soul Beast tribe and fighting is forbidden. After a series of rules are proposed, violators will never be allowed to enter Paradise. If there are no more questions, you may enter." Wang Tianyu meticulously instructed the students of Shrek Academy. "Fighting is forbidden, but competition is not. Once inside, try to release your aura as much as possible to attract the attention of soul beasts, understand?" Everyone shouted in unison. "Understood." Her tone was gentle yet authoritative. "Please, if you wish to avoid danger, do not cross the boundary. The time limit is only 1 day. Afterwards, please return promptly." Everyone quickly headed to the gathering point. The adventure officially began. Bing Tinling's trust in him was absolute. "Class monitor, the main group has dispersed. What do we do?" Xuanyu calmly analyzed, his demeanor extraordinary like a master. "We are unfamiliar with this place. If we disperse, whether we encounter suitable soul beasts is purely up to luck. But if we gather, it's different. If we encounter soul beasts, we can let them choose us, and the probability of being chosen will also increase." Lan Xuanyu's suggestion was approved by everyone. They almost completely trusted him. "Let's go." Lan Xuanyu ordered the team to spread out as much as possible. Like casting a net, the chances of finding soul beasts would be higher. Xuanyu's plan was indeed effective. "Soul beast spotted over here, everyone come this way." Everyone marveled at this achievement. A big snake, only he stood there slowly observing the tree snake that relied on its strength. "This senior's cultivation has already surpassed 50,000 years. Crazy guy, it seems this senior is interested in you." Xuanyu immediately gave instructions. "Crazy guy, try your martial soul." Lu Feng quickly drew his white dragon spear. "Okay." The tree snake indeed noticed him just as initially guessed. "It seems to have chosen you. You consider it yourself." This soul spirit was indeed very good. But Lu Feng thought a lot, unexpectedly refusing it. "I'm really sorry, I cannot choose you." Lu Feng slowly explained to the tree snake. "My specialty is speed while your specialty is strength. This isn't very suitable for my martial soul." Everyone around also felt it was a great pity he refused such a good opportunity. Xuanyu immediately offered a suggestion. "Senior, wait a moment, there are many of us. How about you take another look?" Yushin seized the opportunity. "Senior, what about me? My specialty is strength." Saying that, he immediately demonstrated his skill, Blade Pulse Strike. Yushin looked at it without hesitation, human and beast face to face, utterly resolute. He jumped up and directly slashed towards the tree snake's head but was quickly bounced back by its strength. Such strong defense, Yushin's effort earned the tree snake's gentle nod of approval. He didn't want to lose this super rare soul spirit. "Thank you for agreeing, senior. Don't worry, even if the road ahead is difficult, I will overcome all obstacles." Yushin was now full of vigor. "Let's move forward together. Brothers, I'm off first. Good luck." Everyone watched full of admiration. "That's a soul beast with over 50,000 years of cultivation. How enviable. At least 2 10,000-year soul rings can be obtained. Let's continue moving." Lan Xuanyu's method was indeed effective, and 3 more soul beasts successively chose them. Someone shouted, "Look, there's a soul beast ahead." Xuanyu tried hard to open his eyes. It seemed to be discussing with someone else. It was a thorn dragon, an extremely rare and powerful sub-dragon species with approximately 30,000 years of cultivation. Its specialty was not only attack and speed but also spatial ability, making it very suitable for Crazy Guy. He worked hard to find suitable soul beasts for his friends. It seemed the other party was demonstrating its abilities to it. Xuanyu quickly urged, "You go up too." Lu Feng strode forward with imposing momentum. "Okay." Xinghai was very displeased with this attitude. "Junior student, do you not understand first come first served? Wait until I'm done." But he didn't care in the slightest. In Paradise everyone competes fairly. Junior Lu Feng Martial Soul White Dragon Spear Bloodline Rank 2 Specialty Speed. The Thorn Dragon's tone was arrogant. Show me what you've got. Lu Feng was puzzled, turning to Xuanyu. How do I prove it, boss? He immediately instructed him. Show it your bloodline growth rate. In fact, Xuanyu had long since been noticed by it, and it teleported. Lu Feng was also surprised. What's wrong? The Thorn Dragon actually lay down and licked his feet. Master. Its gentle action surprised Xuanyu even more. Please accept me. The other two people were equally shocked when they saw this. What? Only he, being in the midst of it, was completely flustered. Senior, please get up quickly. The Thorn Dragon seemed to want no one but Xuanyu. Master, I'm really strong, really very strong. I've been waiting for so long. To increase its persuasiveness, it also quickly displayed its abilities. Watch me. The Thorn Dragon's indescribable power opened Xuanyu's eyes. It used its tail to create a spatial rift and could even enter it, appearing in a higher place. He created a purple orb, absorbing thousands of crystals into the clear sky. Xuanyu felt that this thing was incredibly good. It was indeed rare spatial power, and its offensive capability was terrifying. The Thorn Dragon enthusiastically returned to his side. Once you evolve, I can open my own spatial battlefield, and in the future, even a Thorn spatial domain. Please take me in. Xuanyu still refused. I'm sorry, I probably don't need a soul spirit. You must have sensed the condition of my bloodline. It froze for a moment. Right, how could the Golden Dragon King need a soul spirit? The Thorn Dragon now only had him in its heart. But master, I truly want to follow you. I can even be your servant. Xuanyu felt it was a good offer, but regrettably, if you want to leave here, you can only do so after transforming into a soul spirit. Although I myself cannot acquire a soul spirit, this brother here can. With my help, his bloodline awakened, and I should be able to continue helping him tame his bloodline. The Thorn Dragon turned to ask Xuanyu, Master, will your friend always stay by your side? He immediately clarified its confusion. We won't be separated for at least 10 years. By the way, I have a string of fruits called Sky Child fruits. Crazy guy, what effect would they have if I ate them? Hearing of such exquisite fruits, the Thorn Dragon was also surprised. Oh, my Sky Child fruits are extremely useful. Give them to him, give them to him. I'm willing to be his partner as long as you give him 3 Sky Child fruits. The Thorn Dragon also presented 2 conditions to Lu Feng. One was to eat 3 Sky Child fruits, and the other was to follow Lan Xuanyu for at least 10 years. Lu Feng, though benefiting from Xuanyu, seemed a little dejected, merely nodding gently. Thus the two finally reached a consensus. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a bit puzzled. Senior, you and Crazy Guy should head back first. It smiled broadly. I want to go with Master. The ceremony isn't urgent, and I still need to report to Lord Beast God. I'll be back in a while. It immediately reported to Xuanyu. It said it would come find me before going back. He was happy for his friend. There should be no problem. Congratulations, Crazy Guy. Lu Feng and Xuanyu felt the same way. Brothers don't need to say thank you, do they? The surrounding people, upon hearing, were also excited. Excellent, congratulations, Crazy Guy. Mengchen also wanted to benefit a little. Xuanyu, don't be biased, we want powerful soul spirits too. He frowned slightly, a bit troubled. That still depends on luck and where we stop. It's hard to find ice attribute soul beasts here, only Xianxia didn't contend like her. I don't need a soul spirit, Xuanyu urged. Then let's keep going. After searching for 4 hours, another soul beast acknowledged them. Tinliang made a preliminary assessment of the situation. It seems it's not easy to find a suitable soul beast in this paradise either. It really does depend on luck. For a lightning attribute like me, it's probably quite difficult too, he agreed with him. Exactly. I guess in the end, less than half the people will get a soul beast's approval. Yuge, what kind of soul spirit do you need now? Yuge, with her current strength, didn't need to look for one. I already have 5 soul spirits and I can't break the balance of the 5 elements, so I don't really need a soul spirit. Mengchen seized the opportunity to roughly describe her wish. On the contrary, I really need one. And it doesn't necessarily have to be suitable for an ice jade phoenix zither attribute. For example, I encountered a phoenix or something. Xuanyu half-jokingly said, Where are there any phoenixes in this world? You're overthinking it. How about a chicken? She angrily cursed. You're the one who needs a chicken as a soul spirit. Suddenly, a roaring sound attracted everyone's attention. A terrible and chilling sound echoed throughout the entire forest. He silently observed the situation. What's happening? The ground is shaking, as if there are a lot of soul beasts. Yuge's eyes widened in surprise. Soul beast riot. Xuanyu immediately evacuated everyone. No defense, everyone quickly climbed the trees to hide. He calmly surveyed his surroundings. A powerful thought had just swept over him. Just then the Thorn Dragon returned. Master, I'm back and I've brought you a surprise. Xuanyu nervously looked at Xianxia. It seems the Thorn Dragon is back. I'll go down and check. For some reason a figure slid down a rope. What? In fact, there was no him at all. It was just a trap to lure him out. Those monsters were exceptionally fierce, constantly ready to charge at Xuanyu. He could not have foreseen such a dangerous situation. There were actually hundreds of powerful soul beasts, all with cultivation levels exceeding 100,000 years. This didn't deter Xuanyu. The next second he entered combat mode. He unleashed a powerful energy that shot straight into the sky. The soul beasts and she were also astonished by that terrifying power. Xuanyu merely made a small display, but it was enough to make them submit. A group of soul beasts lay trembling on the ground, terrified of this small boy. This strange sight was truly rare. Huge soul beasts were actually showing respect to a tiny human creature. Looking at the group of soul beasts prostrate on the ground, Xuanyu was somewhat surprised. Why are they all prostrate? Is it really the influence of the dragon god's bloodline? Quickly make them stand up, don't let my classmates see, the thorn dragon stammered. Venerable Master, I dare not, he sighed helplessly. First make all the soul beasts stand up, then speak calmly. It immediately took the order. Yes, yes, yes. The soul beasts then gradually stood up, and the thorn dragon slowly explained the reason. Venerable Master, we have come by the beast god's command, bringing the unhibernated soul beasts here for your friends to choose from. Xuanyu was surprised by this news. The beast god knows me? He was still a bit flustered. Yes, the beast god should have sensed your aura too. He said, if you have any requests, please state them quickly. The beast god cannot come personally because he is about to undergo tribulation, but he might speak with you before the tribulation. After hearing this story, he was a little hesitant, truly finding it hard to believe. But it seemed these soul beasts had no ill intentions. Everyone, come down, it's all right now. As soon as Mengchen arrived, her eyes widened. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. So many, what's going on? Xuanyu slowly explained. They seem to be very friendly towards me. The soul beasts in paradise came to see us, making it convenient for us to choose each other. Mengchen found this heaven-sent pie truly unbelievable. The thorn dragon turned to ask him, Venerable Master, I have a question. How long will your teammates be with you? Xuanyu looked at it, his tone calm. At least 5 years of study together. I wonder if that's enough time. The thorn dragon's eyes lit up. Excellent, 3 years is enough, I'll tell them. The soul beast's aura, which had just calmed down, suddenly became powerful again, making the students gasp for breath. The people around them trembled. It's terrifying. He felt this group of soul beasts was a bit troublesome. So he concentrated all the essence of heaven and earth. Indeed, a green light flickered in his hair, making Xuanyu's demeanor even more majestic. He released his bloodline aura. In an instant, the beast horde quieted down. The people around, seeing this situation, were somewhat surprised. What's going on? They all seemed to be afraid of Lan Xuanyu. Is Lan Xuanyu the beast god? Looking at his friend's astonished expressions, Xuanyu sighed helplessly. Everyone quiet down and come in order, he quickly echoed. Yes, in order. Everyone will definitely obey the rules. Xuanyu slowly guided everyone. Everyone stand in a line and release your martial souls. After that, the soul beasts will come forward one by one. The soul beasts began to approach, and they all seemed to be like the thorn dragon from before, carrying a hint of flattery. They seemed eager to form partnerships with the students here. Soon the first contract was made. Tin Liang got a huge bargain, incredibly excited. Ever since then, Bear, I've hit the jackpot. I knew following Lan Xuanyu meant good things to eat. But Xianxia still hadn't chosen a soul beast. Are you really not going? She smiled softly at him. I'm not suitable for fusing with a soul spirit. What about you? Why don't you choose one? Yuge is still working hard over here. They don't seem interested in me. She flew straight into the air, unleashing the great light of 5 elements. Xuanyu asked, what kind of bird is that? It actually has both black and white colors. He was very curious. What kind of soul beast is that? Yuge replied. I don't know either, but we can feel our compatibility. The chaos bird spoke. Venerable Master, hello. You can call me Yin Yang. I am of the Yin Yang chaos bird lineage with an ancient bloodline. My ancestors once followed you, or rather followed your predecessor. It is my greatest honor to follow you again, Yuge repeated. It says its name is Yin Yang chaos bird. Only then did she suddenly realize. That's right, Yin Yang and the 5 elements complement and promote each other. The 5 elements can be divided into Yin and Yang with it. A martial soul should be able to evolve again. I never expected such a miraculous encounter. Xuanyu was very happy. Congratulations, his classmates had all successively found suitable divine beasts. Only Lan Mengchen had not. There were no ocean soul beasts here. Jiayu's martial soul was summoning marine creatures. Additionally, Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianchu, 4 people, hadn't found suitable partners. The thorn dragon, in this somewhat awkward situation, hesitated before speaking. Venerable Master, your teammates, apart from those who truly couldn't find suitable soul beasts, have all chosen their partners. Please see, without waiting for the other to finish. Xuanyu impatiently interrupted. Why are they all so far from me? Are they afraid of catching a disease? This strong attitude made him anxious. I wouldn't dare. How could mere small soul beasts like us be worthy to be your partners? Seeing the thorn dragon's frightened look, he could only silently cry out in pain in his heart. Am I truly fated to be without a soul beast this time? But it was this sorrow that caused an unexpected thought to suddenly flash in Xuanyu's mind. That's right, he couldn't help but ask eagerly. I once acquired a golden silkworm devil ape in an illusory world, but as time passes it seems to be fading away. You are all soul beasts. Is there any way to help it? The thorn dragon, limited by its knowledge, could only vaguely seek help. I'll call some knowledgeable individuals to take a look. As soon as Yin Yang spoke, it immediately appeared, softly advising, Venerable Master, its soul foundation cannot be sustained for long because it has no life foundation connected to it. It is only because your life essence is high that it has lasted until now. These words filled Xuanyu with sorrow. Then is there any way to help it? The conversation was suddenly interrupted by a deafening roar from the forest. From who knows where, the ape cry came rushing like an arrow, charging towards the tree bark. No one can snatch this from me. This is mine. It completely ignored Xuanyu's bewildered expression, opening its mouth and sucking the golden silkworm devil ape into its body, making Xuanyu panic and shout, What are you doing? Why did you eat it? But the ape cry smiled and explained, trying to de-escalate the situation. Venerable Master, it's a misunderstanding. I don't eat such spirit bodies. I did this to help you save it. The situation of this golden silkworm devil ape is special. For its spiritual consciousness to continue to exist, the closest life form must accommodate its spiritual consciousness. Those sincere words made Xuanyu feel ashamed, But ordinary life forms would not be willing to do this, as they would face the danger of competing for body control with the new spiritual consciousness. But to fulfill Venerable Master's wish, I have already taken it into my spiritual sea, so it can continue to exist. Xuanyu was at a loss, awkwardly coughing, and quickly turned away to avoid the other. So I misunderstood you, but why do I always feel that things are not that simple? Finally, Yin Yang couldn't help but interject. Of course there's more to it than that. This guy just wants to curry favor with you. It has 90,000 years of cultivation, and the golden silkworm devil ape spiritual consciousness has no effect on it. The key is that the golden silkworm devil ape has already signed a contract with you. The contract transferred to it with the fusion. Now it has become your summoned beast. How shameless, exposed. The ape cry not only wasn't embarrassed but burst into laughter. Isn't that because you're all slow-witted? I was the first to think of this method, and my bloodline can protect its spiritual consciousness most safely. Venerable Master, from now on I am yours. But this didn't make Xuanyu angry. Instead he was somewhat happy. With 90,000 years of cultivation it must be very powerful, right? Suddenly remembering something, he asked seriously, "Then how do I summon you?" This made the ape cry clear its throat, cautiously replying, "Once you awaken your spatial ability, you can easily summon me. Right now isn't there the thorn dragon? It can temporarily summon me." Suddenly given such a bombastic nickname, the Thorn Dragon immediately cursed furiously. "Still calling me Thorn Dragon? You're dead." Unfortunately, the ape cry mostly ignored it, focusing instead on piquing Xuanyu's curiosity. "Moreover, some of my abilities can be used by you. You can try to activate the contract." This made Xuanyu unable to resist, immediately concentrating his consciousness to control it. "Let's try." As soon as Lan Xuanyu finished the simple incantation, Vajra Finger Force, his palm continuously emitted energy that even he was surprised by. Pure power erupted, unlike the Golden Dragon King's power, somewhat like the stacked effect of blood-burst fruits. When that power dissipated, Xuanyu finally let out a long sigh of relief. "It seems quite useful." When he turned to his teammates he said, "Then that's it for today. Let's go back." He couldn't help but feel a restless itch facing their bewildered expressions. "Did you hear that? They all call him Venerable Master." His brain quickly went into a sweat-inducing mode. Oh no! The confusion made Xuanyu only able to converse with his teammates with a smile. "I mean, I don't know why. Do you believe me?" "No, we don't." "Then do you still need a soul spirit?" "Yes, we do." "Then do you know what to do?" Without emitting any threatening aura, Tin Liang and Juahan enthusiastically replied on everyone's behalf. "That's right, whoever doesn't keep the secret is dead. Secrecy, it must be kept secret." We didn't hear anything. After this confirmation, Xuanyu let out a chuckle and turned to leave. "Let's go back." After a while, when the group returned to the starting point, the classic scene before them surprised the teachers of Tianyu Imperial Soulmaster Academy. "This is clearly cheating. One person getting one is too much. Can't our academy's students have high talent?" Even Ling Shang felt perplexed and doubtful. Senior Bai Ji, but she responded with a very profound statement. "The three of you need not overthink. Everything is destiny." However, it was precisely this statement that immediately deflated Yang Wei, who had originally intended to argue. "Why don't we have such good destiny?" The feeling of happiness made Tianyu's voice noticeably softer, until he noticed something was amiss. "All right, go rest first and prepare for the soul-spirit fusion ceremony." He hurriedly stood before Tianyu and asked directly, "I didn't." As soon as he heard the other party's definitive reply, yes, Lan Mengchen, Dong Qianchu and Jiayu did not receive approval from any Soul Beast seniors. Tianyu couldn't conceal his inner shock, muttering, "How is that possible?" Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Ling Shang and Yang Wei complained together unfiltered. That Lan Xuanyu actually didn't find a suitable Soul Beast. Really, he wasn't chosen. He's Old Wang's most valued student, but it seems he's nothing special this time. But these negative comments reached Xiao Kai's ears. Amidst the candid voices of the crowd, too envious, he secretly sighed. He himself was one of those who weren't chosen. Pitifully using an artificial soul spirit, Juahan looked at the group of soul beasts behind Tinliang. The stunned expressions were simply comical. A thorn dragon, and even a purple lightning bear and other soul beasts I had never seen before. The noisy commotion even drew Yuge to watch. Could it get any more exaggerated? Xuanyu enjoyed this joyful scene until Mengchen called out, Venerable Master, please find me a soul spirit." Her pleading tone made Xuanyu helplessly remind her, "Don't call me that, it's embarrassing. I can't help if there isn't a suitable soul beast for you." Unfortunately, her playful teasing went too far, giving Xuanyu goosebumps. "All right then, you're the Venerable Master, you must have a way. Otherwise I'll call you that every day." After a while he finally told the Thorn Dragon about it. What can be done about this? This made him rack his brains for a long time. Do we really have no ice or snow attribute soul beasts? The Thorn Dragon's head turned to the side, and Xuanyu subconsciously looked in that direction too. If it's a phoenix, Bai Ji's figure suddenly appeared in his mind's eye. Awkwardness slowly rose, and Xuanyu gave an embarrassed laugh. "No way, you mean?" He was interrupted by the Thorn Dragon's affirmative voice. "That's exactly what I mean. Senior Bai Ji has over 600,000 years of cultivation. She wasn't originally skilled in combat, but she has long become our 12th leader. She saved countless lives, but she also faces a huge problem." Recalling some past events, Long Pei almost overwhelmed his senses. Under the protection of the beast god, Senior Bai Zi was able to overcome a great calamity and cultivate to this day. But if this tribulation isn't successful, then the next one could very likely cost her life. Therefore she might choose to become a soul spirit. Xuanyu immediately asked Mengchen, confused. But I don't feel that the emerald swan suits you, the other party explained excitedly, her face flushed. How could it not suit me? Her cultivation is over 600,000 years. I really like that golden soul ring, the thorn dragon also nodded in agreement. It's indeed suitable. The ancestors of flying soul beasts all have phoenix bloodlines. I'm sure Senior Baiji's bloodline, Mengchen became even more excited because of this, is the closest to a phoenix bloodline. That's right, nothing else matters. This captivating conversation made Bai Shu interject. But will Senior Baiji agree? After all, her status and identity are still there. This satisfied the thorn dragon's curiosity. Therefore, there must be two prerequisites. One is that the beast god's tribulation is unsuccessful, and the other is that the venerable master obtains the beast god's permission. These words made Xuanyu sigh deeply, filled with frustration. This matter is not urgent. No sooner had he finished speaking than the young people from various factions returned. Before anyone could even catch their breath, they were stunned by the sight before them. What is this? This time they've raided paradise, one for each person. What kind of soul beasts are those? I've never seen them before, and each soul beast hasn't even reached its full form. Although Zuer was tired, she still mustered the strength to fight for her team's rights. Senior Baizi, this is unfair. They are just outer court disciples. How could their success rate be so high? To her surprise, the older sister merely replied gently and cryptically like an oracle. I don't know exactly what happened. Even if they had a fortuitous encounter, everyone has the same chance. Even the beast god and I are powerless to interfere with paradise. However, as soon as Zuer turned to leave, Baiji couldn't hide her own surprise. Although that's what I said, even I didn't expect this. Especially, how did a yin-yang chaos bird appear in the soul beast world? Previously, there was only one soul beast that played a huge role in balancing the yin and yang aspects of the soul beast world. Can it really leave here? This train of thought was precisely interrupted by Tianyu's call. Senior Baiji, can we begin preparing for the fusion ceremony now? She feigned a cough to attract everyone's attention, then slowly began to speak, making the entire space exceptionally quiet. Please wait a moment. Because a large number of soul beasts were chosen from paradise this time, I still need to consult with a few elders. Baizi also spread her swan wings, signaling to everyone present. However, please rest assured, we will definitely adhere to the rules. In just an instant she flapped her wings and flew away, astonishing everyone. Among them, Sister Mengchen stood there cheering, which made Xuanyu standing beside her blush. Too beautiful. Can it really become my soul beast? Isn't it too beautiful? As soon as Baiji left, the powerhouses present immediately couldn't sit still. Yang Wei aggressively took the lead in making trouble. Old Wang, what exactly did you people do? Do you have some kind of agreement with the soul beasts? Even Tang Miao, usually silent, had to interject into this unusual situation. Old Wang, they're all our people. There's no need to hide anything. Their dissatisfied attitude made Tianyu's face look awkward. Brother Tang, I truly don't know what happened. Senior Baiji also said that even the beast god cannot interfere with paradise. His sincere tone made him feel uncomfortable. Old Wang has always been upright. It seems he genuinely doesn't know, so he automatically lowered his voice to prevent things from escalating. Why don't we call them over and ask? Finally, someone offered a way to de-escalate, and he sighed, calling out, Lan Xuanyu, come over. He hurriedly ran to them, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment. Dean Wang looked at the student before him, and Tianyu didn't hesitate to ask him directly to avoid future trouble. Tell us what happened. Why did so many soul beasts choose you all? Everyone turned their gaze to Xuanyu, awaiting an answer, and he merely feigned innocence, replying, we encountered soul beasts and then the soul beasts chose us. And then we came back here. Feeling it was still somewhat strange, Tianyu continued to probe. No soul beast chose you. Under the gaze of the teachers, Xuanyu could only sigh and reply, yes, the soul beast came but didn't even glance at me. Pavilion Master, this isn't fair. Could you talk to the senior soul beast so we can also be recognized? This outstanding acting made Tianyu close his eyes, sigh deeply, and let him off. Alright, I just want to know why so many soul beasts chose you all. After all, very few people were chosen elsewhere, but he still diligently played his role to the end. Didn't the teachers tell us that soul beasts choose those with potential? Is it because we have potential? The teachers present, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. This kid's words are truly infuriating. Clearly our people have higher cultivation, but even having received a complete answer, he still seriously reconfirmed, there's nothing special about it. Xuanyu looked directly into the other's eyes and replied, no, if there's anything special it's that the soul beasts ignored me. Could it be because my martial soul is too strong? Ling Shuang, somewhat curious, asked, what is your martial soul? As soon as she got the answer from the other party, blue silver grass, she couldn't hide her surprise, blurting out, blue silver grass, a trash martial soul is too strong? This attitude immediately prompted Tang Miao and Tianyu to speak up and remind her. Be careful what you say. The martial souls of two of our Tang sect ancestors were also blue silver grass. That's right, what's wrong with blue silver grass? Did it bother your family? Attacked fiercely for a single sentence, Ling Shuang was immediately left speechless. You people, the matter finally came to an end, and Tianyu sighed, shooing him away. Alright, it's nothing, you can go now. A while later, Baizi returned, bringing with her a white tiger and something resembling a stone tablet. As soon as she landed, she informed everyone that the ceremony could begin at any time. There are no more problems. Hearing this, he spoke on behalf of everyone. Thank you, Senior Baiji, and this is... Seeing everyone's curious faces, Baiji calmly introduced, this is the Tiger King. These words astonished everyone, and they all bowed in unison, showing their respect. Greetings, Tiger King. The butterfly completely ignored them, focusing only on Xuanyu. Hey, can I go play over there? Baiji happily stroked its head and slowly nodded in agreement. Go ahead, just don't cause trouble. Granted permission, it quickly gathered strength and dashed out as if flying. All right. As soon as it arrived in front of the other person, the butterfly excitedly began to speak. Hello, big brother, we meet again. He gently stroked its head and asked, How are you, little Lan? Meanwhile, upon seeing the Tiger King, all the soul beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, observing the strange sight before him. Xuanyu asked, puzzled, Are they paying respects to Lan Butterfly? The joyful atmosphere was suddenly interrupted, putting it in a very bad mood. Don't you all disturb me and big brother talking. Its way of speaking made Xuanyu smile and instruct the other. Little one, you must be polite. But the butterfly, like a 3-year-old child, asked back blankly, What is politeness? The thorn dragon, witnessing this scene, could only stare in amazement and exclaim, That's the Tiger King, as expected of the venerable master. Meanwhile, Xuanyu still tried his best to answer in the simplest language. Politeness is respectful and humble speech and behavior in communication, conforming to certain etiquette. But it frowned, stating it was too complicated and it didn't understand. He still diligently persisted in teaching the little one. It means being kind to friends and speaking courteously, which made the butterfly's entire face light up. Then I understand. The teaching session quickly ended, and it suddenly changed the subject. Big brother, do you want to come play at my house? It was only when Xuanyu asked blankly, Play at your house? Yes, that the butterfly blurted out the crucial point. Papa said to bring you. He sadly, in the most elegant way, refused. But I can't go. My teacher is here. Unexpectedly, it actively pleaded with Tianyu. Uncle, can I take big brother to play? This not only startled Tianyu, who exclaimed, Ha, go play, but also left Ling Xuan, the Tiger King, and nearby Tang Miao and Yang Wei shocked and dumbfounded. Calling him big brother was too exaggerated. Everyone simultaneously had the same thought. Who doesn't know the Tiger King is the beast god's designated successor? Encountering this situation for the first time, Tianyu didn't know how to handle it and could only turn to Senior Baiji for help. The other party's anxious look only earned him a calm and nonchalant reply from her. It's all right. When you all first arrived, the Tiger King secretly snuck into your camp to play. It probably felt a connection with you all. With Baiji's words, the butterfly's face broke into a happy expression. Let's go. But when Xuanyu asked, Where are we going? It answered mysteriously, Just follow me. While Xuanyu was still in a daze, the butterfly had already cast magic, picked him up and then gently placed him on its back. Here we go. As soon as Ling Xuan and Yang Wei saw this scene, they were terrified. He's riding it. Can the king of soul beasts be ridden? And Tianyu merely sighed helplessly, breaking into a sweat, worried about what was to happen next, so the butterfly carried him. Dashing into the forest in the blink of an eye, the heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken by Baiji's leisurely voice. Everyone, shall we prepare to begin the ceremony? This left those who hadn't yet sobered up with no choice but to respond weakly. All right, let's begin. The soul-spirit fusion ceremony was not complicated. Through signing a contract, a soul beast transforms into a soul spirit, simultaneously integrating its essence into the soul master's body, essentially continuing to exist in another form. Following these instructions, the thorn dragon quickly transformed into an energy sphere and flew into Lu Feng's hand. Next, visiting the butterfly's home, the two were now on their way, flying and chatting as they went. Big brother, that fruit you gave me the other day had a very high life essence. I gave it to Papa and Papa was very happy. Xuanyu listened, calmly replying, As long as you like it. Afraid of not expressing enough gratitude, it repeated, I really like it, Papa likes it, and I like it too. Feeling that the butterfly seemed to have something more to say, he had to ask, Papa, what's wrong? Is he sick? Receiving his concern, the other party hesitated before sharing. It's just big brother. Recently little Yi has been very worried about Papa. The butterfly spoke, looking up into the distance, a hint of sadness in its eyes. It's not that he's sick. Papa said he might have to leave me forever. Papa said he has no right to choose. Hearing the sadness, Xuanyu thought with worry. Could it be a terminal illness? But little Lan's Papa seems to be a fierce beast too. As he was still deep in thought, the butterfly's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting him and making him look up. We've arrived. As soon as they reached its home, it immediately changed speed, entering a forest shrouded in thick mist. Along the way, Xuanyu looked around with curious and awestruck eyes. What is this black mist? There's actually a place like this in the forest? As the butterfly darted through the forest with lightning speed, he was stunned by the sight before him. It's amazing, looking at the various flowers and plants growing here. Xuanyu was secretly surprised. The plants here completely accumulate life energy within themselves, not releasing it outwards. While he was still marveling at this energy-filled forest, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth before his eyes. Then the two flew to a huge lake. The butterfly seemed very familiar with the place, landing on the grass and walking towards the lake. Just as Xuanyu was busy exclaiming, the life energy accumulated in this lake is so incredibly dense, it had already lowered its head to report to Dishan. Papa, I've brought big brother. Suddenly, a black aura appeared on the lake's surface and an illusory figure manifested. Accompanied by an extremely powerful pressure, the energy vortex within Xuanyu's body also flickered. Feeling the energy resonance, Xuanyu calmly waited. Just like that, Dishan's figure gradually materialized, his majestic gaze finally meeting Xuanyu's youthful eyes. The other party's appearance could be described as that of a true emperor. Just one look made Xuanyu freeze there, unable to move. After Dishan inspected his entire body, a very satisfied expression appeared on his face. Indeed, it is as expected. I never imagined it, truly never imagined. Seeing this, the butterfly curiously asked, "What is Papa saying?" Didn't explain, only smiling and saying nothing, while simultaneously lifting the seal on Xuanyu's body, allowing him to move. Then Dishan asked about his family. "Are your parents well?" Xuanyu enthusiastically replied, "They're very well." Upon hearing the news, he eagerly reconfirmed as if he hadn't expected them to still be alive. "Are they really well?" Xuanyu felt puzzled. "Do you know my parents?" The other party replied without hesitation. "Of course I know them. Back then it was your father who made your mother." But while speaking normally, Dishan suddenly stopped, fell silent for a moment, then looked up and burst into laughter. "Perhaps this is destiny. At a time when I am about to make the most difficult choice, destiny brought you here. Such destiny has not severed my soul beast bloodline." Unable to understand the deeper meaning of these words, he had no choice but to speak again. "What do you mean by that?" Dishan didn't explain, only smiling meaningfully. "You'll know when the time comes. Butterfly, take him back." And upon hearing the command, it only asked one question, receiving what could be considered an affirmative answer from him. "Is that all, Papa?" The next second, the other party ended the conversation as it transformed into an illusory figure. "That's all for now." Then, leaving parting instructions for the butterfly, "You can take him to your place to look around, just bring him back tomorrow." After Dishan left, it quickly turned to Xuanyu and asked, "Do you understand what Papa meant?" He couldn't explain. Instead, he retorted, "No, I don't." "Why have your eyes turned purple?" The butterfly then gently explained, "Because of the environment here. Papa transformed this place into one suitable for our cultivation." Having said that, it took the other party and departed with lightning speed. "Let's go, I'll take you to my house." At this moment, Xuanyu secretly pondered, "My parents are researching their own soul beasts." He carefully recalled his conversation with Dishan, finding it hard to believe that he actually had a soul beast as a friend. He truly hadn't expected it. After a while, the two passed through the forest and it brought Xuanyu to another golden lake. This time, the butterfly didn't stop. Instead, it plunged directly into the lake. Finally, as both entered the water, Xuanyu unexpectedly discovered that the lake contained immense life energy, and he also sensed other energies accumulated within it. Immediately upon entering the water, Xuanyu let out a few choked gasps. The deeper he dived, the more astonished he became. The lake was too deep, the water pressure too strong, and combined with the rapid movement, Xuanyu felt his lungs were about to burst. Just as he thought he had one foot in heaven, they arrived at their destination just in time. Xuanyu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath with all his might. Seeing his companion in such a sorry state, the butterfly quickly apologized. "Big brother, I'm sorry. I forgot Big brother can't breathe underwater." Xuanyu wasn't truly angry, he just teased, still gasping, "Really?" Then the flickering light before his eyes left Xuanyu utterly amazed. "These are life crystals and they're enormous. Where is this?" The butterfly proudly showed off. "My home." Xuanyu looked around, exclaiming, "Your home truly is a celestial abode." He couldn't help but think to himself, this place possessed three intense energy attributes. The concentrations of life aura, light elements and dark elements were all astonishing. A moment later, the butterfly pointed to the ground and explained, "Papa made this especially for me. He told me to bring you here to cultivate for a while, to see how it works." Xuanyu responded without hesitation, "Okay." Then he sat cross-legged, cultivating and pondering that the light and dark elements here were not only incredibly concentrated, but also, under the harmonization of life energy, he could absorb them immediately. Watching the conversion speed of the vortex within him, Xuanyu's body became even more robust. These were indeed core supertonics for bloodline circulation. His bloodline power was rapidly increasing. While absorbing the elements, he suddenly remembered, "Right, this place should be most suitable for using the sky child fruit." But he saw the butterfly lying in front of him, seemingly deep in a sweet dream, asleep. So Xuanyu decided against it, then took out the string of sky child fruits, plucked one and put it into his mouth, eating one first to see the effect. As soon as he swallowed it, a fluctuation occurred within him, and energy suddenly erupted, causing Xuanyu to open his eyes wide in surprise. He had no time to prepare and groaned in pain as the aura burst forth with extreme intensity. Xuanyu gritted his teeth and persevered, while simultaneously using the vortex to alleviate the pain. The medicinal power was too strong, his body and spiritual sea were completely scorched, and he could only slowly resolve it with his bloodline power. The immense heat even startled the sleeping butterfly awake. It sensed the abnormality and was about to turn around to warn him. "It's so hot, big brother, you?" Before it could finish, the butterfly suddenly heard Dishan's voice echoing in its ears. "Cultivate well, feel the changing bloodline aura on him, guide your own aura to combine with his and eat the fruit he gave you." The butterfly hesitated upon hearing this, saying, "Papa, I wanted to give that to you. Didn't you say it was very good?" Dishan quickly interrupted it. "Hurry, don't miss the opportunity, obey." Despite this, the butterfly still asked again worriedly, "Do I really have to eat it?" This attitude made Dishan even more anxious. "Hurry, don't waste the chance. His aura is very helpful in guiding your true bloodline awakening." Only after Dishan personally saw the butterfly put the item into its mouth did he feel relieved and instructed on other matters. "What Papa cannot accomplish, you will have to accomplish in the future." The butterfly chewed and obediently replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, within Xuanyu, the energy of the vortex continuously spun. Too fast. Clearly the growth rate of his bloodline power had increased severalfold. This speed was unprecedented. As his entire body strove to receive the energy, he could feel his body, meridians, internal organs and bones. Everything was showing signs of being refined. The next second a flash of light passed and Lan Xuanyu seemed to have completed a new transformation. The butterfly also gained considerable benefits from the other party's breakthrough. The power of his aura was so immense that it even made the rocks inside the cave radiate vibrant life. By now it was late outside. Tang Yuji's voice came from the reception area. "Teacher, Xuanyu hasn't returned yet. She's checking on Xuanyu for everyone. He won't be in any trouble, will he?" Xiao Kai, worried about the student's excessive concern, quickly reassured her. "He'll be fine. The soul beast and Xuanyu have a good relationship." Despite the teacher's assurance, Dong Qianchu still felt uneasy. But it's so late and he still hasn't returned. After all, a soul beast is just a soul beast. He had no other choice but to declare, "You all go back first, I'll go ask the pavilion master." So Xiao Kai went to confirm for the students. "Pavilion master, Lan Xuanyu hasn't returned yet, and everyone is a bit worried." Before he could finish, Wang Tianyu interrupted with a smile. "It's nothing, the Tiger King took him. Perhaps it's a fortuitous encounter for him." He glanced at the other party and explained, "The Tiger King is Dishan, the beast god's chosen successor, the next beast god." Xiao Kai was also utterly astonished upon hearing this. Under the bright moonlight his surprised voice rang out, "I never expected this kid to have such a good relationship with the beast god. The students being able to gain recognition from so many soul beasts today must be related to this." Feeling this wasn't enough, Xiao Kai proposed another guess. "Then do you think the Tiger King and Xuanyu could?" Wang Tianyu decisively interrupted this bold speculation, not even waiting for him to finish. "You're overthinking it. The Tiger King cannot become anyone's soul spirit. It was specially cultivated by the beast god. Its cultivation exceeded 50,000 years within 1,000 years of birth, and its growth rate is extremely fast, but it still needs a lot of time to truly mature and won't break the balance." Xiao Kai understood the situation and requested to leave. "Then I'll head back." But before he could take a step, Wang Tianyu called out to him, "Don't rush, I have something I want to discuss with you." Finally he revealed his intention. "I want to conduct some new experiments with your class." He had no reason to refuse and immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wang Tianyu made a fervent decision. "To deal with monsters, one must have methods to cultivate monsters. I will transform your class into an experimental class, an interstellar combat experimental class." Back inside the cave, Lan Xuanyu was currently absorbing elements and energy, and everything on his body was undergoing transformation. As soon as he finished, Lan Xuanyu's eyes changed somewhat, and he also noticed that the number of his scales had increased. The dragon god scales on his chest had actually become 3. Before he could even be happy, the butterfly covered its eyes and uttered words that threw him into a panic. "Big brother, it's so embarrassing." Lan Xuanyu quickly hid behind the life crystals, awkwardly saying, "I'll put on my clothes." While getting dressed, he also observed the vortex within his body, finding that the bloodline vortex had undergone some changes, specifically the volume of the dragon god bloodline. Observing the changes, he also noticed that it seemed to have increased severalfold. Lan Xuanyu daydreamed while changing, wondering if the duration of his dragon god transformation could be extended severalfold. He felt that the benefits gained this time were truly immense, so he made an effort to understand it again, checking for anything he might have missed. "It seems yesterday's cultivation was excellent, and your sky child fruit really is effective. Is it true that each person can only eat 3? The butterfly, thinking the other party had forgotten, naively confirmed again. "Yes, you can only eat 3, and the effects of subsequent fruits are not as good as the previous ones." Lan Xuanyu noticed the latter part of the sentence, feeling a little worried. "The effects of subsequent fruits aren't as good as the previous ones?" A moment later, as the two left the cave together, he asked about the time. "Butterfly, how long have we been cultivating here?" "It's already noon on the second day." "It's fine, Papa isn't undergoing tribulation until tomorrow." Lan Xuanyu was startled by this news. "Your papa is undergoing tribulation, Dishan, the beast god?" The butterfly didn't understand, merely repeating innocently, "Yes, didn't you meet him yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was speechless at the other party's thought process. "How would I know? Besides, he's a dragon and you're a butterfly." The butterfly was unfazed, replying innocently, "I don't know either. Papa said I'm a natural spirit seed." Recalling Dishan's majestic appearance and powerful aura, Lan Xuanyu still felt a slight tremor in his heart. "This little fellow is truly formidable, and that other one is the 900,000-year golden-eyed black dragon king." He then surmised the reason the butterfly brought him here and received the reply, "Did your papa tell you to bring me to him?" "Yes, and he also told me to cultivate with you." Afterward, Lan Butterfly brought Lan Xuanyu back to the human residential area. After taking the other party to their destination, the butterfly reluctantly asked, "Big brother, will you come back to play with me in the future?" Lan Xuanyu replied with certainty, "Yes, I will definitely come when I graduate." After receiving the promise, the butterfly became lively again, bidding farewell and showing him something. "Thank you, big brother. Then you must come back soon, big brother." Look, the next second its entire body emitted light, then transformed into the adorable image of a girl, astonishing Lan Xuanyu. After transforming, the butterfly slowly opened its eyes, then excitedly called out as if showing off, "Big brother, Witnessing the incredible, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, you've cultivated to 100,000 years. Can you turn into a human? It quickly explained, also wanting praise. No, I was able to transform after cultivating with Big Brother. Am I cute? Lan Xuanyu playfully teased it, and it happily laughed and replied, cute, very cute. The other party, having been pinched, dodged and pouted. Naughty Big Brother, you pinched my face. Lan Xuanyu, still with a brotherly smile, dotingly said, all right, no more teasing, no more pinching, little butterfly. Next time Big Brother comes, I'll definitely bring you delicious treats. A few minutes later, he took out a seemingly exquisite box and handed it to the butterfly. This is for you. It thought the other party wanted to trade and innocently refused. Big Brother, but I don't have any sky child fruits to trade with you. Lan Xuanyu knew it had misunderstood, so he explained, no need, this is a gift from Big Brother to you. No trade needed. Seeing the free good thing, the butterfly was very happy. Thank you, Big Brother, I'll give this to Papa to eat. It happily bid farewell to the other party, then flew away. Big Brother, then I'll be going now, see you tomorrow. As Lan Xuanyu watched the other party depart, he organized everything he had experienced in his mind. The gains this time were truly immense. Not only did his bloodline get purified and the number of dragon god scales increase, but most importantly he figured out how to use the sky child fruit. After figuring out the method of use, he quickly returned to his other companions. However, absorbing the sky child fruit requires a large amount of life energy, so everyone should still go back to Sea God Lake to absorb it. The next day, in the reception area, Lu Feng's voice came from the room. Xuanyu, the thorn dragon, said I must cultivate more with you. He excitedly shared everything with Lan Xuanyu. I also discovered that my speed significantly increases when I cultivate with you. As Lan Xuanyu listened to Lu Feng's narration, he felt proud of the other party. We can cultivate any time in the future. Our dorm can handle it anyway. The two chatted until it was almost time to gather. Then Lan Xuanyu finally said, time's up. Today is the tribulation ceremony. Let's get ready to go down and gather. Everyone had gathered. Led by Wang Tianyu, they lined up and proceeded from the jungle towards their destination. Once at the designated observation spot, he looked around. Everyone was present. Leaders from all sides had arrived, and looking to the other side, he also saw Enwei waving at him. Of course, Bai Ji and the butterfly were also present. Before the ceremony began, Wang Tianyu scanned the students, earnestly reminding them, the beast god will begin his tribulation shortly. While maintaining firm resolve, you must also carefully perceive and learn from it. Lan Xuanyu didn't miss the opportunity, raising his hand to ask, Teacher, I have a question. He stated his conjecture, then asked the other party something. The beast god needs a massive amount of life force as a foundation to undergo tribulation and become a god. Why doesn't he do it on the mother planet, which has a higher life level? Wang Tianyu listened, then remained silent for a moment before answering Lan Xuanyu's question. Because of the disappearance of the god realm, there is no longer any chance to become a god. If not for the great calamity 10,000 years ago, the mother planet also wouldn't be able to accommodate the existence of god-level life. Lan Xuanyu received an unexpected and somewhat perplexing answer, and Wang Tianyu's gaze revealed something, though he was not directly answering the question. Could it be? A few seconds later, Wang Tianyu's voice echoed in his mind again. Dishan's tribulation is the result of weighing all circumstances. This was a mental transmission through the spiritual sea. Only after Lan Xuanyu received the true answer did he understand that, as expected, divine beasts cannot undergo tribulation on the mother planet. After Wang Tianyu finished the mental transmission, he closed his eyes and waited. Although Lan Xuanyu had found the answer, he continued to ponder whether this meant the Federation did not wish for god-level powerhouses to emerge among the soul beasts. After some time, whirlwinds began to pit up, the clear sky suddenly turned gloomy, and the thorn dragon led the soul beasts in a collective roar. Their roars echoed throughout the entire mountain forest, making Lan Xuanyu understand the soul beast sentiments, unsettling his mind with the aftershocks. The soul beasts in the mountains also began to roar. Each roar was filled with unwillingness. Although Xianxia didn't understand, she vaguely realized, it's finally beginning. The soul beast's roars continued without cease. Until the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed, the whirlwind didn't stop but grew stronger, and then a gigantic dragon wing suddenly appeared before everyone. Even Lan Xuanyu gasped in astonishment. Is that the divine beast's true form? So immense. Everyone seeing the beast god's true form for the first time couldn't help but exclaim, this is too massive, it practically covers the sky. Meanwhile, experienced individuals like Wang Tianyu only focused on reminding everyone, the divine beast has appeared, a ceremony has officially begun. No sooner had he spoken than terrifying lightning bolts struck down from the sky. As soon as Dishan flew up, he was struck by the lightning tribulation. The horror of the lightning made it roar in pain. Even though Lan Xuanyu couldn't see clearly, he was secretly alarmed. The lightning is too terrifying. While observing the tribulation process, he suddenly noticed another dragon appearing in the sky. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was another Dishan, having manifested an identical black dragon as a clone. Before Lan Xuanyu could even wonder, he heard Wang Tianyu explain, this is the tribulation of the external avatar, a tribulation of one's own obsessions. Only by defeating oneself can one transform into a god. Watching the beast god struggle to fight his own obsessions, he finally understood. 1,000 years of obsession, how could it be broken so easily? The fierce battle was underway when Enwi suddenly asked curiously, "Grandma, what are those yellow specks of light?" The queen looked up at the sky and answered his question. "These are the life energies the divine beast accumulated, offered to our elf star at its final moments." Enwi immediately expressed his admiration. As expected of a divine beast, several hours passed, but the battle was still not over. The true Bati and the obsession tore at each other as if endlessly. During the battle, Dishan's will suddenly entered his mind. Why can't soul beasts become gods? Why can't soul beasts become gods? Lan Xuanyu was startled by the other party's powerful will. Why was all the resentment expressed through its sorrowful roars? Why was I not resigned? At this moment, some scenes, both unfamiliar and familiar, suddenly appeared in Xianxia's eyes. The sky was occupied by a giant dragon, and an unknown man battled fiercely with the dragon. While Lan Xuanyu was astonished, she thus accepted the memories deeply buried in her subconscious. This time, in the depths of the ocean, a school of fish swam with the currents, and among them was a pair of fish. They were a couple, and Xianxiu seemed to be their fish baby. One day, her mother, Little White, said to the fish baby, "You're being naughty again, Little White baby." Meanwhile, her father, Big Blue, merely smiled while looking at his child. "Daughter doesn't like the name baby, it sounds so awful." The two talked about naming Xianxiu. Who told this girl she had to keep blowing bubbles? She's so old, yet she's still poofing bubbles all day. How about calling her Bai Shusho? The couple discussed back and forth, finally coming up with a suitable name. She doesn't like it. How about calling her Bai Shusho? The pronunciation is very similar to Shushu. It means graceful and beautiful, it's perfect. Then let's call her Bai Shusho. Our dear daughter's objections are invalid. She was happily swimming around in the water. Upon hearing the name her parents chose, she immediately objected vehemently, even giving herself a name. Who said she didn't want to be called Shusho or something similar? She wanted to give herself a very powerful name, Dong Qianqiu. Her parents' objections were futile. Seeing Qianqiu's rejection of her chosen name, Little White turned it into a nickname. This child was stubborn again. "Forget it, do as you please, the nickname will still be Shusho." At that time she was playful and swam off. Her parents, worried, carefully warned her. "This sea area has been a bit unstable lately, don't go too far." Although Qianqiu affirmed, she swam farther and farther. "Got it, I'll be right back." Xuanyu's incessant gasping only confirmed his disbelief at his own eyes. He recalled the scene he had just witnessed, a battle he had just seen, while Bai Shusho stood there speechless. Suddenly her voice trembled as she recollected everything. Xuanyu's parents seemed to hear her choked sobs and turned to look at her. Seeing the incessant tears streaming down Bai Shusho's face, which made Xuanyu feel even more helpless, he didn't know how to comfort her, so he gently held her hand and whispered, "Qianqiu, what's wrong?" She had calmed down by now and said, "I'm sorry, my name is Bai Shusho. Can you call me Bai Shusho from now on?" This surprised Xuanyu, but then he also tightly held her hand, looking at her with loving eyes, and said, The two young friends leaned against each other at this moment, their hearts filled with unspeakable emotions. On the other side, Dishan was battling furiously. Two gigantic black dragons fought fiercely in the sky. Huge spatial rifts appeared around them. 4 human god-level powerhouses immediately acted to prevent the spatial rifts from spreading to the planet's surface. Just then, Dishan's voice was filled with resentment. "Since my birth, living with divine dragons and with their help, I finally became a generation's dragon king. Why did heaven not favor me, allowing the dragon race to decline and fall into the mortal world, and cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years in the righteous path of the Star Do Great Forest, guarding the soul beast lineage?" Upon hearing this voice, Xuanyu immediately recognized it as the voice of the beast god Dishan. The two black dragons battled evenly, when he suddenly realized that one of the black dragons began to disappear. Dishan continued, "Today heaven is unkind, cutting off my path. My wings are wide as if to embrace the sky one last time. In this life I have done nothing that I should be ashamed of. Only the matters after my departure still worry me. After I leave, the Tiger King shall succeed as Beast God, and all divine beasts shall assist him. Cooperation with Shrek, Tang Sect, Spirit Pagoda and War God Hall shall remain unchanged. I hope the Federation will show favor and maintain the survival of my race." Little Butterfly couldn't help but feel heartbroken for her beloved father, her tears streaming incessantly. "Papa, Papa," those heart-wrenching cries refused to be separated from Dishan. He looked at his little daughter at this moment, leaving his last words, "My dear, don't cry, you must be strong. You must inherit my ambition and protect our soul beast lineage well." The more he spoke, the less she wanted to listen. Only knowing how to wail, Baiji merely watched Dishan silently at this moment, remembering his instructions. Suddenly, a goddess's voice came from afar, "Beast God, wait for me." Besides Baiji, a woman in purple also rushed towards the sky. Both of them, without hesitation, followed Dishan into the spatial rift. Seeing the two also followed Dishan, Tianyu shouted, "They haven't—" Before he could finish, Tang Miao stopped him. "Old Wang, let them go." Tang Miao's firm gaze made Tianyu hesitate slightly, and in the end he said no more. The rift was slowly closing, but 2 rays of light still rushed forward. 2 of them also voluntarily followed Dishan and left the space, and the rift finally closed completely. The space was now immersed in a kind of sadness and regret. The beast god disappeared forever into the spatial rift. Having failed his tribulation, the beast god ascended, and the entire spirit star was filled with the sorrow of all beasts. The myriad beast king embraced Little Butterfly, comforting her, while Baiji and the others all lowered their heads, mourning the departure of the black dragon king Dishan. Only Xuanyu at this moment clenched his fists, gazing at the endless void as if making a promise to himself. Dishan's departure plunged the entire world into extreme sorrow. Bidding farewell to a great deity, he was gone forever. Dishan's sudden departure caused everyone to discuss animatedly. The beast god is truly dead. It really makes one clench their fists and sigh deeply. Ling Shuang seemed to have anticipated Dishan's actions. He was too powerful even at the last moment. He was unwilling to transform into a soul spirit. Tang Miao and Tianyu also discussed his character. Impossible. His pride would not allow him to do so, not to mention he is the spiritual pillar of all soul beasts. Tianyu at this moment just shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. After seeing the soul beast today, I really feel none of us are worthy. Let's not talk about these things. Let's go back. It can be considered witnessing history, and this will reassure the Federation. The surrounding scenery at this moment also became hazy and unusually quiet. As night fell in the human residential area, Lu Feng looked at Xuanyu confiding, "The beast god didn't succeed, and the thorn dragon is very sad." He also lowered his head in thought and replied, "It's truly a pity. I can feel that the beast god was very unwilling, and Little Butterfly is also very sad." Hearing Xuanyu say this, he suddenly remembered Little Butterfly and said, "Speaking of which, it's truly unbelievable. That white tiger is actually the next beast god." Lu Feng, exhausted at this moment, turned to him and asked, "Tortured all day, let's meditate and digest it. You agreed too. Let's cultivate." In another scene at Wang Tianyu's residence, as soon as Tianyu opened the door, he encountered two uninvited guests, making him appear somewhat flustered. Two seniors. "What brings you here?" Baiji and the demonic empress had arrived. Seemingly with urgent matters to discuss, Tianyu felt very confused at this moment. These two were both among the 10 great fierce beasts, and he had heard they even had a rivalry. Without overthinking, he quickly invited them into the house to talk. Once inside, before Tianyu could speak, Baiji said first, "Pavilion Master Wang, you must be clear about our situation. I will soon face tribulation as well. I originally wanted to follow the beast god, but the beast god hoped I would try again to become part of the soul beast lineage, to seek an opportunity. So I came to sign a contract. The demonic empress also came for the same reason, me too." After hearing their words, Tianyu pondered with some surprise, "Are they going to become soul spirits? These two are top powerhouses in the soul beast world. Are they choosing us?" He calmed down and rejected the proposal. "You are very welcome, and I thank you both for your choice, but my soul spirits are already full." Bai Zi, fearing he might misunderstand, quickly spoke, "Pavilion Master Wang, please don't be troubled. We won't disturb you. We have already chosen Shrek Academy students and specifically came to inform you in advance." Tianyu said, "Is that so? That's great, you're most welcome." But felt a little disheartened inside, a bit disappointed. There were also many Shrek Academy students, and Tianyu did not hesitate to ask directly, "I wonder who you two have chosen." In another scene, Xuanyu was cultivating when something suddenly pulled him into his subconscious. As soon as he opened his eyes, the dazzling light surprised him. "What's going on?" After calming down, he saw an unfamiliar scene. "Is this the spiritual sea?" Dishan suddenly spoke at this moment. Dishan greets the venerable master. This surprised him, unable to believe his own eyes. "Beast god Dishan, wait, aren't you already dead? Am I having a chi deviation?" He quickly soothed Xuanyu's spirit. "Venerable master, there is no need to be confused. Dishan is not dead, merely in a dying state. Dishan failed his tribulation and was destined for annihilation, but I met you at the last moment. From that moment, I decided my future. Venerable master, would you be willing to sign a contract with Dishan? Let me become your soul spirit and serve you." Xuanyu was a little surprised to hear this, but he politely refused. "But I don't seem to need a soul spirit, and I only have a little dragon god bloodline." He tried hard to convince Xuanyu. "Venerable master is the reincarnation of the dragon god. I once followed the previous dragon god and cannot be mistaken. Venerable master certainly doesn't need a soul spirit, so Dishan can only remain by your side in a soul spirit-like manner and also needs your protection." Hearing these words, Xuanyu happily agreed. "The beast god Dishan is going to be my soul spirit. That's too incredible." But he still had matters to entrust. "However, this tribulation has almost exhausted all my life force. After I become your soul spirit, I will enter a long period of slumber." Xuanyu felt confused. "How long is a long period of slumber?" Dishan quickly reassured him. "Venerable master, don't worry, even in a slumbering state Dishan will still be useful. Not only will I awaken when Venerable master's life is in danger, but the awakening time is also related to Venerable master. However, when you become a god I will definitely awaken and also protect your spiritual sea, ensuring you have no risk of chi deviation." Hearing this story go too far, Xuanyu quickly stopped him. "That's still a long way off." But he still calmly replied, "However, I agree, for Little Butterfly's sake I cannot let you die like this." Dishan then instructed, "I have one more request regarding my matters. Please keep it a secret, including from your parents." He agreed without much thought. "No problem." After entrusting some matters, he prepared for the ceremony. "Very well, Venerable master, I will begin fusing with you now." Soon a wisp of black smoke slowly permeated into his body. The fusion was underway, and Dishan officially became Xuanyu's soul spirit from this moment on. The fusion process continued, with dazzling light emanating from within Xuanyu's body. At this moment, Dishan suddenly felt an unusual aura on Xuanyu's body. "The Venerable Master actually has the aura of my dragon race's unity of 10,000 hearts." He asked doubtfully, What is unity of 10,000 hearts? He began to explain in detail. Unity of 10,000 hearts is the recognition of my dragon race. You have the recognition and submission of no less than 1,000 true dragons on your body. This means you are indeed the revered holy master of our dragon race. Have you found our dragon race's burial ground? Xuanyu quickly denied. Ah, no, I haven't. Dishan began to guess in another direction. Then it must have been bestowed upon you by your parents. Venerable master, I need to begin the fusion. Please relax. The power of the black dragon Dishan was gradually connecting with Xuanyu's inner self, foreshadowing the most spectacular battle to come. In another scene, the sky was shrouded in quiet night. In Bai Shusho's room at this moment, the appearance of something surprised her. It turned out that Bai Ji and the demonic empress, after visiting Tianyu, had come here. As soon as she opened the door, Bai Ji greeted, "Sorry to disturb you." Bai Shusho was a little flustered by the sudden visit. "Two seniors, what brings you here?" She didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "After the beast god ascended, after careful consideration, we decided to leave here with you all. I wonder if you are willing?" Mengchen heard these words and immediately understood. "Is it a soul spirit?" Bai Ji then confirmed. "That's right, to become soul spirits. I wonder if you are willing to accept." Mengchen was dumbfounded at this moment, thinking she was still dreaming. Without thinking too much, she quickly said, "Agree, of course I agree." Mengchen's smugness left Bai Shusho speechless. Just then the demonic empress looked at her and said, "You come with me." The two went outside together for a private conversation. She suddenly stopped and said, "You are a demonic soul great white shark, aren't you?" Bai Shusho was a little surprised to hear this, as she had never told her. The demonic empress then said, "Cultivating anew is very difficult, like you. It's hard to fully absorb soul beast aura. You must have received guidance from a true powerhouse or been influenced. When you reach 7 rings, you will officially become human, and you can use your original abilities as soul rings. Unlike us, we merely transformed into human form. While you chose to be reborn and start another life, there aren't many soul beasts with your courage and even fewer who succeed. I must say you live in a very good era." Bai Shusho no longer concealed anything at this moment. "That's right, you are correct." She looked at her and asked, "What is your goal?" "No need to overthink," Bai Shusho replied calmly. "To become a god and find an opportunity to revive my parents. My benefactor has already avenged my parents back then, but I have lost some memories and no longer remember what my benefactor looked like, but I still want to repay the kindness." The demonic empress nodded in agreement. "Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer. If you agree, I am willing to sign a contract with you. Together, you and I can become gods. Do you agree?" Bai Shusho seemed a little flustered and confused by this proposal at this moment. "What do I have to sacrifice?" she calmly replied. "Yourself, and at the same time led me to become a god." Feeling that they shared the same aspirations, Bai Shusho happily agreed. "Good." The demonic empress no longer waited. "Then let's begin." The fusion process between Bai Shusho and the demonic empress began, and purple light radiated, permeating the entire forest. The two forces were gradually merging. On the other hand, Bai Ji and Mengchen were also undergoing fusion. She gently reminded her, "These are all the beast god's instructions before he left. I won't die. We will follow the venerable master together, until the maple god breaks free and rises." In another scene, Tianyu also felt that the demonic empress and Bai Ji had already acted and begun fusing. The aura here cannot be allowed to leak out, so many soul spirits, plus the emerald swan and abyssal demonic dragon. The harvest from participating in the ceremony is truly immense. This division was indeed a great decision. That plan can really begin to be implemented. Another beautiful morning dawned with warm sunlight illuminating every corner. As soon as Xuanyu stepped out of his door, he felt a little unusual. His round eyes scanned around and he exclaimed, "Wow, this is..." Before him was a sight Xuanyu had never seen before. This made him suddenly realize, clearly seeing the elements in the air, that his spiritual power had indeed greatly increased and his perception was different. He needed to adapt better in the future and let his control keep up. Seeing that he was a little unusual as soon as he came out, Lu Feng couldn't help but ponder. Why does this guy feel even handsomer after just one night? He was still immersed in his thoughts when Xuanyu's voice interrupted Lu Feng's train of thought. "Let's go, we'll be gathering soon." He quickly replied, Seeing him approach from afar, the classmates all chattered. "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, class monitor." Johan, with a radiant face early in the morning, ran over to thank Xuanyu. Boss, my 10,000-year starlight beast is truly amazing. I never expected to find a soul beast so suitable for me. It's all thanks to you." Enwei also quickly ran over, holding his hand saying, "Brother Xuanyu, I'm back. Come here, I'll tell you a secret." He asked doubtfully, "What secret?" He leaned closer to Xuanyu at this moment, happily announcing, "This time when I went home I signed a contract with a half-life phantom elf dragon. Only the most outstanding members of our clan can gain the elf dragon's recognition." He then quickly inquired, "Half-life?" Enwei excitedly affirmed, "Yes, it will be reborn and grow with me at the same time. It's super amazing." Hearing such good news, he couldn't help but be happy for him. "Congratulations, Wei Wei." He suddenly remembered something and said, "Right." He turned to Yuge beside him and asked, "Did any soul beasts approve of her?" Xuanyu happily replied, "Yes, but you always find them too weak." He let out a chuckle. "No, she's very powerful." Enwei pouted, disbelieving. "I don't believe it." He turned and asked, "Then did you get a soul spirit?" Xuanyu had already agreed to Dishan, so he had to lie. "No." Upon hearing this, Enwei was a bit worried about his senior, so he tried to help. How about you go see the elf dragon and see if it can approve of you? Xuanyu felt a little guilty but still found an excuse to refuse. Not this time, we're going back soon. Lu Feng called from a distance. Teacher said we're departing in 10 minutes. Enwei saw him but didn't drop the topic. Brother Fengzi, did you get a soul beast's approval? Lu Feng at this moment replied proudly, a 30,000-year thorn dragon. Enwei listened dumbfounded and unable to believe his ears. What, a thorn dragon and a 30,000-year one? That's incredible. Suddenly an excited shout came from afar. All right. Needless to say, it was Mengchen calling out with joy and excitement. I succeeded. Senior Bai Zi has become my soul spirit. Enwei couldn't believe his ears and asked again, Senior Bai Ji? Before he could recover, Mengchen continued to announce, Qianchu, no. Shusho also succeeded. Senior Demonic Empress has signed a contract with her. These successive blows made him feel a bit dizzy. What? The Emerald Swan, the Abyssal Demonic Dragon, aren't they all top leaders in the Soul Beast world? How is that possible? Yuji's ears were ringing at this moment, not wanting to hear any more. So she quickly left. I'll go to the gathering point first. Every word from Mengchen was like 1,000 arrows piercing in Hui's still healing wound. I heard from Senior Baiji that your yin-yang chaos bird is also very powerful. Originally it couldn't be taken away no matter what, but unexpectedly it chose you. Yuge also added fuel to the fire. It's nothing really. It's just that the 5 elements can be divided into yin and yang, which essentially doubles its strength from before. I still need to adapt. Enwei was completely distraught at this moment. Where am I? Who am I? Why am I in this comic? He felt inferior to others, looking up only to find everyone stronger than himself, so he tearfully hid in Xuanyu's arms seeking comfort. Xuanyu at this moment put an arm around Hui's shoulder and gently comforted him. All right, let's go, Enwei said, feeling wronged and depressed. He thought to himself. I won't tell you that the soul beast I signed a contract with is the beast god. This journey to the elf clan for the first years concluded successfully. Most of them obtained soul spirits, and the harvest of 10,000-year soul rings was immense. 15 days later at Shrek Academy, Luohong stood on the podium to announce a few things. Students, today I am here to announce 2 things. First, your class will have an additional head teacher, the head of the Interstellar Command Department, who is standing beside me. He will be responsible for the teaching in the new semester. Xuanyu was dumbfounded at this moment, unable to believe his ears. Su suddenly like this. Jinhua's lips curled into a slight smile at this moment, thinking to himself, it seems no one can escape now. They're all going to be tormented. Luohong continued to announce, second, in view of the first year's excellent performance and harvest on Spirit Star, after discussion and research by the Academy and Sea God Pavilion, it has been decided that your class will become an experimental class for teaching. The curriculum will be jointly arranged and decided by the inner court and outer court and personally supervised by the dean. Xuanyu asked doubtfully at this moment, experimental class? Why an experimental class? She didn't answer, but quickly turned and left. Manhua then loudly said, all right, let's start class. Before the new curriculum begins, he briefly summarized his teaching outline. To be precise, our class will become the Interstellar Combat Experimental class. From now on, you will all additionally study courses from the Interstellar Command Department. Specifically, this aspect will be taught by Teacher Tang. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Extra classes? The whole class has to study Interstellar Command Department courses. Manhua seemed to understand the students' feelings, so he consoled them. Do you feel that with new classes you'll be busier and work harder? The whole class looked bewildered. Isn't that the case? He then showed an inhumane expression, also comforting, but it was quoted comfort. That's right. Not only will it be tough, but you'll also fully experience what it means to want to cry but have no tears. The whole class was terrified. Wah, what's wrong with this teacher? Manhua began to explain the reason for this issue in detail. That concludes the brief introduction to the curriculum. The Academy chose your class as an experimental class for one reason only, because of your unity. The goal of the experimental class is not to cultivate individual heroism, but a team capable of performing arduous missions in space. You will have your own spaceship, soaring through the universe, executing missions. The whole class was astonished, unable to believe what they had just heard. Xuanyu suddenly thought at this moment, battleship, they're giving us an interstellar battleship. He then added, the purpose of the Interstellar Combat Experimental class is to create a special force with an interstellar battleship to execute missions that individuals cannot complete. You will receive the full support of Shrek Academy and the Tang sect. The students all felt proud, but Manhua became even more serious at this moment, emphasizing, but you must prove that you have the ability to protect yourselves and enough capability to handle various hardships. Come on, young people. The sweat you put in can forge your future glory. After hearing this, Xuanyu suddenly felt that today's teacher was really cool. He never expected this side to him. It truly makes one's blood boil. After the reminder, Manhua slowly walked out of the classroom, leaving a farewell message. Class is dismissed, I'm leaving. His gaze followed Manhua's retreating figure, thinking to himself, seeing the glimmer in the teacher's eyes, I know these words weren't just casually spoken. All of this is the teacher's sincere expectation. The scene shifted to the Interstellar Command Center in the afternoon. The students were already present, excitedly discussing, "Studying here, I'm so excited." Xuanyu at this moment stabilized the entire class. "Let's go in." As soon as they entered, everyone was astonished by the first batch of battleships. "Mechs are amazing, and there are interstellar fighters too." Manhua looked down from above and solemnly announced, "To learn interstellar command, you must first experience the sky soaring through it. Today you will learn to pilot basic interstellar fighters. Lan Xuanyu, you will teach everyone." Xuanyu pointed at himself blankly. "Ha, me." He seemed unable to believe his ears, thinking to himself, "Is teacher just abandoning us? I was so touched by him this morning." Lan Xuanyu had no choice but to lead everyone in familiarizing themselves with the basic operations of interstellar fighters. After a while, Manhua returned and asked if they had generally grasped it. He began to report the situation. Everyone can more or less control mechs now." He then showed a cunning expression, praising repeatedly, "Very good." This made Xuanyu a bit wary too. "Teacher, your smile makes me a little uneasy." Manhua quickly reassured him, "Don't be nervous. Want to have some fun?" He looked at him with kind eyes and said, "Just like you experienced before." Then he began to shout, "Who wants to be the first to experience commanding an interstellar battle network alone?" Juahan quickly raised his hand to sign up. Me first." He turned and confidently asked Xuanyu, "Boss, do you want to give me this opportunity? Isn't it exciting, isn't it?" He looked at this naive person and could only silently nod. Go ahead." After the two entered the simulation environment, Juahan asked, "Boss, what level have you reached now?" Xuanyu merely replied vaguely, "About the top 10,000. Juahan looked at the system panel at this moment and asked confusedly, "I see the difficulty set for us is within the top 100,000. Xuanyu then turned and asked tentatively, "What, you want to choose a difficulty within the top 10,000? Juahan immediately replied confidently, "Yes, that's more exciting." Upon hearing this, Xuanyu could only give his friend a wry smile. "All right, increase the difficulty to within the top 10,000. System activating new mode. The total number of interstellar fighter pilots in the Federation is 5 million. System analyzing data. Ace pilots rank in the top 10,000, elite pilots rank in the top 100,000, Class A pilots rank in the top 1 million, Class B pilots rank after 1 million, from rank 1000 to 101 are God-level pilots. Highest rank is the top 100, who are transcendent God-level pilots. Lan Xuanyu's rank has already reached ace level." Ding Juahan of course didn't understand the meaning of this, so he still said excitedly, "Haha, I'm so excited." Lan Xuanyu, due to a significant increase in his spiritual power, defeated opponents ranked above him in battle. He felt his body could still withstand it at this moment. "Great, I feel like I've clearly entered a whole new realm." But then he remembered Juahan was also next to him. "Oh no, I was too focused." He quickly asked, "Old Ding, how are you doing? Are you alright?" At this moment he was alright, but with quotation marks. His hands and feet were shaking, his eyes vacant. After getting off the battleship, Juahan immediately rushed into the restroom and vomited profusely. Other students were not as exaggerated as Ding Juahan, so the difficulty was only set within the top 100,000. The results were much better. Although Mengchen was a bit dizzy, she thought to herself, "Thankfully, I should be able to adapt next time." Seeing Bai Shu approaching from afar, Xuanyu quickly shouted, "Qianchu, no Shusho, let's go in." She didn't speak but followed him onto the battleship. Even after sitting in the cabin, she still didn't speak. Xuanyu felt a little strange, so he asked her, "I haven't had a chance to ask you, why did you suddenly change your name? Did you sense something during the ceremony?" Bai Shu at this moment still remained silent in response to Xuanyu's question. It wasn't until a while later that she calmly replied, "Actually, I had amnesia before." Bai Shu bravely opened up for the first time in a long while. "I couldn't remember anything before, not even my parents, and I lived as an orphan." She smiled, recalling some beautiful memories. "It wasn't until I met Teacher Nana that my memories gradually recovered, and I lived a normal life. The first time I saw you, I felt a strong sense of familiarity, which reminded me of things from the past." Bai Shu also admitted that she was especially concerned about Xuanyu, which is why she treated him differently from others. It wasn't until the beast god's tribulation that her memories were re-triggered, and she recalled her childhood. Remembering her true name was Bai Shusho, the name her parents gave her. The more she recalled the past, the more Bai Shu's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Dong Qianchu was just a name I gave myself. They are no longer here, I can't be willful anymore. I want to use the name Bai Shusho again." After hearing the entire story, Xuanyu felt guilty. "I'm sorry I brought up your sadness again, your parents." As soon as these two words came out, Bai Shu immediately burst into uncontrollable tears, collapsing in pain. "They died, they were killed by enemies. Xuanyu, tell me, if one day I can cultivate to the god level, is it possible to resurrect them?" Seeing his friend so distraught for the first time, he was silent for a moment. Xuanyu silently held Bai Shu's hand as if transmitting strength to her. Only then did he give a definite assurance to her previous question. "It's definitely possible. We'll work hard together and I'll help you." Bai Shu choked, unable to speak, only able to respond to Xuanyu's feelings with her actions. Her eyes, filled with trust, made him somewhat lost in thought, and he silently called out, "Bai Shusho." At this moment, Xuanyu confirmed one of his ultimate life goals. "I will definitely protect you well." The spaceship carrying the two of them sped through the endless universe. Back at Shrek Academy, after initially experiencing the interstellar fighter, the students all returned to rest, swaying. But But Lan Xuanyu came to the forging room and began to forge. To further strengthen class cohesion, he purchased first-grade 1,000 forged metals at market price, providing them to the students for making their battle armor. This way he could gain the friendship of his friends and also exchange it for greater benefits. Afterwards he immediately returned to his dorm. He gathered his teammates and told them about the Sky Child fruit. Days of diligent forging finally yielded the deserved results. Xuanyu excitedly urged his companions, "Let's go." At the same time he already had a clear plan in mind. Such a potent heavenly treasure must be absorbed in Sea God Lake. As soon as the young ones arrived they discovered something unexpected. "Look, it's Fatty." Tang Yu suddenly appeared by the lake, sighing a few times. "He's been recovering here. This guy is really something, a bottomless pit. He can actually keep absorbing so much life energy." Upon hearing this, Xuanyu only felt that his friend was very lucky. Good thing Fatty earned a large sum last time. It was enough to cover the expenses for half a month. It cost 30 purple badges. Tang Yu at this moment turned around, wary and serious, questioning, "Are you going to cultivate like him this time too? Then I'll be losing out." He put on an innocent act and whispered, "Teacher Tang, do you think I'm the type to take advantage?" He gave Xuanyu no quarter, directly scolding, "That's right, you're insulting my intelligence, aren't you?" He gave a wry smile and flatly denied, "No way then, teacher. What do you think about me joining the Life faction?" Tang Yu listened, and asked with some surprise, "Why do you want to join?" Xuanyu confidently gave a very provoking reason, "Of course, to save some money. After joining, wouldn't cultivating here be free of badges?" This made Tang Yu want to just punch this little rascal in front of her. "I've also gradually realized that my affinity with life energy is indeed very high. I believe joining the Life faction will be an excellent thing for both me and the faction." After hearing his reasoning, Tang Yu just pondered in silence. After some thought, Tang Yu finally spoke, wanting to tell him everything. "Since that's the case, I'll tell you everything about the Life faction. You can decide after you've heard it all." Recalling the past, Tang Yu began to tell everyone the story. 10,000 years ago, after Eternal Sky City was built, the Academy established the Life faction. God-level powerhouses could live up to 300 years. The existence of the Life faction was to break these limits. He ignored the solemn atmosphere he had created. Tang Yu continued to add, afterwards, through 200 years of research and breakthroughs, God-level powerhouses could live for about 1,000 years. But after 9,000 years, there was no further breakthrough. Tang Yu glanced meaningfully at Elder Tree, then sighed. Elder Tree is 985 years old this year, currently the longest living God-level powerhouse in the Academy. Elder Tree once said that you are the person with the highest affinity for life energy he has ever seen. Perhaps you can truly lead the Life faction to create miracles and break the 1,000-year limit. If you really achieve it, you will become the benefactor of all God-level powerhouses. These weighty words left Xuanyu momentarily stunned. Seeing his bewildered expression, Tang Yu decided to add a few more words. "Therefore, if you truly join the Life faction, we hope you can devote more energy to comprehending life at deeper levels." "Do you still wish to join the Life faction now?" This question made Xuanyu ponder for a long time. He had never considered the 1,000-year lifespan limit, and even Elder Tree was close to his limit. After a few minutes, Xuanyu slowly gave a definitive answer. "I am willing to join. However, I have many things to do and cannot guarantee enough time to research life energy. Therefore, I don't believe I am qualified to join right now." This frankness made Tang Yu fall into contemplation. But after thinking it through, he simply closed his eyes and happily agreed. "Is that so? I understand. I truly didn't misjudge you. You gave a perfect answer. Welcome to the Life faction." His change in attitude stunned Xuanyu. Under Xuanyu's puzzled gaze, Tang Yu gently lifted his hand and handed him a golden ring-shaped treasure. An indescribable feeling surged in Tang Yu's heart. In reality, his teacher's command was to get this kid to join at all costs. Xuanyu's previous answer hadn't changed the outcome, but it made Tang Yu truly approve of Xuanyu. He was a child who held back. Because he hadn't received any explanation, Xuanyu awkwardly spoke. Before he could finish, Tang Yu interrupted him. Changing the subject, "Alright, go cultivate in Sea God Lake. From now on, Sea God Lake is free for you. This is a perk of the Life faction." Mengchen immediately became excited upon hearing this news. "Really? Can we also join the Life faction?" However, Tang Yu directly poured cold water on her. "Except for that, Fatty, your life affinity is quite ordinary and doesn't meet the requirements." A simple sentence made Mengchen fume. "What? I can't even compare to that, Fatty." Seeing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but interject. Alright, let's get ready to cultivate too. One Sky Child fruit for each of you." Looking at the items he handed to everyone, Tang Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, "What kind of fruit is that? Doesn't it have side effects?" Since the other party had the intention to ask, Xuanyu patiently answered, "Teacher Tang, this is a Sky Child fruit, a good thing that can enhance and purify bloodline power." After everyone had entered the lake, he finally let out a long breath. "Good, let's begin." Before he could even turn around, Xianxia directly stuffed the fruit into Xuanyu's mouth. As soon as Xuanyu settled down, he activated the energy within his spirit. The powerful energy caused the nearby Xianxia immense pain. Tang Yu observed this scene from outside and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "My God, this child's bloodline is actually changing." From another perspective, Mengchen also concentrated her spiritual energy to unleash her ability, and to Tang Yu's surprise she summoned Bai Ji. "Ordinary life affinity, you say?" After Mengchen's transformation, Bai Ji appeared to cover her. Humanoid soul beast, what level of cultivation is required to achieve such a form? In his confusion, Tang Yu unintentionally looked at Bai Shusho and was once again shocked. He had witnessed everything just now and his face turned pale with fright. Another one like this, it's too much. Not only that, the sudden appearance of these two great fierce beast soul spirits, Bai Ji and the demonic empress, clearly brought a considerable shock to Tang Yu's mind. They could even transform their host bloodline. To find his footing in society, he deliberately looked elsewhere, only to see Lu Feng struggling to transform energy. Even Enwei was condensing the power of the elves onto himself. Yuge was not to be outdone. While still immersed in her subconscious, she had also begun to condense the power of yin and yang. Scene after astounding scene made Tang Yu so shocked he almost fell. Who exactly are these little guys? After a while, Tang Yu was startled by a sudden sound and turned around in a panic. What's wrong? Why is it so lively? Seeing Elder Tree and Wang Tianyu appear simultaneously, he couldn't hide his surprise. Pavilion, Master Wang. But Wang Tianyu didn't seem to care much, instead marveling at the peculiar phenomenon before him. His casual exclamation of surprise stripped away his usual dignity. Emerald Swan Senior Bai Ji, Abyssal Demonic Dragon Senior Demonic Empress. They are actually my seniors. How is this possible? Being stared at, Wang Tianyu merely confirmed awkwardly. As you thought. This left Elder Tree even more confused. What exactly are they doing? Tang Yu, observing his reaction from the side, had no choice but to explain. They are cultivating with Skychild fruits. This not only calmed Elder Tree but also brought new confusion to him. Skychild fruits? Did they go to the beast god's lair? Wang Tianyu, hearing of this item for the first time, asked in confusion, what are Skychild fruits? Elder Tree recalled what he had heard and answered dispassionately like a machine. My teacher once saw them. One coalesces only every 1,000 years, capable of greatly boosting cultivation and purifying bloodline. As for their effect, simply put, they are super treasures that can produce a secondary martial soul evolution. This explanation startled Wang Tianyu. That powerful? But Elder Tree, ignoring his words, anxiously looked at the children in the lake. Why are these children eating them so hastily? Let me study them first to see if they can be cultivated. Looking at the confused expressions of these old folks, Tang Yu could only smile slightly. I guess Lan Xuanyu probably still has some. Oh, and teacher, Lan Xuanyu has already agreed to join our life faction. This new news made Elder Tree exclaim, ah, that's great. No way. Even Wang Tianyu couldn't help but feel shocked by this statement. He cannot join the life faction. According to regulations, only inner court disciples are qualified. Hearing this, Elder Tree began to defiantly hand him a red badge. Who says he's not qualified? I'll use this to make an exception for him. Wang Tianyu looked at the small item in his hand, his face pale. He actually used a red badge. He trembled for a long time before managing to say a sentence. Elder Tree, is it worth it? But Elder Tree appeared calm, explaining, anyway, a red badge is useless to me, little Wang. He looked at Lan Xuanyu's fingertips, and a sincere reminder made Wang Tianyu see the light on Xuanyu's hand. When he clearly saw what it was, he shouted in shock. You actually gave him the Ring of Destiny? You're too reckless. That represents the identity of the Life Faction's helmsman, and also a seat in the Sea God Pavilion. Elder Tree pondered for a long time, finally speaking. Little Wang, I'm old and I won't last many years. I've waited for nearly 1,000 years to find the most suitable successor. Little Wang, trust this old man's judgment. He will definitely lead our life faction to bloom with the most dazzling light. Wang Tianyu looked at Xuanyu, busy cultivating below, and couldn't help but ask, do you have such high expectations for him? Elder Tree sighed, then conveyed his thoughts to the other party. It's not just me. The Eternal Tree also values him. The Eternal Tree guided me to do this. I can still hold on for at least 10 more years and I will watch him grow into a towering tree. Hearing these words, Wang Tianyu could only accept this reality. Beneath the lake the surface was still, reflecting the thoughts of everyone present. Who knows how long passed, but the cold lake surface was now shrouded in a layer of ethereal mist. Xuanyu had just awakened from his artifact cultivation and was excitedly admiring the surroundings. This feeling is great. Cultivating in Sea God Lake is truly different. My bloodline has advanced again, and the dragon god scales have increased to 5, he happily looked. But when his gaze inadvertently swept to a strange figure in the distance, a question unconsciously escaped his lips. He frowned in confusion. It turned out that at some point Qianlei had curled up in a corner, observing the other party's bewildered expression. Qianlei said dejectedly, Boss, am I still myself? Xuanyu looked up at Qianlei's robust body. You have a great physique, fatty. But Qianlei wasn't very happy and mumbled, my parents definitely won't recognize me. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward and Xuanyu had to break the ice himself. Isn't this good? Look, the excess fat on your face is gone. This significantly improved Qianlei's mood. You're right, this is the physique I've always dreamed of. As the two talked about what happened during their separation, suddenly someone let out a scream beneath the quiet water surface. When everyone finished cultivating and came ashore, seeing Qianlei's new appearance, they were all so surprised their mouths hung open. Fatty Qian has turned into Buff Qian. As soon as Qianlei heard this, he excitedly flexed his muscles. Mengchen, look, don't I look much handsomer now? But he only received a sigh from the other party. Simple-minded and strong-bodied. What's so great about that? Seeing that everyone had completely woken up, Xuanyu gestured to get their attention. Let's hurry up and go. While Teacher Tang isn't around, let's sneak away. We absorbed a lot of life energy last night. Hearing this reminder, the team members quickly swam to shore. That's right, hurry. After a period of time in the bustling city and academic life, Lan Xuanyu gathered his teammates and instructed, "The final exams are approaching, we must be prepared." Qianlei at this moment excitedly asked on everyone's behalf, "Boss, how do we prepare?" This naturally made Mengchen frustrated with her unusually muscular physique. "I still haven't gotten used to it." Recalling the plan he had set before, Xuanyu, with an unusually serious demeanor, slowly organized a pile of thoughts in his mind. "Everyone has been very busy this semester. After our last ability upgrade, everyone still lacks understanding of each other's abilities. To avoid affecting team coordination in the final exams, we need to adapt through practice to face the various challenges set by the academy." The high sun shone down on the entire training ground. Xuanyu as captain stepped forward to divide the teams, 3 against 4. I, Lan Mengchen and Qianlei on one team, Lu Feng, Enwei and Yuge on the other. After a while everyone stood in their positions awaiting his command. "Prepare!" As soon as Xuanyu gave the command to start the battle, Yuge and her companions charged forward. He was not to be outdone attacking the opposing team. "Do it yourselves." Qianlei's face was full of confidence, and he announced to everyone, "Let me show you my growth. Gate of summoning. Come out, Golden Fatty." As soon as his summoning ended, Golden Fatty appeared. As soon as it entered the arena, it quickly roared in intimidation. Then Qianlei let out another resounding roar, summoning a behemoth. Immediately, 3 behemoths leaped out of the gate of summoning looking menacing. Xuanyu was incredibly surprised to see this scene. "These are behemoths," and he summoned 3 instantly. "Has this kid become that strong?" Qianlei didn't back down at all and shouted menacingly, "Charge!" At the same time he quickly merged with Golden Fatty. "Come on, Golden Fatty, merge." After a transformation, Qianlei appeared in a completely different form and announced to everyone with an incredibly arrogant attitude, "Watch out, here I come." He and the other 2 behemoths immediately charged forward. "Let's go!" Lu Feng looked at Qianlei's unpredictable transformation and couldn't help but blurt out, "Is this the transformation teacher Nana spoke of?" Yuge on her side had also gathered energy and prepared to attack. She tangled with the behemoth. 3 behemoths appeared simultaneously, surrounding Yuge. Qianlei's side had already turned towards Enwei. Lu Feng looked at this scene, his face showing obvious doubt. "Is the target Enwei?" Qianlei threw his huge body towards Enwei. With keen intuition, Enwei had already anticipated this action. "The target is too obvious." Enwei didn't hesitate to shoot the arrow in his hand at him. "Let's see where you'll run." But Qianlei was not at all afraid. He curled up his body, assuming a defensive posture. Looking at Qianlei's triumphant smile and his unscathed body, Enwei was shocked. But he actually blocked it, and so skillfully and seasoned Ly. Qianlei seized the initiative and punched Enwei. Fortunately he dodged it. Xuanyu and Lu Feng were both surprised by the behemoth's recent performance. "No way, that annoying tail." Xuanyu couldn't believe what he was seeing and could only mechanically exclaim, "He actually suppressed Tang Yuge and Yuan Enwei with just his physical strength." Mengchen's face also showed a shocked expression. "It's that annoying tail." Qianlei continued to tease Enwei at this moment. "Enwei, don't run, big brother likes you very much." Xuanyu suddenly made a bold decision. "Alright, I'm rebelling, Yuge. I'm coming to help you." Qianlei, hearing this, was a little worried, so he sent his brothers to stop Xuanyu. "Boss, you're not playing fair, go." But Xuanyu still stubbornly insisted on his intention, continuing to charge forward. At this moment his whole body was enveloped in a powerful force. Dragon God transformation. He held his weapon as if he had become a different person. Heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. But the behemoth remained fearless, throwing a punch at him. Xuanyu and it confronted each other directly like that. Xuanyu attacked with a serious face. With this one strike, Xuanyu injured the behemoth's arm. It was already enraged by Xuanyu at this moment, and immediately activated its berserk mode. Witnessing the scene just now, Xuanyu also had a question in his mind. Does the behemoth become stronger after being injured? The berserk behemoth immediately attacked Xuanyu, but he also didn't sit idle, quickly counterattacking. Ice element. A stream of water immediately appeared at the behemoth's feet. He waved his hand and a powerful force struck it. When the smoke cleared, the behemoth's body was completely charred. Seeing it in this state, he already had a guess in his heart. Indeed, it's very similar to bloodthirsty or berserk abilities, very difficult to deal with in real combat. Xuanyu frowned slightly, concentrating his thoughts on finding a countermeasure. If I strike with full force, I should be able to kill it. He really hadn't expected this behemoth to be so powerful. Suddenly, the behemoth disappeared before his eyes. Xuanyu was also confused to see this scene. Is it summoning time up? At this moment, Yuge truly recognized Qianlei's talent. I didn't expect to be completely helpless under these 3 behemoths. Little Fatty has truly transformed. Enwei, not to be outdone, immediately threatened. "Hey Fatty, don't be so arrogant. I'm afraid using the Elf King will hurt you." Qianlei remained full of confidence. "Who's afraid of you? Come on." Enwei was annoyed by his attitude. "I can stop you without the Elf King bow." Then a blue energy emanated from Enwei. A sphere of light appeared above his head. Xuanyu, seeing this, immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Is that sphere of light the elf dragon Enwei mentioned?" But when he witnessed that transformation, he became confused again. "This elf dragon seems a bit different from what I imagined. It's actually humanoid." The elf dragon transformed into a white sphere of light, and rays of white electricity shot out from the white sphere of light, flying with the arrows. Qianlei, seeing those arrows, was somewhat interested. "And light element assistance." "Enwei, this is useless against me." Then those arrows with elemental assistance shot directly at him. When the arrows penetrated Xianxia's body, he suddenly realized something was wrong. No, this isn't light element. This white light enhances the intensity of all elements. All of Yuan and Weiwei's attacks are boosted, and although I can defend against them, I can't move. Xuanyu, observing from outside, had already guessed the power Enwei was using. Is that the legendary elf dragon? That white light and the light it emits are truly mysterious. Yuge also added an explanation to him at this moment. That white light has no attribute. Any auxiliary attribute will be magnified. The hair on Fatty's body can even separate the elements in an attack, and its defense against elemental attacks is also very peculiar. Lu Feng looked at the scene with interest and suggested, Wei Wei, let me try. Qianlei, fearless, immediately shouted, Crazy guy, come over. Immediately, a white light reappeared in front of him. Lu Feng rushed forward, continuously attacking Qianlei with his silver spear. Both Lu Feng and Qianlei greatly enjoyed this clash. The two fought fiercely. Xuanyu stood outside observing, only able to helplessly remind them, Hey, are you two playing soccer in the air? But they still continued to fight wildly. At this moment, Lu Feng struck Qianlei, sending him flying far away. He showed no anger, instead loudly joked, Well done, crazy guy, quite an improvement, but you still can't beat me. After all, you can't break my defense. But Lu Feng felt Qianlei was just showing off and responded coolly, That's not necessarily true, don't get carried away, every defense has its limits. Qianlei didn't care at all, just quickly turned around and excitedly called out, Mengchen, what about you, any progress recently? Mengchen's heart was blooming with joy, but on the surface she still put on an act, unable to bear it any longer. Do you think everyone is as proud as you are? At this moment she displayed her newly acquired move in front of everyone. The Jade Emperor Qin emitted a green light, instantly filling the vast space, astounding everyone. What dense life energy! Seeing Mengchen's move with his own eyes, Xuanyu was also surprised. The Emerald Swan can actually increase the healing effect of the Jade Emperor Qin's basic ability. Qianlei was also happy to see her progress. Now we'll have a reliable auxiliary soul master. Xuanyu felt much more at ease seeing everyone's huge changes. You really wouldn't know without trying. This ceremony brought about immense changes for everyone. Afterwards he stepped forward to announce the continuation of training. Come on, let's continue chasing the other teams. At this moment the sun was high in the sky, and the scene switched to a tall and spacious teaching building. Luo Hong sternly reminded the people in the room, The teachers have said that these children have made rapid progress recently and must be further refined before the final exams. Give them more pressure, preferably some difficulties, to stabilize their state of mind. Do you have any opinions? Let's hear them. Xiao Kai announced the list of qualified students. Besides Lan Xuanyu, Bai Shusho, Lan Mengchen, Qianlei, Tang Yuge, and Yuan and Weiwei, the others' assessments will be conducted as elimination challenges against the second years, according to their respective classes. Juahan was bewildered by the arduous challenge ahead. Ah, fighting the second years? Can the second years wear battle armor? Xiao Kai, of course, wouldn't make things difficult for the students. Of course they can wear it. Don't you all have soul spirits now too? Collective pass or collective fail. You should carefully consider the consequences of failure. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Just then, Xuanyu gently reassured the class members. Don't panic, everyone. This arrangement means the academy has already recognized us. I will personally give 5 immortal life fruits to our class, for those brothers who have already fused with 10,000-year soul spirits. Juahan was very surprised by his generosity. These things aren't cheap, someone else chimed in to boost student morale. If you still can't win after this, that would be truly embarrassing. Xiao Kai turned to leave but still didn't forget to instruct. Lan Xuanyu and the rest of you, come to my office later. It's truly a good thing to have a rich and showy class monitor. Sunlight filtered through the tall buildings, illuminating the entire office. Xuanyu appeared in the office completely stunned. Our final exams. Is it just following Tang sect members on a mission? Xiao Kai decided to keep this a secret from the students. That's right, I'm not entirely clear about the specific mission. You just need to assist the Tang sect members in completing it. He was curious about the grading method. Teacher, how will our grades be assessed then? Xuanyu's question was answered by him. It will be assessed by a Tang sect elder. He will give you a fair evaluation. The tight schedule left him stunned for 5 seconds. Departing tomorrow? No way? Xiao Kai was very concerned about the effectiveness of the exam. This time Lan Xuanyu is the team leader. The mission you are undertaking this time is of great significance and may involve danger. All 7 of you must return to Shrek unharmed. Xuanyu's face showed a determined expression. Yes, I understand. Early the next morning, Lan Xuanyu and his group of 7 rode in a Tang sect vehicle. Through a special passage they arrived at the dedicated docking area of the Shrek Space Center. A battleship was parked there. Qianlei's eyes lit up and he excitedly shouted, "A battleship, boss, it's a battleship." Someone walked out of the battleship. Deng Bo walked down the gangway to greet the students. Indeed, his face exuded the light of knowledge. "Hello, I'm Deng Bo from the Tang sect's Duluo Hall. You must be the first-year juniors, right?" Xuanyu bowed slightly, responding to Deng Bo. "Hello, senior. Lan Xuanyu from Outer Court, first year here." Everyone also introduced themselves in turn. He didn't want to waste time and directly announced, "Welcome to this action team. From now on I am the team leader. Lan Xuanyu, you are the deputy leader." Let's go onto the battleship. Even Xuanyu began to doubt life. Is it that simple? Dengbo urged the students to follow him onto the battleship. Go on. He was engrossed in admiring everything around him. Is this the interior of the battleship? Senior Deng, are you the only one from the Tang sect? Dengbo hoped to get closer to Xuanyu. Call me team leader, no need for senior. From now on we're all brothers, alright? Find a seat, we're preparing for liftoff. There's only me here, just me. He was happy that the students could accompany him. But aren't you all here now? Xuanyu thought to himself. This senior seems very broad-minded. Everyone completed the simple liftoff preparations after putting on the necessary equipment. Dengbo reminded everyone, hold tight, we're about to fly. The battleship shot into the sky, leaving white smoke on the ground. It flew out of Earth, soaring past various planets in the universe. He slowly spoke, all right, it will be a 5-day journey. Until now, Xuanyu still didn't know the destination. Team leader, what is the purpose of our mission this time? Dengbo could only briefly explain as he wasn't clear about the specific situation either. We're going to another planet to rescue a few Tang sect members. We'll decide what to do when we get there, depending on the situation. He decided to guide the students. Now I'll teach you how to pilot a battleship. Xuanyu seemed a bit at a loss. Are we really going straight into practical experience? The battleship flew into space, sweeping past planets in the solar system. Mengchen suddenly remembered Dengbo's instructions. Let's change clothes first. Xuanyu understood his concern. No choice. Does the mission require disguising our identity? Our Shrek uniforms are too conspicuous. A voice echoed through the battleship. To avoid anyone forgetting, please change into your flight suits in order, then proceed to the cockpit. The team leader wants us to get familiar with piloting the battleship. The students discussed animatedly in front of Mengchen and Bai Shu, piloting a battleship directly. Oh right, this team leader is too casual. Dengbo remained composed in front of the complex system. There's nothing to be nervous about. With the development of soul-guided technology, piloting a battleship is done by connecting to the battleship's main computer via brainwaves. Simple commands are enough to operate it. In the vast Milky Way, the battleship's trajectory was winding like waves. Xuanyu never expected to be able to pilot a battleship so easily through the endless universe. Really, this piloting method is much simpler than interstellar fighters. Dengbo's fairness was reflected in his care for the students. When you've had enough fun, switch places and let everyone try. He observed everyone's active learning spirit from behind. Although piloting a battleship is simple, it's relatively difficult in combat and requires multi-person coordination. Dengbo took out a memory card to provide useful knowledge to the students. This contains detailed information about the battleship. Memorize it when you go back. I'll go rest now. Let's familiarize ourselves with the battleship, take turns piloting. Qianlei probably thought he was perfunctory and had already gone to rest. Xuanyu didn't care about things unrelated to learning. There's nothing wrong with it. I always feel this organization is unusual. We should be proactive, and don't forget this is part of our assessment. After 3 days of battleship flight, Dengbo finally gathered everyone. Dengbo held a meeting to announce important news. Listen up, everyone. Next, we will enter a black hole for a space jump. From the start of the jump, we will no longer be in a safe state. You all need to stay alert. He finally revealed the battleship's destination. After passing through the black hole, we will reach our destination. The sinful planet. Painful memories resurfaced in Xuanyu's mind. It's the sinful planet, the mastermind behind the last incident. At this point, Dengbo no longer wanted to hide anything from the students, so he told them. The sinful planet is a special planet. Its existence in space is a specially twisted space, accessible only through a special black hole. It is not only rich in resources but can also suppress god-level powerhouses, possessing resources that no other administrative planet in the Federation has. He worriedly recounted the whole story. Therefore, various forces within our Federation have people undercover on the sinful planet. Not long ago, several of our Tang sect liaisons were captured. Our mission this time is to rescue them. For the specific operation, you just follow my plan, Dengbo specifically emphasized, asking the students to stay focused. But if the mission fails due to your negligence, Shrek Academy will bear the responsibility, understand? Xuanyu was somewhat surprised but still decisively agreed. Understood. He had already planned everything. This battleship of ours has already been registered with the Interstellar Pirate Alliance, so this time we'll infiltrate as interstellar pirates. In 2 hours we will reach the black hole. Prepare yourselves. Around the black hole's periphery there will be several patrol ships inspecting and collecting fees from battleships passing through the black hole. The items Dengbo carried had a complex structure. They were rare cubic metals used to pay the black hole passage fees. The battleship approached the cosmic black hole at high speed. Based on his accumulated experience after payment, the battleship could enter the black hole. A flash of light crossed the cosmic space and it successfully traversed the black hole by paying the fee. The battleship was moored outside the destination planet. Dengbo uttered meaningful words. We've reached the sinful planet. It might be different from what you imagined, and Xuanyu stared intently in one direction. It was his first time seeing it up close. This was the sinful planet. Humans clearly lived here, calling this place Paradise Star. Dengbo silently gazed at the planet from the battleship, but still explained to Xuanyu, Paradise Star was originally at a god level. It's a true treasure in the universe, and the Federation has always wanted to occupy it. so don't expose your identities. We'll infiltrate as members of a pirate group." He hoped the students would remember his instructions. "Remember, from now on you can only refer to this planet as Paradise Star. It's a free world where strength is order." Xuanyu felt power surging through his body and couldn't help but exclaim, "The air here is so comfortable, it's filled with dense life energy." The battleship landed in a lush forest called the Green Sea. It was already late when it landed. Dengbo led everyone to find a place to rest. According to Paradise Star's regulations, all battleships could only be parked in the Green Sea. Everyone had to walk to the city and were not allowed to use any transportation. So everyone could only walk to the nearest city and camp and eat along the way. Bai Shu had a keen perception of the natural environment here. "The animals here are still quite normal. Are there any animals similar to soul beasts?" Dengbo, of course, knew this area was safe, which is why he chose to stop and rest here, not in this area. But there must be similar ones. After all, Paradise Star also has a spirit transfer pagoda branch. Xuanyu also raised a question. "There's actually a spirit transfer pagoda branch here. Does the Federation allow it?" His voice echoed through the mountains. "Well, there's a reason for it." An agent suddenly pointed a gun at Dengbo. "Who told you to make a fire?" He threw a cubic box at the agent. "We'll put out the fire immediately. Please bear with us." Then he explained to everyone, "It's nothing. They're looking for trouble and benefits. Just give them some rare metals. Rare metals are the currency here." In front of the vast area, Dengbo confirmed the next destination. "Look, that's our destination, Blackhorn City." In the night, Xuanyu alone gazed at the bright moonlight. Everyone was not in a hurry to enter Blackhorn City, but listened to his instructions. "Pay attention to your surroundings. There are many surveillance devices here. Let's enter through the sentry post." Even at night the streets were bustling with people. Xuanyu looked around curiously. So many aliens. Dengbo knew the students were always curious about aliens, so he quickly dissuaded them. "Don't stare at any creature. Most alien creatures are unfriendly to us. Let's find a quiet hotel to stay in and then proceed with the mission." The hotel everyone chose had a simple sign. Dengbo hurriedly left. "I have something to report, so I'm going to contact our people. You all rest in the hotel first." Xuanyu replied on behalf of everyone. "All right." He stayed alone in the room saying nothing. Lan Xuanyu gathered his teammates and one student asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Lan Xuanyu?" But he remained silent. Suspicious eyes appeared in his gaze, so he spoke directly. "I always feel something is wrong. From the beginning until now the team leader hasn't discussed the rescue plan with us, only giving us updates about the mission." His analysis left Lu Feng extremely puzzled. "Seems so." The equipment in Xuanyu's hand suddenly beeped. "You have a voice message. Final exams begin. Exam content: survival, escape. Within the next 10 days, return to the mother planet on your own. Exceeding the deadline is considered a failure. Room fees will only be paid for 1 day." Colorful lights illuminated the sleepless city, and Qian Lei rushed into the room in a panic, shouting, "Boss, what's going on?" He expected Xuanyu to be flustered, but he remained calm. The light from outside filtered through the window, and after a while he slowly explained, "Survival and escape, it seems difficult. But there are actual clues. According to the message the team leader left us, rare metals are the currency here. I still have a lot, so let's exchange them for money first. The main thing is the second task, escape." Xuanyu had probably already found a solution. "The spirit transfer pagoda branch here is a good option. We can hitch a ride on their battleship back to the mother planet. This is what we'll do next." Qian Lei was as excited as a child. "Great, boss, reliable." Xuanyu actively walked through the empty corridor. "I'll go to the hotel reception and ask where I can exchange money." Upon seeing the reception, he politely greeted them. "Hello, I'd like to ask, where can I exchange rare metals for paradise coins?" Hyland's rudeness sharply contrasted with Xuanyu's friendliness. "Kid, just deal with me. Hand over all your rare metals." He extended his prosthetic arm trying to grab Xuanyu, but Xuanyu seemed to have already understood the situation. "Oh really?" Xuanyu firmly gripped Hyland's wrist, and at the same time a flash of light gleamed in his eyes. Hyland grinned, secretly marveling at Xuanyu's power. It was too immense. But a moment later, Xuanyu spun him around in the air. In a flash he slammed Hyland to the ground. Xuanyu's knee pressed into his chest, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. Sharp ice shards were about to touch Hyland's eyes. He screamed in panic, but when Hyland opened his eyes, Xuanyu had already made them dissipate. He looked at Hyland with cold eyes. "Still want to be my daddy? There's no need for that. Can you answer my question now?" Hyland's attitude completely changed. He was no longer arrogant as before. He stammered, "You can exchange them right here. 1 kilogram of rare metal is worth 20 paradise coins." Xuanyu tossed the rare metals onto the table and stated his demand, "Exchange 100 paradise coins for me." As soon as he saw the treasure, Hyland's eyes lit up. "A storage soul tool. This thing is valuable." He just wanted more information. "Where is Blackhorn City's spirit transfer pagoda? Give me the exact location," he stammered. "It's in the east of the city." Xuanyu slightly lowered his head. "And finally, about exposing Hyland, it's very easy for him. Emotional distress fee, 10 paradise coins. Did you really think you could take advantage of me so easily?" He was at a loss, not knowing how to answer. You, another receptionist, thinking Xuanyu was bullying Hyland, loudly reprimanded him. "Hey kid, you know whose territory this is?" Facing the threat, red smoke billowed from his eyes. Xuanyu released immense energy, a bloodline aura and spiritual suppression. Receptionists all wore expressions of surprise, speechless. Lan Xuanyu understood that here, only by displaying one's strength could one suppress those who sought to target them. The group quickly left the hotel, heading in the direction of the spirit transfer pagoda. Colorful lights illuminated the entire city. Though he had expected it, Xuanyu couldn't help but be surprised. The spirit transfer pagoda was still very conspicuous. Qianlei carefully explained, "After we go in, let's split up to gather information." The spirit transfer pagoda was crowded and chaotic. Lan Xuanyu went to an unmanned reception desk. He found Li Jiao and asked how to reclaim soul spirits. She enthusiastically guided Xuanyu. He can just find any soul master who has just died and claim their soul spirit with the price calculated based on quality. It seemed he had never understood this aspect before. Is that even allowed? Can they really take anything? Li Jiao didn't know how to explain it to Xuanyu. As soon as he saw her eyes, Xuanyu was captivated. "Beautiful, the young lady is truly beautiful." Li Jiao was displeased but still answered him, "Yes, we take everything. The price varies with quality." "Why are you asking this?" Xuanyu immediately lowered his voice to explain so she wouldn't misunderstand. "I was just asking casually. I also wanted to ask if there are any spaceships going to Duluo Star." Li Jiao became hesitant. "How you want to go to Duluo Star? What would a small pirate like you do there?" Xuanyu didn't know what suitable reason to give. A moment later he quickly resolved the issue. "My parents were captured by the Duluo Federation and I want to rescue them." Upon hearing this, Li Jiao was stunned. Her face was filled with confusion and she kept looking around nervously. Li Jiao anxiously grabbed Xuanyu's clothes. "Come here." As soon as the door opened, she pulled Xuanyu inside. For some reason, Li Jiao angrily scolded, "Are you crazy saying such things here?" Seeing her strong reaction, Xuanyu was a bit puzzled. "What's wrong? Why can't I say it?" Li Jiao had experienced many similar situations, so she advised him, "Your situation is common on Paradise Star, but don't even think about rescuing your parents. You can't save them." He was determined to achieve his goal. "I don't care, I'm going to save them." No wonder she tried to stop Xuanyu. It turned out Li Jiao also sympathized with him. "My parents were also captured. I once secretly boarded a battleship wanting to rescue them." Xuanyu was secretly pleased. His casually made-up reason had unexpectedly hit the mark under the colorful city lights. Xuanyu was sharing with his friends. "She tried to dissuade me for a long time, telling me not to go. Only when I was leaving did she say that their spirit transfer pagoda battleship would only return from the mother planet in 15 days. Qianlei didn't want to wait too long. "It'll only be back in 15 days? That's too late then." He agreed with Qianlei. "Yeah, we'll have to find another way." Unexpectedly, Enwi came up with such a bold idea. "Let's hijack a pirate battleship and fly it back ourselves." Yuge quickly stopped this risky behavior. "No, that's too dangerous, and pirate ships would be attacked if they returned to the Federation." Even Bai Shu was worried. "Indeed, it's not appropriate. It would alarm the pirates of Paradise Star, and we only know how to pilot Tang sect scout ships." After a moment of silence, Xuanyu suddenly had an idea, wanting to take something from an acquaintance. "Hijacking a pirate ship won't work. What if we hijack a Tang sect ship?" He was astonished, gaping. His eyes were full of confidence, as if implying, "If we could seize Dengbo's Tang sect scout ship, wouldn't all our problems be solved?" Lu Feng was at a loss. "But how do we find him?" It seemed Xuanyu had already planned to steal the ship. "We'll do this." The students all looked radiant after hearing this. He was indeed experienced, capable of enhancing their skills. "All right, let's go." But arguments wouldn't solve anything, so it was better to first buy some new equipment to arm themselves. Lan Xuanyu had Qianlei release Golden Fatty to go out with them. This way no one would dare cause trouble along the way. Arriving at the largest equipment store here, Xuanyu was very familiar with it. It was the big Blacktooth equipment store. As soon as he arrived, Siming aggressively rushed out, shouting the price: "Entrance fee, 5 paradise coins per person." Xuanyu decisively refused this unreasonable demand. "What if I don't pay?" He gritted his teeth, looking displeased. "If you don't pay, then I'll make you." Xuanyu dodged sideways, allowing Golden Fatty to throw a punch. Siming took the blow and was sent flying. Xuanyu, standing his ground, secured the victory. Thanks to Golden Fatty's help, the other guards at the entrance didn't join forces to stop them, and everyone smoothly entered the equipment store. Xuanyu and his group entered without hindrance, walking straight in. He was curious about the items in the store. "It's very tidy inside, feels impressive. These are all metal equipment." Cao Shang warmly greeted the guests. "May I ask what you gentlemen wish to purchase?" Xuanyu stated his intention directly. "What good items do you have here? Don't fob us off with ordinary goods." He frowned slightly, but his introduction was very imposing. "Distinguished guests, we never lack good items, but we need to see if you can afford them." He smiled calmly. "Is this enough?" It turned out Xuanyu had placed a large piece of metal before Cao Shang, reassuring him considerably. "Gentlemen, please wait a moment." Afterward, Cao Shang left with his staff. He instantly recognized Xuanyu's abilities. "It's clear that the distinguished guest is a noble soul master, so I've brought out a few extremely fine soul tools. For your consideration, this is a battle soul tool no less powerful than battle armor. Its name awaits its future master. It can purify a soul master's soul power, compress and release soul power bullets, and withstand soul power attacks from a 7-ring soul sage level expert." Cao Shang emphasized a unique feature. Its most powerful characteristic is its ability to amplify bloodline power. Xuanyu focused on the gun in his hand. "A battle soul tool, and it can amplify bloodline power?" He allowed Xuanyu to use it to experience the gun's power. "Please try it outside and you'll see." He closed one eye, focusing on the target. Xuanyu raised the gun, preparing to fire a force shot into the sky, then directly struck the ground in front of him. Even Cao Shang was astonished by Xuanyu's performance, so strong. As the spiritual energy soared, the white-haired students were all very envious. My God, what is that? Such a powerful oppressive aura. Xuanyu's aura made everyone feel fear. He understood the method to exert maximum power. By integrating the golden bloodline power from his right hand into the attack and simultaneously compressing and releasing it, he could strike such a long distance. Could this integration process be completed within himself? Cao Shang explained in detail so Xuanyu wouldn't misunderstand. Distinguished guest, you are truly impressive. I merely forgot to tell you. Once this gun is used, it connects with the user's bloodline, so this battle soul tool can only belong to you. Xuanyu probably hadn't expected Cao Shang to be so cunning. Forced purchase? Xuanyu asked Cao Shang doubtfully. Connected? This is clearly a forced purchase. Do you only have one of these guns? His attitude remained confident. There are two in total. A pair. You can try it now. Hearing Cao Shang's words, he raised the gun and fired a very powerful shot. Even he himself was quite surprised. Merely infusing it with fire element yielded such power. He felt that infusing multiple elements wouldn't be impossible either. He was like a super salesman, constantly praising, this young man's martial soul is truly heaven-defying. These two guns are simply tailor-made for you. We even include holsters. Seeing this, Xuanyu nodded in agreement. Alright, let's look at other things. With the staff's introduction, Xuanyu also took a liking to several other soul tools, until he tentatively asked, actually we mainly want to buy a battleship. Do you have any? Cao Shang shrugged and replied, battleships? We don't have those. He then added by way of explanation. Battleships are strategic items. Only the City Lord's mansion is authorized to sell them. Hearing this, he turned to leave. Is that so? Then let's go. We'll check out the City Lord's mansion. But the boss suddenly called out to him. Distinguished guest, please wait. Please pay first. This confused Xuanyu. We didn't say we were buying. The boss's face fell. Things you've tried you must buy. His attitude also became tougher. Are you trying to force a sale? Hearing Cao Shang's words, countless bodyguards swarmed forward, blocking their path. Don't even think about leaving without paying. Lu Feng whispered a reminder to him. They're making a move just like that? Someone's directly threatening us with a gun. That's too overbearing. Xuanyu, however, didn't back down, even showing an interested smile. Is that so? Then he immediately unleashed his power. Then it depends on whether you can defeat us. Cao Shang was startled. What, are you out of your minds, brothers? Just then, Enwei swiftly used his eye of reincarnation. Wei. Cao Shang's expression became even more terrified under the sudden attack. Just 1 second later, lightning struck down with extreme speed. This move cleanly swept away the bodyguards. In a flash, all the cyborgs in the store were dealt with. Even so, the boss secretly clicked his tongue, then let out a helpless sigh. Immediately after, Cao Shang unleashed his energy. You people, you've caused big trouble. Xuanyu immediately drew his gun to respond, a 7-ring soul sage causing trouble outside. 1 second later, a bullet directly pierced his body. Cao Shang was still bouncing around, grimacing. Don't break anything in my store. Qianlei excitedly raised his gun. Try this, see if you can dodge it. Facing this unpredictable situation, he only had time to be startled. Then the kid directly fired an immensely powerful bullet with astonishing destructive force. Cao Shang was so enraged that he revealed his true nature like a demon in human skin. Bastard, he had no choice but to charge directly at the bullet to block it. Are you trying to destroy my store? His body coiled around the bomb, restraining it. Then he immediately tossed it into the air. As soon as it broke free from the restraint, the bomb violently exploded. Xuanyu had long recognized that move. Phantom Demon Martial Soul. In the dissipating smoke, his figure reappeared. This guy is an evil soul master. Cao Shang's eyes were now blood red like a beast. Do you want to die? You actually fired a cannon. Then his eyes began to fill with bloodshot veins and his face turned ugly. Cao Shang's true body approached, carrying intense killing intent. I'll kill you all. They too were very surprised. Battle armor, it's actually a 2-word battle armor master. Xuanyu quickly commanded everyone, Shusho, hurry up, everyone get ready. Sensing their intention, the atmosphere around him became even more bloody. Don't think about running. A light flashed in Bai Shu's eyes. She used deep blue gaze. Thanks to this move, the evil soul master's power temporarily dissipated. Xuanyu seized the opportunity to shout loudly, everyone attack unintentionally. This battle also attracted passers-by. What's happening at Big Gold Tooth's place? It feels so lively. The citizens couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I never thought anyone in Blackhorn City would dare to provoke that store. Dangbo hid in an alley, muttering to himself, feeling very displeased. Soon, Qianlei also personally joined the battle. Golden Fatty's Gate of Summoning. The others immediately joined in as well with the great light of 5 elements. Lu Feng also carefully summoned his white dragon spear. When it was Xuanyu's turn, he directly let out a dragon's roar and charged at the opponent. Move after move struck him like this. Everyone worked together to unleash their abilities, completely suppressing the manager. Qianlei's soul beast actively attacked him. The opponent had absolutely not expected such seamless cooperation among these children, but he reacted quickly, already having sensed it. He avoided it by charging up and leaping into the air. Xuanyu's gun was also infused with more energy. He focused on the target, then fired continuously. Cao Shang was already struggling and had no choice but to pay attention. Countless bullets flew in a dense barrage. The ground seemed to explode. My cultivation is 7-ring, yet I'm suppressed to the point of being unable to move. At the same time, more and more civilians appeared. Beside the big black-tooth equipment store, a crowd of onlookers had already begun to gather. They continuously whispered among themselves, and many did not hide their surprise. Xuanyu carefully turned around to check. The impact is spreading, but it's not enough yet. His gunshots continued, accompanied by small explosions. We need to keep going. So he said to Qianlei, Fatty, don't break all the equipment in the store. Throw it over to me, he heard him, and dashed over with great agility. Okay, thus many items were turned upside down. Qianlei threw expensive piece after expensive piece out of the store. Lan Xuanyu in turn collected them into his storage soul tool. His hands moved swiftly, precisely catching each item. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed with light. His ring of destiny possessed a storage space of 10,000 square meters. While collecting the loot, Xuanyu's keen senses detected something again. He tried to look up at the sky, only to see a tall figure standing there. Enough! When Yanhe landed, his immense weight created a violent tremor. His body was heavily muscled, and one arm was equipped with spikes, making him look very ferocious. Qianlei immediately controlled his soul beast to charge and attack him. He clenched his fist and swung straight forward. Unexpectedly, he retaliated with an identical punch. Furthermore, that guy even had the strength to fling the soul beast's arm away. This made Xuanyu notice Golden Fatty actually suffered a disadvantage. This 7-ring soul master is stronger than the previous one. Qianlei also sensed the situation and quickly shouted. Golden Fatty turned, and then another dazzling light suddenly flashed in the space. He merged with his soul beast, then confidently challenged the guy. Again, the man snorted, dismissive. You brat! A cunning smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth from beneath the ground. 2 huge mechas rose powerfully. Bai Shusho cried out in confusion. Mechas from here and behind too. There are 4 in total. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Xuanyu's eyes remained calm. He hastily shouted to attract their attention. Shusho, Mengchen, Fatty, Fengza. Lu Feng quickly ran towards them. Wei Wei and Lu Feng support Fatty. Yuge, you and I will deal with the mechas. With that, he unleashed his power. Taking on 2 mechas alone, together they created a huge tornado in the city. This scene astonished the citizens. The wind and snow are too strong. Quickly retreat. Don't get swept in. Several parts of the mechas were damaged by the wind. These little guys are crazy. They still want to keep fighting, not only against Boss Blacktooth but also tackling 4 mechas. Contrary to their imagination, Xuanyu was now ready to fight. Yuge meanwhile raised her hand and directed flames towards them. They can't win. The 2 powers combined, causing the huge bodies of the mechas to explode. The crowd was dumbfounded and very confused. What is this? This is impossible. Only piles of wreckage remained before their eyes. What magic did they use to resolve the mechas so quickly? But it wasn't over yet. Qianlei's avatar was suddenly sent flying. Xuanyu immediately noticed the movement and turned his head over here. He was struggling to resist that overwhelming power. Boss, this guy is too tough. He was furious. My mecha squad, I will never let you off. He clenched each finger into a fist, then gathered energy inside. This scene made Qianlei scream in fear. Everyone be careful. His flames are not simple. Just as the little guy said, he hastily unleashed a powerful energy and charged forward. The tricky situation forced Xuanyu to accelerate and run over to block, silently reciting a string of skills. Dragon God Transformation and Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd. Full power. He concentrated his strength, then gritted his teeth and threw the halberd at his opponent. The 2 different moves met exactly midway, but Yanhe's attack was repelled by Xuanyu's spiritual energy. Seeing the powerful shockwave approaching, Yanhe only had time to exclaim, not good. As soon as his words fell, the halberd had already pierced through his body. It continued to fly at extreme speed until it safely and perfectly returned to Xuanyu's hand. Yanhe hadn't even had time to recover and look at his injured arm when he was dumbfounded by this terrifying sight. The surrounding spectators also gasped in disbelief. After a while they slowly let out exclamations. I can't believe it, a group of teenagers. His gaze remained fixed on his opponent even though the crowd was cheering for him. This is too powerful. Yanhe was angry at the outcome of the battle, roaring irritably like a 3-year-old child. Where did they come from? Why did they destroy the store like this? These unpleasant words made him unable to resist, immediately retorting, Your big Blacktooth equipment store forces people to buy things. Are you not allowed to resist? The tense scene was suddenly interrupted by a panicked voice. Something big has happened. Look, the city lord's mansion has already sent mechas. Xuanyu looked at the scene before him, a silent laugh in his heart. It seems the goal has been achieved. Meanwhile, Yanhe, still unaware of his weakness, decided to throw a tantrum. Call out your elders, otherwise no one will leave. The noisy commotion made Qianlei pull out a popular item he had hidden. Is that so? It's still uncertain who can't leave. That huge gun quickly made the guy vomit blood. Stop it at once. But before the other party could say a second word, Xuanyu took his teammates and instantly teleported away from the scene in a Y formation. This awkward situation made Yanhe howl helplessly. Damn it, where are you going? But when he turned around, that fierce face was suddenly filled with an unshakable fear. It was the defensive cover from the previous attack. Yanhe hastily dodged the sudden attack. This made him clench his teeth in even greater anger. How dare you scare me, you damn brat! The roar and anger were carried by the wind to Xuanyu and his companions' ears. Don't think about running. After making their getaway for a while, Qianlei eagerly sought advice. What do we do next? However, he showed no fear at all and instead began to analyze the situation. Many black mechas are coming. If we get caught, it'll be troublesome. Many hypotheses flashed through his mind, and Xuanyu had to quickly give the order to make a swift escape. Turn left, a thought suddenly struck him. Finally, this made him lower his voice, directing everyone to turn left. Everyone quickly followed the instructions like experienced soldiers. At the end of the alley, a car was already waiting, which made Xuanyu suddenly quicken his speech. Get in, just like that. Everyone simultaneously sped towards the car. The person in the soul-guided car was none other than team leader Deng Bo, who was slowly looking behind him, observing their opponents. The security department had just reported, "This is..." Deng Bo frowned, waiting for Xuanyu and his group to settle in. The space suddenly became tense, filling him with unease. After everyone got in the car, Deng Bo immediately activated the stealth shield and simultaneously drove the car into the traffic. After a while, he safely drove the car across the bridge. At that moment, Deng Bo unceremoniously turned his head and scolded everyone. "Are you crazy? Why are you having such intense conflicts with the locals? You blindly use violence, completely disregarding the consequences. The infighting is still going on. If I hadn't arrived in time, if you had been caught by Blackhorn City," Deng Bo questioned while driving, "how much trouble would that have brought to your academy?" Xuanyu explained aggrievedly, "We can't be blamed for this. We just wanted to buy some equipment." Lu Feng nodded in agreement. "That's right." The more he listened, the angrier he got. "I didn't expect it to be a black market. They bullied people first, and we only wanted to promote virtue and condemn evil." Deng Bo turned and said, "What's the difference between you resorting to violence and them?" I didn't expect you to look at him with a pitiful expression. "I understand, team leader. I won't be so impulsive again in the future." Then Xuanyu dejectedly admitted his mistake. "This final exam is too difficult. It was our lack of careful consideration and rashness that led to such a mistake." His emotions also calmed down. "I understand. No wonder such an exam was arranged," Deng Bo reminded again. "It's just to temper your character. In fact, as long as you can safely pass 5 days, I will take you back." Xuanyu asked in surprise, "What about our exam results?" He quickly explained this matter. "I will report your performance to the academy, and the academy will decide." The sunlight in the sky was now more dazzling, spilling down through the leaves. They stopped in front of a fairly large house. Deng Bo led everyone in, then introduced, "This is our Tang sect safe house. We'll rest here for a day and lay low." Xuanyu was a little puzzled. "Team leader, are you the only one here? We won't be monitored, will we?" He slowly walked into the room. "Only I have been here during this time. Just like our car, this place also has a shielding system." Then he sat on a chair. "As long as we drive out of the city and into the forest, no one will follow us." He smiled in relief. "That's great." Xianxia also completely relaxed. "Now I'm relieved." Then Xuanyu naturally approached him. "By the way, team leader, we made a special discovery at the equipment store today." Deng Bo was also curious about what discovery it was. He voluntarily leaned close to the other person's ear. "It's like this, we saw..." Before he could react, he had already summoned the golden dragon roar to attack him. Deng Bo only had time to widen his eyes, too shocked to speak. Then 2 other hands, taking him by surprise, slowly reached out. Yuge touched Deng Bo's head, then cast bloodline suppression. Enwi immediately threw over a hexagonal object which quickly emitted light and exerted its power. The light surrounded Deng Bo's body, binding him tightly. He struggled in panic, powerless, his soul power completely controlled. "These bastards!" Deng Bo turned to question them. "What are you doing?" He also immediately spoke. "Team leader, I'm sorry. If there's any misunderstanding, we will solemnly apologize to you when we return to the mother planet." Deng Bo's expression remained shocked despite, "Thank you for saving us." But Xuanyu directly stated his suspicion. "I noticed you winked at that bald man. I suspect you are a spy for the sinful planet." His reaction was even more surprised. "What?" he added. "Otherwise, why would you appear just as we were having a conflict? Most importantly, we must complete the exam, otherwise we face elimination." These sharp words left him dumbfounded. "You surely know that the competition at Shrek Academy is fierce, so we will never give up. We need to borrow the scout battleship to go back." Then Deng Bo also understood. "I see." Despite this, he still tried to defend himself. "But this is a serious misunderstanding. I have always been secretly protecting you all." Xuanyu also replied, "I am very grateful for your help." But he slowly continued, "But I still doubt the truthfulness of your words. Therefore, for the safety of my teammates, I had no choice but to restrain you." In the end, Deng Bo could only sigh. "I'm really at your mercy." He looked at the hexagonal object above his head and asked in confusion, "This thing must be expensive, right?" He immediately nodded. "Not cheap, but I heard it can imprison soul masters below title Duluo, so I gritted my teeth and bought it." So Xuanyu personally guarded him. "Everyone rest for a day as planned. The next action will be at night, driving out of the city the next day." They escaped the forest and reached the huge city wall, and didn't encounter any checkpoints. Soon a huge soul-guided ship appeared before them, smoothly returning to the Tang sect scout battleship. On the way, Deng Bo suddenly spoke. "Lan Xuanyu, have you ever thought about a question?" He deliberately probed. "If I don't give you permission to enter the battleship, how will you deal with me? I can retaliate." Qianlei turned his head and said, "Aren't you afraid we'll hit you?" A smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. "No, I'm a member of the Tang sect and you won't be able to explain yourselves when you get back." This left him speechless. And Xuanyu suddenly interjected, "Fatty, give him a wink. Tell team leader to sit down and rest and take off his shoes, by the way." Subsequently, the blue silver grass in his hand appeared. "Team leader, don't worry. How could we hit a Tang sect senior?" In the quiet night, only Deng Bo's laughter echoed. "No, stop it quickly, I'm telling you." The blue silver grass kept tickling the soles of his feet. "You brought stop it, stop it." He was so tickled he almost cried from laughing. I'll give in, all right? Xuanyu retracted his hand with satisfaction. See, wouldn't it have been easier if you'd just done this earlier? Why all the fuss? Dengbo shouted at him indignantly, according to you. Is it my fault? Xuanyu's innocent smile was his answer. Isn't it? His inner anger immediately erupted. You bastard. After a while the Tang sect soul-guided ship had already taken off. It quickly pierced through the clouds and reached outer space. The cabin was now very quiet. And Dengbo just stood there, deep in thought. He silently assessed this tooth for a tooth. These brats are really something. Xuanyu sat in the driver's seat very focused, everything running smoothly. He suddenly asked, Team Leader, is there anything to pay attention to when passing through the black hole later? He immediately replied, it's mainly a spiritual power issue, but your spiritual power has already reached 400 zhang. You then incidentally showed off to the other party. It should be no problem to exceed 4,000 zhang, right? Sweat immediately broke out on his face. What kind of monster are you? A cosmic black hole several times larger than the ship was now before their eyes. As the soul-guided ship entered it, violent forces continuously released lightning. You, meanwhile, concentrated, circulating the energy around your body. Lan Xuanyu utilized his superhuman spiritual power. Thus the soul-guided ship passed smoothly, perfectly traversing the black hole's route. He and the others shouted happily, great, we made it. But a red alarm suddenly sounded. Incoming vessel, please stop immediately and prepare for boarding inspection. Everyone on board showed surprised expressions. Xuanyu also turned around angrily and asked, Team Leader, what happened? He deliberately feigned confusion. I don't know, maybe you've been blacklisted. Give me control. Great, a good opportunity, I can regain control. Dengbo suggested to him. I'll try to negotiate with them and see if it works. Xuanyu then fell silent, thinking for a moment. Is that so? He secretly gloated. Actually, the other party just wanted to extort some bribes, trying to scare him, to see what he would do. But Xuanyu put on his equipment and directly ordered, open all shields, full speed ahead, full throttle, we're breaking through. This made him turn pale with fright, exclaiming to prepare for stealth. The soul-guided ship reached maximum speed, then charged straight out. He very seriously controlled the battle, locking on, firing antimatter missiles. Several ships were hit by the missiles he launched and exploded. The sound was very loud, and at the same time their ship maneuvered evasively. Dengbo was so shocked he couldn't control his emotions. Are you crazy? He cried out in confusion. We could have just run away. Fighting means making enemies. That, he replied in surprise. You didn't say we couldn't attack. How else can we break through and escape? Red ships were now swarming like ants. Careful, they've surrounded us. Despite this, Xuanyu still calmly held the steering wheel. Since that's the case, let's fight head-on. The soul-guided ship turned, charging directly forward. Everyone hold on tight. Facing that bloodthirsty desire for battle, he easily destroyed one enemy after another. Lan Xuanyu, within the battleship's limits, performed at a standard of over 10,000 mecha pilots. Dengbo, trapped inside, could only scream in despair outside. Only the incredibly fast trajectory of the soul-guided ship could be seen. Controlling special evasive maneuvers, they passed through the black hole again, arriving in another spatial region. 10 minutes later, the pursuit stopped. Boss, can I go to the back to vomit now? I want to too. They had shaken off their enemies, escaping invisibly. Xuanyu, however, was filled with pride. It was more scare than actual injury anyway. Dengbo, on the other hand, was trembling with anger. You brat, he roared. Why are you always causing trouble? Just wait until I get back to the academy and deal with you. The ring in his hand immediately activated its skill. A silencing spell was cast over his mouth, leaving Dengbo speechless. He nonchalantly said, I forgot to mention, this imprisonment spell can also silence you. Mengchen politely waved, Team Leader, you should go to your room to rest. We'll be home soon after you've rested. Dengbo's heart cursed them a dozen times for their attitude. Then Xuanyu personally escorted him. Team Leader, please rest well. We will release you when we get back. The ship was now continuing its steady voyage, 6 hours until they returned to the mother planet. He secretly smiled with confidence in his heart. Ultimately, it's about dealing with the consequences. On a sunny afternoon at Shrek Academy, Luo Hong, even while leisurely sipping fragrant tea, couldn't help but let out a strange sigh. It's so peaceful. What a rare moment of peace had that little rascal gotten into trouble again. She had just taken a sip of tea when her communicator rang urgently. Luo Hong murmured curiously to herself, who's sending a message? The message content startled Luo Hong sharply. What? The teacup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered, showing she had lost her composure. Hello, Dean. I am Lan Xuanyu. My teammates and I have now escaped danger and returned to our mother planet, completing the exam. However, due to the Dean's exam, we had to do some wrong things. Dengbo will tell you the details. He is waiting for you in front of the Academy's teaching building. Luo Hong grew more and more flustered as she thought about it and rushed out. They're back. The last sentence, incidentally lifting the sealing spell on him, made her heart burn with anxiety. How is that possible? The timing's wrong and I couldn't reach them by phone. When Luo Hong saw the scene before her with her own eyes, all her doubts vanished. That familiar figure was unmistakable. It really is Dengbo. Did something happen? Luo Hong rushed over, anxiously asking about the safety of the youngsters. Where are they? How are Lan Xuanyu and the others? Dengbo struggled to open his mouth but couldn't speak. Luo Hong then realized the problem and removed the sealing spell from Dengbo. As soon as he regained control of his body, he gasped for breath with difficulty. Unexpectedly, the first thing Dengbo said was about casualties. Those damned brats all died out in space. This deeply struck Luo Hong, making her eyes widen in horror. What did you say? What did you tell me? Those brats are the treasures of our academy. He trembled, but still tried to plead for fairness. Hey, put me down. Dean, are you being unreasonable? Dingbo's neck was clutched, his life threatened, so he had to admit bitterly, they did this to me, I was just speaking out of anger. He then collapsed in a faint, leaving only a dazed ha. Then she took Dengbo back to the office. He recounted the whole story to Luo Hong and Tang Zhenhua, who arrived later. Tang Zhenhua listened half-believingly, unsure if what he had just heard was true or false. Little Deng, you're not making this up, are you? Dengbo jumped up indignantly. Could I make up something so embarrassing? Dean, please don't ask for my help again in the future. Luo Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death, but they didn't commit any major offense, so why aren't they daring to come back? Dengbo exclaimed. What? No major offense. They did all that, and you're not going to punish them? Zhenhua chuckled mockingly, trying to cover up Lan Xuanyu's mistakes. Actually, it's not bad, it was purely for the final exam. Unable to beat them in a fight or argument, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Whatever, I'm going back, don't ask me for help again. After Dengbo had completely left, Zhenhua turned to seek Luo Hong's opinion. What do you think? She decisively adopted a violent approach. What do I think? I'm going to spank them. Dengbo suddenly returned, angrily demanding, right, the battleship. Our Tang sect's battleship. Indeed, the battleship hangar was completely empty. And even Luo Hong couldn't help but exclaim, how could those little rascals make it disappear? How did they drive off with the battleship? Zhenhua calmly reminded her. Did you forget? Elder Tree already gave that kid the Ring of Destiny. Luo Hong's face turned pale upon hearing the explanation. Her helpless shriek echoed through the sky. No way, they really did something like that, but the sound wasn't loud enough to reach the subway where Lan Xuanyu and his friends were. Sunlight filled the entire carriage, and the train sped forward. In the carriage, Lan Xuanyu gazed affectionately at Bai Shusho's sleeping face. He suddenly cast his gaze out the window as if seeing something. Lan Xuanyu then looked at Bai Shusho's face shining in the sunset and couldn't help but show a gentle smile. It was rare to be able to accompany his beloved so freely like this. He gently leaned against Bai Shusho and gradually fell into a deep sleep. This beautiful scene was captured by the brilliant sunlight. Their destination for this journey was the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. They were going to meet that person. After some travel, Mingdu appeared before their eyes. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho arrived at Sun Moon Royal Academy together. We're here. Bai Shusho looked at the academy's vast campus and couldn't help but wonder, how do we find Teacher Nana? We can't use our soul communication devices. Lan Xuanyu confidently gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. I have a plan. He pointed at his uniform and declared loudly, Uncle Security Guard, we are first-year students from Shrek Academy's outer court. We want to challenge your academy's students. Please notify your school leadership. Do you recognize this uniform? The school security guard immediately rushed to comply. Shrek Academy. I'll contact the Academic Affairs Office right away. The director of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's Academic Affairs Office immediately rushed over. The two were led into the Academic Affairs Office. At the same time, a 2-on-10 sparring match was arranged. Li Shen quickly went to handle the formalities. I'll go make the arrangements, you two rest for now. Bai Shusho was still a little worried. How will we find Teacher Nana once we're inside? Lan Xuanyu replied with a bright smile. That's easy. When we fight, we'll unleash big moves and Teacher Nana will sense us right away. Following this, the door slowly opened. In the distance, the familiar figure they were looking for vaguely appeared. Yu Na descended like an angel. Lan Xuanyu's face could not hide his joy. Bai Shusho also cast aside her unease and became excited. She ran over and hugged Yu Na tightly. Teacher Nana, she warmly welcomed the two of them. You've both grown taller. What brings you here? Lan Xuanyu excitedly explained. We came to see you during the holiday. We couldn't use communication tools, so we made up a reason about a challenge and the Academic Affairs Director brought us in. Yu Na gently replied. I sensed your auras and came right away. She also keenly noticed, wait, your spirits seem a bit fatigued. Li Shen suddenly opened the door and walked in. Teacher Nana, why are you here? Yu Na calmly recounted what had happened. They came to find me, saying the challenge was to get into the academy to find me. Since they found me, there's no need for a challenge. This sudden decision greatly surprised Li Shen. Wait, I've already made arrangements with the students. How can we just cancel it? Yu Na ignored him and instead asked Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho with concern. How many days do you have for vacation? The young boy honestly replied, about 15 days. Upon hearing this, she decided to postpone the challenge. Then let's wait 10 days, you're very tired and need to rest. Li Shen insisted on opposing. Teacher Nana, this concerns the reputation and honor of our academy. Yu Na's gaze became murderous, threatening him. She decisively declared, then there's no need for a challenge. They are my students and I will take responsibility. Li Shen was immediately scared into silence. Yu Na calmly turned and left, not forgetting to call Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho. Let's go. Li Shen stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Her heart was filled with fear. She was actually a god-level powerhouse. Li Shen grew agitated. He had to report to the dean immediately. The appearance of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho caused a stir throughout the entire academy. Those three are so beautiful, they seem to be students from Shrek Academy. This also sparked countless questions. Why would Shrek Academy students come to our school? Suddenly, someone stepped forward to greet Yu Na. Hello, Teacher Nana, Tian Dai politely stated. Teacher Nana, do you still remember me? We met when you first arrived at our academy. Yuna directly said she didn't remember. However, he wasn't angry at all, still insisting on continuing. Then let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Lin Tiandai and I am the homeroom teacher of class 254. He enthusiastically extended his hand to make friends, but Yuna coldly walked away. I have other things to do. Tiandai was stunned, completely dumbfounded. In his opinion, perhaps this was love. Yuna's figure gradually faded into the distance, yet still radiant. Lan Xuanyu curiously gossiped, he must be the teacher's suitor. She directly scolded, you're so young, do you even know what a suitor is? Lan Xuanyu immediately affirmed without hesitation, of course I know. Teacher Nana is so beautiful, she must have many admirers. Bai Shusho also asked, did Teacher Nana ever have a boyfriend? Yuna replied calmly, I think so, but I don't remember it at all. This was Teacher Nana's faculty dormitory. As Nana expected, the two were already exhausted and fell asleep as soon as they relaxed. Soon she secretly evaluated. Although they didn't lack spiritual power and physical strength, their inner spiritual consciousness was extremely fatigued. Suddenly, Yuna's gaze clearly wavered. It turned out to be the demonic empress appearing. Demonic empress greets master. Dishan's soul spirit also hastily spoke. Dishan greets master, please forgive master, I cannot manifest. Yuna asked in surprise, who are you, soul spirits? Dishan was utterly astonished, yet still respectfully asked, Master, do you not recognize me? Yuna still calmly replied, I seem somewhat familiar, I don't remember, do you know who I am? A surprised and confused expression appeared on the demonic empress's face. She asked doubtfully, Master, have you lost your memory? The flame also silently hovered there upon hearing this. The demonic empress received no answer and didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly the flame spoke again, Master, you were once the ruler of our soul beast lineage. As soon as it finished speaking, the demonic empress and Yuna immediately turned to look at it, and its voice continued. Both the demonic empress and I are 100,000-year soul beasts. Because our lifespans were ending, we chose these two children as our attached targets. It tried to explain in detail. You disappeared 10,000 years ago. I never expected we would see you again. Yuna's brows suddenly furrowed in confusion. She stared at it and asked doubtfully, you're saying I'm also a soul beast? Then it quickly explained, no, you have long transcended that category. Yuna's eyes widened, mixed with surprise and confusion, as it continued, you are the great Silver Dragon King who once led us to resist human oppression and retaliate against humans for occupying our homeland. Yuna fell into thought. I am an enemy of humans, but now soul beasts have their own living space. The flame replied, yes, that is the result of your efforts. We reached an agreement with humans. Every word it spoke deeply touched Yuna, making her gaze even more distant. But at that time you were severely injured and your whereabouts unknown. I never expected to see you again. Her brows suddenly furrowed and Yuna fell into deep thought. No, there seemed to be something else. Her mind raced and blurry images appeared before her eyes, and something else important. Then a dazzling light. As she was about to remember something, she ignored it. Finally it ended with metal shackles shrouded in darkness. Her eyes suddenly narrowed and she felt dizzy. The demonic empress, seeing this, quickly stepped forward and asked anxiously, Master, what's wrong? Yuna recovered, glanced at the demonic empress out of the corner of her eye, her tone calm and firm. Don't call me master. I am no longer your master. Just trying to recall gives me a splitting headache. Her gaze drifted elsewhere and she quietly recalled past events. Yuna softly said, I just want to be an ordinary person. I just want to be with the children. You two also settle down and be their soul spirits. Before them, Bai Shusho and Lan Xuanyu were still sleeping in their chairs. The flame and the demonic empress both listened to her words. Yes, master, master, we obey your will. Whatever you say, so be it. After a while, Yuna still stood there, and she couldn't help but ponder those words. Silver Dragon King, what does that have to do with me? She closed her eyes, feeling her thoughts. I have no hatred, no memories. I am just Nana. The house floated peacefully in space, but her thoughts still swirled in her mind. Silver Dragon King, what does that have to do with me? The next day, sunlight filled the space. On the second day, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho happily went out to play together. He drank juice, she happily ate cake, and the two began their holiday with Nana. Nana took them to a clothing store. Bai Shusho casually picked a beautiful dress. Lan Xuanyu liked it very much, thinking the style suited Bai Shusho. They enjoyed delicious food together, shopping together. Then they arrived at a beautiful scene, a waterfall cascading down. The three happily strolled, sightseeing and enjoying the beautiful scenery. In a more familiar place, Lan Xuanyu lay on the bed cared for by Yuna, and drifted into a dream under Nana's gentle caress, just like an ordinary child. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu looked up at Yuna, and the young boy curiously asked, Teacher Nana, why do we have to cultivate? Isn't living an ordinary life not fun? Yuna looked at him gently and replied, Didn't you tell me from the beginning that you wanted to protect the people you want to protect? Lan Xuanyu excitedly confirmed, yes, that's right. Then he asked, what about you? She gently stroked his head, letting him close his eyes and enjoy. Yuna's voice was soft. I don't remember before, but now it's to protect you all. Yuna's gaze was somewhat inexpressible. Looking at his figure gradually falling asleep, she murmured to herself, Actually, whether you cultivate or not, whether you're strong or not, it doesn't matter. I will protect you all. At this moment the outside was gradually shrouded in night, hazy and dark. Just as the sky began to lighten, Bai Shusho seriously pointed and commanded, No, we've relaxed for a week, we must cultivate tonight. Yuna stood silently by, watching the two youngsters argue. Lan Xuanyu loudly said, You're jealous of me. Bai Shusho replied without hesitation, yes, because you monopolize teacher Nana every day, and school's starting soon. Finally, Lan Xuanyu turned around and sighed with dissatisfaction. Alright, I'll listen to you. Let's start meditating. After saying that, the two began to meditate. You sit on the bed, you sit on the floor cross-legged with a steady mind, cultivating diligently, meditating again after a week of rest. A soft green light emanated from around him. Closing his eyes, he quickly entered a meditative state. An energy radiated from him, and the breeze ruffled his hair. Lan Xuanyu continued to cultivate calmly. This was long-term deep meditation without taboos. Then in another scene, a figure with burning power hovered in the vast sky. Back in the room, Yuna had just walked in and immediately sensed the power around Lan Xuanyu. She looked at him with an incredulous gaze. Behind Lan Xuanyu was a scene of two dragons intertwined, and he was still sitting there cultivating, completely unaffected. When summoned, the energy of the two martial souls immediately stirred violently. Yuna saw this scene, frowned, then reached out and cast a spell. Nana immediately opened a defensive barrier, isolating the immense energy fluctuations emanating from Lan Xuanyu. Thanks to this protection, the pair of martial souls eagerly released their power above their master's head. Meanwhile, Bai Shusho was in deep meditation and didn't even notice when the surrounding energy erupted. A cluster of purple air currents clung close to her face. This sight caught Yuna's attention. It even made her sigh. Both children have grown a lot. The spiritual orb above Lan Xuanyu's head, after absorbing the pure martial soul energy and operating for a period, began to become active. Its powerful force startled him awake even in his subconscious. As the twin martial souls' roars first echoed in the space, Lan Xuanyu felt a splitting headache, his eyes wide open, as two dragons, one gold and one silver, surged into his spiritual sea. However, as they began to tear at each other, Lan Xuanyu bit his teeth in agony, for the space was shaking violently. They were battling each other, both vying to dominate his spiritual sea. The pain was unbearable. He couldn't control his body. Cracks gradually appeared and the spiritual sea trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. In reality, Yuna sensitively detected something amiss. Xuanyu, his spiritual sea is under immense attack. But this is just a process of fusion and comprehension. I can't interfere either. His brow was furrowed with pain that intensified with every second. His rapid breathing made Lan Xuanyu feel psychologically uneasy, and he had to secretly admonish himself, calm down, I must solve this problem on my own. In this difficult moment, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. That's right, the vortex. Use the vortex to solve the problem. Although I cannot control these two dragons, I can try to control the seawater. Lan Xuanyu began to concentrate seriously. Roll up, move for me, spin up. The short commands made the powerful currents begin to swirl around each other. He desperately manipulated the seawater, letting the strong waves entwine the two sturdy dragons. Before they were submerged by the water-formed prison, looking at the two monsters being swept away, Lan Xuanyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Great, I succeeded. Having submerged these two dragons with seawater, their influence on me has lessened, and I can control my body again. The problem is finally solved. It seems I still have to rely on the seven-colored halo. Let's introduce it into the spiritual sea. The dazzling spiritual orb propelled by Lan Xuanyu's power reached its intended destination, allowing it to begin operating its power within it. And glowed like a twinkling star in the universe. The magnificent sight, leaving the two martial souls observing the spiritual orb in a daze for a long time, bathed in the light of the seven-colored treasure orb. The emotions of the two dragons, one silver and one gold, gradually stabilized. Finally, the two dragons naturally circled the orb, while simultaneously forming a stable vortex with all the seawater in the spiritual sea. The spiritual sea returned to calm under the shroud of the seven-colored light. That light even broke through into the real world, astonishing Yuna. A thought also flashed in her mind. Only for a brief moment, he broke through. Xuanyu has broken through to the spiritual abyss realm. Yuna's excitement gradually turned to tension when she saw the spiritual abyss realm begin to appear above Xuanyu's head. Yuna looked at Xuanyu with gentle eyes, a smile on her lips. This is truly wonderful. She was very happy watching Xuanyu absorb the power with his eyes closed. Xuanyu had overcome the difficulties on his own and finally reached the spiritual abyss realm. Yuna bowed her head slightly. Rest assured, he has truly grown up. The next morning, sunlight spilled under the eaves. In Xuanyu's bedroom, he was still sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted in. The young boy's eyes lit up, his mouth watering, and he shouted cheerfully, "So fragrant, I'm so hungry." Yuna and Bai Shusho were cooking together in the kitchen. She saw Lan Xuanyu approach and asked, "You're awake?" Bai Shusho also turned and said, "You meditated so well, it's been 2 days and 2 nights. The young boy was a little surprised, walking closer in confusion. "Have I slept that long?" Yuna calmly replied, "You've just broken through. It takes time to consolidate your realm." Lan Xuanyu said nothing more after hearing this, walked to Bai Shusho's side and praised the food in the pot. "It smells so good, Shusho. What are you cooking?" Bai Shusho stirred the water in the pot as she replied, "Stewed beef tendons." The young boy leaned in behind her and cooed, "Shusho, the universe's most beautiful girl, can I have some?" Bai Shusho picked up a plate of food, glanced at Lan Xuanyu and scoffed, "You're so sweet-tongued when you're begging me." The young boy quickly and firmly replied, "I'm just stating a fact." Yuna watched the two children play so happily and couldn't help but smile. A bowl of stewed beef tendons was quickly placed in front of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu looked at the exquisite garnish on the bowl, which made it even more enticing, and couldn't help but exclaim, The young boy happily held the bread, his mouth full of food, constantly exclaiming, "So delicious, so happy." She stood by and softly said, "There's a real combat competition. Didn't you say you wanted to complete it when you first arrived?" Yuna seriously reminded the two of them. "It's tomorrow to get your spirits up before school starts." Although Lan Xuanyu was eating, he still enthusiastically gave a thumbs up and replied, "Okay." The next morning at an elementary school, all the students gathered in a room to hear an announcement. "You are the pride of the academy, 10 against 2, Li Shen seriously warned. "Don't underestimate them just because they are first years. You are facing the top geniuses of the entire federation." Her gaze turned fierce, and she threatened the students present. "Whoever loses due to carelessness will face my wrath." All the students present replied in unison, "Yes." An ancient city appeared in the city center. Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy Performance Arena. A gentle breeze blew and 3 figures could be seen slowly approaching from a distance. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho walked with their heads held high, both with confident smiles and very relaxed spirits. A group of people had already gathered there early, and one short figure walked directly towards the 3. "Teacher Nana, thank you for your hard work." Li Linxian waved hello, then introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am the Dean of Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Li Lin, welcome to the academy." The young boy politely nodded slightly in return. "Hello Dean, I am Lan Xuanyu, a first-year student from Shrek Academy's outer court, and this is my classmate Bai Shusho." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both sides began to pose for the challenge, both sides ready. Li Lin peered out curiously and asked, "Are these 2 children both your students?" Yuna calmly and softly said, Hearing this, the old man flatteringly said, "Truly a famous teacher produces outstanding students." He happily squinted his eyes and enthusiastically said, "You can choose any students from our academy, just let me know your requirements." But Yuna coldly replied, "I'll see about that later." Li Lin quickly followed up, "Okay, I'll be waiting for your news anytime." Lan Xuanyu walked to his battle position, facing the academy's senior opponents. Zhan Hang confidently lifted his head and introduced himself. "I am Wang Zhan Hang from Sun Moon Academy, and I will immediately let you know how wrong a decision it is to challenge seniors." Lan Xuanyu didn't react at all, instead calmly replying, "Oh really?" Li Shen stood not far away, loudly admonishing both sides. "This is a sparring match, a sparring match. Be careful not to go too far. The referee has the right to stop the match at any time." Immediately after, a huge sensor appeared behind him, and the space began to change. A loud shout rang out, "Begin." He raised his hand, unleashed his power, and shouted, "Take this." The sensor began to operate violently. 1,000-year soul skill, tripod stabilizes the 9 provinces. A black power flew out surrounding Lan Xuanyu. The young boy looked on blankly, secretly guessing there's an invisible suction force underground. This is a group control soul skill. Zhan Heng suddenly pushed his hands forward, shooting power straight ahead, and shouted, "Go!" Lan Xuanyu stared at him thinking, is it that crude and simple? Zhan Heng frowned impatiently, saying, "I don't believe it with your first-year soul power." Before he could finish, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, seeing something shoot towards him. A powerful purple light enveloped him, directly attacking Zhan Heng. Immediately after, he couldn't resist and fell backward, injured. Zhan Heng's nose began to bleed and he painfully held his head, muttering, "My head hurts so much it's actually a mental attack." Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling. Spiritual abyss realm purple demon eyes. Zhan Heng slightly opened one eye and an ice cone shot out like lightning. An ice attack was flying towards him. "No, why is it also spitting fire?" Just as it was about to reach him, the ice and fire suddenly exploded. The ice attack exploded in front of Wang Zhanheng's body, and red and blue vortices intertwined, emitting a powerful force with 3 elements interacting and reacting violently within. Not good. Then it glowed yellow and then violently exploded. Zhanheng gritted his teeth, terrified. And Huoke screamed in horror, "Not good." The huge explosion happened right in front of Zhan Heng, blowing him away. Everyone present exclaimed, "What, that ice bag actually has such power?" Just as Zhan Heng flew out, a vine suddenly wrapped around his foot, pulling him back. Lan Xuanyu tightly grabbed Zhan Heng's foot. He smiled slightly triumphantly. Then Lan Xuanyu violently slammed him to the ground. Huoke hurriedly ran in front of Lan Xuanyu, blocking him and stopping him. "All right, stop." Zhan Heng lay heavily injured on the ground, motionless. He had no choice but to declare, "Wang Zhanheng has lost." Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and said softly, "Thank you, teacher." Huoke was sweating profusely, looking at Lan Xuanyu's back, thinking, "This kid looks cute, but he's really ruthless." Li Lin was very satisfied. Before the results were announced, he said with a happy smile, "Decisive action, ruthless enough." He instantly seized the opponent's timing and weakness. "Our academy students really lack true combat experience." Lan Xuanyu walked to Bai Shusho's side and the two high-fived. She gently turned and calmly spoke, "Shrek Academy. Bai Shusho, please guide me." Meng Shui slightly closed her eyes, responding to the introduction from Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. She frowned and seriously said, "Bing Meng Shui, please guide me." As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Shui's entire body erupted with immense power and a loud shout rang out. "Begin." The space suddenly became icy cold and an ice phoenix appeared behind her. Bing Meng Shui possessed a unique mutated martial soul, the Ice Crystal Dragon Phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings and flew towards Bai Shusho, opening its mouth wide and charging. She was not to be outdone, manifesting her staff and flying towards it. The bird flew high in the sky. It unhesitatingly fired snowballs at Bai Shusho. She raised her head and exhaled a stream of cold air. Ice attack. The incoming ice balls were suddenly blocked, stopping their assault. At this moment, Bai Shusho's figure soared high, her staff in hand. She leaped onto the bird's head and unhesitatingly stabbed her hand into its crown. Bai Shusho's eyes sparkled, destroying the Ice Phoenix's soul skill with a single strike. She didn't pause for a second, leaping high into the air carrying a stream of cold air. Bai Shusho's entire body was enveloped in white smoke, instantly appearing before Meng Shui, releasing an ice attack. She gritted her teeth. So fast it seems I must be ruthless. In front of her was a huge beast, its eyes glowing, staring intently at the Dragon Phoenix Harmony. While Meng Shui was still in a daze, a sharp ice arrow shot towards her. Huoke hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Li Lin was scared out of his wits and she recoiled slightly. Bai Shusho stood her ground, pointing an ice spear directly at Meng Shui. After a while she lowered the ice spear, sighing lightly, somewhat dejected. "I already went easy," a classmate nearby exclaimed in surprise. "How could this happen? She clearly had the strength. Why did she lose without even fully utilizing it?" Li Lin slightly lowered his head, his eyes changing as he muttered. "It's because she was suppressed by the opponent and couldn't exert her full power. That's the fundamental gap." Bai Shusho slowly walked to Lan Xuanyu's side and he happily gave her a thumbs up. The old man closed his eyes, deep in thought. Li Lin turned to Yu Na and asked, "Teacher Nana, may we talk as we walk?" The two quickly walked elsewhere and the old man asked, "In your opinion, what are the problems with our academy's students?" Yu Na silently replied, "They don't understand their own abilities and their development is insufficient." Li Lin stopped in front of Yu Na and said, "You are right, Teacher Nana. I greatly admire these two students of yours and I'd like to give them some gifts." "What do you think?" Yu Na looked at the old man in confusion and exclaimed, "Gifts?" Li Lin's eyes gleamed with calculation. He took out a fiery red jade and offered it, saying, "Exactly, a small gift. It's a special alloy with the properties of a god-grade metal." The jade glowed with powerful light, and Li Lin continuously explained to Yu Na that this was the latest alloy researched by the Federation. It almost never wears out and can even self-repair. Adding this alloy would greatly improve the quality of a mech. He handed it to Yu Na, calmly saying, "It can better ensure the safety of the children in the future. The Federation gave me some, and I'd like to give 10 caddies to each of these two children." Yu Na remained silent, her gaze still fixed on the jade with suspicion. Yu Na's firm refusal echoed in the space. "They cannot join Sun Moon Academy." Li Lin quickly smiled, reassuring her, "They don't need to join, this is just a regular gift." This ambiguous statement made her keenly understand immediately. So she decisively arranged, "These 10 students can now study with me 1 day a week." The old man secretly praised her perceptiveness in his heart. "She immediately understood my intention, but I still have to be polite. Thank you, thank you. This is truly wonderful. From now on you will be our academy's honorary dean." "What do you think?" Yu Na coldly refused. "No, I don't need any titles." Li Lin wisely changed the subject. "Okay, everything as you wish. Do you need anything else?" She made her request seriously for the first time without any politeness. "Then I want a mech capable of interstellar flight, one that can travel long distances." Li Lin hadn't expected Nana to actually make a request and one that was difficult to fulfill, so his aged face couldn't hide his embarrassment. "Teacher Nana, I'm afraid that might be possible, but you'll need to give me some time," Yu Na concluded with satisfaction. "No rush, within 2 years is fine. I can help you design a forward battle armor as payment." Li Lin wouldn't dare accept such a generous offer, repeatedly waving his hands in refusal. No, you just need to teach the students." She achieved her goal and immediately turned and left quickly. "That's all for now, thank you." The old man stared intently at the retreating figure in front of him, his mind calculating furiously. "Excellent. As long as it helps the academy gain a god-level powerhouse, what's this price? If our academy had such a god-level powerhouse to oversee it, then we would have the capital to rival Shrek Academy." Then, returning to the match, after a 30-minute break, the third match had already begun. Lan Xuanyu's gaze shifted slightly in surprise when he saw the twins announce their names in turn. "Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Nangang Luoluo, Nangang Yiling. Please guide us." Dao Hu directly raised the question. "Since these two students specialize in joint combat, would it be possible to invite them for a 2-on-2 sparring match?" Lan Xuanyu immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement. "We are ready." The referee's command rang out loudly. "Begin." In an instant one of the twins disappeared. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened, trying hard to observe his opponent. When he saw Yiling suddenly appear from the air to attack him, he couldn't help but exclaim internally, "The lightning is too fast, it's practically teleportation." Lan Xuanyu immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Golden Dragon Bati. After being struck by lightning, he fiercely activated his second soul skill, Golden Dragon Overlord Bati. As for Luoluo, she focused on a head-on clash with Bai Shusho's Ice Tide. Ice and lightning, two elements, collided fiercely. She firmly waved her hand, moving to the next move. Countless sharp ice cones shot out consecutively. Luoluo hurriedly raised his shield, firmly blocking them, completely unscathed. Immediately after, he summoned a ball of lightning to respond to Bai Shusho. The lightning ball dispersed the countless ice cones she had cast. Luoluo used the flexibility of lightning element to assist his brother. He unleashed a massive shockwave with all his might. As the distance closed, one attacked Bai Shusho while the other charged directly at Xuanyu. Xuanyu was surprised by this flexibility. Could lightning even split apart? He was drawn in by the lightning from this side. Xuanyu quickly formed a soul spirit sphere, then made up his mind and activated his innate ability, Abyssal Demonic Dragon Empress. Combining it with Bai Shusho's Ice Tide, he simultaneously deployed the Devouring Domain, and the Domain Vortex swiftly absorbed the Nangong sibling's shockwave. Yiling was astonished. Not only his own lightning but even his brother's lightning had been absorbed, which would limit his speed. This is really difficult to handle. Xuanyu seized the opportunity and erupted with a dragon's roar, activating Ascension to attack the person closest to him. This move made Luo panic and reach out. "Brother, come back!" Yiling's body transformed into an electrical thunderous state, then swiftly dodged out of Xuanyu's attack range. The Nangong siblings decided to use their fusion secret technique this time. Their power was far more intense than when they fought separately just now. Bai Shusho hastily warned, "Watch out for their martial soul fusion skill." She quickly turned and placed her hand on Xuanyu's back. This time Bai Shusho also decided to reveal her trump card. As soon as Bai Shusho shouted, a power enveloped her. Abyssal Demonic Dragon Serpent. Luo and Yiling, the siblings, tightly gripped each other's hands and shouted a reminder. They also have a martial soul fusion skill, quick, attack. Both unleashed their attacks simultaneously, lightning clashing. A powerful force shot toward Xuanyu and Bai Shusho. He was terrified by this force. Suddenly a thorny vine stretched out from behind Bai Shusho, tightly wrapping around her waist. Bai Shusho was pulled back, not forgetting to warn, "Be careful." In front of Bai Shusho, a terrifying force with lightning and strong radiation struck, but he remained exceptionally calm. Vines surged from his hands, tightly entwining each other, making it easier for the electric current to penetrate his body. Li Lin frowned and asked, "What is he doing?" Li Shen, standing nearby, also said worriedly, "Does he intend to take that hit head-on?" At this moment, Xuanyu was fully enduring that terrifying electric current. Bai Shusho's brows furrowed in worry and she subconsciously cried out, "Xuanyu!" Yu now paused, but he still gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes wide open, staring straight ahead. The vines began to move. The next second a massive lightning bolt struck down from high in the sky, stopping the two brothers' currents. It was only then that Li Shen realized, shouting, "He's conducting the electricity." Hearing this, Li Lin's eyes widened, looking at him. "Is that even possible?" Xuanyu now seemed utterly exhausted. He was bent over, unable to stand straight, with black smoke all around him. Meanwhile, the Luoluo and Yiling siblings were slumped on their knees on the ground. "How is this possible?" Back to Xuanyu, he looked up, panting. "That scared me." The referee immediately shouted the next second, "Match over." Li Shen still couldn't recover, lamenting, "With only 3 rings of power to actually take on a martial soul fusion skill from 2 4-ring soul masters, what magic did he use?" Xuanyu quickly knelt. Fortunately, Bai Shusho and Yu Na helped him up in time. Seeing Yu Na beside him, he immediately acted like a puppy, eager for praise, his round eyes full of anticipation. "Teacher Nana, is it 80? Yu Na smiled gently, stroked his head and replied, "Almost 80. Hearing this, Xuanyu's heart bloomed with joy, thinking, great, they were talking about their mastery of elements. Lan Xuanyu used both wind and water elements to mimic rain and cloud friction, generating electricity, thereby guiding the lightning. This required instantaneous control over complex elements. Lan Xuanyu hoped to improve his elemental control under pressure. Suddenly she chided him playfully, "There's no need to take such risks again, just follow the routine." Xuanyu slyly smiled and flattered her. "Isn't it because you're here, that's why I'm at ease?" Bai Shusho, standing by, couldn't help but complain a few words, always showing off. Xuanyu smiled brightly, squinting his eyes innocently. "Isn't it all to protect you, to increase Teacher Nana's favor?" Li Lin proactively suggested canceling the match. Afterwards the match was cancelled and Yu Na and the two helped him back. He suddenly asked, "How did that child do it?" Li Shen stammered and whispered in reply, "I don't know." He then continued, "Do you see, this is the gap between us and Shrek." Afterwards, Teacher Nana instructed the two on the focus of their future cultivation, and also handed over Li Lin's alloy, telling them how to use it before saying goodbye. Xuanyu spoke first. "On the way back I must think carefully about how to lead our class to become stronger and stronger." Bai Shusho replied without hesitation, "You should first think about how to deal with the Academy's wrath." Hearing her reminder, Xuanyu suddenly remembered, and helplessly said, "Right, I forgot about that." At this moment, in a luxurious room at Shrek Academy, the mysterious person behind the desk responded to the two opposite him. "Lu Feng and Qian Lei have arrived. Good. They are Enwei and Yuge." They just nodded silently, listening. "Bring these 2 children back to me immediately," and the one arrogantly sitting on the chair was Luo Hong. After speaking to the 2 in front of her, she immediately connected a call. "Teacher, yes. Lan Xuanyu, that brat isn't back yet." Xuanyu on the other end of the line was fuming, yelling at these little rascals. "Notify me immediately when they return. The Tang sect people are still waiting for me here." Luo Hong, annoyed, said nothing, only dealt with it helplessly. Enwei and Yuge stood far away, whispering, "Pavilion Master Wang seems very unhappy. This matter has gotten a bit out of hand this time." In the warm morning a melancholic sigh echoed. Xuanyu's tone seemed a bit tired. "Finally back. I'll turn it on first. Call Teacher Tang." Bai Shusho stood beside him, 3 parts worried, 7 parts mother-like, but still nodded in belief as expected. As soon as the call connected, Manhua started yelling on the phone. "You scoundrel, are you crazy? It's just a final exam and you managed to cause such an earth-shattering incident." Xuanyu didn't know what he had done wrong, still asking blankly, "Teacher, what did I do?" Hearing him say that, he yelled even louder, "Didn't do anything. What else do you want to do? Where are you?" "I'm back at the academy, right in front of the teaching building." Hearing this, Manhua yelled again. "What?" He hastily instructed Xuanyu to stay there. "Wait for me. I'll go to Luohong with you, also tell Elder Tree to come. He didn't understand what was happening, only perfunctorily agreeing. Of course, even without Tang Zhenhua's reminder, Lan Xuanyu would definitely call Elder Tree. Soon after, someone in the distance rushed towards him at full speed. The kid approached and realized it was Zhenhua. As soon as he ran over, he punched him. You brat! Xuanyu waved his hand, trying to appease the other party. Teacher, a gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Zhenhua was fuming, pointing and scolding incessantly. Not using my fists? Do you know how many times Luohong, that old hag, scolded me? The next second he put on a serious expression and instructed, be careful, sincerely apologize later. Then I'll take you to the Tang sect people to apologize. He tried to get him some internal bonus points and solve the problem. Xuanyu also felt his kindness and concern, so he bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Teacher, I'm sorry for making you worry. Zhenhua was so surprised he took a few steps back. For calming down, he could only smile bitterly, but his eyes were full of love. Zhenhua continued to instruct, remember, the trouble you cause must be within the range I can protect. Let's go up. If she wants to hit you later, let her hit you a couple of times, understand? The scene shifted to the dean's office. As soon as Xuanyu entered, he respectfully greeted. Hello, Dean. Hearing his voice, Luohong slowly turned around, her tone very cold. You're back? Zhenhua saw her attitude and felt very worried. Oh no, her expression was just like this when I first fell out with her. Luohong ignored his expression, raised her communicator and called, Teacher, Lan Xuanyu is back. She glanced at where he stood, then said meaningfully, first deal with internal matters. Zhenhua was stunned as if struck by lightning. Wait, shouldn't we first hear what Xuanyu has to say? If there are problems or misunderstandings, you can scold him, but you can't abandon them. Luohong looked at the meddlesome person in front of her, annoyingly said nothing, and scolded him with irritation. Who's abandoning them? Shut up, move aside. For some reason, hearing her harsh words, he felt relieved. Being scolded, it seemed her mood wasn't too bad. Just then, a few knocks came from outside the door. Tianyu and Tang Miao strode in aggressively, each with a face as dark as a pot. Respectful greetings immediately sounded. Teacher Tang, Elder. Tianyu didn't reply, going straight to look for the battleship. Xuanyu felt a little nervous when he heard himself mentioned. He said in a deep voice, word by word, write a profound self-reflection and submit it to the Tang sect to admit your mistake. All 7 of you must write one. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, not letting it erupt. The academy will keep you here to deal with this. If there's a next time, all of you will be expelled. Luohong and Zhenhua understood after hearing this. It sounded terrifying, but in reality it was glossing over the severity of the issue. Great. Still protecting their own children. Making a big deal into a small one, it would be fine once dealt with. Just when he thought everything was settled, he changed his expression again and said, wait, you cannot hand over the battleship. Zhenhua was completely stunned, turning to look at him as if he were a troublemaker, but Xuanyu's eyes were exceptionally clear. This matter. I believe I'm not wrong. Everyone present was stunned for a few seconds with a common expression of disbelief. Lan Xuanyu. Zhenhua walked over aggressively, grabbed his collar, and roared in anger. Do you know what you're saying? He was composed as if nothing had happened. Even a criminal being punished has a chance to explain. He was so angry he was almost mad, silencing him. Just as the two were at a stalemate, a stern voice came from behind. Speak. I'd like to hear what sophistry you have. It was no one else but Tianyu. Zhenhua no longer dared to be impulsive, immediately let him go, then uneasily reminded him, you'd better choose your words carefully. Luohong was also swayed at this moment. Is there really no problem? Xuanyu, unhurried, walked step by step towards Tianyu. Although the closer he got, the greater the pressure he endured, he still appeared very resolute. Tang Miao was astonished that this child could approach to such an extent and still resist the pressure of his god-level strength, his spiritual power. He hesitated, then continued to think. Spiritual abyss realm. His brow furrowed. How old was this child? Spiritual abyss realm, 13 years old. No wonder Wang Tianyu always spoke up for this child. Suddenly, Xuanyu bowed 90 degrees, his eyes filled with apology, and he said softly, Team leader, about what happened before. I apologize to you on behalf of our team. Then he straightened his back, head held high. Pavilion Master Wang, Elder Tang, I believe you both already have a general understanding of the situation, but not from our 7-person perspective. The situation is somewhat interconnected, and I would like to explain it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyu wanted to hear it. Good, speak. Xuanyu's voice was unhurried, like an explanation and a rebuke at the same time. We were of course very happy to assist the team leader in rescuing Tang's sect members. But when we had no money, the team leader suddenly left, telling us that the real mission was to return to the mother planet within 10 days. But this was simply an impossible mission. It takes 5 days by spaceship and 3 days to walk to the battleship, leaving us only 2 days to find a route back to the battleship. Tang Miao thought helplessly. This exam question sounds a bit unusual. Perhaps old Wang also noticed. Xuanyu seized the opportunity to continue to argue, even putting on a pitiful and innocent act. At that time we were anxious and at a loss. A few female classmates were even close to tears, hearing him tell such blatant lies. Bai Shusho and Yu Na simultaneously scoffed internally. When were we ever crying from anxiety? After saying this, he hesitated for a few seconds and straightened his back again, saying firmly, but we would rather take the risk than be eliminated from the academy for failing our final exams. Tianyu broke into a sweat, thinking helplessly. Though the spirit is good, Xuanyu just kept on talking. After a brief panic, we calmed down and immediately set out to find a legitimate battleship that could return to the mother planet. So we went to the Spirit Transfer Pagoda, but their fastest returning battleship wouldn't be back for 15 days. Ultimately, we came up with the only solution, which was to pilot the Tang Sect battleship that brought us here. But we didn't even know if the battleship was still there, so we decided to buy some protective gear first before planning anything further. Then Xuanyu tightly gripped his hand as if to prove something. Unexpectedly, that equipment store was a black market engaging in forced sales for self-preservation. We had no choice but to take action. Afterwards, the team leader appeared. At this point, his eyes lit up. After that, all the teachers know what happened. We held firm to our beliefs, experiencing countless perilous situations. Heaven rewards the persistent. Ultimately, we were also fortunate enough to succeed. Dengbo's worldview was turned upside down by his words. Hey, although things didn't go completely smoothly, it wasn't what you said at the time. After thinking, he reached out and accused him. And Xuanyu, don't downplay the seriousness of this. Why did you steal our Tang Sect's battleship? He was confused, asking in surprise. How steal a battleship? When did we steal a battleship? Lu Feng yelled angrily, having always believed he stole the battleship, and he still wouldn't admit it. The evidence is conclusive. Xuanyu was somewhat at a loss. In fact, he himself didn't understand what had happened. Then he remained silent for a long time, stroking his chin, pondering something. Zhenhua and Tianyu looked at him helplessly, thinking impatiently, what trick is this kid pulling now? Is he going to continue lying? After a period of silence and deep thought, he seemed to have come to a conclusion. I understand now, no wonder everyone is so angry. I've been wronged, because I saw the team leader and the other party exchange winks. I suspected the team leader was a spy for the enemy, which is why I restrained him. Pavilion Master Wang, Elder Tang, why would I steal a Tang Sect battleship? I'm not a fool. How could I do something that would destroy my future? And I can also say I have quite a bit of savings. I don't lack outer court badges either. Tianyu also nodded in agreement at this point. Indeed, he seized the opportunity to counter-ask, Team leader, how did you report this? Did you really think I wanted to steal the battleship? Lu Feng immediately retorted, then I can't be a spy either. Tang Miao didn't want this meaningless argument to continue. Deng Bo, quiet. Then why did you take the battleship? As if he had a brilliant idea. Xuanyu confidently extended his hands and declared, of course it was for the Tang Sect. I never intended to keep it for myself. We needed to search the battleship for evidence. If the team leader wasn't a spy, we would definitely return it to the Tang Sect. Then he pulled Zhenhua into the argument to add persuasiveness. Teacher has always taught us that the Tang Sect and Shrek are one, and even guided me to join the Tang Sect. Moreover, I have other considerations for doing this. The team leader registered our battleship as a pirate battleship, right? In other words, the sinful planet doesn't know this battleship belongs to the Tang Sect, right? Lu Feng also accepted this without hesitation. Lan Xuanyu pressed on. We have informants on the sinful planet, so there must be enemy spies on our side too. At this point, Wang Tianyu couldn't help but agree. That's right, the people of Paradise Star are everywhere. His previous words seemed to add 1,000 points to Lan Xuanyu's charisma. Therefore, if those spies discovered that this battleship belonged to the Tang Sect, they would know that the previous incident was caused by the Tang Sect and Shrek. So I hid the battleship for the Tang Sect. Did I do something wrong? This sentence, half reproach and half explanation, left the entire scene silent. Tang Miao pondered for a moment, and finally he spoke first. It seems there was no fault and even some credit. Lan Xuanyu considered everything thoroughly, but Wang Tianyu still had a question for him. Then why did you turn it off? Lan Xuanyu scratched his head blankly. Isn't it because I kidnapped a Tang Sect senior? I was afraid of being scolded and originally wanted to wait until everyone's anger subsided before explaining, but I didn't expect it to cause such a misunderstanding. Tang Miao remained silent, but inwardly sighed, this child is truly outstanding. Seeing that the matter was not serious, Wang Tianyu wanted to let it go. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's leave it at that. Just return the battleship when you get back. Lan Xuanyu immediately agreed. Okay, suddenly a voice came from outside the door. Tang Miao, the person continued in a sarcastic tone. This isn't right, is it? As soon as Lan Xuanyu saw the other party, he called out in surprise. Elder Tree, you've come at just the right time. Elder Tree raised his voice wearily, scolding, what is everyone doing, bullying our Life Faction members? Tang Miao was immediately startled. Lan Xuanyu is actually a member of the Life Faction. Hearing this, Elder Tree pulled Lan Xuanyu's hand, revealing the gleaming ring. Look at what he's wearing on his hand without the Ring of Destiny. How could he have stored your battleship? Wang Tianyu and Tang Miao were utterly astonished. He's actually the successor. What? The Life Faction not only represents the will of the Eternal Tree, but also the powerful support for extending the lifespan of God-level powerhouses on the entire Mother Planet, and it's considered a top-tier organization. Who would have thought that the successor of the Life Faction would be Lan Xuanyu? He suddenly awoke from his contemplation. Wait, how did I become the successor of the Life Faction? Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked around, but the current situation was not conducive to asking more questions. Tang Miao kept expressing his sincerity. Elder Tree, I apologize profusely. This junior was truly unaware of the situation. Lan Xuanyu, I apologize to you on behalf of the Tang Sect. But he exposed it without hesitation. No need. If apologies worked, then what would we need laws for? Elder Tree sternly warned. Be more practical. Wang Tianyu stood by looking surprised. Is this also unacceptable? Elder Tree, we can't just take the Tang sect's battleship without a proper reason. Lan Xuanyu seemed to have just noticed the anomaly and could only dryly think, why does that sound wrong? Elder Tree didn't waste time and turned to leave. Xuanyu, let's go. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a warning. What about a battleship? Is the honor of the Life faction not worth more than a single battleship? You complain angrily. If this gets out, what face will our Life faction have? Wang Tianyu, I'm telling you this isn't over. In the end he flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind an imposing message. See you at Sea God Pavilion. Tang Miao was thoroughly scolded and remained stunned for a while. Elder Tree, Wang Tianyu sighed helplessly. Brother Tang, I'm truly sorry. This old man is getting more and more arrogant. He has dedicated his life to the academy, but he has a flaw of being overprotective. I'll go back and discuss it with the pavilion master. Tang Miao smiled slightly and advised, never mind, old Wang, go back and tell Elder Tree that this battleship is compensation for Lan Xuanyu's grievances. A mere battleship shouldn't affect Elder Tree's mood. Wang Tianyu was startled to hear this. Oh, I'm sorry. Tang Miao smiled reassuringly. It's nothing, just consider it. Congratulations for the Life faction gaining a successor. Wang Tianyu seemed to have been waiting for this very statement and quickly returned to the topic. Then I'll go find Elder Tree to appease his anger as soon as possible. Brother Tang, I won't see you out. The students also rushed to catch up and help. Hallmaster, wait for me. I'll go with you. In the luxurious room, only a few people were left standing there blankly immersed in the surrounding silence. Luo Hong had a headache, constantly rubbing her temples. I think my brain isn't enough anymore. Let me sort out my thoughts. Lu Feng turned his head somewhat doubtfully and asked, is the battleship ours? Xianlei also cautiously responded, it seems so. Yuan and Weiwei praised endlessly from the side. Brother Xuanyu is amazing. We don't have enough brains, so we just have to follow him. Tang Yuge retorted unhappily. Who's we? The rest of the group also joked along. Someone else doesn't have enough brains either. Are you itching for a beating? Luo Hong's anger seemed to have reached its peak and she roared, commanding, all of you get back. Everyone immediately scurried away. Yes, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere there, Lan Xuanyu's side was unusually calm at this moment. He carefully observed the other party's expression. Is what you said about the successor true? Elder Tree sternly warned. Can something like this be joked about? You really know how to cause trouble, even involving the Tang sect. Then he softened his tone, explaining the plan. However, the Tang sect won't see this as a bad thing. Let's just consider it a gift from them. They still want to have a good relationship with you. Lan Xuanyu's voice gradually grew excited. Is our Life faction that amazing? He smiled confidently. Of course you'll know in the future. He suddenly remembered something important. By the way, Pavilion Master Wang seemed to be cooperating with your acting just now. Elder Tree then softly revealed the truth. He already knew you were the successor. Don't let Wang Tianyu's innocent appearance fool you. He's actually quite cunning. Lan Xuanyu then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was an act. The seniors really know how to play. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Elder Tree discussing others behind their backs. Isn't that inappropriate? He raised his voice to remind. Did I say something wrong? No, he confidently replied. How could it be wrong? Tang Miao is very clever. He turned to warn the other person. Xuanyu, the battleship isn't yours personally. It belongs to your interstellar combat experimental class, understand? Lan Xuanyu seemed to have understood everything and replied softly, understood. Elder Tree, seeing the atmosphere was a bit tense, quickly interjected to ease it. All right, stop acting here. Go back and work hard. These little schemes are trivial. Strength is the foundation. Lan Xuanyu also obediently followed the instructions. Yes, the small figure gradually disappeared into the mist. After he had gone far, Wang Tianyu finally revealed a satisfied smile. You really do have good judgment. This kid's spiritual power has already reached the spiritual abyss realm. Elder Tree gently closed his eyes, pondering. You thought the successor of the Life faction? A thoughtful expression slowly appeared on his aged face. Was it chosen by me? He was astonished, his face pale. What? Suddenly, an intuition prompted him to look at the eternal tree. Could it be? Meanwhile, two blurry figures in the city were constantly discussing what had just happened. Did the Hallmaster really give that kid the battleship? Tang Miao pondered for a long time, then hinted. Often, suffering a loss can also be gaining an advantage. The news that the Life faction has a successor is far more valuable than the battleship. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. But you must keep it a secret for me, otherwise the crime will be even greater. Dengbo swallowed gently, silently praying in his heart. Yes, on the other hand, Lan Xuanyu was called away by Tang Zhenhua before he even had time to return to his dorm to rest. He cautiously instructed, today's matter ends here. No one is allowed to speak of it, especially the matter of the successor. Take me to see the battleship. Witnessing the majestic sight before him, Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but be amazed. He exclaimed repeatedly, as expected of the Tang sect's new battleship. Quick, go inside and take a look. However, his expression changed when he saw an anomaly. Tang Zhenhua analyzed the data doubtfully. Why is the battleship piled high with equipment? All equipment. As he spoke, he cautiously turned his head and probed. You also looted their store clean? Lan Xuanyu flashed a brilliant smile, clarifying. I thought these equipment were useful and valuable, so I brought some back. After hearing this, he also praised repeatedly. They're all good things, indeed worth researching. Be careful, give a portion to the Tang sect. Anyway, we already stole their battleship. I'll handle the rest for you. Lan Xuanyu obediently accepted. Yes, Zhenhua suggested with satisfaction. Let's go to the design room, I'll show you something good. The morning sun slowly pierced through the towering buildings, painting the entire sky in warm and soft gold. In the modern room, a low voice rang out. Look at this. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened with excitement. New mech design drawings. Manhua smiled slightly, introducing. Keep looking. His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the semi-transparent design drawings. He excitedly struck a puppy pose. What is this? This is a transforming mech. Manhua gently nodded in confirmation. That's right, it can use the dual armor stream in humanoid form, and also fly at high speed in fighter jet mode. This is the perfect mech in my mind. He excitedly blinked, gesturing. Except for you 7, all the students in the experimental class will use this type of mech. Lan Xuanyu happily raised his hands above his head, expressing his joy. That's amazing, teacher. This is truly amazing. He eagerly asked for the specific time. So when can we get these mechs? Manhua had no reason to hide it and shared. When you have enough money, those equipment should be enough for 2, right? He pondered, estimating his assets. So, he finally threw out the spoils he had accumulated for a long time. Plus my badges here. His whole body trembled, and he couldn't help but feel fear for the young man in front of him. This kid is even richer than me. Afterwards, Tang Manhua kept the purple badges to create mechs for the 7 people, which would take 5.5 hours. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the start of the second year. Lan Xuanyu and his teammates were no longer unique, but lived a busy and tense campus life like other students. Time passed, and about 2 years later on Tinluo Star, the sky outside shimmered with a new aura, hinting at the impending arrival of a new version. Lan Xuanyu was happily washing up at this moment, greeting the new day. His once tender face had somehow become handsome and radiant. He habitually opened his door and shouted outside, "Mom, what's for breakfast?" In just an instant, something hit him in the face. Nan Cheng scolded angrily. "You're so old, yet you still run around the house like a monkey. What a sight. Put on some clothes." Lan Xuanyu smiled, explaining. "I'm wearing shorts and I'm at home." She asked curiously, "Why didn't you bring Shusho back?" "Where was she during the summer vacation?" he replied truthfully. "She went with teacher Nana. She didn't come back with me." Holding a hot pancake, she began to joke. "Are you still a 3-ring soul master? You should be close to a breakthrough, right? With your soul power being at the bottom, what changes will there be in the future?" Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but retort somewhat defensively. "Mom, what kind of mother evaluates her child like that? There's a reason I haven't broken through yet." He winked playfully. Teacher Nana said, "I don't need to rush, I need to accumulate thoroughly, and she's been helping me suppress my soul power." Nan Cheng also candidly shared her thoughts. All right, actually, there's no need to rush cultivation. What Mom really cares about is when you'll bring Shusho home." Hearing her constantly bringing up others, he immediately started to act spoiled. "Mom, why do I feel like you're getting more and more biased?" Nan Cheng helplessly shooed him away. "Isn't it all for your sake?" The morning light streamed through the gaps, spreading a gentle golden glow, enlivening the entire sky with the warmth of dawn. Qianlei was immersed in food at this moment, letting his mood merge with the cool breeze. His eyes suddenly lit up after tasting the delicious food. "Delicious!" Suddenly a soft voice rang out. "Qianlei." Jin Dao gently conveyed the message. "A friend has come to see you." After hearing this, he immediately became curious. "Mom, who is it?" She calmly replied, "Lu Feng, who else? You don't have any other friends here." Before she finished speaking, she was hugged and kissed by her son. Jin Dao sighed helplessly. "Still the same cute little fatty as before." Qianlei still smiled brightly. "Then I'm leaving." He nimbly opened the door to welcome his good friend. "Crazy guy, why are you here? You miss your big brother after only a few days apart." Lu Feng replied sparingly, "Bored, I just got back and don't know what to do." He looked exhausted, then pulled him along. "Me too." The boss said, "Let's rest." "There's nothing to do. Let's go. Let's spar." Jin Dao looked at the scene from just now and couldn't help but feel depressed. Isn't there a single child who makes friends with girls? In the morning sunlight, Shrek Academy's crystal center exuded a youthful and modern atmosphere, while also emanating a solemn and vibrant presence. Manhua was currently engrossed in project research. This should require, suddenly, continuous notifications rang out, immediately changing his mood. "Who is it? Why is it you? How is it? How is it?" Luo Hong quickly rattled off. "The Academy officially announces that your Skywing mech has been approved and it will be co-produced with the Tang sect." He was still blank. Then he immediately recovered and got straight to the point. "Then what's the use of making them in advance?" Luo Hong helplessly shook her head, only able to question seriously. "They can exchange for them when they have enough badges. Will they be given big missions?" Manhua felt a little reluctant when he heard this. "Isn't that too risky?" But she firmly affirmed, "After all, the Academy has also invested huge resources. Their growth in strength must be tested." He was gradually lost in thought when he was interrupted by that familiar voice, and Luo Hong softly shared, "The Tang sect won't pay for your copyright. They've decided to give you God-grade metal so you can create a God-grade Skywing mech," she cautiously detailed. "And they propose to research it with you and want to invite you to the Tang Sect Research Academy for a period. Do you want to go?" As if resurrected from a fierce battle, Manhua excitedly stood up and agreed. "Go, of course I'll go. That's great." Luo Hong saw the other party was so happy and smiled slightly, encouraging, "Congratulations." He also excitedly shared his joy. You too, until she slowly reminded. "Actually, you should thank someone." He then suddenly realized the problem. "Thank who? Oh right, thank you." The smile on her face instantly vanished as if something had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Luo Hong directly denied the other party's statement. "It's not me, it's your precious disciple. Haven't you noticed? Ever since he arrived, you finally stopped being decadent." she finally plucked up the courage to express her true feelings. "Manhua, your current diligence is what I hope to see." Before he could figure out what was happening, she hastily hung up the phone, leaving Manhua stunned for a few seconds. His eyes widened in surprise. Auntie called him Manhua. How many years had it been since she last called him that? The warm sunlight suddenly poured down like an antidote, striving to heal his already broken heart. Manhua's lips curved into a bitter smile, and the past gradually surfaced before his eyes. Just then, a clear voice suddenly echoed in the hall. "Xuanyu?" Upon seeing the vaguely appearing figure, Yuana immediately recognized him. The owner of the mentioned name slowly walked into the hall. His eyes, shimmering with emerald light, instantly widened, an unmistakable surprise clearly visible. Xuanyu was so excited he couldn't control his voice and shouted, "Teacher Nana," he ceaselessly asked about her situation. "How did you get here too?" Yuana happily accepted his warm embrace, gently reassuring him. "To pick you up. I missed you a bit after a whole summer." Xuanyu put on a wagging tail puppy act. "I missed you too." He suddenly remembered the person next to him, so he turned to express goodwill. "Don't be so heartless." Before he could properly hug her, Bai Shusho firmly pushed him away. "No need." Although her tone was a bit cold, her eyes revealed extreme tenderness. For someone who takes an inch and expects a mile, one must be ruthless. Xuanyu began to complain tenderly. "Teacher Nana, look at her." Yuana looked at the familiar scene before her and couldn't help but sigh. "I can't control her either." He quickly dropped the subject and asked Yuana directly, "Teacher Nana, how many days are you staying this time?" She had no reason to hide it, so she answered easily. 3 days, mainly to see you break through." His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had found a treasure. "We can break through?" Yuana gently nodded in confirmation. "You've accumulated enough. This will be beneficial for you to complete missions in the future." As if only waiting for these words, Xuanyu jumped up excitedly. "Great, I can finally break through." Bai Shusho suddenly remembered something important and asked, "Where are Lu Feng and Qian Lei?" He sighed softly, shaking his head. "Oh, them, don't even get me started." He gently explained the reason. "Because Lu Feng was injured in a spar, Qian Lei stayed behind to recover with him, and they'll come back together later." Xuanyu thought for a long time, then decided to share. "Qian Lei said he seems to be losing control of his power." Yuana carefully added an explanation. "The suppression of the golden behemoth is too strong. It will be better after the breakthrough." As she spoke, she slowly turned her head and gestured. "If the golden behemoth's ferocity is aroused, only your bloodline's aura can suppress it." Xuanyu immediately understood her signal. I'll pay more attention." The cool breeze from outside also gently blew in, starting a new day full of vitality. A soft breathing sound filled the dormitory, creating an unusually fresh atmosphere. After a long journey, Yuana rested in Bai Shusho's dormitory, and Xuanyu also returned to his own dormitory. He lay tiredly on the bed. The room had just been cleaned. It must have been Shusho who helped clean it. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out, surprising him. "Who is it?" In just a few seconds, Xuanyu's expression immediately changed significantly. "Uncle La, you've arrived on the mother planet." Young Master Li's voice came gently from the other end of the phone. "I just arrived in Mingdu. I have a concert here tomorrow. Are you coming?" Xuanyu asked hesitantly. "Tomorrow, Uncle La? I'm sorry, tomorrow won't work. Teacher is helping me break through. I can't go." Young Master La chuckled softly from the other end of the phone, comforting him. "It's all right. I have another performance in Shrek City in 3 or 4 days. Can you come then?" His eyes immediately lit up as if he had found a treasure. "Great, great, that's wonderful." He proudly showed off his achievements. "I'm now a rank 6 forger, and my success rate for spirit forging is over 40, he continued to encourage with satisfaction. "Not bad, keep up the good work. Can you continuously strike 64 hammers now?" In just a few seconds, Xuanyu's mood suddenly dropped. "Not yet, about 50 times. Young Master La sensed his unhappiness and gently comforted him. "No need to rush. I'll stay there for a few days and practice with you." The call ended quickly, but young Master La was still immersed in distant thoughts. Suddenly, Qing Ling appeared out of nowhere and jumped out to inquire. "Went to see that little friend again? You two have quite a strong bond." The smile on his lips gradually returned because of this. This time she can also see him. He suddenly remembered something important, so he took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, do you know who VIP number 1 is?" Qing Ling thought for a long time and then gave an answer. "The company seems to know that VIP number 1 specifically requested their identity not to be disclosed. They're probably an important figure in the Federation," she affirmed with interest. "I can only confirm one thing, she's a woman. For the past 4 years, VIP number 1 has attended all performances, always paying 10 times the price for the best seat. Moreover, ever since VIP number 1 appeared, all competitive tactics targeting Tang Le have completely disappeared. This time, I'm fortunate enough to perform in Shrek City." Qing Ling's mind still seemed to echo that breathtaking scenery, which also seemed related to VIP number 1, earning the management company even more respect. The scorching sunlight outside gradually receded, replaced by cool and fresh air. Xuanyu at this moment was still pestering Yuana. "Teacher Nana, young Master La will be performing here in a few days. Will you come with us?" She gently declined the invitation. "No, I still have to go back to class." "You all go." Bai Shusho beside them couldn't help but feel speechless. Teacher Nana is like a deity. How could she be fangirling? On the contrary, Xuanyu kept smiling and promised, "My Uncle La isn't like that. You'll know when you see him." Lan Mengchen was also excited. Young Master La is indeed amazing. I want to go see him. He turned, putting on a puppy act. Teacher Nana, please go see him. But Jiu Yuina's decision remained unchanged. Next time, this time isn't suitable. As she spoke, she directly suggested getting to business. Right, you three calm down and start preparing for your breakthrough. Xuanyu quickly cooperated, carefully sitting down and entering a state of readiness. As swift as lightning, the three simultaneously exuded powerful auras carrying an oppressive force that took one's breath away. Jiu Yuina felt the time was right, and clearly announced, "Begin." As soon as the command was given, the three immediately suppressed their internal energy, and their soul spirits vaguely appeared. Xuanyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After suppressing it for so long, he still couldn't easily break through. Finally, deciding to calm his mind, it seemed he could only take it slow. The three simultaneously delved into the breakthrough process, fully immersed. Bai Shushou and Lan Mengchen, after releasing their suppression, instantly completed the breakthrough process. Both of them were fully maintaining their energy. But the real difficulty for both of them was the soul-spirit fusion process. Bai Shushou took a deep breath, still using all her internal energy to complete the breakthrough process. The entire space was enveloped by a scorching aura, surging as if about to erupt. She and the demonic empress merged like fire, not daring to relax in the slightest. An ominous premonition suddenly struck, and the demonic empress's eyes widened. "What's wrong?" She was panicked, her face pale. "How can there be resistance?" Bai Shushou also simultaneously sensed the unusual feeling. Why was there resistance? Her voice became increasingly trembling, and I finally couldn't help but burst into tears. "If I fully fuse with her, will I still have the bloodline of the demonic soul?" Great White Shark, her heart unconsciously connected to the memories of that year. That was the bloodline left by her parents. She couldn't hold it back any longer. The demonic empress angrily rebuked, "Foolish, only at this moment do you think of regretting?" 2 lines of tears still streamed down Bai Shushou's delicate face, but no matter what the other party said, she still couldn't stop the grievance in her heart. The demonic empress bluntly emphasized, "How can you bear the soul spirit I bring you without fusing with my bloodline?" Bai Shushou's thoughts were still churning when a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Shushou, relax your mind." Jiu Yuina gently instructed, "Your bloodline will not disappear, it will evolve. There will be a fusion of bloodlines within you." She gently approached, comforting the other party. "In reality, it's just your own evolution." Bai Shushou seemed to have regained her original calm, cautiously asking, "Even if my bloodline changes, will it still be the evolution of my original bloodline?" Jiu Yuina gently smiled and confirmed, "Precisely, you are merely evolving under the stimulation of the demonic empress's bloodline energy." She carefully explained every detail. Originally, the success rate wasn't high, but with Lan Xuanyu's bloodline aura mediating in the middle, your bloodline can evolve perfectly. Bai Shushou's eyes instantly lit up because she had figured it out. "Thank you, I understand." A surge of abundant energy immediately poured into her body. Their auras also intertwined and collided, then fused into a powerful force. She successfully fused after suppressing her internal energy for a long time. Bloodline evolution, Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon. Beside her, Lan Mengchen also underwent bloodline evolution at the same time, Emerald Phoenix. Jiu Yuina saw the perfect scene just now and couldn't help but exclaim, "The fusion effect is excellent." Both of them evolved into martial soul levels. Suddenly, her gaze turned to the figure who had been quiet from the start. Not only Xuanyu remains, still hasn't completed his breakthrough. He can only try to comfort himself. No need to rush, take it slow. Before you break through to the god level, the golden dragon bloodline and silver dragon bloodline within you cannot fully fuse. As if hearing Jiu Yuina's inner thoughts, a powerful energy erupted from Xuanyu's entire body. Suddenly a dazzling light appeared, forcing the space to stop breathing for a few beats. In the storm, that resilient figure still stood firmly at the center of the storm, a mysterious power rapidly emanating from within him. Jiu Yuina saw the scene before her and immediately understood the problem. He had broken through. Next, he would need the purple immortal Ganoderma. She gently summoned a high-grade item from the endless void, wisps of spiritual energy gradually appearing, intensely pervading, filling the air with mysterious vitality. After a while, under Jiu Yuina's strict control, the purple immortal Ganoderma turned into powder and was successfully absorbed by Xuanyu. The sky outside was also dyed a soft purplish pink like melted candy flowing in the sunset. The dirt on Xuanyu's body gradually shed piece by piece like skin peeling after metamorphosis. As if feeling his body had just been cleansed, he woke up in astonishment. Jiu Yuina, keenly aware, quickly explained, "This is the phenomenon of impurities being expelled from your body. It's the effect of the purple immortal Ganoderma. Go take a bath quickly." His eyes instantly filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Nana." Xuanyu suddenly found something amiss and he shyly ran off stark naked. "I'll go shower first." Drops of warm water fell like a stream, washing away all the lingering fatigue from his body. Xuanyu only dared to breathe a long sigh of relief. Then, good thing Shushou and the others went back first, otherwise it would have been awful. After a while, they received a notice from Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy about an urgent matter. Therefore, Jiu Yuina had to leave early. And the new semester began just like that. As Xuanyu entered the classroom, he heard chattering in his ear. "Class monitor, what about the thing I asked you about last time? Take me with you on a mission." Juahun excitedly brought up the deal they had discussed before. I'll give you money. Suddenly, Qian Liang jumped out of nowhere and interrupted. Get out of the way, I just swore my loyalty to you. If you're taking anyone, take me. Xuanyu looked at the familiar scene before him and smiled helplessly. I don't even know what the mission is yet. Let's hear what teacher says first. As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Qi had already appeared in the classroom. Class time, and the students quickly sat down. Hello, teacher, he immediately announced. I'm sure you all know by now. Starting this semester, you will begin mandatory missions. This is also the most dangerous but most important period for the outer court. Shao Qi's tone grew increasingly severe. After the mother planet devoured the abyssal plane in order to find new paths, the Federation invested heavily and began exploring the universe. After thousands of years of development, we continuously expanded outwards, and the Federation gradually grew to its current scale. But the Federation hid from ordinary citizens that there are still countless other life forms in this universe. In the history of interstellar expansion, the Federation has repeatedly encountered terrifying crises. These matters have never been publicly announced by the Federation. Countless heroes with surging passion stepped forward and ultimately resolved these crises. Our Shrek Academy aims to cultivate true elites, so that when all of humanity needs them most, our elites can appear where we are needed. For the Federation, are you willing to undertake potentially dangerous missions in the coming year? As soon as he finished speaking, the three decisively shouted, I am willing. Seeing the students filled with determination, Shao Qi's eyes also showed passion. Excellent, you are all good children. Before he could finish, he suddenly called Lan Xuanyu's name in a deep voice. As soon as he heard his name, he immediately stood up. Shao Qi extended his hand to his student, deciding to entrust all important responsibilities to the person he trusted most. As class monitor, I require you to bring everyone back safely. Even if the mission fails, you must return unharmed, understand? Xuanyu decisively replied without hesitation. Understood. Then he looked at his students and said from the bottom of his heart, You are all my students, like my children. Of course, I hope each of you can become heroes of the Federation in the future. You must be living heroes. Do you all understand? The whole class replied in unison after hearing this. Understood. The two outside also heard everything. They are all good children. Luo Hong was somewhat pleased. That's right, the Academy has a comprehensive plan to help them grow, striving to prevent any accidents. Manhua, you're really busy. Let's work hard together. It was rare to see him with such fighting spirit. Keep it up. Thinking he still had a chance, Manhua planned to say a few words. Luo Hong, then what do you think about us? However, she immediately interrupted him. Impossible. Hearing this, he could only silently watch Luo Hong's retreating figure, saying nothing. After Shao Qi introduced the mission details, he led everyone to the mission center for registration. Seeing the magnificent central area, Xuanyu couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the mission hall? It's so big. Shao Qi began to guide his students at this moment. In the future, you will receive missions here. Missions, like other factions, also have mission points, which are a universal currency across all factions and can be exchanged. This set of missions is uniformly named Do Tian Zan Wan Fighting Heaven Battling 10,000. Everyone who performs a mission will become a Do Tian practitioner. Aren't you familiar with Zheng Longzhong? He is the most outstanding Do Tian practitioner among his peers. Hearing this, he immediately came up with a plan to meet him. I'll consult him first, then formulate a follow-up plan. After completing registration at the mission center, Lan Xuanyu left, exchanging 2 gold badges for an hour of Zheng Longzhong's consultation time. As soon as he saw the other party, he smiled lightly and asked, What's wrong with your soul power? It's growing so slowly, it's been half a year. Even so, Xuanyu just brushed it off with a smile. I'm a bit different. Hearing this, Longzhong also agreed. That's true. You are indeed very special. Xuanyu quickly got straight to the point. We're about to start the Do Tian missions. This academic year requires accumulating 24 difficulty points. As soon as he heard him say that, Longzhong couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. 24 points. The Academy's requirements for you are indeed unusually high. Back then, I only needed to accumulate 18 difficulty points. Xuanyu listened, a bit worried. Is it that difficult? Longzhong explained in detail without hesitation. It will only be harder than you imagine. The Do Tian mission reward points, which are universal throughout the Federation, can be understood as the Federation's most expensive currency, and they also earn you corresponding military merits. The current elimination rate is about 20. I wish you good luck, Junior. Seeing the threat in the other party's words, Xuanyu showed an awkward expression. Senior, I didn't come here to listen to your negativity, his intentions exposed. He merely chuckled and continued, Alright, now for the main points. First, gradually familiarize yourselves with level 3 missions. Second, when choosing a mission, first consider the mission's distance. Third, try to take on combat missions. I'll explain the reasons in detail next. Xuanyu, unwavering at this moment, listened with determination and focus. Understood. At this moment, the sun began to set. Xuanyu pondered on the balcony for a long time after thinking he already had a plan in mind and had made up his decision. Everyone knows I have a fixed team, but I've thought about it carefully. I'm not only the captain of our team but also our class monitor. So if you trust me and are willing to follow my lead, then for the coming year, I'm willing to lead everyone to act as one, and we'll complete missions together. Upon hearing this, all three were surprised by Xuanyu's decisive choice. Lan Xuanyu's suggestion caught everyone off guard. this was completely disregarding personal gain, taking on the performance of the entire interstellar combat experimental class single-handedly. Juahan stared at the class monitor with admiring eyes. A moment later both of them stood up and shouted in unison, "Long live the class monitor!" All the classmates expressed their gratitude for Xuanyu's sacrifice, cheering in unison, "Long live the class monitor!" All right, put me down." Being bounced around like that, he couldn't help but cry out in fear. "There's a ceiling above," Xiaoqi, hearing everything from outside and seeing the students' unity, smiled with relief in his heart. Regardless of mission success or failure, the cohesion of the interstellar combat experimental class had reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu had become the true leader of the entire class. At the same time he stood up and said a few words. "Quiet everyone, I have a few things to say first. First, since we're acting as one, we need unified command if anyone disobeys orders. I will not hesitate to kick them out of the team. Second, everyone's abilities vary in strength, and the effort put in throughout the process will naturally differ. I hope to see everyone give their absolute best. Even if one isn't strong, as long as they work hard, everyone will value it. Our interstellar combat experimental class has 37 people." Xuanyu displayed his determination as he spoke. "No abandonment, no giving up. As long as our hearts are united, I firmly believe our pass rate will definitely be 100. Juahan, unable to hold back, said emotionally from below, "Excellent, no abandonment, no giving up." A moment later, he outlined his plan. "All right. Now let's talk about the plan. We'll start with level 3 difficulty missions. The mission destination is Dragon Source Star, a place we visited during our entrance exam. The mission requires each person to obtain 10 Dragon Source crystals. There's no limit on the number of participants, and we have 10 days excluding travel time. We need to turn in at least 370 Dragon Source crystals, and any extra can be brought back. If everyone agrees, I'll take on this mission." Xuanyu chuckled lightly, planning something. "Everyone might need to prepare yourselves in a bit. Oh, and before we depart, tonight is young Master Li's first performance in Shrek City. I have some concert tickets. If anyone's interested, you can come with me." Upon hearing this, the crowd froze for a few seconds, speechless. Then they cheered in unison. "Young Master La concert tickets, oh my god, long live the class monitor!" By the Dragon King statue in Sea God Lake Plaza, he watched from afar, his heart full of anticipation. He would soon see Uncle La. Bai Shusho, seeing this, asked curiously, "Do you really like listening to his songs?" Xuanyu nodded in response. "Yeah, Uncle La sings beautifully. I know him and he even gave me tickets." Seeing his eager expression, she also gained some understanding of the boy. It was rare to see him so excited. It seemed he really liked this person. Xuanyu saw something from the stage and paused to observe. He unexpectedly saw a familiar figure appear before him. It was Pavilion Master Wang. He was actually here too. Wait, he wasn't even in the center seat. Could there be an audience member with a higher status than Pavilion Master Wang? In an instant, Wu Changkong suddenly appeared in his seat. Xuanyu was both surprised and curious. Someone arrived in the blink of an eye, and Pavilion Master Wang showed no reaction, so it seemed he knew exactly who it was. Suddenly the stage lights emitted a dazzling glow. A figure was slowly descending from a high altitude. Under the gaze of numerous spectators, the familiar figure gradually revealed itself. At this moment, he also recognized his idol. Uncle La Wulin's singing began to echo on the stage. Her figure was long blurred, as if having experienced countless reincarnations. Her voice was clearly audible, having echoed in my ears countless times. "Her third life is still here, forever etched deep in my heart. As long as I exist, she will always be." He suddenly saw a familiar figure waving at him from afar. It was none other than Xuanyu, who was looking at Wulin with a joyful expression. At that moment he smiled and signaled to him. Xuanyu also happily returned the smile. "Uncle La saw me, that's great." Wulin's singing began to echo in everyone's ears. "My memories are long blurred, but my heart has always been searching. No matter where she is, I want to take her third life to search for the other 2 lives. I only wish for our 1 life 3 existences to overlap. I only wish for our 2 lives 6 existences to ultimately become 1. Take me away, third life, take me away, take me away, take me away." Due to the powerful spiritual fluctuations contained within the song, everyone's soul power was ignited. Everyone was deeply moved. Tang Miao, sitting above, suddenly realized something. "Brother Wang, this one seems a bit off." Upon hearing this, Wu Changkong sighed and explained, "Of course he's off. I might not be his match." He paused and asked carefully, "Have you fought him?" The god-level singer remained calm and continued, "Haven't you seen that person has even come?" Upon seeing Wu Changkong, Tang Miao immediately felt his fighting spirit ignite. "Interesting, truly interesting. I want to spar with him again." A moment later the two chatted. "Remember to call me to watch the fight." "Forget it. Don't you want to challenge him?" "No, why not? You'll know if you try." Wulin was performing on stage when he suddenly stopped. As Tangla looked up towards the huge statue built at the end of the plaza commemorating the Dragon King Duluo, in an instant a sharp pain appeared in his mind. She was also a bit agitated, sitting below, when a figure suddenly flew onto the stage. Uncle La. Xuanyu also arrived in time, supporting him. "Uncle La, what's wrong?" At the same time, Qing Ling immediately signaled to the security below, "Don't go up, Tang La can handle it." He stood beside him, constantly asking questions. I'm fine. Are you really fine?" "Really, I'm fine." Wulin saw this and replied with a light chuckle. "Xuanyu, you've grown so much." "I'm sorry. I was a bit lost in thought just now, recalling old memories because of the lyrics, and I made everyone worried." This person is my friend. He came on stage because he was worried about me. At this moment he began to express his feelings. Does everyone remember when I once performed with a child in my arms? That child is him. Next I will present the song Protecting Time Protecting You to everyone. The two sang this song together on stage, witnessed by everyone. Munchen observed from below, feeling ceaseless jealousy in her heart. To have such a good relationship with Uncle La, it's truly enviable. Suddenly she sensed something unusual. Lan Munchen immediately told her friend, Shusho, have you noticed? They look so alike. She still couldn't believe her eyes at this moment. They really looked incredibly similar. Bai Shusho, standing beside them, was also too surprised to speak at this moment. Did you see that? After finishing Protecting Time Protecting You, Lan Xuanyu also returned to his seat. Young Master La had already performed his 6 songs. Lan Munchen was content, though she still didn't want it to end, and the last song was almost finished. Good times always pass quickly. Is it almost over? Standing on stage, Woolen began to give some closing remarks. It's truly an honor to be here today. I once had the privilege of entering Shrek Academy. I don't know why, but I have a familiar feeling about this place. After returning home, I looked through a lot of historical records related to Shrek. I was deeply moved, so I wrote a new song and I can perform it here today. I want to dedicate this song to Shrek Academy and to the Tang sect. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately cheered with excitement. It's a new song, that's great, and it's dedicated to Shrek and the Tang sect. Unprecedented, the three here also felt a little surprised in their hearts but didn't say anything. He began to walk towards the audience. Woolen's singing echoed with his steps. Whose tears are vanishing in the snow-capped mountains and oceans, a wisp of fragrance is missing from a warm embrace in the desolate left atrium. She was singing softly, the shimmering light in her eyes illuminating the waves, whose worries are flying in the pink light, suddenly touching the chest, suddenly heartbroken, warm hands intertwined for one life, one existence, only wishing to retain hope. On the bloody battlefield I crossed your shoulders in the distant grey palace. I am utterly saddened. In the ethereal white forest, who else abandoned everything, heartbroken and burying hatred? The voice floats lightly like a dream. Day and night I adorn for you. Night after night threads of love endlessly entwine, the bitter cold wind, worldly affairs already unstoppable. Even if I offer all my strength, I fear we cannot become a pair. As Woolen sang, past images suddenly flickered in his mind, memories of sea god's love. Having written this song, upon hearing this, Wu Changkong suddenly stood up. He murmured to himself, what's the name of the song? At the same time he sang the last lyric, which was also the answer to Wu Changkong. Tears of the Sea God, the Academy representative responded. Shrek Academy accepts this gift, and the Tang sect accepts it as well. Woolen stood on stage and bowed politely. Thank you. Wu Changkong pondered for a moment below, saying nothing. At this moment the audience cheered excitedly, even more fervently than usual. That's amazing, it's been recognized by Shrek Academy and the Tang sect. The new song is really good, young Master La, we love you. Xuanyu was also infected by this emotion. Uncle La, you're awesome. Amidst the audience's cheers, Tang La left and the crowd dispersed from the plaza. Tang Miao seized the opportunity to try and bother him again. Boss, is that young Master La really a god-level powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Wu Changkong stopped and asked, what do you want to do? He took a risk. I'll only know if I try. I want to challenge him. Seeing that the other party hadn't given up, he suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a few threats. If you don't want to die, don't go, Wu Changkong chuckled lightly, then reminded, haven't you noticed that person is quite familiar with young Master La? Believe her words, don't go looking for trouble. Although he knew, Tang Miao was still very unhappy. The more you say that, the more curious I get. The two also left just now. Xuanyu saw his friend acting a bit strange, so he quickly asked, what's wrong? Were you moved by the song? Lan Munchen seemed to have some unspeakable confusion in her heart that needed answering. Can you take me to see young Master La? Don't you know him? Upon hearing this, Xuanyu was happy to help. No problem, he should be meeting me today. Come back to the dorm with me and we'll go together. Who's bullying whom between us? Knowing the other party had ulterior motives, she immediately cut in. You can't bully our Shusho. In Lan Xuanyu's dorm, as soon as he saw Woolen, he excitedly ran over. Uncle La, seeing Xuanyu's concern, spoke to reassure him. You worried me. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Despite this, he continued to ask about the situation. What happened to you today? Are you feeling unwell? Woolen seemed hesitant to speak, then explained. The statue in the plaza seemed to call forth my memories, but as soon as I tried to recall them, I got a headache. That's why I became like that. Xuanyu felt a little relieved after hearing this. That's good, as long as you're all right. Uncle La, this is my classmate Bai Shusho. She pondered for a long time. A moment later, Bai Shusho began to stammer. Uncle, do you still remember me? Woolen thought for a moment and replied, little girl, I think this is our first time meeting, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Bai Shusho recalled past events from the sea. Do you remember the white shark? Despite this, he still couldn't remember anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know me? At that moment she stiffened, saying nothing. Thinking she had mistaken him for someone else, Bai Shusho murmured softly, could Uncle really not be him? Xuanyu saw his beloved looking troubled, so he immediately stepped forward and asked, Shusho, does Uncle La resemble someone you know? What's your relationship with that person? She replied, my benefactor. Upon hearing this, he felt much more at ease in his heart. That's fine, as long as he's not an enemy. Uncle La couldn't recall past events. Whenever he tried, he got a headache. But driven by her intuition, Lan Munchen felt hesitant. After much thought, she still gave up her idea. I must have mistaken him for someone else. Xuanyu, I'll head back first." Then the two said their goodbyes. Wulin had seen everything by this point. After the other person walked away, he asked, "This little girl is quite something, not just an ordinary classmate, is she?" Understanding the deeper meaning in his words, Xuanyu, though a bit embarrassed, still admitted, "Maybe a future girlfriend. When I come of age, I'll work even harder." Upon hearing this, Wulin gently stroked his head and smiled knowingly. "You've already prepared yourself. Our Xuanyu is so handsome, he's sure to have many girls who like him," he asked curiously in return. "What about you, Uncle Le? Do you have a girlfriend?" He thought for a moment, then decisively replied, "No." Xuanyu felt it was unreasonable and immediately asked again, "Why not? Uncle Le is so popular." Wulin immediately changed the subject. "I've never thought about it. Come on, let's see your current forging level." Without thinking much, he decided to obey. "Okay." After a while, Xuanyu demonstrated his strength to the other party. He watched and commented, "Not bad, very steady, giving yourself time to think." Each hammer strike was carefully thought out. Although the speed wasn't fast, he had found his own rhythm. At the same time, he raised his hammer, concentrating all his strength into his hand. With an immediate fierce strike, sparks suddenly flew everywhere. The stone Xuanyu had just forged suddenly glimmered, then gradually converged. In an instant, the image of a dragon suddenly appeared around the stone. He watched, letting out a long sigh. Wulin also witnessed this scene and praised the other's effort. "Very good, your spirit forging was successful." Upon hearing this, Xuanyu felt a little happy. "Uncle Le, can I try soul forging now?" Believing he could do even better, he decided to step forward and guide him. "Not yet. You still have a long way to go with spirit forging. Today I'll teach you fusion forging. It's time for your forging hammer to evolve too. I'll craft a new one for you today. Just prepare 2 types of metal, any kind will do." In a flash, with a single tap from Wulin, 2 hammers immediately shone with light. Xuanyu observed his every move with full concentration. 2 beams of light violently erupted from the 2 hammers, witnessed by both of them. Seeing this, he was shocked and suddenly realized something. 1 strike? No way. 1 strike spirit forging. Wulin remained calm, pouring all his energy into it. A moment later, he blew a stream of flames. Suddenly, a dragon appeared from Wulin's breath, coiling around the 2 pieces of metal. Immediately after, dragon scales began to appear on his hands as well. After observing, Xuanyu immediately guessed the phenomenon. Dragon scales appeared on Uncle's hands. The 2 pieces of metal suddenly emitted a loud bang. Sparks began to change the shape of the 2 pieces of metal. In an instant, they also transformed into shapes completely different from their original forms. He continuously observed Wulin's every move, thinking to himself, "This is spirit forging and it's done in 1 strike." Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, focusing on his strength. The metal suddenly glowed, erupting with surrounding sparks. Just then, Xuanyu also guessed the other party's next action. "This is the fusion forging process. I must watch carefully." At this moment, Wulin opened his eyes and continued to exert his power. His gaze suddenly brightened. Meanwhile, Wulin's entire body was radiant, creating a magnificent sight. He just happened to feel the energy of that power. The spiritual power fluctuation was too strong. His phantom suddenly appeared before Xuanyu. "This is soul forging." Time passed, and the two were still working tirelessly in Xuanyu's room. Wulin was also nearing the final step. "Wake up, the metal is about to fly into the forging hammer." He raised both hammers, concentrating power into them. A moment later, Wulin extended a hammer and gestured, "I need 2 drops of your blood." Hearing this, he immediately complied. "Okay." Xuanyu's blood dripped and a red light flashed on the hammer. He observed, thinking to himself, "They truly seem to integrate into the body and can even change their weight according to one's thoughts." After the other party finished, he also began the final step. "Now this forging hammer of yours is at its limit for enduring soul forging. Normally, when you use it for forging, you will experience the mysteries of fusion forging and soul forging." Xuanyu felt a surge of excitement. "Thank you, Uncle Le." Tang Le stayed in his dormitory until early morning before leaving. Lan Xuanyu also attempted fusion forging all night. At Shrek Space Center, seeing all the students gathered, Dingru announced a spaceship bound for Dragon Source Star is ready for departure. Do Tien practitioners with corresponding Do Tien missions, please board the ship. The two settled into their seats together. A system voice announced, "All Do Tien practitioners, please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The spaceship is about to depart." Qian Lei sat by, excitedly admiring the surrounding scenery. The Star Battle experimental class officially began its first Do Tien mission. A moment later, she walked over and announced sternly, "Hello everyone. I am Yan Ruiting, the leader of this Do Tien mission. I will briefly explain the mission and the precautions to take while carrying it out. Please listen carefully to the mission content." Ru Ding began to elaborate on the itinerary. "I've invited you all today, hoping you can acquire more Dragon Source crystals for the Federation." Lan Xuanyu listened intently, filled with determination. "This planet sounds interesting." She pointed to the screen describing them. "These are source dragons. They contain dragon source crystals, and the quality of the dragon source crystals is directly proportional to the strength of the source dragon. The stronger they are, the more dangerous they are. Each person must hand in at least 10 dragon source crystals. The Do Tien department's battleship departs every 10 days. Finally, please, all Do Tien practitioners, be safe, and I wish you success and a safe return." After hearing the instructions, he immediately understood his mission. So our goal this time is to complete the mission within these 10 days while also striving to obtain more dragon source crystals. The flight time is 13 days, which Lan Xuanyu spent in meditation. The system suddenly announced approaching dragon source star. Xuanyu had just completed his power training. The system now also notified, everyone please conclude your meditation. Prepare for landing at the Dragon Source Star Federation military base. Feng Qi stepped forward and sternly introduced, welcome all Do Tian practitioners to the Dragon Source Star military base. The completely unfamiliar surroundings caught him by surprise. This base is like an important city, nothing like the base on Resource Planet 3. Meanwhile, the Federation base personnel began to announce regulations. Please adhere strictly to the rules. Entry and exit require detailed registration. Once you leave the base, your safety is your own responsibility. Afterward, Yan Ruiting led everyone to the rest area. Lan Xuanyu gathered everyone for the first-class meeting. He spoke solemnly before everyone. I emphasize one last time, this is not an exercise nor an exam. This is real combat. We came together and we will return together. I hope each of us will never give up, never abandon. Inspired, everyone resolved in unison. Never give up, never abandon. Seeing his teammates consistently united, Xuanyu confidently proceeded with the specific plan. Okay, next I will divide into groups. Group members will be led by their respective leaders. All offense type Soul Masters step forward, agility type, defense type, control type, and support type Soul Masters will be divided into 5 groups. Seeing this, Mengchen immediately asked, Xuanyu, what kind of Soul Master am I? He had a plan in mind and immediately replied, you'll be counted separately, stay by my side for now. From now on please call me Captain. Now for grouping. Group Leader Tang Yuge, Melee Offense Type Battle Soul Masters will be commanded by Tang Yuge. Second group, Ranged Offense Type Battle Soul Masters will be commanded by Lin Dongwei. Li Han, Li Bin, and Jiayu, you 3 are also assigned to this group. Hearing this, he showed a reluctant attitude. HMPH, the other students were puzzled by the class monitor's decision. Yuan Enweiwei is clearly the strongest. The captain has his reasons, unwavering. Xuanyu continued to assign as planned the third group, Agility-type Battle Soul Masters will be commanded by Lu Feng, focusing on precision. The fourth group, Control-type Battle Soul Masters will be commanded by Ding Zhou. Lan Mengchen and I will form the fifth group, with me in charge of support-type Soul Masters. During combat, all group leaders will follow my command, with the first group in front, the second and fourth groups behind, and the fifth group in the center. Once ready, he decisively initiated the mission, preparing to depart. The two led the way together. A moment later, Xuanyu spoke first. Crazy guy, after we go out, you scout first and look for source dragons. Lu Feng immediately accepted the order. Xuanyu immediately turned and signaled, first group in front, other groups behind. He decisively gave the order without hesitation. Everyone move out. Someone was sitting in a vehicle observing them. Are the little ones from Shrek Academy walking? Then we'll go ahead first. Undeterred, Xuanyu clearly stated his intention to catch up, accelerating to follow them. Everyone be careful, the plants here are poisonous. Suddenly his wrist communicator beeped. I found a source dragon and I've lured the people in the armored vehicle over. Hearing this, Xuanyu did not act immediately, but waited for the opportune moment. Okay, continue observing. Next, over a dozen mechas engaged in battle with the source dragon. Lu Feng continuously sent back images. A moment later, his communicator system sent another notification. Captain, the source dragon's attack methods are very unique. They are testing the source dragon's strength. It seems these people are all first-timers to Dragon Source Star. Xuanyu quietly observed, gently signaling his teammates. Will it be dangerous if you lure the source dragon? Seeing that the target was not powerful enough, Lu Feng felt somewhat calm. Fortunately, these source dragons aren't fast. Although their attack power is strong, they have no tricks. Hearing this, he understood the situation. Understood. Send us the location, we'll be right there. 10 minutes later, Lan Xuanyu and his classmates saw 3 huge source dragon corpses. He looked around for a long time before speaking. Yuge, come and examine these corpses. Hearing this, she immediately stepped forward. Okay. Yuge touched them to inspect, suddenly discovering something unusual, a bit strange. Seeing this, Xuanyu walked over to check the situation. Strange how? Her face tensed and she began to explain. These aren't dead life forms at all, but dragon source crystal metal. Upon hearing this, he immediately realized something. So that's it. Do these source dragons turn into dragon source metal after they die? Yuge also agreed. Exactly, but these dragon source metals contain 40 impurities. After a long period of confusion, 5 insights flashed through his mind. Xuanyu realized he had been enlightened. These 3 source dragons should yield hundreds of caddies of rare metals, right? What a profit. Take them all. 2 hours later, they had already collected over a dozen source dragon corpses. Lu Feng was still staring at the target ahead. Captain, a big one has arrived. An estimated level 6 or higher source dragon. A level 6 source dragon is equivalent to an overlord among terrestrial soul beasts with a huge metal ball at its tail. Meanwhile, he quickly ordered, accelerate, let's go over there, they need our help. However, Mengchen's reaction was contrary to Xuanyu's. It's not right to steal other people's things. After all, everyone is a Dotian practitioner. Hearing this, he awkwardly asked, Am I that kind of person? She replied bluntly, You are that kind of person with sharp claws that can shoot light, the two observed, secretly marveling. The source dragon is so strong. Xuanyu immediately cleverly ordered everyone. First group forward, second group prepare for ranged attack, third group be ready to rescue. Crazy guy is in danger. Go rescue him. Suddenly the Star River became even more turbulent. Seeing the tense situation, Shen Wu signaled for disbandment. Everyone to disperse and retreat returned to base. 7 Ring Soul Sage, 2-word Battle Armor Master, Lu Shenwu. Hearing this, his teammates were somewhat at a loss. Captain, what's wrong? Without hesitation, Shen Wu still insisted on his decision. Don't mind me, return to base immediately, hurry, or no one will make it out. It looked at him with cold eyes. Shen Wu suddenly sensed something amiss. Not good, Xianxia. Everyone is being pulled in. Although very flustered, he decided to fight to the end. I'll fight you. Shen Wu unleashed his power, Great Moon Slicing Blade. But it was still useless against the Star River. It looked at him furiously. Seeing his bad luck but having no way out, he had no choice but to let the Star River retaliate. Over there, the two were also attacked by it. Not good, I can't dodge. Being sent flying into the air by the Star River, they were terrified. Who came to their rescue? Lu Feng arrived in time from afar to support them. Reinforcements? Where did the reinforcements come from? Wearing green uniforms. They were actually from Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Xuanyu seized the opportunity to step forward. Qianlei, go stop it. We're going in. He immediately acted upon hearing this. Okay, watch me, here I come. You big lug. Qianlei charged straight towards the Star River without hesitation. An excited smile curled at his lips as he attacked the target in front of him. Shen Wu observed from the side, somewhat confused by the opponent's actions. Does he want to go head-to-head? No, in a flash it directly struck Qianlei, sending stones flying everywhere. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the surroundings. A moment later, the dust was blown away by the wind, revealing his figure tightly gripping the Star River's tough tail. Seeing this, he immediately stiffened. Caught it. Is this a human body? Meanwhile, a familiar figure appeared on Shen Wu's team flying over. Tin Liang rushed over to support his friend. Friends from the War God Hall, please retreat first, let us handle this. He immediately unleashed his power, Annihilation Lightning Strike. Just then, the Star River was also completely paralyzed by Tin Liang's power. Another student also seized the opportunity to rush forward. It was none other than Lu Feng, who swiftly used his weapon to cut off a part of the Star River. Inland, Xuanyu's palm, blue, red, green, and yellow lights intertwined. Elemental amplification. A 4-colored halo suddenly appeared behind the young boy. Struck by 2 attacks, it struggled furiously, trying to break free. He cleverly poured all his strength into a decisive strike at the target. A few seconds later, a deafening roar shook the surrounding area. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. What? Shen Wu's side also stiffened in disbelief. No way, such a powerful dragon source Star River just died like that. Just then, the Star River was struck by an electric current and fell to the ground lifeless. The two, having defeated the Star River, struck a mighty pose indicating. Class monitor handled it smoothly. Seeing this, Xuanyu smiled knowingly. On the other side, he quietly observed, marveling in his heart. How did these teenagers do that? At this moment, the space had returned to its original silence and calm. Shen Wu stepped forward and formally introduced himself. I am Lu Shenwu of the War God Hall. Thank you all for your help. Hearing this, he replied cheerfully, we're all Do Tian practitioners, it's nothing, please don't be so polite. I am Lan Xuanyu. Meanwhile, he suddenly noticed the other's peculiarity. This young man only has 4 soul rings. To express his gratitude, Shen Wu gently handed him some origin crystals. I can't repay your life-saving kindness. These are the spoils we obtained from killing the source dragon earlier, please accept them. Instead of accepting, Xuanyu demonstrated his integrity, gently refusing. No need to be polite, we'd feel embarrassed, we can't accept them. Nevertheless, he insisted on handing him the origin crystals. No, you must accept these. May I ask which class from Shrek Academy you are? We are 4th-year students from the Outer Court, currently on a Do Tian mission. After Lu Shenwu and his group expressed their gratitude, they left. Only then did Lan Xuanyu and his companions excavate the dragon source crystals from the head of the Star River source dragon. Yuge walked along deep in thought. This is indeed the standard for rare metals, and it should yield quite a bit of dragon source metal. A familiar voice shouted excitedly, Teacher was right. The process of completing the mission is the best way to earn money. Qianlei was happily twirling a tough piece of the Star River in his hand. This meteor hammer is very useful. All the classmates looked at him with reluctance, but Xiaolei didn't think much of it and continued to play with the item in his hand, finding it very handy. Xuanyu looked at his friend, feeling helpless in his heart. He was increasingly heading in a strange direction. Do we need to pull him back? Mengchen also reluctantly complied. Here, meanwhile, he quickly devised the next battle plan. Yuge, I'll assist you. Let's see if you can detect the fluctuations of metal elements in the distance. She immediately accepted the order. Okay, Yuge stepped forward, silently sensing the surrounding air. A moment later, she suddenly noticed something amiss. Not good, the metal elements on this planet are too concentrated. I can't sense much. Hearing this, Xuanyu understood the situation and quickly divided the teams to execute the plan. Everyone rest in place. Lu Feng, Yuge, Shusho, Mengchen, and Wei Wei, come with me. We'll use Skywing to scout from a distance and search for Source Dragon Hills. Bing, you're in charge of commanding when I'm not here. Qianlei then acted like a doting spouse in front of him. Boss, why aren't you taking me? Despite the other party's ridiculous behavior, Xuanyu firmly stuck to the plan. You play with your metal ball, you stay here. If a source dragon attacks, you're responsible for the frontal defense. The mech was deep purple, about 6 meters high, a perfect teardrop shape. Silver light shimmered on their bodies and their one-word battle armor appeared. The two immediately piloted their spacecraft towards the battlefield, departing. Yuge sat by, commanding, "There's an extremely strong metallic elemental fluctuation at 2 o'clock ahead. There must be many source dragons." Xuanyu unhesitatingly complied, veering to the right. Tang Yuge led the high-speed reconnaissance at 2 o'clock. Seeing something blocking their path ahead, he immediately reported, "Something's wrong?" She looked outside, exclaiming in surprise, "What? There are so many source dragons here!" In the distance, a group of star rivers were frantically rushing towards the two. Witnessing this, Xuanyu felt he had drawn the short straw. This large group of star rivers swarmed towards them, spewing lava. Streaks of fire shot directly at them in a chaotic barrage. At that moment, Xuanyu hastily gestured for a U-turn. "Retreat, retreat. We've found a large number of source dragons. Immediately lead everyone back to base quickly. Quick, Do Tian practitioner calling base." A system voice responded, "Do Tian practitioner, please speak." He hastily reported the situation. "We've discovered countless source dragons rushing towards the base. Please prepare for engagement," the voice from the base replied. "Understood. Emergency procedures have been activated. All Do Tian practitioners, please return to base immediately. They've been gathering for months without acting." Hearing this, Xuanyu understood the implication of the other party's words. He was blaming himself. The voice from the other side continued, "All Do Tian practitioners, please return to base immediately." After hearing this, he quickly commanded his teammates, "Qianlei into the Skywing. Everyone get ready. We're returning to base together." He immediately accepted the order. Okay, at this point, they all boarded the spacecraft and flew back to base. After gathering in the central area of the base, Lan Xuanyu and everyone else exited their mechs. Tinliang asked with some confusion, "Xuanyu, what's going on?" Knowing he had drawn the short straw, he looked dazed, unsure how to respond. "We've stirred up a hornet's nest. We encountered a huge group of source dragons." Without thinking much, he happily replied, "So many." Seeing that the other party had more eagerness than sense, Xuanyu softly replied, "Aren't there many source dragon crystals? But you need to be alive to get them." At the same time, Yan Ruiting walked over with a tense expression, reprimanding loudly, "You're really something, leading them all the way here?" Feeling he was at fault, but Xuanyu couldn't find a way to respond. "I didn't want this either. What do we do now?" She then seriously informed them of the situation and instructed the students, "You've been requisitioned by the military. From now on you'll cooperate with the army in combat. Follow me." In another corner of the base, a group of star rivers swarmed, rushing towards their base. Yan Ruiting immediately executed the pre-arranged plan. "The shield will block the source dragons, but it will also let a few in. Then you can attack them together with the army." The shield gate began to open, letting them in. After a few entered, the shield gate closed. As soon as he saw the star rivers, Xuanyu quickly signaled to his teammates, "Everyone activate your battle armor." "Battle?" A familiar voice came from afar. "These people are really brave." She watched, secretly admiring in her heart. "So strong." Meanwhile, personnel inside the base system were monitoring the students' every move through screens. "Which department are they from? Who let them use fire elemental attacks? They seem to be Do Tian practitioners." Yuns found it a bit strange and ordered the screen to zoom in for a closer look. The screen was currently showing Qianlei holding a hammer. Seeing the familiar figure, someone immediately blurted out, "Dad, look, where are these Do Tian practitioners from?" A nearby staff member replied, "They're from Shrek Academy. Do they need a reminder?" Hearing this, Yun showed a surprised expression, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, they're our juniors. No, if they encounter danger, immediately provide support." The soldier immediately acknowledged. "Understood." Outside, Qianlei relentlessly struck the star rivers with his star hammer. At the same time, Xuanyu immediately rushed forward to charge. Witnessing this scene, Ruiting was somewhat puzzled. "Are they crazy?" Tang Yuge rushed towards a source dragon. Her figure flashed, passing through one source dragon, then reappearing through another, already holding a dragon source crystal in her hand. Tang Yuge continuously passed through the source dragon's bodies in this manner, extracting dragon source crystals. Bing Tinling's entire body was surrounded by electric light, continuously inflicting large-scale damage. Bai Shusho also began to unleash her power at this moment. As soon as she saw her power, Ruiting's eyes widened in astonishment. In an instant, Bai Shusho's power energy suddenly erupted, shining brightly. Her light shimmered in the air, and Death's withering immediately caused the surrounding star rivers to gradually dissipate. Witnessing this, Ruiting continuously focused on observing the other party. This soul skill is terrifying. Xuanyu took the opportunity to cover. "Mengchen, I'll assist you." Hearing this, she agreed. "Okay." Mengchen quickly unleashed her power, the Emerald Phoenix Dance. She immediately concentrated all the energy within her body. In a short time, everyone's expended power was restored. All source dragons within their standing range were dead. Lan Xuanyu immediately ordered them to rest in place and swiftly clear the battlefield. Someone was silently observing them from a distance. Seeing that the students had already dealt with the star rivers, Ruiting glanced around, feeling a bit surprised in her heart. Their mission was to kill 370 source dragons, and they had already completed more than half on the first day. At the same time, Xuanyu walked over to his friend and softly reminded her, "From now on, try not to make a move. I'm afraid they'll see you and transfer you out." Holding a small emerald green ball, Senior BG said, "That thing can help me recover quickly. Don't rush to use it." Hearing this, Mengchen also understood the other party's meaning. Okay, after a while, Ruiting signaled for them to continue fighting. Quick, enter the city. Stand behind the cannon. Space Vortex, activate absorption, pulse cannon fire. The Source Dragon corpses were sucked into the cannon's muzzle and immediately shot out, flying towards the distant Source Dragon group. Seeing the Star Rivers being mercilessly flung far away, he was struck by realization. So this is how they handle the corpses. That's brutal. Soon the second round of combat began. After the second round of combat, Lan Xuanyu requested a rest from Yan Ruiting. Qianlei, still wanting to increase the game's difficulty, stepped forward and asked boss, why stop, we can keep going. Hearing this, Xuanyu calmly explained, our mission on Dragon Source Star is complete. The metal from high-level Source Dragons is worth more. Seeing him like this, he could only laugh sarcastically. Boss, you're so greedy you even want money from the dead. In our fourth round we'll split into 2 groups. Juahan, you'll command your side. Our 7 plus Bingzhe, Donghui and Yushin will form a 10-person squad specifically for level 6 Source Dragons. At the same time, Yuge stepped forward to inform her teammates, Xuanyu, I'm about to break through. Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised. She then replied with a light chuckle, I've accumulated enough. The 2 over here also chimed in. Me too, I'm breaking through as well. Brother Xuanyu, Fengzi and I are the same. Xuanyu unhesitatingly decided they should meditate. Alright, let's break through then. Mengchen and I will guard you. I'll assist your breakthrough, so sit next to me. Thus he began to concentrate on meditating on his power. Next, he would transfer energy to all his teammates in front of him. Xuanyu exerted himself trying to concentrate all his energy while casting. After a while, both concentrated on maintaining their energy. Golden fur grew in the blink of an eye. His body once again explosively expanded. Lu Feng was also immersed in meditation at this moment. Dragon scales suddenly appeared on his face. In an instant, the phantom of a white dragon suddenly appeared behind Lu Feng. A faint beam of light shimmered above Yuan Enwei's head. His original 5 soul rings instantly transformed into 6, and the 6th soul ring was red. At the same time, Yuge also began her breakthrough journey. Yin-Yang runes suddenly appeared on her forehead. The 7-ring soul sages were patrolling the surroundings. Ruiting suddenly noticed the strange behavior of the students. What were they doing? Above Lan Xuanyu's head, 2 streaks of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, spiraled, naturally forming dragon shapes. Witnessing this, she suddenly realized they were breaking through on the battlefield. Among this group of 4th-year students, a 7-ring soul sage actually appeared. It seems they will definitely achieve great things in the future. At this moment, the people in the command center also saw everything through the surveillance screens. They're breaking through on the battlefield. These 5 kids are really something. While calling the academy, she spoke of the Star Battle Experimental class. Yuns watched the screen, feeling an unending sense of pride in his heart. Shrek Academy had never had a Star Battle Experimental class. But if it could be called an experimental class, it surely had its unique qualities. A few seconds later, he immediately ordered, deliver the order. The enforcement team is to prioritize protecting Shrek Academy students. Do not let any Shrek Academy student encounter danger. Hearing this, Xianxia somewhat objected. Commander-in-Chief, this doesn't comply with regulations. Yuns remained unshaken, still insisting on his decision, and replied, if there are any issues with the Do Tian department later, tell them to come directly to me. The spirit dragon had no dragon scales, but rather feathered wings like a beautiful giant bird, circling above Yuan Enwei's head. Yuan Enwei was now a 6-ring soul master, and at this moment he had also finished unleashing his power and completed his breakthrough. Enwei suddenly looked at his sister. A 7-ring soul sage, Tang Yuge, had officially become a high-level soul master. Seeing this, he felt a bit jealous in his heart. Soon he too would become a soul sage. Thorn Dragon Soul Spirit, completely fused, Qianlei's body began to grow larger, reaching over 6 meters in the blink of an eye. He suddenly lost control, looking towards his teammates. Seeing his friend lose control and look at him sharply, Xuanyu immediately spoke, what are you looking at? Qianlei suddenly returned to normal, looking at him stiffly, then slowly returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. Xuanyu, understanding the situation, spoke to remind him, you must control yourself. Hearing this, he could only give an awkward smile. If my spiritual power wasn't strong, losing control would indeed be dangerous. Seeing the implication in his words, Mengchen, standing by, showed a disdainful expression. What nerve, boasting about his own strong spiritual power. Qianlei, acting like a doting spouse, softly replied, not as strong as you, definitely not as strong as you. Hearing this, she shyly pretended to turn her head away. Not long after, Xuanyu stepped forward to report to everyone, prepare for battle. The 4th round will definitely be much fiercer than before. Our 10 people will primarily attack level 6 Source Dragons. Juahan, your side will focus on stability. Don't concentrate on combat. Safety comes first. Thus they immediately resumed their offensive stance. Let's go. After the 3 here broke through, their strength was greater than before. Another student shouted, a level 6 Source Dragon detected. Qianlei, with increased ferocity, decided to raise the difficulty. I'll take it. In an instant, he swiftly swung his star hammer, striking several star rivers with supreme force. The meteor hammer smashed the Star River Source Dragon into a crumpled mess. At the same time, Qianlei's entire body grew beast fur. He frantically attacked the target. Then its shoulders were grabbed by Qianlei's massive hands. After a while, Qianlei suddenly lost control. He immediately tore that Star River in half with his bare hands. Xuanyu, now aware of his teammate's condition, shouted, not good, this kid has entered a berserk state. At the same time, Qianlei's power grew stronger and stronger. Mengchen nearby began to worry about the other party. Xuanyu, this can't go on. I'm afraid Qianlei will lose control. He could no longer control his power, and his eyes turned blood red. Seeing the situation grow more tense, she hastily spoke. If this continues, Qianlei's life force will be drained, unable to bear it any longer. Mengchen finally flew over to help. Seeing this, he tried to dissuade her. Mengchen, don't go over there, he's lost control. She unhesitatingly flew towards Qianlei with her power. At this moment he grew even more frantic as soon as he saw her. Qianlei wanted to raise his hand to attack. Witnessing this, Xuanyu shouted loudly, trying to awaken his friend. Stop, Qianlei! His huge hand was about to grab Mengchen, but she remained firmly seated there, glaring at him angrily. How dare you! Qianlei sobered up in time, recognizing the person in front of him. He immediately retracted his hand, feeling he had gone too far. Qianlei then fearfully replied, I wouldn't dare. Realizing his mistake, he bent down and tearfully apologized. I was wrong. Mengchen at this moment chuckled lightly as Qianlei acted like a doting spouse. Meanwhile the two over there could only stand by helplessly watching. That works? Is Fatty Qian really that afraid of Mengchen? I don't know either. Qianlei, unable to stand steady at this moment, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Lu Feng ran over in time to help his friend Qianlei up. Seeing that the other party was unwell, Xuanyu spoke, Fengzi, take him to the resting area. Hearing this, Lu Feng agreed. Okay. At this moment, Xuanyu decided to change their combat strategy. No more head-on fighting, we'll fight as we move. At this point their position was already very close to the base center. Yuge stepped forward, decisively charging and taking the lead. Xuanyu, I also want to try the next round. Let me be the main attacker. After hearing this, he turned back and asked again, try what? She remained unshaken, still insisting on her opinion. Like Qianlei, I want to try to make my condensed soul core erupt sooner. I want to fight with all my might. Xuanyu now understood his teammate's meaning. Okay, then we'll protect you. The fifth round of combat began. For the first time in this battle, a level 7 source dragon appeared with a body over 10 meters tall. At that moment, Yuge loudly stepped forward and signaled to everyone, before I'm defeated, no one is to make a move. Xuanyu didn't hesitate, merely reminding her a few times, you must ensure your safety. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. 5 colored light like afterimages lingered behind her. 2 streaks of light, one yellow and one dark, suddenly shot out from behind her, directly striking the source dragon group below. Struck by 2 star rivers, they were immediately melted by Tang Yuge's energy. Witnessing this scene, Tinling's face showed an expression of astonishment. These source dragons were actually melted. Tang Yuge, by herself, surrounded hundreds of source dragons in a short time. Realizing his friend's true strength, he felt a bit jealous in his heart. This was the gap. He still had to work hard. At the same time, she flew to the head of a star river, intending to attack it head-on. Tinliang, seeing this, was somewhat puzzled. The head of a level 6 source dragon was directly shattered, and a huge dragon source crystal was extracted in an instant. Yuge also held the dragon source crystal extracted from the star river's head. However, another star river appeared from behind. It was accumulating its power, intending to ambush the opponent with a metal attribute storm. In an instant, a fireball shot directly at her. Xuanyu, observing from a distance, quickly shouted, Yuge, be careful. Tang Yuge had just turned around and spat out a ball of chaotic flames. Even so, she still hoped the flames would stop the target. Meanwhile, Enwei was about to shoot an arrow to support her but was stopped by Tang Yuge. No need for your interference, I can handle it. Hearing this, Enwei could only obey. Such a strong-willed person, she decisively flew to attack the target without hesitation. With chaotic divine light, Tang Yuge cleverly aimed at the star tyrant's head, delivering a fatal blow. In a flash, a collision sound echoed throughout the surrounding area. A light flashed from its head and began to crack. The level 7 source dragon's head radiated light, and its massive body began to tremble violently. Yuns, observing everything on the screen at this moment, thought, being able to suppress a level 7 source dragon on her own, these little guys' cultivation is truly impressive. A crack rapidly extended from its head and its body cracked as if being torn open. Witnessing her own power just now, she couldn't help but feel shocked. My strike couldn't possibly have had such great power, could it? Xuanyu, having predicted the situation, immediately warned, Yuge, retreat quickly. The level 7 source dragon's massive body exploded again, and the fragments on its body transformed into an extremely terrifying metal attribute storm. A system voice suddenly sounded. A source dragon is evolving. All warriors be careful. This sight made Bing Tinliang panic. Has it evolved into a level 8 source dragon? Xuanyu immediately and decisively changed his defensive tactics. Yuge, Shusho, Fengzi, Mengchen, Wei, you all block from behind, everyone else retreat. Hearing this, everyone immediately took the order and obeyed. I'll stay too. He didn't wait long, swiftly implementing his plan. Skywing, ascend. At the same time, their spacecraft rapidly flew to attack. The distant star tyrant frantically spat sparks shooting towards the spacecraft. Predicting the imminent danger, Xuanyu immediately reacted quickly. A huge airflow suppressed the incoming flames. The airflow burst, blowing away 6 Skywing mechas. The spacecraft suddenly shook violently, causing him to lose balance. Damn it, if this continues, everyone will be in danger. Xuanyu quickly regained his focus and commanded his teammates, Bing Tinliang and the others are safe, you all retreat too. I'll continue to keep it entangled. They immediately took the order, maintaining their focus, and he swiftly acted as planned. The missiles on the spacecraft were dropped to attack the star tyrant. In an instant, the missiles accurately hit the target below. Unexpectedly, the star tyrant immediately retaliated painfully. Struggling for a long time, Xuanyu seized the opportunity to unleash a large number of missiles, fiercely bombarding the Star Tyrant. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked by his true ability. Is this the Mecha Divine skill, the Dream Helix? It's actually possible for someone to do it. Xuanyu easily dodged its attacks, effortlessly avoiding them without a scratch. The two in the distance also saw this. Yuns, while observing, couldn't help but marvel at the student's extraordinary power. This is definitely a genius. We must do everything to recruit him. We must protect this mecha pilot no matter what. He cannot be harmed. Seeing the other party's mouth slightly agape, Zuzi unhappily said, I know you're annoying. Yuns could only give an awkward smile in response. Every time he heard his wife's recording in the system, it made his heart tremble. Suddenly, Xuanyu's aircraft lost control, seemingly about to plunge straight down. The mecha had lost control and was shaking violently. Seeing the bad situation, she quickly provided support. Not good, his maneuvering is dangerous. Xuanyu's aircraft suddenly circled behind the Star Tyrant, intending to crash directly into it. In a flash, he began to transform. Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd. Xuanyu's power enveloped the Star Tyrant, flying around and piercing its body fiercely, giving it no time to resist. The Star Tyrant's body gradually lit up. At the same time, he suddenly realized an anomaly. Not good, not good, it's about to explode. Xuanyu struggled to escape the impending massive explosion. However, he had already anticipated the situation. At his current speed, even with the protection of Dragon God transformation, colliding with the protective shield would likely result in being shattered to pieces. Suddenly, Zuzi's hand grabbed Xuanyu, and she hastily pulled him away, dodging the flames. The people below cheered when they saw the class monitor return safely. Whoa, the level 8 Source Dragon is dead, we won? Seeing the other party's dangerous actions, Zuzi couldn't help but remind him, Kid, you're still too young. After listening, Xuanyu also understood the meaning and said, Thank you, Zuzi. Then she turned and returned to base. Meanwhile, Bai Shusho ran over from a distance and immediately hugged him. Xuanyu froze, before he could figure out what was happening. A moment later, he understood the other's concern and smiled softly. Xuanyu intended to hug her to express his feelings. Suddenly, Bai Shusho felt his hand, which surprised her. Bai Shusho immediately pushed the other party away forcefully without mercy. Get lost. Amidst the exclamations of those around, he tearfully complained. In an instant, Xuanyu was directly thrown into a pile of dust by his white moonlight. The two over here could only helplessly pretend to walk away, seeing nothing. Let's go back, winning is all that matters. In the girls' dormitory area, Lan Mengchen walked over very displeased, complaining, I'm telling you, after Shusho came back. She didn't say anything, just cried. I've never seen her like that before. If you can't cheer her up, I'm not playing with you anymore. Seeing his white moonlight in an unstable emotional state, Xuanyu decided to play the role of a firefighter. At this moment, everyone had returned to their rooms to rest and recuperate. Bai Shusho sat blankly on her bed, silent, seemingly carrying many unutterable pains in her heart. After a while, he cautiously spoke, Shusho, I was wrong, I made you worry. Xuanyu gently walked over and sat beside her. Seeing that she still refused to forgive him, he continued, I shouldn't have taken risks on my own. Hearing this, Bai Shusho paused slightly. Xuanyu, beside her, continued to plead for forgiveness. I promise this situation won't happen again in the future. You can punish me however you want. Then both fell silent. Bai Shusho still dared not respond. Xuanyu didn't give up and sincerely said a few words. Don't worry, because of you and everyone who loves me, I will never make the same mistake again. Suddenly, she unexpectedly hugged Xuanyu tightly, catching him off guard. Bai Shusho's tears flowed, pouring out all she had endured these past days. Initially, Xuanyu was a bit shocked, but soon he understood the other's feelings. Bai Shusho, while hugging him, choked back tears. I was really scared, so scared. Don't you know, I watched with my own eyes as you almost got blown up. When I was powerless, I thought of my parents again. They died that way too. At that moment, I lost everything. I became an orphan, living every day in a cold world like a walking corpse. She gently placed her hand on Lan Xuanyu. Remember the promise you just made. If you can't keep it, stay away from me. Don't enter my inner world again. Because I'm really afraid of that kind of pain. Hearing these words, Xuanyu gently hugged the other person. Shusho, I'm sorry. Their emotions permeated the entire room. After a moment's thought, his courage outweighed his reason, and he decided to confess first. Shusho, how about we start dating? Bai Shusho's face immediately flushed upon hearing this. Despite wanting to, she was too shy to speak and found an excuse to avoid it. No, we're not old enough yet. Xuanyu was beaten black and blue and immediately begged for mercy. Stop hitting me, I know I was wrong. Then the two continued to interact as more than friends but not yet lovers, still too shy to express their feelings to each other. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. Your scolding voice is too pleasant. Go on, hurry up and go. After a day of reorganization, Lan Xuanyu gathered all his teammates and thoroughly reviewed his actions from yesterday. Finally, Xuanyu also stepped forward and bowed to the whole class. I am very sorry, I promise everyone that yesterday's incident will not happen again. Let's analyze the mission. I suggest exchanging the Dragon Source stars, points and military merits, while the Dragon Source medal will be sold as a class fund to purchase needed resources. The points will primarily be used to exchange for Skywings. Does anyone have any different opinions now? Next, I will divide everyone into 4 small teams. Those with Skywings will be our mobile support team. Anne Ruiting, after hearing all their plans, felt a bit proud in her heart. This young man has both courage and wisdom. She then walked over and announced, I've already contacted him for you. I'll take you to see Major General Lei Yun's. Hearing this, Xuanyu politely replied, Thank you. Yan Ruiting began to praise, Your performance has impressed me greatly. Shrek Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the Federation's top academy. Xuanyu chuckled lightly. Thank you. After a while he arrived at the base's gathering point. As soon as he saw the other party, Yun's happily said, Our little hero has arrived. Xuanyu excitedly replied, Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. I was too emotional that day. Thank you for saving my life. Hearing this, he somewhat understood. Young people are passionate, it's all right. You performed perfectly that day, Yun's gently said. Have a seat. Did you find that day very thrilling? Hearing this, Xuanyu nodded in agreement, a little scared and regretful. Just as he expected, he happily replied, Self-reflection is a very good quality, and failure is a man's most valuable asset. I see you're only a 4-ring soul master. Do you have confidence in entering the inner court in the future? Xuanyu hesitated. I'll do my best. Seeing this, Yun slightly opened his mouth and replied, If you don't get into the inner court, be sure to let me know so I can be happy. Hearing this, Xuanyu was stunned and asked in confusion, Huh? Happy? He still patiently explained, What I mean is, if you don't get into the inner court, I'll have a chance. If you want to join the military, you should prioritize choosing my department. Xuanyu was speechless and awkwardly understood. This person was truly unreserved. However, Yun's then became serious and offered his personal opinion. Of course, I hope you can get into the inner court and become a true powerhouse. I remind you, Do Tian department points are primarily used to increase the Do Tian practitioner's rank. Seeing the other party's tense expression, Xuanyu couldn't help but pause. He then explained, If you are a level 5 Do Tian practitioner, you will have the opportunity to directly enter the inner court. Hearing this, Xuanyu immediately felt enlightened. A level 5 Do Tian practitioner can directly enter the inner court without an exam. Is that even possible? After chatting with Lei Yun's about the academy for a while, Lan Xuanyu came to the base's exchange point. Seeing 300 points displayed on the system panel, he felt a little disappointed. That's so little? Yan Ruiting beside him disagreed. Little? Xuanyu had a few words he wanted to say, but before he could finish, she cut him off. You're almost a level 2 Do Tian practitioner after completing this mission. How much faster do you want to be? Xuanyu asked in frustration. How many points does it take to get from level 2 Do Tian practitioner to level 13? Yan Ruiting immediately replied 1,000. Hearing this, he felt the gap between his score and his goal was too large. For the next few days, everything went smoothly. Lan Xuanyu didn't even need to go out for support. However, he had his own mission at the base, refining Dragon Source metal. Soon 8 days passed, bidding farewell to Lei Yun's. Yan Ruiting still led the team and they returned smoothly. When the spaceship returned to the mother planet, to Shrek City, everyone felt as if a long time had passed. Compared to Dragon Source Star, the mother planet was simply a paradise. In Shao Qi's office, seeing his students return safely, he felt relieved. The mission was completed very well. They discovered their own problems during the mission and solved them at the same time. Meanwhile, Xuanyu was a bit confused. Teacher Shao, I have a question. If I exchange Do Tian practitioner points for Do Tian practitioner ranks, can I still exchange them for other things, right? Shao Qi explained honestly. At the same time, when you exchange points for Do Tian practitioner ranks, you can also exchange them for badges. This is the result of your hard work in recent years. Hearing this, he happily replied, That's great, thank you, Academy. While we are still in the outer court, we will definitely take on more missions and complete them well. Lan Xuanyu didn't return to his dorm but went directly to his favorite sea god lake. Observing him from a distance, Tang Yu was somewhat surprised. Not everyone could immerse themselves in the water for so long like him. The life energy's recognition of him was truly enviable. Just then, Elder Tree appeared behind him. He knew not when. That kid is back. Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately turned around. Teacher, yes, he's fine. Little junior brother has broken through to 4 rings, did you know? Elder Tree had long anticipated everything. Slowly, the more solid the foundation, the better. When he breaks through that step in the future, it might be easier. My time is short. I hope to see him truly grow and send him off before I leave this world. Hearing this, Tang Yu tried to persuade the other party to stay. Teacher, if you'd opened your heart without reservation if I had met him 10 years earlier, there would have been ample time to arrange everything. Now many things still depend on him. Rest assured, even if I leave, I will become a branch of the eternal tree, not truly dying but becoming a part of the eternal tree. Tang Yu, the faction meeting will be held next month. I need to start arranging some things. Although he disagreed with the other party's approach, he could only obey. Yes? Lan Xuanyu had a very comfortable sleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Emerging from Sea God Lake, bidding farewell to Tang Yu, Lan Xuanyu began to get busy. He discussed with everyone. We have become official Do Tian practitioners and can now form a Do Tian battle team. What should the team be called? Mengchen immediately suggested. How about Skywing Team? He tried to enter it, but Xuanyu replied in disappointment. Someone has already registered it and more than one. Bai Shusho then spoke. Then how about adding a prefix like 37 Skywing? That's good, and it won't be a duplicate. The Do Tian Department's 37 Skywing team was formed. Soon he found a level 3 team mission, to scout a resource planet with a reward of 50 points per person. Discovering more minerals would earn additional points. Scouting itself isn't difficult. The challenge lies in how to infiltrate and safely withdraw from the pirates. This time it's again related to the intergalactic pirates of the sinful planet, and there's no support, no spaceship even, which is simply making things difficult for Lan Xuanyu. They had a battleship, the Tang sect battleship they had kept before, but the problem was their identity. The academy certainly wouldn't help them. Just then, Lan Xuanyu remembered an old acquaintance, and suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Lan Xuanyu, he quickly responded. It's me, team leader Deng Bo, long time no see, how have you been lately? Continued, I'm all right. I can't bear to be called captain by you. Don't call me that. Say what you need to say, otherwise I'm hanging up. Xuanyu didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. Our team plans to take on some missions. I was wondering if you could introduce us to the Tang sect and help us this time. Hearing this, Deng Bo immediately responded by hanging up without a word. He replied, wait for me, I'll go ask. After a long wait there was no response, making the two believe they had been abandoned. He seemed to still hold a grudge. How could he not hold a grudge? Had he forgotten what they did to him? Not long after, Deng Bo called again, asking Lan Xuanyu to come to the Tang sect right away. It sounded interesting. The Tang sect would surely propose some conditions. On the way, the two overheard an argument between two students. I'm the eighth wing, you move. Hey. Seeing this, he was a little dissatisfied and had to walk alone. It seemed these two were hopeless. Hearing this, Bai Shusho decided to follow. I'll go with you. Xuanyu was relieved, thinking, thank goodness for you. Leaving the mission center, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho left the academy and headed for the Tang sect. The Tang sect headquarters was the largest building by the Sea God Lake at Shrek Academy. They saw the magnificent gate of the Tang sect from afar. Their car was stopped at the gate. Lan Xuanyu contacted Deng Bo. Soon, Deng Bo emerged from inside. After the staff confirmed their identities, they were allowed to enter the Tang sect. Guided by Deng Bo, the first thing that caught their eyes was a huge sculpture. The young man's appearance was handsome, and the Tang sect buildings behind him seemed to merely serve as a backdrop. This sculpture was of the Tang sect's ancestor from 30,000 years ago, who later became the sea god Tang San, a legendary powerhouse. In the history of the Tang sect, no figure held comparable importance. Just then, Xuanyu was a little confused. Captain, can you tell me about the Tang sect's attitude? Deng Bo explained plainly. The leaders are quite interested. The Tang sect's Do Tian team has also invested a lot, and Shrek Academy and the Tang sect have always been one. As they approached, the two couldn't help but marvel at the sight around Shrek Academy. That was the Shrek Academy and Tang sect that had been destroyed by the Holy Spirit cult 10,000 years ago. That was the story of how the 7 monsters of that generation revived the academy and rebuilt the Tang sect. This history is also very famous in the current era. In that era, the Tang sect master and the Sea God Pavilion master of the academy were the same person. The statue in the plaza was in memory of Dragon King Duluo Tang Wulin. There were no elevators here, only traditional stairs. Deng Bo led them up to the second floor to a reception room. The figure seated in the room suddenly spoke. You've arrived. He was Tang Miao, vice hall master of the Tang sect's Duluo Hall. As soon as Xuanyu saw the familiar face, he couldn't help but exclaim, Senior, why have you come in person? He calmly replied. For Shrek Academy's first experimental class, of course I have to see it myself. Sit, don't be shy. Your registered team is 37 Skywing, right? Good name. Hearing this, Xuanyu was a little surprised. The team name had just been registered. The senior already knew about it. He looked at him for a long time, then began to recount the situation. Deng Bo has already told me, in principle, the Tang sect is willing to assist you. All members must join the Tang sect and become disciples. After hearing this, Xuanyu carefully asked, Join the Tang sect? Seeing the other party's confusion, Tang Miao immediately explained, Is there a problem? In fact, the treatment for Shrek Academy students joining the Tang sect is different from ordinary people. Even if you join the Tang sect, you remain free, not forced, and only need to acknowledge yourselves as Tang sect disciples. The only restriction is that you cannot join other organizations. If you join the military, the Tang sect will fully support you. You are only obligated to help if the sect is in peril or fellow disciples are in need. Doesn't that sound too good to be true? Hearing this, Xuanyu stammered in agreement. He also understood the confusion in the other party's heart. That's because you don't understand the extent to which the Tang sect and Shrek Academy are one family. The Tang sect and Shrek Academy are fundamentally a single entity, two inseparable parts. Both the Tang sect and Shrek Academy have experienced decline, and it was through mutual support that they reached where they are today, historically. More than once, these two major powers were led by a single leader. Do you understand what I'm saying? Xuanyu was enlightened and happily replied, I understand, Senior, it's just that the conditions you've offered us are truly too good. During the conversation, Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that this god-level powerhouse seemed to be considering everything for them. Ultimately, at Tang Miao's suggestion, Lan Xuanyu decided to go back and consult his teachers before making a decision. Meanwhile, he turned and asked, Shusho, what do you think? Bai Shusho offered her opinion. I feel like the Tang sect values us greatly, as if they're investing in us. Hearing this, Xuanyu smiled knowingly and agreed. It seems they also believe we'll definitely get into the inner court. To be honest, I really want to enter the inner court early and see what it's like, she happily replied. We'll definitely get into the inner court. Back at the academy, Lan Xuanyu went straight to Tang Zhenhua. After listening to his account, Tang Zhenhua immediately gave a positive answer. Understanding the situation, he began to explain to the other party. Do you know why the Tang sect is giving you such great benefits? It's because of that ring on your hand. He raised his hand, staring at the ring of destiny. Teacher, do you mean? Seeing the other party gradually understand, Manhua nodded gently and continued. Don't underestimate the influence of the Life faction. If the outside world knew you were the successor of the Life faction, you would also receive the highest level of dignified reception. Xuanyu was stunned for a long time. 5 proverbs flashing through his mind, he realized he was enlightened. Teacher, do you mean the Tang sect hopes to strengthen its relationship with the Life faction by helping us? He continued to explain. They also see the potential in you all. You are extremely outstanding elites, even candidates for the next generation of Shrek 7 monsters. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised by their planning, the Shrek 7 monsters. Thinking this, Xuanyu asked again, Teacher, are there 7 monsters at Shrek Academy now? Manhua replied calmly, Of course, and you've met 2 of them. He couldn't help but exclaim, I have. Meanwhile, he continued, one is Pavilion Master Wang, our Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion. The other is Vice Hall Master Tang Miao, whom you just met at the Tang sect's Duluo Hall. After the evolution of the Eternal Tree, there's an unwritten rule at Shrek Academy. Only God-level powerhouses are qualified to be Shrek's 7 monsters. Realizing he had said too much, Manhua decided not to continue. Don't think too far ahead, you're only at 4 rings now. Xuanyu's confusion was resolved, and he happily replied, So it's fine for me to join the Tang sect, right? Then I'll go back and tell my teammates. He smiled knowingly, reminding the other party, Don't forget the lesson from last time. The Do Tian missions are real combat, so be sure to pay attention to safety. He nodded in understanding. Yes, I understand, teacher, don't worry. Lan Xuanyu's 7 people followed Deng Bo to the Tang sect again. He began to introduce, this is the Tang sect's Hall of Heroes. Then Deng Bo guided them to follow him inside. 2 rows of huge stone pillars led inward. On both sides appeared 5-meter-tall statues. Seeing the tall and mighty statues, the 2 couldn't help but widen their eyes. The 3 statues carved from stone stood tall and proud as if imbued with souls. As he observed, he mused to himself, These are the Tang sect's ancestors and the most important figures in the Tang sect's history. I seem to feel a peculiar spiritual fluctuation. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from one of the statues. Meng Fei suddenly appeared before them and introduced himself. I am Meng Fei, Vice Sect Master of the Tang sect and Hall Master of the Duluo Hall. Welcome to the Tang sect. As soon as they saw the Vice Sect Master, they immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Hall Master Senior, he replied calmly. From now on we are all family, no need for formalities. Now I will read the Tang sect rules. Please listen carefully and engrave them in your hearts. The Tang sect rules were extremely fair, and Lan Xuanyu and the others diligently committed them to memory. Meng Fei then announced, The rules have been read. Next, everyone please bow to the Tang sect's 3 ancestors. Hearing this, everyone solemnly bowed, silent. As soon as he saw Xuanyu, he seemed to understand something. After the ceremony, from now on you are all members of the Tang sect. I welcome you to join. Now please take your seats and the ancestors will reward you. Hearing this, he was a little confused. Reward? Even so, Xuanyu obediently complied. Suddenly he entered another world. Xuanyu also recognized the familiar figure in the distance. How is this Senior Dishan? Learning of the other's appearance, he calmly replied, Master must be in the Tang sect's domain now, correct? He walked over confusedly. You've awakened too. I almost forgot about your existence. Hearing this, Dishan smiled knowingly and comforted him. Although I have been dormant, if you truly face a life-threatening danger, I will definitely appear to help you. Before this, when you broke through to 4 rings, I already sensed your biggest problem, which is the Golden Dragon King bloodline and the Silver Dragon King bloodline. Xuanyu couldn't help but feel confused. Isn't my martial soul blue silver grass? Can blue silver grass also mutate into Golden Dragon King bloodline and Silver Dragon King bloodline? Thinking this, Dishan resigned himself to fate. Some things are destiny. You can only discover why you possess such bloodlines yourself. The only thing you can be glad about is that they are merely your consciousness. This is the foundation of unity. This is why you were chosen by me. You are the future of soul beasts and even the future of soul beasts from other planes. You are the true master in my heart, and I will do my best to help you achieve the final breakthrough. When Lan Xuanyu and the others returned late at night, Meng Fei officially granted them permission to cultivate Tang sect unique techniques. In addition, the Tang sect would lend them a larger battleship to complete their mission. Lan Xuanyu gathered his teammates for a meeting. The Do Tian team's level 3 mission was to scout a resource planet. They would depart in 2 days. At Shrek Space Center, a battleship entirely deep blue docked in the berth belonging to Shrek Space Center. As soon as he saw the huge spaceship before him, Deng Bo began to compare. How about it? The Meteor-class assault battleship is another step up from the last one. With special approval from the Duluo Hall, you've been equipped with 4 gray antimatter missiles. I hope you try not to use them. This thing can cause destruction if it lands on any planet. Hearing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but get excited about its destructive power. That's incredible. Knowing his intention, he immediately warned, You little brat, this battleship is equipped with many of the Tang sect's latest technologies. If you really encounter danger, you'd rather destroy the battleship than let it fall into pirate hands. Understand? Xuanyu was displeased but helpless. Understood afterwards. Lan Xuanyu and the others boarded the battleship and began their second mission. He walked up to everyone and gave his opinion. From now on, this battleship is ours. We are pirates, the 33 Skywing pirate group. I am the captain. Any objections? Since we are pirates, we'll do what pirates do from now on. Hearing those words, Juahan here kept exclaiming in surprise, what pirates do? Xuanyu nodded and explained, I just calculated it, and it's highly likely to happen. Profits we gain from executing the mission might not even cover the battleship's consumption. He stammered, asking, then what should we do? Immediately after, Xuanyu made up his mind and decisively said, we'll rob pirates to accumulate resources to build two-word battle armor. After departing for the mission, the 33 Skywing battleship successfully deterred a pirate group and obtained a large amount of supplies. These supplies could ensure the creation of two-word battle armor for everyone. However, the mission seemed impossible to complete. Upon reaching the planet, no useful resources were detected. The 33 Skywing quickly returned to the mother planet to hand over the mission. They returned too early, surprising Deng Bo, who asked, you're back already? You finished the mission so quickly. Unexpectedly, Xuanyu revealed the complete opposite situation. The mission failed, nothing was detected. Captain, I'd like to trouble you with something. This time we gained some equipment and supplies. We'd like to sell them to our Tang sect. Hearing this, Deng Bo was truly startled and jumped up. You fought? Xuanyu calmly confirmed. We encountered a small pirate group. Don't worry, our battleship sustained no damage. He regained his composure, but couldn't give an accurate answer. I'll go check the battleship in a moment, then I can give you an update. A while later, everyone gathered again in Tang Zhenhua's office. Xiao Qi first inquired about the team's progress. Did your mission go smoothly this time? Xuanyu stammered, reporting truthfully, not very smoothly. Then he recounted the entire execution process of the mission. After describing a year and 10 expeditions, he directly raised the question that had long been on his mind. Dean, did you call us here because you have something for us to do? Luo Hong smiled and announced an important piece of news. It's an extremely glorious matter. We've decided to select your class to participate in the sparring competition between the various branches. Xuanyu didn't rush to be happy, only confused by this over-rank arrangement. Us, won't the 5th and 6th graders have objections? She shrugged and confidently said. They were the ones who brought this up. They've already consulted me. They hope to fight you again and wipe away the previous humiliation. Whoever wins will represent our academy in the competition. It's an honor to represent our academy. Xuanyu scratched his head hesitantly, saying, we are very willing to fight for the academy's honor, but we must complete the Do Tian mission and accumulate 24 difficulty points. Luo Hong waved her hand unceremoniously, indicating he shouldn't worry. It was simple, she suggested. If you win against the 5th and 6th graders, the entire class's Do Tian mission difficulty points will be reduced by 1 point. If you win against all the branch academies, it will be reduced by an additional 3 points. Hearing these extremely enticing rewards, executing this mission would be equivalent to completing a level 4 difficulty mission. Xuanyu no longer hesitated and immediately agreed. It's a deal, she confirmed again. This competition is 7-on-7. Do you have confidence? He clenched his fists, expressing his burning determination. We have confidence. The agreement was successfully reached, and Luo Hong decisively waved goodbye. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Xuanyu respectfully bid farewell. Goodbye. After she left, he turned anxiously to seek his senior's opinion. Is the sparring competition between the branch academies even harder than challenging the 5th and 6th years? Xiao Qi confidently replied. The branch academy students are all inner court graduates, so of course it's harder. Weren't you very happy just now? Xuanyu shrugged, calmly admitting the tricky truth. That was for fighting the 5th and 6th years, but there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Xiao Qi suddenly sternly admonished loudly, startling him. There must be no problem. He seriously reminded him of the importance of the matter. This isn't just about gaining honor, it's about competing for resources. The condition for branch academy students to enter the inner court is to win this sparring competition. Win once in the sparring competition. The branch academies can earn 3 spots to enter the inner court. Upon hearing this, Xuanyu immediately perked up and said firmly, Teacher, rest assured we will do our best. He then turned to Tang Zhenhua and proudly reported, Oh, by the way, Teacher Tang, we've gathered enough resources to exchange for Skywing mechs. Zhenhua seemed unconvinced and pressed, How many resources do you have enough to exchange for? Xuanyu confidently affirmed the team's capabilities. We can exchange for all of them. This affirmative answer made Zhenhua's eyes widen in astonishment. All of them? Where did you get so many resources? Feeling unable to hide it any longer, Xuanyu had no choice but to honestly confess to robbing pirate groups. Before Zhenhua could react, Xiao Qi had already slammed his hand on the table, fuming with anger. You're too bold. How dare you attack pirate groups? Xiao Qi roared at his enraged colleague. If all the students in the class had gotten into trouble, could you have borne that responsibility? Lan Xuanyu, I made you class monitor to first and foremost ensure the students' safety, and you actually went and became a pirate. Zhenhua secretly sighed. Oh no, Xiao Qi is really angry. Xiao Qi's fury blazed within him. What do you say now? Zhenhua immediately motioned for Xuanyu not to speak. But Xuanyu not only didn't back down, he candidly argued, we all want to grow and progress quickly. Being a pirate also has many benefits for us. With this identity as cover, we can also do many other things. Manhua, anticipating that it was irreversible, could only powerlessly cover his face as expected. These words sent Xiaoqi's anger to its peak. "You brat, you still want to do other things. Do you still want to protect Tianhe Star too? Lan Xuanyu, I'm telling you, if you dare to mess around again, just you wait and see." Xiaoqi's unprecedented furious attitude scared Xuanyu pale. Manhua quickly stepped in to mediate. "All right, don't be angry. Think about it, with the Tang sect battleship's technological advantage, even if they can't win a fight, it's not a big problem for them to escape. Just have Xuanyu be more careful in the future." As he spoke, he gave Xuanyu a meaningful look. Xuanyu keenly received the message and immediately responded obediently. "Teacher, rest assured I will be especially careful in that regard." This tactic indeed worked. Xiaoqi immediately sighed, reluctantly accepting. He solemnly inquired about the student's future plans. "What are your plans next?" Xuanyu dutifully replied. "I will lead our small team to complete the competition. The others will continue to carry out the Dotian battle team's missions." Xiaoqi didn't comment further, only first warned Xuanyu. "Xuanyu, remember this, not a single student in the class can be lost, understand?" Xuanyu loudly promised. "Teacher, rest assured, I will ensure the safety of all team members." Xiaoqi looked at him with extremely complex eyes but in the end merely nodded. Walking out of the Interstellar Center, Xuanyu didn't pay much attention to the challenge against the 6th graders. But in the 6th grade dormitory, upon learning this news, Juahan immediately informed Ma Xian. They agreed. Juahan and Feng He were eager to restore the grade's honor. "This is our last chance. In these past few years we have never forgotten that humiliation." Ma Xian remained silent but his eyes were already filled with fighting spirit. "Lan Xuanyu, in this match I'll take care of you." Xuanyu slowly recounted his recent situation to Jiu Yuena while also inquiring about her work with concern. "Teacher Nana, we won't be going for now. Are you currently at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy?" She gently replied. "I came to find you all and I missed you a bit." As soon as Xuanyu heard this, his eyes immediately sparkled with joy and he couldn't help but shout, "Teacher Nana!" Jiu Yuena hugged him, her tone gentle with a hint of reproach. "You're almost an adult yet still acting like a child." Xuanyu smiled, his tone a little spoiled. "In front of you I'll always be a child." She opened her mouth to ask, her tone gentle and familiar. "Did the mission go smoothly?" he confidently replied. "Very smoothly." Jiu Yuena nodded in approval, her satisfaction evident. "Cultivation, you've made some progress. Just continue to solidly improve your cultivation like this." Xuanyu obediently replied. She then cautioned, "If you want to advance faster, you still need to eat more." He politely replied, "Recently, I've been cultivating with the life-sustaining fruit and the effect has been very good." Jiu Yuena's tone became a little serious, her words filled with genuine concern and worry. "I've calculated it. You'll need at least 2 100,000-year immortal herbs to break through smoothly. I've said it before," she said softly, her gaze also growing more gentle. "If you can't find them, I'll figure something out." Xuanyu gratefully said, "Thank you, Teacher Nana." Jiu Yuena gently looked around, curiously asking, "Where's Shusho?" Xuanyu replied a little sulkily, "I didn't tell her you were here, otherwise she'd steal you away again." She chuckled with a hint of indulgent reproach. "Then aren't you afraid she'll be unhappy?" Xuanyu, flustered, quickly replied, "Then I'll go tell her now." Jiu Yuena glanced at him, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned with a hint of teasing. "It seems you really care about Shusho's opinion." Xuanyu quickly clarified, a little embarrassed because she's not to be trifled with. Just then Bai Shusho suddenly ran in, unable to suppress her excitement, and hugged Jiu Yuena tightly, completely disregarding Xuanyu's displeased expression. She showed off to Jiu Yuena, "I broke through and I've fully fused with Empress Demon." Jiu Yuena happily praised, "Very good, show me your soul skills in a bit." Shusho happily linked arms with Jiu Yuena, pouting, "Okay, let's go now." Xuanyu, left behind, sighed softly, thinking to himself, "I knew it. As soon as she's here, I'm out of the picture." The next morning, Lan Xuanyu gathered everyone and discussed the sparring match with the 5th and 6th graders. After some discussion, Bing Tinliang and Ding Juahan led the team to continue their mission. At Tang sect headquarters, Deng Bo angrily questioned the battleship situation. "Tell me what you all did. Why are there so many weapons and equipment in the battleship? Why were so many capture bombs and lure bombs consumed and one antimatter bomb is missing?" Xuanyu remained calm, answering concisely, "Of course they were used." Upon hearing this, Dengbo's tone became even sterner, his face unable to hide his anger. "I just want to know what exactly you did?" He pulled Dengbo aside and whispered, "It's a long story, Captain. Let's go inside and talk slowly." Xuanyu began to recount. "Here's what happened. On the way to the mission, we encountered a pirate group and then, unfortunately, a small conflict broke out. It was also thanks to the Tang sect battleship's abundant weaponry and equipment that we defeated the pirate group. I released the captured pirates. Let those supplies compensate for the battleship's losses." That's roughly how it went. Dengbo was stunned after hearing it, his eyes wide, stammering in disbelief. "You robbed a pirate group and even sold their battleship?" Xuanyu remained calm, softly replying, "Didn't I bring back all the spoils? Otherwise how could we afford to maintain our battleship, don't you think?" Dengbo waved his hand, his face filled with helplessness and frustration. "Forget it, just follow the arrangements from above. I can't control you anymore." Half an hour later, Deng Bo brought Tang Miao. As soon as Tang Miao saw Xuanyu, he smiled and praised, "You are truly remarkable. No wonder Wang Tianyu likes you so much. You're practically a young version of him." Deng Bo was still worried and quickly reported to the hallmaster, "These little rascals are too bold, they must be taught a good lesson." Tang Miao frowned, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Good, I want to hear the entire process of your operation, not a single detail can be omitted." After hearing Xuan Yu recount the events again, Tang Miao seemed very pleased. He then turned and instructed, "That's enough. Deng Bo, take him to restock weapons. We'll purchase everything brought back at the normal price." Xuan Yu happily stood up straight. "Thank you, hallmaster." Tang Miao nodded gently and said in a deep voice, "You go out first, I have something to discuss with Deng Bo." Xuan Yu obediently replied yes and then walked out. After Xuan Yu's figure had gone far, Deng Bo whispered, "Hallmaster, you can't agree to him. If this continues, it will eventually lead to danger." Tang Miao remained calm, viewing the adventurous actions as proof of ability. This is their first time piloting a battleship independently for a mission. They destroyed an interstellar pirate group with over a dozen battleships. That's capability. He smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Capable, resourceful, and with a sense of proportion plus talent. These young people will definitely be outstanding when they truly grow up. With that, Tang Miao turned to Deng Bo, sternly instructing, "And you don't hold a grudge because of what happened at the beginning, understand?" Deng Bo hesitated, then softly replied, "Understood." When Xuan Yu saw Deng Bo again, Deng Bo's attitude was clearly much better. After restocking one antimatter bomb, Xuan Yu exchanged the remaining money for a new power system. In fact, Xuan Yu still wanted to buy more equipment, but he was short on cash. He thought for a moment, then a sudden idea popped into his head and he turned to ask, "Captain, does our Tang sect sell battleships?" Deng Bo frowned, his tone displeased. "What, you want to buy a battleship too?" Xuan Yu chuckled. Just thinking about it. What if we have enough money in the future? I think our new Meteor-class assault battleship is quite good." Deng Bo sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Talking to you gives me a headache. Talk to me when you have enough money." Xuan Yu immediately nodded, his tone firm. "Okay, we'll definitely work hard to earn money." Watching his retreating figure, Deng Bo could only helplessly shake his head, always feeling that they would stir up more trouble. At Shrek Academy in Xiao Qi's office, Xiao Qi didn't forget to inquire about his students. "How are your preparations coming along?" Yuge reported truthfully. "According to the information I've received, the 6th grade team has 1 7-ring Soul Sage, no Soul Duluo, and the rest are 6-ring Soul Emperors." This news also made Xuan Yu breathe a sigh of relief. "Good, as long as there aren't any monstrous seniors like Zheng Longjong." Just then, Xiao Qi's gaze rested on him. "Xuan Yu, do you have any suggestions?" Facing his teacher's question, he appeared cautious and thoughtful. "Yuge and Wei Wei will definitely be fighting one-on-one, which basically ensures we win the one-on-one battles." As for the final one-on-one match, while he was still hesitating, Qianlei eagerly stepped forward to volunteer. Me. Despite this, Xuan Yu still tried to persuade him, "You can't expose yourself. The final 7-on-7 match needs you." This clever refusal made Qianlei even more excited. "So I'm a secret weapon?" At this point, he could only reluctantly go along with it. "Sort of. The final one-on-one match doesn't need to win, but it must be risk-free, without heavy injuries and without consuming too much. Just fight for a while." Xuan Yu's attention immediately focused entirely on Lu Feng. "Crazy guy, you're up." The other party immediately responded cooperatively. "Okay." Seeing his teammates' tacit understanding, Xuan Yu became even more proactive. "For the 2-on-2, Shusho and I will go. In the first 4 matches, we need to win at least 2, and then we must win the final 7-on-7 match." Seeing the students calculating their steps, Xiao Qi finally couldn't hide his satisfaction. "Very good." At the Shrek Academy Performance Arena, there were only a few 5th and 6th grade students along with a few teachers observing. The audience sat in the stands with excitement, cheering nonstop. "We must win." In another corner, Elder Tree and Wang Tianyu were intently observing the situation. On the stage, all participants had arrived. Luo Hong solemnly stepped forward to announce both sides enter the competition area. Ma Xian's team appeared extremely nervous. Xuan Yu looked at everyone's faces and couldn't help but be surprised. The 5th and 6th grades have changed their lineup. Luo Hong continued to remind, "For the first match, 4th grader Tang Yuge will fight, and 6th grader Zhou Pengzhan will fight." Upon seeing an acquaintance, Pengzhan immediately called out affectionately, "Class monitor." However, the only response he received was Yuge's coldness. "I haven't been the 6th grade class monitor for a long time, you don't need to call me that." A hint of bitterness welled up in his heart. "No, in my heart. You'll always be our class monitor." Yuge unceremoniously interrupted him. "What's past is past. I am now a 4th grade student, and I have no connection with the 6th grade anymore. Good luck." Upon hearing this, Pengzhan could only reluctantly give up. "Class monitor, I will do my best." Luo Hong gave the command, "Match start." Pengzhan immediately activated his martial soul spirit demon sect. Ma Xian couldn't hide his panic. A 7-ring soul sage, he actually broke through. Yuge was not to be outdone. Immediately manipulating the gold element, watching the golden needles flying towards him, Pengzhan yelled counterattack. In the blink of an eye, a peculiar scene unfolded. A series of identical sharp thorns appeared in front of Tang Yuge. But this didn't deter her. With the 5 elements evasion technique, golden evasion, the thorns integrated into her body and disappeared without a trace. This impressive way of deflecting the attack made Pengzhan secretly admire. As expected of the class monitor, it really had no effect. On the contrary, Wang Tianyu's face showed a hint of unease. A counterattack would cause damage. Can such a peculiar martial soul truly exist? Lu Feng, who had been silent, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is the counterattack ability brought by the Golden Vajra Dragon mutation. Judging by his appearance, the counterattack damage reached at least 60%. Shrek Academy truly is a gathering place for monsters. In the face of Yuge's formidable strength, Peng Zhan still calmly stood up, his entire body for some reason attracted a hazy black mist again. This also surprised Yuge in her heart. Is he planning to use his counterattack ability to attack me? For the first match, Tang Yuge versus Zhou Pengzhan, she had a flash of inspiration and unleashed the great five elements divine light, charging straight at her opponent without hesitation. Under the tremendous impact, Pengzhan was immediately knocked back. When Yuge's figure disappeared, Pengzhan suddenly panicked. Where did he go? But then she had already appeared at his feet. Sensing that his foot was caught, he panicked even more. Not good. He couldn't help but blurt out words of surrender. No, no. But the only response he received was Yuge slamming him fiercely onto the stage twice. Watching Peng Zhan lie painfully on the ground, Luo Hong immediately announced first match, 4th grade wins. For the second match, Yuan Enweiwei versus Rong Yuxuan, 5th grade. As soon as he was called onto the stage, Yuxuan began to make some flattering gestures towards Yuge. This displeased Enwei, who had to warn, "What are you looking at? Your opponent is me." But the response he received was Yuxuan's composure. "If I don't look at you, why are you so anxious?" That attitude directly angered Enwei. "You can't even look at my sister." On the contrary, the other party also didn't remain calm. "She's just your sister." Thinking this, Yuxuan revealed another kind smile. "Don't worry, your brother-in-law will go easy on you later." However, this only made Enwei even more furious. "If you talk more nonsense, I'll beat you to death." Watching the two bickering like cats and dogs, Luo Hong finally couldn't stand it anymore. "What's with the noise? Are you going to compete or not?" Even Ma Xian helplessly bowed his head, thinking, what a disgrace to the 6th grade. Luo Hong sternly reminded again, match start. As soon as she finished speaking, both unleashed their soul power. Yuxuan, however, carried a peculiar aura. Xuanyu was curious about his martial soul. Yuge, sitting nearby, immediately explained, "It's a very special beast martial soul called Jade Exquisite." On the stage, Yuxuan still appeared very frivolous. "Brother-in-law won't let you get hurt. Why don't you just surrender?" Enwei, on the other hand, immediately drew his bow and attacked without any hesitation. As soon as it touched his shield, the arrow was immediately turned into jade. In an instant, a panicked expression appeared on his face. "I can't hit him," Yuxuan also gently reminded. "Junior brother, you can't hurt me. All attacks that approach me will be petrified into jade," and Hui's subsequent arrows were instantly turned into jade. Ma Xian secretly gloated because of this. Rong Yuxuan's attack power was not strong, but his defense was very high. This match was a sure win. Lan Xuanyu was also surprised by his teammate. "Wei Wei, the battle is becoming more and more mature." Only Qianlei grew anxious. "Boss, it seems he's about to lose. Don't rush." Wei Wei hadn't even unleashed his full ability yet. Thinking his attacks were useless, Enwei couldn't help but well up with tears. He quickly drew out the Elf King bow, and with just one arrow, directly pierced Rong Yuxuan's chest, causing him to immediately fall onto the stage. He finally couldn't help but curse, "You little brat, this time your brother-in-law won't go easy on you." Watching the opponent's transformation, Lan Xuanyu quickly stood up, filled with panic. Domain. Rong Yuxuan immediately unleashed his 7th soul skill, Jade Exquisite True Body, which forced Enwei to try hard to parry, and before long he fell into the enemy's formation. Lan Xuanyu grew increasingly worried. Not good. Wei Wei has been caught in the domain. Even Qianlei quickly detected the anomaly. His aura was rapidly diminishing, yet Enwei unleashed his 6th soul skill without showing any weakness. Elf Body. Samsara Eye was immediately used, and countless elf arrows shot out simultaneously. Even Rong Yuxuan hadn't expected this move. "How can he still unleash skills within my domain?" Only a loud bang was heard as thousands of arrows rained down and a painful scream echoed, startling both Lan Xuanyu and Ma Xian. When the smoke cleared, Rong Yuxuan sat on the ground in his original form, coughing violently, and Hui's eyes, however, were exceptionally cold. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Rong Yuxuan finally spoke with difficulty. "I surrender, I surrender." The referee's booming voice rang out. Third match. One-on-one begins. Lu Feng and Ma Xian stared at each other intently, hostility pervading the entire space. Without command, both rushed forward with their weapons, the wind whistling. Ma Xian gritted his teeth and slammed his soul tool into the ground, but saw nothing but air. He frowned, scanning the wide arena. "Where are you?" It was Lu Feng's unexpected sneak attack that interrupted his chaotic thoughts. He lifted his opponent entirely with his white dragon spear, and Ma Xian broke out in a cold sweat, terrified by his stiff body. "Damn it, I've been lifted into the air and can't move at all." Then he immediately summoned the Dark Gold Skeleton King. He hastily controlled the monster to block in front of him, but his waist was tightly pinched by some creature. It turned out Lu Feng had already summoned the Thorn Dragon. Entangling his opponent, he hastily flung Ma Xian away while sharp quills fiercely pierced the Skeleton King's body. Everyone watched nervously as the Thorn Dragon released a whirlwind, pushing its opponent away, and the scene fell silent. Before the Skeleton King could do anything, it had already vanished in despair. This sight left Ma Xian dumbfounded. "He actually cut off the leg of my Dark Gold Skeleton King." He was furious, roaring without regard for his image, "I'll fight you to the death." Meanwhile, Lu Feng was still staring blankly as his opponent rushed towards him with an axe. Lan Xuanyu was a step ahead and shouted, "We surrender." These words made Ma Xian stop with the axe blade just centimeters from Lu Feng's face. Lu Feng realized his life was saved and obediently bowed deeply to him, saying he conceded. This polite remark made Ma Xian tremble all over. In the audience, Elder Tree exclaimed happily, "This is enough to see. Young people nowadays are really amazing." Lu Feng's vitality also seems very strong. Lan Xuanyu was still in a daze, trying hard to come up with an appropriate response. "There are already enough people from your life faction." These words made him have to talk seriously, hidden beneath a benevolent exterior. "But I need to prepare everything for Xuanyu. Don't you agree?" he continued. "The selection competition for Shrek Academy's next generation of 7 monsters is also about to begin, isn't it?" The sudden question made Tianyu sigh, and he began to prepare. "We've already started secretly observing inner court disciples." Elder Tree listened and retorted, "Why does it have to be from the inner court? I think our Xuanyu's teammates are also quite good." Because it was an important matter, he lowered his voice to avoid eavesdroppers. "The final decision for the next generation of 7 monsters will probably be in 10 years, and they must also be Sea God Pavilion members for at least 30 years. This new information didn't bother Elder Tree. Instead, he nodded excitedly. "No problem, this old man will grit his teeth and live another 10 years. Suddenly, the other party said something strange which immediately triggered Tianyu's internal monologue. "How is it another 10 years? Last time," Alice cried profusely, saying, "I only have 2 years left to live." How could he hide such a small thought from you? "Are you wishing I would die sooner?" Although he didn't directly think that, he still gave an awkward smile and denied it. "How could that be?" After joking, Elder Tree continued to ramble about the contestants. "These little ones are getting more and more likable the more I look at them. With my 1,000 years of experience, I see they all have great fortune and are most suitable for my life faction." With the support of the life faction right, perhaps feeling too noisy, Tianyu couldn't bear it and had to use his ability to block his hearing to calm himself. It wasn't until the arena was cleared that Luo Hong spoke softly to get everyone's attention. Next match, 2-on-2, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho against 5th grader Murong Shang and 6th grader Shui Yubing. Ma Xian's face fell upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "It's actually Bai Shusho and Lan Xuanyu." The other 2 contestants also nervously conversed, carefully reminding each other before going on stage, "Be careful in this match, especially of Lan Xuanyu." Understood, understood. The 2 teams slowly walked onto the stage, greeted each other, and then the opening bell rang. Murong Shang and Yubin cast undisguised scrutinizing gazes. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu instinctively held Bai Shusho's hand tightly. She blushed in surprise, questioning in a low voice, "What are you doing?" He smiled apologetically. "Boosting morale. I'll give you powerful combat motivation, won't I?" After speaking, he didn't forget to tease again. "You have to protect me well." This made Bai Shusho blush and turn her gaze elsewhere. "Don't you have any shame?" At this moment, Luo Hong also noticed their intimate gesture and even froze. Lan Xuanyu didn't show any shame, just lightly responded as if it were a matter of course. "Dean, don't misunderstand. We have the ability of soul power conduction." On the surface, she just smiled it off, but in her heart, she was already complaining, "I don't believe a word of it." Meanwhile, a familiar figure was sitting in the stands observing every move of the contestants on the stage. Under the cover of her cloak, Yuna smiled proudly, watching her 2 students about to shine. The referee's familiar voice rang out again. Match start. As soon as Murong Shang and Yubing appeared, cheers erupted from the stands. "Go Murong Shang, Shui Yubing, go 5th and 6th grade." Facing Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho, they not only showed no fear but calmly observed their opponents. As soon as Murong Shang's team produced the soulless heavenly sacred sword and the woundless sword, Lan Xuanyu felt something was wrong and immediately warned, "Shusho, be careful, their voices are strange." But when he glanced at his teammate, Bai Shusho was already surrounded by a black mist, unable to move. Taking advantage of the opponent's reduced defense, Yubing hastily said, "Let's go." As soon as Lan Xuanyu woke up, he saw 2 sword chi flying towards him. His body felt as if struck by lightning, and his eyes immediately clouded with fear. Unable to move his body at will, Lan Xuanyu cursed angrily, "Not good, I've been hit." He desperately summoned blue silver grass to entwine his teammate Shusho's waist. Thanks to Lan Xuanyu's quick pull, Bai Shusho managed to escape Murong Shang's attack. Sensing the opponent's confused gaze, he explained in a low voice, "They can control our emotions." Lan Xuanyu's eyes constantly observed the opponent's every move, and he continued to say, "Their ability is really strange, we must be more careful." The tense atmosphere was quickly broken by Bai Shusho's gentle words. "Xuanyu, I'm coming," he responded softly after hearing her, not asking any more questions. "Okay." She slowly walked forward. Bringing with her a cold wind, Bai Shusho suddenly became enraged, frowning and chanting, "Death's withering." Waves of evil energy began to emerge, then flew around her. This scene made Murong Shang nervously ask his teammate, "What kind of strange skill is this? It can devour everything." Yubing, however, was not bothered by this, and quickly devised a backup plan. Bypass her, will attack Lan Xuanyu. With clear instructions, the 2 quickly rushed past Bai Shusho. When she felt the time was right, she solemnly ordered, "Go." As soon as Murong Shang heard this, he understood her meaning and immediately swung his sword with Yubing. Twin swords, separation and union. Seeing the opponent's aggressive posture, Lan Xuanyu was not afraid. Instead, he secretly counted down. When they were close enough, he quickly released his power, knocking the 2 of them away. Murong Shang struggled to his feet, still unable to believe what had just happened. So strong as expected of Lan Xuanyu. Before they could catch their breath, they saw Bai Shusho flying gloomily in the air with majestic dragon wings behind her. Yubing trembled all over, scared by the aura, and hastily reminded, "Watch out behind you." But she paid no attention to the opponent's feelings. She secretly ordered in her mind, "Deep blue gaze," before the situation could worsen. The blue-silver grass flew in time, allowing Bai Shusho to immediately break free from her darkened state, and it was Lan Xuanyu who unleashed this move. He couldn't help but call out worriedly. Shusho, however, this scene made Murong Shang smile triumphantly, taking the opportunity to attack. Distracted, good opportunity. The previous emotions were just a prelude. Battle intent erupt sadness. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Xuanyu's eyes immediately darkened as if his mind was controlled by someone. His confident posture gradually slumped, his face filled with despair, sobbing. Taking advantage of the opponent's immersion in negative emotions, Murong Shang swung his sword and stabbed Lan Xuanyu. This thrilling sight startled Yuge and Elder Tree, who both cried out, "Lan Xuanyu, be careful." Just as the sword was about to touch the target, a strange light suddenly emitted from his chest, the desperate look in his eyes instantly replaced by the resolve of an experienced warrior. Under Lan Xuanyu's silent summons, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd suddenly appeared before everyone. It quickly reacted to Murong Shang's attack, creating an explosion that sent them both reeling back. Although he was panting, he still let his mouth fly high. "You finally used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. The mission for this battle is complete." The whistling wind behind him forced Murong Shang to turn around. He immediately saw Bai Shusho pointing a spear directly at him. Murong Shang hastily summoned the sorrowful evil force to resist. Bai Shusho hovered in the air surrounded by it, unable to move. This scene made Lan Mengchen grit her teeth and frown with anger. "Damn it, I knew I should have gone on stage. It's just controlling emotions right, my Qingping can just counter it." After being ambushed, Bai Shusho had just knelt down, then curled up into a ball as if controlled by someone. Although her body showed no abrasions, she suddenly burst into tears. This excited the opponent, who simultaneously launched an attack at Bai Shusho. At the critical moment, the Empress Demon appeared behind her, blocking two dangerous moves for her. As soon as Murong Shang saw the other's cold face, he retreated a few steps in fear. This is when his last words fell. A thick black whirlwind erupted around him, filled with evil energy. Murong Shang reacted quickly, hastily telling Yubing, "This isn't something we can handle, retreat quickly." Martial soul fusion skill, joyful tears. The moment the two swords collided, energy erupted violently, pushing them both out of the whirlwind, leaving only the Empress Demon watching worriedly as Bai Shusho knelt on the ground enveloped in the whirlwind. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, speaking softly, "Our pain and joy can only be shared with those we love and who love us. All external stimuli are merely a breeze passing by. Steady your heart." After hearing this, Bai Shusho recovered a little, sighed softly, then immediately threw herself into the Empress Demon's embrace, holding on tightly. The Empress Demon helped Bai Shusho resolve the crisis while the opponent's two swords struck back again, attacking Lan Xuanyu. Seeing Yubing staring at Bai Shusho, Murong Shang immediately shouted, "Leave her alone for now," and didn't forget to redirect the other's blurred vision to another enemy. "Let's deal with Lan Xuanyu first." Still under emotional control, these words made Lan Xuanyu struggle to stand up. After steadying his body, he raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and an oppressive aura spread. That aura shocked Murong Shang into silence and even made his face pale. "What?" Lan Xuanyu gathered strength, sending the two enemies flying far away. Seeing no sign of the opponent stopping, Yubing's face could not hide his panic. How is this possible? How can he have such great power? He's coming. When he approached them, Lan Xuanyu unleashed his power, creating the golden dragon's true form. Its roar made Murong Shang and Yubing cover their ears in pain. Seeing the situation was bad, they hastily used their agility to try to escape. But Lan Xuanyu was consumed by hatred, his reason stimulated by power, and he pursued them. This scene astonished Luo Hong, elemental control. Even Ma Xian's face turned pale with fear. Not good, he quickly raised his hand and surrendered. "Wait, we give up." The raging power erupted, making Lan Xuanyu unable to hear anything. He didn't forget to continue casting spells, pursuing his opponents to the end. Luo Hong, realizing the situation was dire, hastily shouted anxiously, "Lan Xuanyu, stop!" Suddenly a gentle voice came from a certain space. "Xuanyu." Yu Na's warm power in her hand suddenly awakened Lan Xuanyu, causing him a sharp pain for a few seconds, and the violent emotions immediately dissipated. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was put down, and the fear in Murong Shang's eyes was enough for the referee to loudly announce 5th grade class 4 wins. The battle officially ended, and the entire arena was filled with a deathly silence. Lan Xuanyu's brow was tightly furrowed, his heart heavy because this battle had exceeded his imagination. Although they won this time, they were constantly suppressed. Truly, one cannot underestimate any senior. Bai Shusho still knelt on the ground, seemingly not yet recovered from the aftermath of the negative emotions. In the previous match, their performance could only be described as terrible. Lan Xuanyu walked over, extended his hand and said softly, "Let's go back. This battle can also be considered a lesson for both of you. We always need to self-reflect." Bai Shusho pushed aside the chaotic emotions in her heart, nodding in agreement. "We indeed have many shortcomings." As soon as they left the arena, Luo Hong's triumphant voice rang out, "Take a 15-minute break, then the final match." "Team battle." In the stands, Elder Tree commented with satisfaction, "These two little ones are also quite good." Tianyu sensed something unusual and immediately became alert. "What do you want to do?" Elder Tree pondered for a moment and suggested, "In the future, they will become supporting roles for our life faction Xuanyu." Not bad. Tianyu didn't dare to be too forceful and could only protest with difficulty. Elder Tree, you can't do that. Elder Tree disregarded his attitude, insisting on doing things his own way. I want to see if they can get into the inner court. At this moment, below the stage, a group of contestants were discussing tactics. Ma Xian seriously sought his teammates' opinions. How did that match feel? Murong Shang frankly admitted the opponent's ability. Lan Xuanyu is even stronger than we imagined. Yu Bing also participated in the tactical planning. His strength wasn't actually inferior to that of his teammates. Fortunately, he definitely wouldn't be able to use that ability in the next match. Ma Xian didn't forget to thank his two teammates for their contributions. Fortunately, we had you this time. Relying on his rich combat experience, he remained constantly vigilant. We must be even more careful in the upcoming team battle. The teammates immediately agreed in unison. All right, Ma Xian quickly formulated a strategy for the upcoming match. Still, like before, we must make tactical arrangements, secure a steady victory, gradually wear them down and fight a war of attrition. This match is ours for sure. Suddenly, he was startled by his own thought. When did I start treating them as opponents of the same caliber? Is the Star Battle experimental class really that strong? Time was up, and Luo Hong solemnly announced, the upcoming match will determine who represents the academy in the sparring competition against the branch academy. At her command, Xuanyu's team entered the arena to face Ma Xian's team, and the atmosphere grew incredibly tense. To the anticipation of all spectators, the final showdown finally began. Match start. Ma Xian's gaze had already locked onto his target, his battle intent burning fiercely. In contrast, Xuanyu was exceptionally calm, ready to face any obstacle. Ma Xian's entire team charged forward in unison, following their predetermined tactics with a resolve to win. Here, Xuanyu used his blue silvergrass soul skill to throw vines at the enemy. Ma Xian now had only one plan in mind. If I can just tie down Tang Yuge, this match is ours. Just as he charged forward, he suddenly froze. Qianlei's massive mountain-like figure suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking his path. Your opponent is me. He furiously swung the massive hammer in his hand, smashing it down where Ma Xian stood. Luo Hong saw this scene and couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, how did I ever teach such a disciple? Thanks to Qianlei's assistance, Xuanyu successfully activated his large-scale Golden Dragon Frenzy Soul skill. This overwhelming power forced the enemy to defend with all their might. This blue light has already broken through our domain. We can't use emotion control anymore. And we seized the opportunity, firing arrows to break through the opponent's formation. Their formation was completely disrupted, and they could only frantically unleash defensive skills. Quick, block that lightning-fast arrow. At this moment, Yuge and Bai Shusho were also in their own intense battles. The battle continued fiercely. Qianlei charged forward, swinging his axe in an arc heading straight for Ma Xian. He didn't flinch, immediately using a counterattack to send him flying into midair. Xuanyu saw this scene and couldn't help but grow nervous, thinking he actually managed to knock Qianlei flying. He quietly released a blue-silver grass vine, tightly wrapping it around Qianlei's waist as if transmitting power. Qianlei was oblivious, only shouting even more excitedly, "Don't think you can evade my attacks." His extraordinary strength left Ma Xian agape in astonishment. How did his strength become so immense? Meanwhile, on the other side of the match, Yuge fully unleashed the colorful halo in her hand, and we also unleashed powerful flickering lightning bolts. Lu Feng, meanwhile, continuously weaved through the chaotic situation. The fourth-year students fully erupted, and the fifth and sixth-year students were dismantled in an instant. But Ma Xian was oblivious, still angrily tangling with Qianlei. "Damn fatso, how dare you block me!" Suddenly he found himself surrounded. Ma Xian glared fiercely, about to roar, "You all are." Only then did he realize the surroundings were silent, and Luo Hong's announcement came at the right time. "Everyone, stop." Everything happened too quickly. Ma Xian was stunned. "No, impossible, how could we lose?" But no one cared about the turmoil in his heart. Xuanyu rushed over to ask Qianlei, "Fatty, are you all right?" He replied unequivocally, "I'm fine," because the victory in this battle came too quickly. The two happily high-fived in celebration. Xuanyu and his teammates excitedly cheered their victory declaration. Fourth-year students win. In the stands, Elder Tree smiled contentedly, continuously praising, "Not bad, not bad. Truly worthy of being someone I favor." Tianyu also nodded in agreement, indeed rare. On the arena, only Ma Xian stood silently, head bowed, completely unaffected by the surrounding clamor. Suddenly a hand reached out to him, accompanied by a soft call, "Senior Ma Xian." He looked up and after a few seconds relaxed his expression, giving a gentle smile. He reciprocated Xuanyu's handshake. "Congratulations, you won." Then without hesitation he strode towards Yuge. Ma Xian candidly acknowledged his former teammate's decision. "Your choice to leave back then was correct. Being with the fifth-year students, your growth rate is even faster than ours." She calmly stated the facts. "My leaving wasn't necessarily a bad thing for the fifth-year students either. You are not weak, it's just that we are stronger." The two chatted briefly, then Ma Xian waved goodbye. "That's all, over here." Yu Xuan secretly approached Enwei, pleading, "Help me tell your sister that I will definitely enter the inner court. Tell her to wait for me." Unable to tolerate such shamelessness, he roared, "Get lost." Yu Xuan immediately ran off quickly. Okay, after the match, Xuanyu returned to Tang Zhenhua's office for a meeting. He asked curiously, "Teacher, do you know about the situation with the branch academy?" He explained in detail. Currently, 2 commanders from the Federation's 7 great fleets come from Shrek Academy's branch academy. Inner court disciples from the main academy are not allowed to join the military. This is a political necessity. He widened his eyes, pressing on. Then why can the branch academy? Manhua further explained in a deep voice. Because the full name of the branch academy is the Duluo Federation Central Academy. All its resources come from the Federation. Xuanyu keenly understood the core of the problem instantly. So that means the branch academy actually belongs to the Federation military. He agreed with this statement. One could say that our only requirement is that all teachers at the Central Academy must be provided by us, therefore the branch academy students are also influenced by our academy and are close to us. Xuanyu seemed to have an epiphany and spoke promising. I see, teacher, don't worry, we will definitely win this time. Manhua smiled encouragingly. Then you'll have to work hard. They're all 2-word battle armor masters. He seized the opportunity to throw out all the questions in his heart. Teacher, where is the branch academy? He stated directly. The branch academy is on Senluo Star. This familiar name immediately caught Xuanyu's attention. Is Senluo Star the first planet the Federation gifted to soul beasts? Manhua affirmed. That's right. Large numbers of soul beasts live on Senluo Star, and there might even be soul beasts stronger than the beast god Dishan there. A strange excitement welled up in his heart. Stronger than Dishan, I really want to see. 3 days passed in a flash, and Lan Xuanyu and his teammates departed for Senluo Star. Inside the spaceship cabin, everyone was immersed in sleep, but only Xuanyu and Bai Shusha remained awake. He was too excited to sleep this time. We are the pride of Shrek Academy. At this moment in Eternal Sky City, Tianyu inquired about the situation from his fellow sect member beside him. Have they left? Luo Hong quickly confirmed. They've already departed. He cunningly laid out his calculations. Didn't the branch academy apply for more inner court spots? Tell them, if they can defeat our representative team this time, we'll give them 1 more spot. She was shocked by this decision. Teacher, this, Tianyu merely said softly. This is the Sea God Pavilion's decision. The Sea God Pavilion, after discussion, decided to include the 7 of them in the candidate list for Shrek's next generation of 7 monsters. Luo Hong seemed unable to believe her ears. Shrek's 7 monsters. Those are Shrek's 7 monsters. They're selected almost once every 100 years. He didn't forget to carefully instruct. Don't reveal any information to them. She merely nodded in agreement. All right. Eternal Sky City was thus immersed beneath the dazzling starry sky. Meanwhile, in a certain forest on Senluo Star, an intense struggle was underway. The tough body of a beetle was violently slammed to the ground. It was clearly unwilling to be subdued by a small human, and struggled to open its eyes, looking at the one who defeated it. But the power of a colossal mammoth hidden within Karen's slender body made the beetle feel fear, not daring to act rashly. He gladly ended the contest. Old ox, you're no good. I won't fight you anymore after this. You can't keep up with me anymore. The beetle stood up, silently indicating agreement. Karen excitedly waved, promising, I'll come play with you again next time. Just then, a sweet voice suddenly came from behind. Brother, Karen is amazing. Qinghua ceaselessly praised her beloved. Even the armored beetle can't compare to you. Karen affectionately took her hand, saying softly, It's nothing, let's go. It's time to return to the academy. He excitedly expressed his inner agitation. I'm really looking forward to this opponent. Qinghua always believed in her beloved. Brother Karen, you'll definitely get a spot to enter the inner court. Her absolute trust made him involuntarily reveal. I must, no matter what, keep up with your pace, and I even want to propose to you at the Sea God's Fate Blind Date event in the inner court. Qinghua nodded repeatedly in agreement, delighted. Karen praised her with immense pride. You're the only one in hundreds of years to be sent to study in the inner court. You are my motivation. The couple's whispers gradually faded into the distance. Let's go back. Qinghua obediently complied. Okay. Meanwhile, at the martial arts center on Senluo Star, people were bustling and gathering. Xiao Qi had already arrived and was personally greeting people. Hello to esteemed seniors. Fu Quan enthusiastically introduced himself. Hello, Teacher Xiao. I am Xie Fuquan, the homeroom teacher of the Federation Central Academy. This is Vice Director Qi Ruixian. Junior is truly impressive. We've heard that this time 4th-year students are participating in the sparring competition in place of 6th-year students. For a junior to be so young and yet teach such outstanding students, I am truly impressed. Xiao Qi humbly declined to accept the praise. It's mainly because the children are outstanding. Fu Quan enthusiastically led them. Let's go. First to the academy to rest. Xuanyu walked behind, looking around, secretly sighing in his heart. The life energy here is really rich. Everyone gradually got into the car, heading to the next location. In the car, Fu Quan chatted happily with the person beside him. Teacher Xiao, shall we follow the old rules for this sparring competition? What do you say? Xiao Qi readily agreed. We have no problem. Everything will be according to the academy's arrangements. He smiled, chatting casually. The students are all very much looking forward to this year's competition. Fu Quan quickly chimed in. The soul beasts will come to watch as usual. Also, will there be a beast battle competition? Only then did Xiao Qi suddenly remember, quickly turning to explain. Xuanyu, it's like this. Every year there's an optional segment in the sparring competition here, which is the beast battle competition. This strange event sparked his curiosity, and he asked, how does this beast battle competition work? He carefully explained the rules of the beast battle to the students. After defeating one soul beast, the next one comes on stage until you lose. If your total number of victories breaks the record, you will receive a soul bone. After breaking the record, you will receive an additional soul bone for each subsequent victory. Fu Quan interjected, adding, no rest is allowed during the match until you lose and someone else takes your place. The current record for victories is 33 matches, a record that has stood for over 170 years. As soon as Qianlei heard this, he cheered excitedly. Soul bones, let's go break the record. Mengchen retorted coldly, is breaking a record that easy? But he still happily persuaded, let's just try it. Fu Quan didn't directly dampen the young people's enthusiasm but cleverly advised, breaking the record is indeed not easy. If you can win many matches, the soul beasts that appear later might be very powerful. 80,000-year and 90,000-year soul beasts could even appear. Although Shao Qi understood the implicit meaning of the other party's words, he still firmly decided, then let's give it a try. Two directors, I'll leave the arrangements to you. At this moment, an excited thought sprouted in Xuanyu's heart. Coming to Senluo's star this time was absolutely the right decision. It seems there will definitely be rich rewards. Accompanied by enthusiastic discussions, they quickly walked toward the gathering point. Finally, Fu Quan, with a friendly expression, gently explained, let me introduce you to Senluo City. Senluo City is known as myriad manifestations of Senluo. Soul beasts and humans live together here, and warfare is prohibited within the city. Meanwhile, Xuanyu excitedly observed the soul beast group in front of him, then reminded his companion, Shusho, look quickly, there are so many soul beasts outside. Fu Quan heard this and immediately understood, explaining, because some soul beasts are limited and cannot become gods, the soul beasts of Senluo's star hope to complete their path to godhood by cultivating inhuman or near-human forms, mainly because there have already been successful precedents here. Images of countless other soul beasts flashed through his mind, but he still said in a steady voice, whereas the soul beasts on Elf Star have never succeeded. After processing the information, Xuanyu expressed his curiosity. Do you mean that there are soul beasts here that have cultivated to godhood? He answered without hesitation. That's right. Senluo's star has two beast kings, both are god-level powerhouses. Outside, the night remained hazy and silent. A familiar voice suddenly flashed in Xuanyu's mind. Those two were able to become gods because they were good friends with the god king. They underwent reshaping unlike us and other soul beasts. He subconsciously called out the other's name, Empress Demon. Bai Shusho was still in a daze, but the Empress Demon continued to explain. Just as they said, we all failed without exception. Originally, we were all desperate, but at the last critical moment we met you. After figuring it out, Xuanyu suddenly blurted out, so that's how it is. They quickly delved deeper into Senluo's star. Xuanyu closed his eyes tightly, carefully sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding air. The life energy had clearly become much richer. Fu Quan saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh softly. This student is very sensitive to life energy. Shao Qi showed a satisfied smile, agreeing 100. Xuanyu has a life affinity physique. He has already joined the life faction. He raised an eyebrow with great interest. Truly impressive. A life affinity physique is truly rare. What's his name? The car continued to drive through the silent forest, and Shao Qi's brief answer echoed inside. Lan Xuanyu. They immediately stopped questioning, turning their attention to guidance. The Federation Central Academy's method for cultivating soul masters is rather unique. In the sparring competitions here, no soul tools are allowed to promote natural integration. Finally, the car stopped with a cheerful announcement. We've arrived. Everyone, please get off quickly. This is Lin Mo, our academy's principal Hua. He timely raised his hand and said hello. Mengchen recklessly adopted a fangirl pose. So handsome. Qianlei felt embarrassed, quickly reaching out to stop this moth. Mengchen, however, Manhua's attention fell on Xuanyu, who had been silent until now. He didn't hesitate to call out directly, you must be Lan Xuanyu, right? He was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously admitted, that's right, Principal Manhua. Manhua quickly changed his words, ignoring Xuanyu's confusion. Don't be so polite, you and I are already family. But he didn't explain further, instead changing the subject. We'll talk about that later, let's eat first. Since the host had spoken as a guest, Xuanyu could only comply. After a satisfying meal, he lay contentedly on the bed, sighing. So full, Xuanyu gazed at the ceiling, unconsciously letting his thoughts drift. This is truly a good place. Spending summer vacation here wouldn't be bad either. If time is ample, then I suggest we go out and have some fun. As he was immersed in his own plans, a call reached his ears. Xuanyu, come out for a moment. He immediately sprang up and looked out the window, thinking, Principal Manhua is indeed already waiting outside. How long has he been there? Xuanyu's heart was filled with uncontrollable doubt. What matter requires him to call me out alone? Despite this, he still obediently walked up to Manhua, expressing his curiosity. Principal Manhua, is there something you need me for? He offered no further explanation, simply urging him in a mysterious tone, come on, let's go somewhere. Xuanyu, following his retreating figure, asked doubtfully, Principal Lin, where are we going? But Manhua calmly replied, don't be nervous, in a sense you should call me senior brother. Among Elder Tree's disciples who are still alive, I am the eldest. This sudden, unexpected assistance left Xuanyu so surprised he stammered, as senior brother. Manhua sensed his hesitation and reassured him, don't be formal, just follow me. Xuanyu had no other choice but to reluctantly follow behind him. But a moment later, a doubt arose in his heart. Why is teacher walking so fast? In the hazy night, Xuanyu tried hard to maintain his distance lest he lose sight of the person ahead. They thus ventured deeper into the cold dark space, one after the other. The sense of unease grew stronger and stronger, and Xuanyu boldly questioned, "Senior brother, what exactly are we doing here?" Manhua finally stopped but responded with an inscrutable silence. He didn't approach further, merely maintaining what he felt was a safe distance. Sensing this vigilance, a meaningful smile curved at his lips. Facing Xuanyu's tense expression, Manhua suddenly changed his initially amiable demeanor. "Of course it's for something good, junior brother." Xuanyu, maintaining a sufficient distance, voiced the doubt in his heart. "Senior brother, what do you mean?" Manhua looked at the gleaming object on his hand and spoke softly. "You're wearing the Ring of Destiny, so you must be the successor chosen by teacher, but do you truly understand what the helmsman of the Life faction wields?" Xuanyu stared blankly as the other party gradually approached, but still calmly replied, "Although I've joined the Life faction, Elder Tree has never mentioned any of this to me." Manhua's gaze suddenly sharpened. "As the helmsman of the Life faction, you are about to grasp the origin of life itself. You will hold an extremely high position throughout the Federation, and you will automatically become a Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion, with the qualification to communicate with the Eternal Tree, and you can directly stand at the highest level of the Federation." Such an immense amount of information made Xuanyu's eyes widen in shock. "Helmsman, I can't do it. My abilities," Manhua didn't wait for him to finish, directly interrupting, "this isn't a question of whether you can do it, but that teacher has already chosen you. Once he leaves this world, all the responsibilities of the Life faction will fall upon you. You will gain vast resources, but also bear immense pressure." Finally, Manhua looked directly at his junior brother, reaffirming, "Are you ready?" Faced with this sudden question, Xuanyu unconsciously furrowed his brow in nervousness, then the ring on his hand flashed again, like a signal. Manhua's eyes immediately widened in shock. However, Xuanyu confessed with a hesitant tone, "To be honest, I'm not ready, and I don't understand why Elder Tree decided to make me his successor." Manhua's face suddenly darkened. "Then hand over the Ring of Destiny." He looked down at Xuanyu's small figure, revealing his true intentions. "The Life faction is more important and powerful than you imagine. How can a child like you manage it? Give it to me." Faced with this unexpected demand, Xuanyu was unusually clear-headed for once. "If I hand over the Ring of Destiny, will Elder Tree pass the position of successor to you?" But Manhua suddenly turned away, muttering, "That's no longer important. If the Ring of Destiny is in my hands, at least there won't be too many objections within the faction." Suddenly, a powerful energy source appeared around Xuanyu. Manhua quickly noticed it and cast a sharp gaze. "Do you want to fight me? I advise you not to do anything foolish." His energy dissipated temporarily, but his tightly furrowed brow was still clearly visible. "I admit everything you just said is correct, but this Ring of Destiny was given to me by Elder Tree. Unless Elder Tree takes it back, it must be taken from my corpse." Xuanyu stared intently at the other's back, warning, "Also let me remind you, I represent Shrek Academy here this time. Everything you do to me cannot be concealed." Faced with this accusation, Manhua showed no concern whatsoever. "So what if it can't be concealed? This is the Federation Central Academy. Do you think I can't hide everything on my turf? A wise man knows when to submit to circumstances. Do you understand what I mean?" After hearing this, Xuanyu immediately raised his voice to retort. "The Ring of Destiny was given to me by Elder Tree, and I must protect it. I believe Senluo's star is not entirely your territory either." As soon as he finished speaking, Manhua's face completely darkened. "If that's the case, then just try." Although his face was filled with tension, his mind was rapidly calculating various plans. He was very likely a powerhouse at the limit Dulua level, or even a god-level powerhouse. As long as he got the message out, someone would definitely discover the anomaly. Now he could only rely on the dark gold-eyed Black Dragon King within him. He pressed his lips together, anxiously calling out in his heart, "Dishan, wake up! Dishan, wake up! Dishan, if you don't come out, both of us will be finished." Meanwhile, Manhua merely watched calmly, in stark contrast to his inner worries. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from Xuanyu's body, activating the Golden Dragon Rampage domain. "Dishan, oh Dishan, you're unreliable too." Xuanyu sighed inwardly in disbelief, his entire body unable to move, a control-type soul skill. Behind him, the blurry figure of the Golden Dragon Soul Spirit majestically emerged. In contrast to Manhua's composure, the air around him was unusually calm. The other party's reaction shocked Xuanyu. His Golden Dragon Soul Spirit hadn't made a single sound. Manhua seized the opportunity to mock. "I told you it was useless." It turned out he was surrounded by a controlling magic. Xuanyu had no other choice but to make up his mind. "Since I can't rely on the soul beast, I can only rely on myself." He stretched out his hand, condensing energy. And then his weapon gradually materialized at a visible speed. Then, Xuanyu used that item to gain an advantage. This sudden action immediately caught Manhua's attention, and he pursued. Trying to send a distress signal, he tightly grasped the object Xuanyu had just thrown. Manhua stared at it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "This is..." Manhua tightly gripped the abyssal-splitting halberd and lipped up. But this weapon surprised him. It broke free on its own and flew high into the air. The abyssal-splitting halberd unexpectedly injured Manhua's hand, and evil energy continuously surged out. This made him growl unhappily. "Clever kid." That threatening attitude made Xuanyu's heart pound as if it would leap out. "This way I can't move." Meanwhile, as soon as Manhua landed, he walked straight towards him. His grim expression made it hard for Xuanyu to breathe easily. Before Manhua could speak, he quickly interjected to warn, "Teacher Xiao will definitely sense this huge aura of mine and will rush over immediately. I've also left a mark in the room. You still have time to stop now." While still negotiating, Xuanyu had secretly summoned the abyssal splitting halberd back. The tense atmosphere in the air was suddenly broken by Manhua's laughter, but this time it seemed to carry a hint of strange satisfaction. "Excellent, brave and resourceful. Truly worthy of being chosen by teacher." Hearing this, Xuanyu couldn't hide the surge of surprise in his heart. The other party's astonished attitude made him even happier. "Your divine weapon is too overbearing. You should use it less in the future. If it weren't for me, anyone who merely touched it would probably be severely injured." These words confused Xuanyu. "What does that mean?" A familiar voice suddenly echoed in the silent air. "Xuanyu, where are you?" Xuanyu looked around doubtfully, then looked at Manhua with caution. "Teacher Xiao." The other party's obedient attitude made him happily answer for him. "Here." Xiao Qi, clad in his battle armor, hurriedly flew to the scene. "Xuanyu, are you all right?" But the sight before him left him stunned. Xiao Qi made no attempt to hide his curiosity and asked directly, "Principal Lin, Xuanyu, you too?" Faced with the other party's confused gaze, Manhua still calmly said, "Teacher Xiao, I am also a member of the Life faction, so I'm Xuanyu's senior brother. Our meeting today can be considered fate. I just called him out to test his abilities." Xiao Qi heard this, then turned to Xuanyu for confirmation and quickly received a gentle nod from his student. "That's right, Teacher Xiao, you look so handsome in your battle armor." This flattering remark made him smile happily. "Teacher Xiao, if you hadn't come sooner, my junior brother here would probably hate me to death." Suddenly, in the tense atmosphere, Elder Tree appeared, stealing the spotlight from all the young people. "Who told you to act so realistically?" Xuanyu exclaimed in surprise. "Elder Tree." It was as if he suddenly realized something, then asked in confusion, "Elder Tree, Principal Lin, you two were testing me just now, so you praised him immediately. Foolish child, to become the helmsman of the Life faction, you must first gain the support of the faction members." Manhua then chimed in enthusiastically. "Junior brother, your performance exceeded my expectations. Teacher truly has good judgment." Elder Tree's pleasant mood also made him laugh. "Isn't that right? This ring of destiny wasn't given out casually." The conversation between the two left Xuanyu bewildered. "Elder Tree, when you gave me the ring of destiny, you didn't say I had to inherit the Life faction." His mind instantly cleared and he took off the ring on his hand himself. "Senior brother is right, I should return the ring of destiny to teacher. As soon as you took the rare item, you playfully joked with great interest. There must be a lot of good stuff inside, right?" These words also made Xuanyu's voice unusually low. "Elder Tree, you have to return the things inside to me." "But you still decided to tease the child to the end. How do you prove that the things inside are yours?" On the other side, Manhua saw him on the verge of tears and had to interject to dissuade you. "Teacher, stop teasing junior brother. Junior brother, I apologize for testing you just now, but I really have a good gift for you." Then he took out another ring and placed it on Xuanyu's hand. Manhua, sensing the doubt in the other's heart, softly explained, "Consider it a welcome gift from your senior brother." This scene made Elder Tree sigh before he could speak to Xuanyu. "My choice of you was not a blind decision. There are many reasons. Manhua is the vice-helmsman of the Life faction and also a member of the Sea God Pavilion. He is also one of Shrek's 7 monsters. He is also a pillar of the Academy." This special status left Xuanyu and Xiao Qi utterly stunned. Shrek's 7 monsters, their exaggerated expressions made Manhua laugh. "Our generation of 7 monsters is about to retire, junior brother. The future belongs to you young people." Subsequently, Manhua and Elder Tree led Xuanyu to a brand new place. Here, the energy of the ice and fire yin-yang well surged and spread, exciting Xuanyu. "The life energy here is so rich." Xuanyu's eyes widened, both excited and curious. "Senior brother, what is this place?" Manhua pointed to the area, calmly explaining. "This is an area we've developed, one of the future ultimate treasure lands, called the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well." A blurry image appeared in his mind. This was built to mimic a treasure land on our mother planet. The three of them quietly went deeper, while Manhua's voice still echoed. "The so-called Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well is a place that produces treasures of heaven and earth. Because the life energy here is abundant, the growth rate of plants has increased tenfold." Xuanyu eagerly exclaimed, "Tenfold? That's amazing." Suddenly Manhua turned to him, courteously suggesting, "Later, junior brother, you can freely choose any plant here as a welcome gift." As soon as he heard this, Xuanyu immediately looked excited and asked, "Really? There," Elder Tree kindly suggested. "Xuanyu, I suggest you try meditating to feel which plant here suits you." He immediately agreed without hesitation. "Okay." Xuanyu finished speaking and immediately turned and ran towards the plants. "Fantastic. These are treasures of heaven and earth again." He looked at the items inside, secretly calculating in his heart. The Yang spring's temperature is too high and the Yin spring's temperature is too low. Suddenly, Xuanyu silently sat down and began to meditate intently. His eyes were tightly closed, fully focused, surrounded by soft light. "Then I'll meditate in the middle." Manhua's eyes widened in surprise at the previous action. "Spiritual abyss realm." In contrast to him, Elder Tree remained calm, showing no emotion, then commented, "Indeed, his spiritual power is growing extremely fast. I even think he might reach the spiritual domain realm when he graduates from the outer court." Manhua's eyes showed an incredulous look. Impossible, spiritual domain realm. Elder Tree glanced at him, softly adding, actually it wasn't me who chose him to be the helmsman of the Life faction. Before he finished speaking, he had already sensed something, and his voice began to stammer. You mean, meanwhile? Xuanyu still calmly absorbed the energy radiating from his surroundings. Elder Tree spoke. So believe in him. What we need to do is protect him until he grows up. Manhua replied. I understand. But then he furrowed his brow again, a clear look of confusion on his face. Junior brother's bloodline should be dual-natured. They give him his current abilities, but also restrict him at the same time. How strange. Hearing this, Elder Tree no longer hesitated to explain. That's right, but the pavilion master said we shouldn't disturb him. But then a voice sounded, drawing Manhua's attention. Little Lindsay, why are you here again? Then he reflexively replied politely. Senior, this time I brought a junior to find a suitable heaven and earth treasure for him. Before him was Ming, who stood with his hands on his hips, replying with a joyful expression, come less often if there's nothing to do. You're disturbing people's peace. He recognized Elder Tree, and also turned to ask curiously, you've come too? You calmly replied. Senior, long time no see. Not wanting to wait too long, Elder Tree got straight to the point. I've come this time to see both seniors. You see, this is the successor to the Life faction I've chosen. Ming turned to look for the person mentioned. Before him was Xuanyu, calmly sitting and absorbing streams of energy. Seeing this scene, Ming's eyes also widened in surprise. Where did you find this kid? Elder Tree walked forward, softly explaining. He's a student from our Shrek Academy. Then he suddenly rushed toward Xuanyu. No, how is this possible? Could he be? Ming didn't hesitate to reach out and pinch his cheek. He frowned and said, Kid, stop meditating, wake up. A sudden sharp pain came and Xuanyu woke up abruptly. Who's pinching me? Ming's face was very close, every pore clearly visible. He jumped back with a surprised expression. Sensing his nervousness, Manhua quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Xuanyu, don't be afraid, this is Senior Ming from Senluo's Star. He immediately straightened up and softly greeted, Hello Senior Ming, I'm Lan Xuanyu. But Ming looked at him excitedly, continuously questioning, Lan Xuanyu, aren't you surnamed Tang? Who are your parents? Where are they? Meanwhile, Xuanyu looked at him in confusion. Senior, what's wrong? Do you know them? Ming didn't answer but raised his voice to demand, Do you have their photos? Show them to me, he replied. Yes, taking the photos. His gaze was fixed on it. How could it be them? The aura around him was wrong, so Ming turned to him and demanded, Show me your martial soul. Without much thought, Xuanyu responded, Okay. He then began to display his power. Seeing the scene before him, Ming immediately showed excitement. Yes, this is it, you must be their son. He suddenly fell into thought. Could it be that their descendants continued the lineage? But why had I never discovered it before? Strange. Faced with this confusion, Elder Tree couldn't help but ask, Senior, is there something wrong with Xuanyu's martial soul? Ming immediately replied, A huge problem. If not handled properly, it could explode and kill him. He stood in the middle of their conversation, but his cultivation method was correct. It's just that in the future, every step of his improvement will be extremely difficult. And his face gradually became blank. Who am I? Where am I? But then Ming suddenly turned to Xuanyu and without hesitation grabbed his shoulder. You should stay here to cultivate. This place is relatively suitable for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Tree and Shao Qi were both dumbfounded. What? In the radiant forest, the group quietly moved beneath dazzling luminous crystals. Ming spoke cautiously, his expression serious. Although he performed well before, there's still danger. Why not stay here with me and cultivate the ice and fire refinement body? A hint of doubt appeared in Manhua's eyes. How could he withstand the Yin Spring and Yang Spring at their current levels without danger? Ming immediately focused on Xuanyu, assessing him. It's fine, he can bear it. His bloodline likely comes from an old acquaintance of mine. Elder Tree from behind showed an incredulous expression. Ancient bloodline, he calmly emphasized. One could say that. Then Ming, with his hands behind his back, analyzed further. In any case, cultivating here is what's best for him. For the ice and fire yin-yang well of the Tang sect, that would be even better. Manhua listened intently to everything, but still felt confused. What about after 9 rings? Can he still improve? Ming's judgment was ambiguous. Hard to say. If he doesn't break through, so be it. But once he does break through here, he suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. He'll be incredibly powerful in any case. Stay here. The sincere invitation filled Xuanyu with gratitude, yet he could only regretfully decline. Senior, thank you, but I still have many missions to complete, I'm afraid. Ming scratched his head, trying to persuade the boy. Shrek Academy is good, but right now the most important thing is, you must strengthen your physical body as quickly as possible. Elder Tree, beside them, also nodded in agreement. That's right. But he suddenly remembered something. Ming hastily reconfirmed. Little Tree, you just said he's the successor of the Life faction. Since he's already here, he might as well stay longer this time. I said I wouldn't be mistaken. It seems he's recognized him too. Xuanyu was momentarily dazed with surprise and asked, How long do I have to stay here to cultivate? Ming's eyes sparkled and he announced with immense excitement, Initially 1 month. Hearing this, he began to hesitate, but before the other party had a chance to refuse, Elder Tree resolutely kept this talent. No problem, it's settled, thank you, Senior. After a few seconds, he quickly whispered in Xuanyu's ear, I'll go back and apply to reduce the difficulty of your missions to buy you some time. Xuanyu felt the offer wasn't bad, so he reluctantly accepted. All right then, he lowered his head and requested, Senior, after our sparring competition ends, can we come find you for cultivation? Ming calmly cleared his throat. It settled. After speaking, he instantly vanished, leaving the three of them in contemplation. Watching the gradually receding dark figure, he asked curiously, Elder Tree, is Senior or Ming a Beast King? He narrowed his eyes in confirmation. That's right, he's Tang San's good friend. For the heavenly ancestor Tang sect to gain his regard, you'll receive many benefits. At this point, Elder Tree's tone grew a bit low. I didn't expect you to have obtained an ancient bloodline inheritance. You must have a deep connection to it. Xuanyu continued to wonder, what does ice and fire refinement body mean? He patiently and thoroughly explained, it means cultivating in the ice and fire yin-yang well, using the power of ice and fire to temper the body. The next morning the sun rose high, casting the morning light on the ancient wooden house. Xuanyu stretched, feeling refreshed, and excitedly said, Shusho. Good morning. Bai Shusho gently responded. Xuanyu, you're awake. She jokingly sighed. You really know how to sleep, don't you? Let's eat first, then we'll discuss tactics later. Inside the wooden house, Xuanyu and the others gathered, debating incessantly about the upcoming competition. Xuanyu excitedly strategized, for the one-on-one matches this time, I want to go first. For the two-on-two, it'll be Mengchen and Shusho. He didn't mind sharing his acquired experience. Last time in the battle of the twin swords of sorrow and joy I discovered many weaknesses. This time, facing unfamiliar opponents, I want to train myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shusho also lowered her head and revealed her thoughts. I actually think the same way as Xuanyu. Mengchen beside them responded enthusiastically, Me too, me too. She gently pinched the arm of the person next to her, blinking her watery eyes as she pleaded, Sister Yuge, can you do the two-on-two? We'll do the one-on-one. Yuge didn't make it difficult, easily agreeing, that's fine. Xuanyu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, immediately making the division of labor. All right, for the 3 one-on-one matches, Shusho, myself and Mengchen will participate, and Yuge and Weiwei will secure victory in the 2-on-2. The martial arts arena suddenly appeared before their eyes. Xiao Qi solemnly announced, students, it's time to enter the competition. Outside, snowflakes had already covered the martial arts arena. Bai Shusho glanced around, secretly assessing, there are even Soul Beast spectator seats now. She silently waited with Xuanyu for the two Beast Kings' next move. Ming suddenly appeared, no one knew when, and shouted loudly, Lan Xuanyu over here. Upon seeing the senior again, Xuanyu mechanically raised his hand and politely greeted, hello. He seemed to realize that Ming hadn't come alone, so he secretly observed the other person. At first glance he felt that the person possessed a distinctive and unique aura, especially those eyes radiating mysterious power, making Xuanyu secretly mutter to himself, this must be the other god-level Beast King. He quickly realized the key point. Both Beast Kings are here. It seems everyone takes this competition very seriously. At this moment cheers continuously erupted from the stands. Victory, victory, victory. Xiao Qi looked at the audience, feeling a bit nostalgic in his heart. How familiar this atmosphere was. Backstage, Karen's team entered with confident strides, causing the arena atmosphere to gradually heat up. The audience spared no praise for them. Karen, Goddess Qingla, I love you. Li Qiuqiu, Mighty Bear, Darkwing, you're the coolest. Yuru. Number 1 staff. The opposing team's excessive praise made Xuanyu's face twist, thinking there was no need for further introductions. The enthusiasm in the stands showed no signs of diminishing. Everyone was anticipating an exciting opening. Let's introduce ourselves. Xuanyu proudly lifted his head. He loudly declared, Lan Xuanyu, class monitor of the 4th grade Outer Court Shrek Academy. Bai Shusho was not to be outdone. She solemnly stated, Bai Shusho, student of the 4th grade Outer Court Shrek Academy. As soon as the other party finished introducing themselves, Karen thought he had misheard and asked himself, 4th grade? Xiao Qi hastily explained, this time the 5th and 6th graders were challenged and the 4th graders won, so the 4th graders will represent the 5th graders in this sparring competition. Karen was somewhat surprised, staring intently at his opponents as he exclaimed, they actually beat the 5th and 6th graders. He regained his usual confident demeanor. He introduced himself. Yan Karen, captain of the Inner Court students from the Federation Central Academy. Following that, Karen's team members introduced themselves in order. Cheng Si, Inner Court student of the Federation Central Academy. Li Qiuqiu, Inner Court student of the Federation Central Academy. Tiangu Yuru, Inner Court student of the Federation Central Academy. Shi Meng, Inner Court student of the Federation Central Academy. Shi Shenluo, Inner Court student of the Federation Central Academy. And finally, Anyu. All of them are Inner Court students of the Federation Central Academy. As soon as the introductions concluded, Mo Hua immediately announced loudly, for Shrek Academy, the first one-on-one match, Captain Lan Xuanyu. For the Federation Central Academy, Captain Yan Karen. The two stood tense, facing each other, their gazes as sharp as swords ready for battle. The command was given, and the first match was about to begin. As soon as he entered the arena, Karen hastily unleashed his 7-ring soul power and charged towards his opponent. Xuanyu was not to be outdone, also releasing his 4-ring soul power to engage in battle. Qingla in the stands cheered continuously for her beloved. Go Captain, victory, victory. Karen secretly assessed his opponent's ability, thinking only 4 rings. So if I hit him with a punch, I shouldn't kill him, right? Taking advantage of his distraction, Xuanyu's eyes sharpened and he unleashed his killing move with all his might, Golden Dragon Roar. Karen was caught off guard, inwardly thinking not good. Golden Dragon roared, spewing flames, instantly sending him flying. Manhua observed the current situation from outside, a hint of pride in his eyes. Lan Xuanyu had actually calculated his opponent's psychology, truly worthy of being the person the teacher values. Witnessing his opponent's fierce attack, Karen became vigilant. Miscalculated. I shouldn't go easy on him just because he's a 4-ring. He decided to use Earth Stomp, hoping to turn the tide. Xuanyu's figure flew into the air just as Karen expected. He looked at the boy hovering in the air, contemplating his next move. Once he lands, I'll hit him with a punch. Man proposes, God disposes. Xuanyu still floated there, showing no signs of landing. Karen exclaimed, "What? He can actually float in the air." Having lost this round, he decided to bet again. He would not back down. Since that's the case, I'll go up and find him. Suddenly, a pair of powerful wings grew from Karen's back and he chose to release his battle armor. Yiru, watching the match, couldn't help but exclaim, "The captain's fighting spirit is very strong." Li Xianxia replied calmly, "Of course. He wants to enter the inner court with Qingla." As soon as Karen flew there, he found Xuanyu was casting a very peculiar spell. He frowned, repeatedly asking himself, "What's going on?" Xuanyu ignored his opponent, focusing only on gathering various elements together to form a fiery energy ball. Wind blades, ice cones, and fireballs rapidly condensed in the air, then all launched towards Yan Karen. Manhua was increasingly amazed by Xuanyu's abilities. He softly praised, "Elemental control. Truly well hidden." Xuanyu held the energy ball in his hand, ready to unleash a new killing move. Karen coughed violently, almost falling to his knees on the spot. Before he could recover, a dazzling object flew from a distance, momentarily stunning him. As soon as he finished speaking, Karen endured the opponent's soul ring onslaught. He looked miserable, enveloped in a hazy white smoke, seemingly in a perilous situation. Even Manhua, the referee, was drenched in cold sweat, startled by the terrifying attack power. He didn't hide his curiosity. What was that? At this moment, Xuanyu appeared imposing in everyone's eyes. He was awe-inspiring. Yugei secretly admitted, "After Xuanyu broke through to 4 rings, his strength is even greater than all of ours." Qianlei casually chimed in from the side, "More than just great, it's absolutely terrifying." Karen, still shaken in the air, had personally witnessed Xuanyu's strength. "If this continues, my soul power will be completely depleted by him." Finally, he decided to take a gamble, boldly declaring, "I can't wait any longer, I must finish this quickly." In an instant, Karen shouted loudly, "7th soul skill, Mammoth True Body." The soul beast immediately appeared with a sky-piercing aura. Xuanyu looked up, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Too strong below the stands, and we saw the imbalanced situation and worried for him. The mammoth is too big, however. He remained calm, immediately activating his 7-colored dragon scales, which erupted in dazzling light. Xuanyu extended his hand, compressing the surging elements into his palm. Opposite, the mammoth roared, gathering power in its mouth, preparing to attack. Subsequently, both sides collided violently, the wind howling, shaking the surrounding space. Faced with this evenly matched scene, Manhua couldn't help but be shocked. A 4-ring soul master challenging a 7-ring soul sage. "Teacher, just what kind of little monster is this disciple of yours?" After the collision, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. In the arena, Karen was covered in wounds while he was completely unharmed, but he didn't become careless because of this, despite the huge disparity in strength between the two. That moment was terrifying, as if fighting against heaven and earth. "But I absolutely cannot surrender, I can still fight." Seeing the unfavorable situation, Qingla spoke up to stop him. "We surrender." Then she turned to him and advised, "We still have team battles later. The competition has just begun." A trace of confusion flashed across his face. The audience below watched in silence, anxiously awaiting the result, as the referee announced Shrek Academy's victory in the first match. The students cheered in unison, their joy evident. Soon the second match began. Both sides entered the stage together, silently facing each other. Then the referee loudly introduced, for the second match, Bai Shusho of Shrek Academy against Qingla of the Federation Central Academy. In the stands, Erming observed the rhythm of the match, exclaiming, "Big brother, this Shrek Academy student is quite good." Daming, beside him, also felt slightly shocked, finding it somewhat amusing. "This little girl has an aura familiar to us. It seems her relationship with Lan Xuanyu is closer than just classmates." In the arena, both sides had already adopted their battle stances, while over here, he continued to discuss, "Isn't this Lan Xuanyu just like Tang San back then?" he continued, his eyes flashing with clarity and decisiveness. "He definitely doesn't know his origins. His bloodline has been passed down and he's still alive, so does that mean he might not be biological? His parents might no longer be alive." In the arena, Qingla activated her soul rings, powerfully waving her fan in her hand, and the airflow moved with it. Opposite, Bai Shusho held an ice spear, her movements light and agile as she dodged. She was surprised to see her opponent dodging with ease. As if she could foresee the moves, she could actually predict my trajectory. Immediately after, she gathered power and launched an attack, the airflow converging into a huge vortex, sweeping away everything around it. But faced with such fierce moves, she showed no panic but responded calmly. Bai Shusho focused her gaze, carefully observing the changes in each attack to strategize. She didn't hesitate to activate the power of her golden soul ring to counterattack, but due to the opponent's wide-ranging moves, she still couldn't completely dodge, and her purple light had a corrosive effect. Subsequently, Bai Shusho poured all her strength into the tip of her ice spear and charged straight forward. In the standoff, Qinghua focused her observation, vigilantly waiting for her opponent to make a move. What will the Golden Soul Ring's soul skill be? She approached, her gaze fixed, then with a flick of her wrist the ice spear directly thrust forward. Faced with this approaching offensive, she couldn't help but become vigilant. Not good, she's suppressing me on a technical level. Bai Shusho had already closed in, her gaze calm without a ripple, her ice spear thrusting straight ahead. Both sides collided violently, emitting a deafening crash. After the collision, the vibrations gradually dissipated, and both sides retreated to their original positions, but Qinghua still seemed quite surprised by her strength. Below the stands, witnessing the opening clash, Ming was somewhat puzzled. Did you recognize her? Then he seemed to have the answer. Soul Spirit, perhaps. Ming, next to him, calmly made his judgment. From the aura, it seems to be the Empress Demon. You need to look carefully. This young girl has been conserving soul power. She not only has rich combat experience but also a sharp mind. On the field, she remained vigilant, her posture confident and composed, even though her strength was on par with her opponent. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shusho and Qinghua had been battling for over 10 minutes. In the contestants' seats, Xuanyu, seeing such a peculiar thing for the first time, felt curious. That's a food-type soul master, truly rare. Then he secretly sighed. For a team, this is an indispensable teammate. He then turned to his teammates beside him, solemnly giving an order. Mengchen, if Shusho wins this round, you must win the next. If she loses, you surrender the next round. Just probe a little. She accepted the order, a hint of slyness in her eyes. Okay, Captain, artillery. His eyes flickered slightly, revealing unconcealed curiosity. Artillery? What artillery? Qianlei also joined in the joke. We're saying you use elements like a soul cannon. At this moment, the atmosphere on the field remained tense and suffocating. Bai Shusho continuously moved quickly, but her gaze never left her opponent. I must create distance from her, then find a way. Seeing her footsteps hesitate slightly, Qinghua didn't hesitate, preparing to launch an attack. A flaw exposed. Upon hearing this, she immediately swung her fan fiercely, sharp green light shooting straight forward. Opposite, she quickly activated her unique domain, emitting an invisible pressure. Only then did she realize she had been lured into a trap. She's absorbing my energy. But then Qinghua quickly regained her composure, decisively thinking, I can't give her any more time. Quick battle, two-word battle armor. She unhesitatingly flew straight towards her opponent, trying to stop the forming move. On the other side, Ming was enjoying every development of the match. It's the Empress Demon. Indeed, this is the Empress Demon's heavenly demon domain. Absolutely cannot approach. Little girl, Qinghua has fallen into the trap. As the match progressed intensely, Qinghua closed her fan, transforming into a surging power. This energy gradually enveloped her arm, causing it to expand. Then she directly unleashed her move, a decisive light flashing in her eyes. Heavenly Net Treasure Seal. In the blink of an eye, her figure had already closed in on her opponent, instantly passing through the converging power and appearing before her. However, at that very moment, Qingluo's eyes suddenly filled with surprise, as she clearly saw everything before her. In a moment of oversight, she was fiercely repelled, pushed back some distance with minor injuries. She stared blankly, her mind a void, not understanding the situation before her. What's going on? Why is there another me? At that moment, the Empress Demon and Bai Shusho seemed to merge as one, their cold gaze startling everyone below the stage. Empress Demon, is this the Empress Demon? With a slight movement, he condensed an energy sphere which then shattered into countless small balls, scattering across the entire arena. The Empress Demon spoke slowly, each word echoing heavily, as if carrying a suppressing power. Each word that fell felt like an invisible heavy pressure suffocating her, swirling in the breathless air. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, interrupting the move. Stop! Manhua hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, facing his sharp gaze. Qinghua has already conceded. Upon hearing this, the Empress Demon, realizing there was no longer a threat, reined in her power and returned to midair after he left. Bai Shusho felt her body lighten, as she no longer needed to maintain the formation. The match was nearing its end. Mengchen excitedly ran up to cheer. Shusho, amazing. But before she had gone a few steps, she felt something flash past her. In an instant, Xuanyu had already appeared beside her, his face filled with worry. She softly asked Xuanyu. She was speechless at his reaction. He ran faster than anyone to his girlfriend, and Bai Shusho, being hugged by him in front of everyone, felt shy. You put me down, I can walk myself. But Xuanyu paid no attention to his surroundings, only caring about her. No, you're too weak right now. Her cheeks were slightly flushed at this moment. Then just put me on a chair. At the same time, he maintained a stern expression. No more talking. You need to rest. Then he strode proudly, walking amidst everyone's gazes. At that moment, her gaze was entirely absorbed by his figure. However, for Mengchen, it was the complete opposite. She was filled with jealousy. Hey, how long are you going to keep hugging her? I can heal Shusho. Xuanyu replied calmly, as if it were a matter of course. You're about to go on stage. Don't waste soul power. Bai Shusho was still at a loss for what to do, not daring to move. I'm fine, put me down. Mengchen beside them was fuming but helpless. Qianlei found this scene very amusing. I love seeing the boss act all serious while talking nonsense. The next match quickly began, and Manhua announced the third match begins. Mengchen represented Shrek Academy, ready for battle, and Yu sternly told himself, I can't lose this round. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot and charged out. Martial Soul Shadow Demon Bird, 7 Ring Soul Sage, 2-word battle armor master. Mengchen, unfazed, quickly unleashed her soul rings, locking onto her target using his advantage, and Yu flew into the air, his wings transforming into sharp arrows shooting straight down, shadow arrows. But Mengchen's light blue barrier absorbed all the incoming sharp objects, making him exclaim. The shadow arrows actually disappeared. Just then, a peculiar sonic rune made Yu panic. This is a sonic-type martial soul, it's too unpleasant. Mengchen locked onto her opponent with icy eyes. Blizzard. He was somewhat surprised by her formidable strength. So strong a 5-ring soul master can actually unleash such a wide-range soul skill. Since I can't dodge, I'll have to charge in and try. But before he could do anything, he was already enveloped by Mengchen's attack range. Damn it, I can't see anything inside. And Yu staggered for a moment, but quickly unleashed a move trying to break the formation. Shadow arrows. In the dense smoke, he finally saw her figure. Found you. Unexpectedly, her opponent had already quietly unleashed a powerful move, transforming into a phoenix with astonishing power. Phoenix cry of 9 heavens, and Yu was stunned. It was bloodline suppression. As soon as the move activated, Mengchen's massive figure majestically appeared, a cold, shining long sword in her hand. Snow Maiden's Descent, deep blue frostblade. The giant ice sword, obedient to her command, pierced directly towards her opponent. Facing this pressure, and Yu could only defend with all his might, but ultimately could not resist, turning into coldness. At this moment, huge white wings suddenly grew behind her Ice and Snow Maiden. Bati didn't wait for her opponent to recover, immediately switching to a fierce offense. Jade Green Pulse, Manhua, seeing that the situation was dire, hurriedly stepped forward to plead, "Senior Bati, please show mercy." With victory decided, she didn't press for a kill and withdrew her move. The match ended with the referee's booming voice, "Shrek Academy won." Although the home team suffered continuous losses, Manhua did not harshly scold them. "Losing is not your fault. Your luck was simply too bad," Ru unwillingly accepted. "Principal, we haven't lost yet." Xianxia beside her also shared her sentiment. "That's right, we haven't lost yet." Seeing their determination to fight, Manhua indulged them. "Good." On the other side of the arena, Xianxia was seriously deploying tactics to his teammates. "Tomorrow we still have to face the challenge of soul beasts, so today I don't want everyone to waste too much stamina. We must win the 2-on-2 match." And we confidently promised, "Brother Xianxia, don't worry, I will definitely let them know my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the referee's booming voice rang out, "Next is the 2-on-2 sparring match." Dashang Ru. Before entering the stage, Xianxia suddenly smiled and promised, "If we win, I'll give the opportunity to you for you to go to Shrek Academy." Ru was both surprised and somewhat confused, wondering why he would express himself so directly at this crucial moment. "Because I like you," she softly scolded him. "At such an important moment you're still saying such things." Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly, but his face was full of confidence. "I just mentioned it in passing." Ru shot him a sharp glance. "Shut up, get ready for battle." With the booming announcement, the battle officially began. Match start. Ru's eyes sharply locked onto her opponent while simultaneously quickly activating her domineering bloodline. She charged first, trying to gain the initiative. On this side, Enui and Yuge also entered battle-ready state. Here they come. Ru and Yuge launched powerful attacks, each unwilling to yield, but it seemed Yuge had gained the upper hand as she had already blocked her opponent's attack. Her move immediately entangled the weapon in Ru's hand. Seeing this, she immediately pondered her next step. "I can't let this strange aura get any closer to me." She immediately threw her weapon elsewhere. Enui, appearing from nowhere, seized the opportunity to pick up the item. He unhesitatingly raised his weapon, aiming at the target. Enui activated his power, shooting the blade towards Ru. Ru was startled, caught off guard facing this sudden situation. Fortunately, Xianxia appeared in time to block the attack for her. Instantly, those swirling powers entangled his hand and surprisingly transferred to his own body. Then countless hands suddenly emerged, pointing directly at Xianxia, causing massive destructive power. Yuge seized the opportunity to turn and order. Wei Wei attacked Tiangu Ru. Fire Spirit's life force suppression. Enui didn't hesitate, immediately agreeing, "Leave it to me." Subsequently, a series of fireballs were shot out, heading straight for Ru. She tried her best to resist the torrent of attacks, but the heat of the fireballs still singed some of Ru's hair. "My hair!" Suddenly, a deep blue energy shot out, stopping the destructive force of Enui's move. Manhua, acting as referee, had to stop the fight. "Stop." Xianxia supported the wobbling Ru, his heart full of self-reproach. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." Ru looked disheveled at this moment, but still somewhat stubbornly said, "I'm like this. Does what you said earlier still count?" Hearing these words, he blushed and replied, "It counts, of course it counts." He seized the opportunity to pick her up, and the atmosphere was filled with pink bubbles, making Li Qiuqiu, who stood by, an inconvenient third wheel. Li Qiuqiu felt utterly helpless at this sight. "It seems they probably won't need to eat steamed buns anymore," the broadcast announced at this moment. Sparring match concluded. Shrek Academy wins. Both teams lined up for the closing ceremony. Team members from both sides went on stage to shake hands and bow. Qianlei couldn't help but lean closer to Xianxia and ask, "Did you successfully confess just now?" He replied proudly, admitting without hesitation, "That's right, what about it?" He gave a thumbs up in admiration. Learned. Mengchen suddenly slapped Qianlei on the back. "Hurry up," she coldly warned. "You stinky fatty, if you dare to say anything inappropriate to me in this plaza, you're dead." Qianlei involuntarily became obsequious, begging, I wouldn't dare, I was wrong." He still couldn't break his habit of talking too much and turned to his friend asking, "Crazy guy, do you think if the 5th and 6th graders had come today, they could have beaten these people?" Lu Feng calmly stated his opinion. From an overall strength perspective, the 5th and 6th grade seniors are still stronger than those from this academy. Bai Shusho, seeing Xuanyu in deep thought, asked worriedly, "Xuanyu, what are you thinking about?" He placed his hand on his chin, looking very serious, but said something completely nonsensical. "I'm thinking if you weigh 50 kilograms. His question immediately ignited the anger in Bai Shusho and Mengchen. "I only weigh 48 kilograms. I'm 48.5 kilograms. Are you saying I'm fat?" Xuanyu quickly waved his hands, obediently explaining, "Not at all, not at all. Too thin, too thin. The most important thing for girls is health." The scene switched to Lan Xuanyu's room. It was late at night and Xuanyu was discussing their next strategy with his teammates. "Let's arrange the order of appearance. If we want to break the record, 5 of us need to win at least 5 matches. Therefore, the focus of tomorrow's Beast Battle Arena is Mengchen." She heard her name and was surprised. "Me?" Xuanyu explained her various abilities in detail. "With Senior Bai Ji's assistance, your self-healing ability is the strongest, so you need to last more rounds. Crazy Guy, you're first, then Fatty, Weiwei, Yuge, next is Shusho, Mengchen, and I'm last. If there are no other opinions, let's get some good rest today." The next day, at the martial arts arena, everyone had gathered ready to face the upcoming competition. Today, the martial arts arena was unusually lively, with continuous cheers from the spectators in the stands. Yan, Karen, and the others had also come to watch the match. Lu Feng walked forward as planned. "I'll go first." Qianlei cheered him on. "Go Crazy Guy." The first match, 10,000-year Blood Spear Golden Leopard. Lu Feng closed his eyes, calmly contemplating the feasibility of his next step. Red eyes will cause one to fall into a bloodthirsty state. I just need to avoid looking at them. The Golden Leopard immediately pounced on him. Leopard. The Blood Spear Golden Leopard repeatedly pounced on Lu Feng, but he skillfully dodged each time. He used White Dragon Uplift, instantly knocking down the Golden Leopard. The broadcast announced Shrek Academy wins. The second match, 10,000-year Earth Bear. Xuanyu stood by, seeing a huge bear, and couldn't help but feel shocked. This 10,000-year Earth Bear was clearly an opponent sent to counter Lu Feng's abilities. Lu Feng calmly controlled the surrounding gravity, struck a pose and prepared for battle. He leapt into the air, then plunged down, thrusting his long spear into the earth. The referee stopped him. "Show mercy." The third match, Golden-Eyed White Ape. Lu Feng had to think more carefully. The Golden-Eyed White Ape's mental power is astonishing, and it's skilled in speed. It seems the opponent has been trying to find someone who can suppress me. Instantly, the White Ape split into 2, rushing forward. Qianlei worriedly turned to Xuanyu. "Crazy Guy probably won't last 5 rounds. The White Ape attacked, but Lu Feng was not to be outdone, immediately using instant movement. The White Ape immediately wrapped its tail around him, violently swinging him to the ground. Lu Feng dodged and charged straight up, achieving victory. Fatigue was clearly etched on his face, but time waited for no one. The fourth match had already begun. His teammates watched anxiously. Can Crazy Guy still hold on? His opponent this time was a 10,000-year fiery demon lion. The fiery lion charged ferociously, its power instantly turning the arena into a sea of fire. Seeing Lu Feng charge directly into the sea of fire, the audience was in an uproar. What does he want to do? Isn't charging into the sea of fire courting death? Come back quickly. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, resisting the fiery lion's all-consuming attacks. His weapon had already begun to burn. The fiery lion grew more and more fierce. He immediately unleashed the White Dragon King Spear, and spear light flew out. Lu Feng's eyes were firm. Facing it directly without fear, a dragon appeared, power coalescing in its throat, ready to erupt at any moment. He controlled the giant dragon to directly attack the fiery lion's nape. The referee stopped them again. "Stop, no more fighting." Lu Feng knelt on the ground, utterly exhausted, even having to insert his weapon into the ground to support himself. The booming announcement sounded, "Shrek Academy wins." The entire audience cheered, while his teammates were too astonished to speak. Juahan couldn't help but exclaim, "Is he crazy? This is just a sparring match." He even burned off his one-word battle armor just to win. The cost is too great. Li Qiuqiu and Karen beside him couldn't help but praise. "We didn't lose unfairly." Lu Feng struggled to his feet, covered in wounds both large and small. With a creak, a hand reached out and rested on his shoulder. "Crazy Guy, I'll take it from here." Yet Lu Feng still felt he hadn't performed well in his match. "I embarrassed myself, but for Qianlei that was more than enough. How could he have embarrassed himself? You did great, go on back." With that, he decisively stepped forward. He confidently promised Lu Feng, "You came up short by 1 round, but this brother will win it back for you." The second match quickly began, the contestants' figures looming vaguely on the spacious arena. Without a word of greeting, the Emerald Demon Bird charged directly at Qianlei, attacking him relentlessly, and Qianlei only had time to raise his hands to block. It was then that he suddenly realized, Emerald Demon Bird. Xuanyu on the stands was equally surprised. These soul beasts are getting stronger and stronger, and they're all targeting each of us specifically. But Qianlei didn't mind these moves. He immediately used his hands to control his power, flew to the Emerald Demon Bird's side, and then slammed it to the ground. Manhua was very surprised to see this scene. "That's the Tang sect's unique technique, crane control dragon capture." He continued where he left off. Below the arena, Qianlei's palms still emitted faint energy. Shortly after, the imprinting was complete. He easily won the 5th match. Ming evaluated him seriously and objectively. "This kid is extraordinary, but his bloodline is a bit strange. It might be an alien species from another planet." Next was an exhilarating victory, the 6th match. In this match he was up against an ironback dragon. Qianlei showed a disdainful expression as soon as he saw it. "An ironback dragon, huh? It seems they've sent the wrong opponent." Dragon, here I come." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately changed his form, his entire body almost transforming into the shape of a golden plate. Da Ming witnessed this scene with wide astonished eyes, exclaiming, "A dragon-eating beast, it truly is a dragon-eating beast." Ming beside him was equally surprised. What, a dragon-eating beast actually still exists? At this moment, the iron-backed dragon on the stage began to sweat. It no longer dared to confront Qianlei over there. It quickly scuttled away, but how could Qianlei let it off so easily? "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing that the situation was dire, Manhua immediately shouted to stop him. "Stop!" Subsequently, Qianlei easily won 3 consecutive matches. Manhua was greatly shocked. This is the power of a 5-ring soul master. Next was the 7th match. A 10,000-year azure bird spread its huge wings and swooped down from high altitude. To avoid being affected by Qianlei's crane-controlled dragon capture, it flew into the air for high-altitude attacks as soon as it appeared. However, this couldn't faze him. Qianlei immediately used his power to imprint. As soon as the emerald demon bird was summoned, it charged directly at the azure bird, launching an attack. It didn't take him long to successfully win 4 consecutive matches, once again completing the imprinting, this time transforming into a 10,000-year azure bird. Qianlei didn't have to wait long. Just 5 minutes later, the 6th soul beast appeared. The form of the next soul beast gradually revealed itself, scrutinizing today's opponent with extremely sharp eyes. The moment it appeared, Qianlei's gaze seemed unable to move away from it. The 10,000-year golden lion tiger beast walked towards him step by step, with faint heat emanating from its golden fur. It was then that Qianlei couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" It effortlessly displayed its majesty, and upon seeing him it went straight to the point. "Young man, I have a question for you." Qianlei had never seen such a sight in his life, and he couldn't control his mouth, asking curiously, "You can speak human language?" The golden lion tiger beast angrily corrected him. "How rude, call me big sister." However, Qianlei still pursued, somewhat muddled. Still a tigress, she was now furious, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. Then she raised her claw. Immediately, a strong light shot towards Qianlei. Xuanyu was startled, worried for him. Qianlei was dazed by the blow, sitting on the ground scratching his head, asking in confusion, "Has it started already?" She seemed to have only meant it as a warning. The golden lion tiger beast returned to the unanswered question. "I ask you, is your dragon-eating beast a martial soul spirit, or soul ring?" He replied, somewhat bewildered. "Dragon-eating beast, you mean golden fatty? It's a soul spirit, I guess." After receiving Qianlei's affirmative answer, she immediately made a request to him. "Call it out for me to see." Qianlei obediently followed the golden lion tiger beast's instruction. "Golden fatty, come out." Golden fatty quickly appeared after hearing its master's summon. She was now completely certain it was indeed a soul spirit, but she still had some questions. "Is it the only one? Where did you get it?" Suddenly, Elder Tree appeared, interrupting their conversation. "Let me answer that question." In the center of the huge martial arts arena, Elder Tree gently explained, "The golden bloodline you inherited is very noble. The situation is like this. Initially, this child and his teammates obtained a space attribute coin. Then Elder Tree recounted the entire incident in detail, without any concealment. After he finished speaking, the golden lion tiger beast said, "Do you know that you've made a serious mistake?" She walked to Qianlei's front and explained carefully, "This dragon-eating beast, once it reaches adulthood, will lose its mind and become extremely ferocious. Fortunately, it became your soul spirit when it was still young. Otherwise, it would have caused a great disaster." Elder Tree's face showed a hint of worry. "We didn't know this would happen. Is it still dangerous now?" The golden lion tiger beast didn't answer directly, but offered another method. "I can help you separate it and find you a powerful soul spirit. How about it?" Qianlei's gaze fell on Golden Fatty, somewhat reluctant. Then he sincerely said to her, "Senior, no big sister. Golden Fatty and I have a deep bond. I can't be without it." Seeing his resolve, she no longer pressed him. "All right, come here again when you reach 7 rings and we'll check again to avoid any danger." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation. "There won't be any danger as long as it stays with Xuanyu." Ming suddenly appeared before the golden lion tiger beast and offered his solution. "As long as the dragon-eating beast is continuously suppressed by the bloodline, it won't easily riot." She had never thought of such a method. "Second brother, is that really possible?" He approached her, gently comforting her. "There's no mistake. Why did you come to participate as well? Go back quickly." The golden lion tiger beast was very obedient to Ming. As soon as she heard him, she turned and announced to Qianlei, "Young man, this round is a draw. You go down now, I'm leaving too." He, however, still wanted to continue the match. "Senior, that's not fair. I can still fight. I think I can win a few more rounds." Before he could finish speaking, Ming interrupted him. "My daughter won't lose. I'll give you 3 more victories, so consider yourselves as having won 11 rounds already." As soon as Qianlei heard this, his eyes immediately lit up as if he had found gold. He immediately bowed 90 degrees and began to flatter. "Senior is fair and just. Truly our role model." He simply replied casually, "Scram." Returning to his seat, he immediately boasted excitedly to Xuanyu, "See, this is called subduing the enemy without fighting in the art of war." He helplessly and softly reminded, "Sit down." Qianlei's match ended quickly like that, and at this moment the figure of a long-haired youth appeared. It was Yuan Enweiwei continuing the competition. Just like Qianlei's first match, the Emerald Demon Bird charged at him as soon as it appeared. Xuanyu couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Why is it the 10,000-year Emerald Demon Bird again?" But Yuan Enweiwei was calm. A white light sphere suddenly flew out from within Yuan Enweiwei. It floated in front of his forehead. When it had accumulated enough power, it shot out a strong light. It charged directly at the Emerald Demon Bird, giving it no time to retaliate. Not only that, but the Emerald Demon Bird suffered several consecutive attacks. The outcome was already clear. So Fu Wan raised his hand to signal a stop. "All right, no need to fight anymore, I declare." The booming voice echoed through the martial arts arena. 12th victory. Daming observed the match from beginning to end on the stands, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Elf Dragon's demon-sealing power, how interesting." In the next few matches, the Soul Beast side successively sent out Soul Beasts with extremely strong defenses. Soul Beasts skilled in area of effect attacks were all defeated by Yuan Enweiwei with a single blow. He easily secured victory. However, Yuan Enweiwei also gradually reached his limit, his soul power almost depleted after the 7th match. Next, Tang Yuge entered the arena. She walked onto the field unhurriedly. Subsequently, Yuge won 8 consecutive matches before her soul power was exhausted. As soon as they entered, 4 people had already won 25 matches. Bai Shusho immediately stood up ready to enter the arena. Xuanyu softly said, "Shusho, go get him, go get him." She turned back and smiled, as a response. He seemed to feel that life had been too peaceful recently. So while she wasn't angry yet, he joked, "If you really can't win, it's okay, just call me and I'll carry you down again." As expected, Bai Shusho's face immediately flared with anger as soon as she heard him. She no longer paid attention to Xuanyu and quickly walked onto the stage. Unlike the previous contestants, Bai Shusho's opponent this time was a 60,000-year demon fox. She took the initiative to speak. "Little sister, hello. I heard Senior Empress Demon has become your soul spirit. It's a good day for me to witness it. My name is Sky Fox with 60,000 years of cultivation." Bai Shusho's gaze grew wary. Secretly observing her opponent in her heart, a human-formed soul beast, Bai Shusho didn't answer. She closed her eyes and began to unleash the abyssal ice demon dragon. Bai Shusho furrowed her brow, concentrating her power with a serious expression. The demon fox was overwhelmed by her posture and aura its psychology affected, and it paused slightly. Streaks of power began to emerge from behind her, and an ice tide surged forward like water, swirling around Bai Shusho in a vortex. A few seconds later, a slender hand suddenly reached out, and as soon as it appeared, it struck the demon fox opposite, causing her to scream in pain. The Empress Demon casually glanced at her. "Do you even dare to call yourself the Empress Demon?" Bai Shusho focused on observing the Empress Demon before her, suddenly realizing that from start to finish the entire process only took a few seconds. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Match concluded. Shrek Academy wins its 26th match." Faced with these words, Bai Shusho still remained calm and began to walk forward. The 27th match began against the Demon Claw Rat. Meanwhile, Xuanyu pondered with a grave expression. The Demon Claw Rat was too fast, its attack power extremely strong, and it had wind attribute assistance. Before Xuanyu's eyes was the sight of Bai Shusho tightly surrounded by her opponent. She could only weakly resist, and before long she collapsed exhausted onto the ground. Under the continuous attacks of the Demon Claw Rat, Bai Shusho ultimately lost. Seeing this, Xuanyu quickly spoke to comfort her. "It's okay, I'll take it from here." The other party also replied unceremoniously, "If I can get a soul bone this time, I won't need you." Her words blurted out, leaving him stunned. Then he tightly grasped her hand. She whispered, "Shusho." At the same time, opposite, Lan Mengchen then entered the arena to face the Demon Claw Rat. Where she stood, chilling winds began to appear all around. The Demon Claw Rat held on for 5 minutes in the extremely cold temperature before conceding the match. They had already won 27 matches, only 7 more to break the record. 5 minutes later, Mengchen softly said, "Soul Beasts, can you come on stage again?" Fiery Flame hurriedly replied, "Senior Emerald Swan Bai Ji has shown great kindness to the Soul Beasts. No one is willing to be her enemy. Even if you win up to the 33rd match, we'll ask you to leave the arena then." Hearing these words, she asked unconsciously, terrified, "What?" Xuanyu walked up from behind and slowly said, "You've worked hard, Mengchen, you can go down now." "We'll do as the senior said." However, Mengchen replied indifferently, "Don't force it." Despite this, he gently comforted her. "Don't worry." Immediately after, Xuanyu stood there in contemplation. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. "Do your best, consider it a test." Daming ordered at the opportune moment, "Crimson Dragon, you're up." Fiery Flame instantly leaped out of the arena. Seeing this, the Golden Lion Tiger Beast couldn't help but ask in unconscious surprise, "Boss, why is second brother sending Crimson Dragon?" "Don't kill anyone, we can't explain that to the Federation. And Crimson Dragon has always disliked humans. What if he injures Lan Xuanyu?" However, he simply replied dismissively, "Daughter, sit down and just watch." Meanwhile, Xuanyu below the stands was concentrating on accumulating energy. Crimson Dragon fiercely leapt forward in an instant. He kept roaring loudly, "Once I attack, I can't retract it. That guy should just concede." Despite this, Xuanyu still calmly displayed his move, Elemental Absorption. This scene made Crimson Dragon scream in terror. "What? The fire element disappeared? This is elemental stripping." At this moment, Xuanyu still maintained a cold expression, staring intently at his opponent. Dragon God transformation, his body began to exude powerful energy. Crimson Dragon was thus startled. "What is this?" Xuanyu's sharp gaze continued to sweep over him. A huge power emerged from the depths of his body. Golden dragon roar. In an instant the entire place was manipulated. Faced with this majestic aura, Crimson Dragon unconsciously panicked. Impossible. Before he could finish speaking, Xuanyu's sharp weapon had already flown over without hesitation. An unwilling roar thus rang out. No. He desperately signaled to stop the fight. I concede, his voice trembling and timid. I surrender. Xuanyu stood alone below the martial arts arena, appearing somewhat solitary. This scene made the golden lion tiger beast exclaim in surprise. Second brother, what exactly is going on? How did he concede without even fighting? Da Ming listened and replied, just to be more certain. That's right, I told you I wasn't mistaken. Today's sparring competition ends here, as per the plan discussed with him earlier. However, she still incessantly questioned, her tone full of worry. Dad, you still haven't answered me. It was only then that he softly comforted her. You'll know later. There might truly be hope for the soul beast lineage, and even Dishan's persistence might have hope. Suddenly, Ming loudly announced, today's sparring competition ends here. Xuanyu tilted his head slightly to listen, a thought involuntarily flashing through his mind. Shrek Academy broke the beast battle record. It's over. Cheers of joy erupted. The record's broken. Fantastic, Xuanyu softly said. Senior Ming, he immediately replied, full of spirit. Congratulations, you've broken a record that has stood for so many years. However, he still couldn't hide his curiosity and pressed. The Soul Beast seniors were merciful. But if we can represent Shrek Academy here 2 years from now, we'll definitely have the chance to break the record with our own strength. Despite this, Ming still softly explained, don't come again, you guys, don't come again. Suddenly, these words caught Yuan Enwei's attention. Ming turned to him and asked, you're from the Yuan En clan, aren't you? I've heard of you. Your mother is an elf princess. He replied without hesitation. That's right. Not only that, but he also turned to Qianlei and spoke. Your dragon-eating beast is still a bit mischievous. As soon as he finished speaking, he said joyfully, if you stay here for another month, I'll guide you. Thank you, senior. Ming's tone suddenly became low. What kind of soul bones do you want? Even Yuge couldn't help but fall silent. Xuanyu, you've done so much for everyone. This time there's no need to be modest. Choose a soul bone that suits you. It was then that he slowly said, that won't do. Achieving victory is everyone's credit. Meanwhile, Qianlei excitedly interjected, Captain, don't be so polite. His words were instantly cut off by Ming. I mean every one of you, one piece each. Everyone present cheered excitedly. Really? Seeing this, he lightly coughed, surprising the other party. But Lan Xuanyu, you don't get one. At the same time, Ming continued, you don't need to worry. In your Shrek Academy's inner court, there's a treasure that belongs to you. These are all matters for later. First, think about what soul bone you want. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanyu answered with some confusion, Senior Ming, could you let us see what soul bones are available before we make our choice? Hearing these words, he praised excitedly, you're quite clever, kid. Follow me. Upon entering the cave, Yuge softly whispered again, Earth evasion. Despite this, Ming heard her and quickly retorted, are you sure you're from the Yuge lineage? Cultivating the 5 elements Qilin is good. You haven't shamed your ancestors. You two are sisters, blood sisters. Qianlei's melodious voice rang out, look, Senior praised your sister but not you, Enwei said with a brilliant smile. Senior Ming, what soul bone do you think is suitable for me? At this, Ming's expression gradually turned grim and he said in a deep voice, soul bones must match one's own abilities. Soul bones not only strengthen your bones, but also all the surrounding areas including meridians, muscles and bones. It's not about the stronger the soul bone the better, what suits you is best. So don't be too greedy when choosing soul bones. This time I've made an exception for you, but only the 10,000-year soul bone layer is open to you. Here we are. Before long the group ventured deep inside the cave. Xuanyu marveled, the concentration of rare metals in this cave is too high. Suddenly a blue glowing skull caught his attention. Not only that, but some bone fragments also emitted blue light, looking very enchanting. Seeing them, Ming immediately introduced, this can be considered our treasure vault. Few human guests can come here. On behalf of the Senluo Star Soul Beast lineage, I welcome you. By the way, I suggest you consider the root bone more when choosing soul bones. The root bone is where the 6 soul bones connect and it's the center. It has the greatest effect on your physical quality. Hearing this, Qianlei and Lu Feng couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Suddenly, Ming pointed at him and said in a cold voice, you need a skull bone. Your spiritual power must remain strong enough so that you can fully control the thorn dragon beast you fused with. Despite this, Qianlei still responded enthusiastically, thank you for your guidance, senior. The space inside the cave became more and more peculiar. The deeper they went, the stronger the energy fluctuations of the surrounding soul bones. At the same time, Ming continuously introduced, from here further in are the 10,000-year soul bones. You can choose freely. I won't interfere. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Ming suddenly ordered Xuanyu, you come with me for a moment. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, Senior Ming, is there something? Instantly his tone grew colder, which surprised Xuanyu. Do you know the beast god Dishan? Ming's cold voice rang out. Do you know the beast god Dishan? His blurted question made Xuanyu ponder. The relationship between the Senluo Star Soul Beast lineage and the Elf Star Soul Beast lineage was not harmonious. Do I need to say? Suddenly, Ming lowered his voice. Never mind, you don't need to answer me. Dishan will only benefit you, not harm you. Just rest assured and cooperate with him. A strange voice suddenly rang out. You big ape, you don't need to extract information from him. Ming cheered happily. Indeed, you're not dead. Meanwhile, Xuanyu listened with disgust to the mysterious person's words. Is that how you talk to a senior? Doesn't Ming even get annoyed? Who told you not to make the right choice at the critical moment? What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't it just becoming a soul spirit? Despite this, the other party still repeatedly emphasized, we dragons have our dragon pride, not a soul spirit. I will never become a soul spirit. These words surprised him. You're not a soul spirit. So how do you exist here? Suddenly, a strange light appeared on Xuanyu's forehead. Immediately after, a complete figure gradually appeared before his eyes. It was Dishan who slowly made a request. Young master, let me have a few words alone with the big ape. Hearing this, he subconsciously agreed. Watching Ming and Dishan's conversation from a distance, Xuanyu wondered what they were talking about. 10 minutes later, Dishan returned to land Xuanyu's body. Ming walked over, mumbling cheerfully, this guy has lived so long, yet he can still think so clearly. Impressive, impressive. He had also heard what Dishan said earlier. Wait until you break through to 5 rings before talking about soul bones. With your bloodline, no soul bone can match you. Faced with these words, Xuanyu's eyes flickered and he slowly replied, I understand, thank you very much. Suddenly he changed the subject. Lu Feng, you're back, he quickly replied. I've chosen, however, he continued to question. Crazy guy, you chose a spine bone. At this, Lu Feng calmly explained that this spine bone had a spatial attribute and came from a tibia dragon. Despite this, Xuanyu still wondered, did your soul spirit guide you to it? Hearing this, he quickly affirmed, that's right, I'm an agility-type soul master, so speed is most important to me. A spine bone helps increase speed, and this soul bone is a good match for my soul spirit. Ming suddenly interjected, an excellent choice. I'm starting to feel a little heartache, and even Kai Chu ordered, fuse it. At this, Lu Feng asked in surprise, Senior, can I fuse it here? And so he hastily sat down and began to fuse. Sweat continuously rolled down Lu Feng's handsome face. Countless energies surged towards him from all directions. This magnificent sight made Enwei cheer in surprise. Senior, I've found it, Ming continuously praised. You certainly know how to choose, kid. Good, good, he agreed upon hearing this. The elf dragon guided me. It said this one was most suitable for me. Senior, then I'll start fusing. As soon as he finished speaking, he agreed, be careful to protect your consciousness. In an instant, Enwei sat there, a brilliant power enveloping his entire body. Enwei gently opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent. Suddenly, Mengchen and Bai Shusho both cheered in unison. Kid, we're back too. Ming was startled. Bai Ji, Empress Demon, you two are too ruthless. Hearing him mention herself, the Empress Demon spoke with dissatisfaction. Big Ape, are you feeling bad? Immediately followed by Bai Ji's voice, we just chose what's most suitable for these 2 children. This is an ice dragon ancient bone. It's very likely to give Mengchen a physique similar to ice element affinity. This soul bone also greatly enhances spiritual power. Most importantly, its dragon attribute will subtly influence Mengchen's bloodline, killing multiple birds with 1 stone. That's why I said she chose this. At this, Ming sighed helplessly. Bai Ji suddenly explained, we call it the root bone of the Hell Demon Dragon. Although it hasn't reached 100,000 years, its effect is even better than ordinary 100,000-year soul bones. Ming shouted in shock, this was buried underground. Xuanyu beside him spoke with a confused expression. Empress Demon Senior, then what is this soul bone for? He quickly received the Empress Demon's reply, it contains marrow liquid, meaning this soul bone still has strong vitality and it will continue to evolve. In a few more years, it's estimated it could also reach 100,000 years. Meanwhile, Ming still continuously mumbled, can you exchange this for something else? The Empress Demon was shaking Bai Shusho's shoulder hard, saying, of course not. This good stuff is of great benefit to her too. Despite this, he still incessantly retorted, is this little girl your girlfriend? Immediately after, Xuanyu spoke to confirm, that's right. These words made Bai Shusho a little shy, but Ming sighed dejectedly. Forget it, it's a loss, a real big loss. Mengchen quickly spoke again. Thank you, Senior. Despite this, he still felt a little wronged. Forget it, it's my bad luck, so be it. The atmosphere in the cave grew more mysterious. The Empress Demon spoke doubtfully. Do you know what this soul bone will bring, Shusho? These words made Xuanyu exclaim in surprise. What? Seeing his curiosity, she explained that the power of his destroyer halberd is so strong because it contains the source of destruction, possessing destructive power. Despite this, Xuanyu still kept asking, then how do I control its power? Suddenly, Ming replied seriously, before your strength is sufficient, knowing too much is not good for you. Strive to enhance your power. Hearing this, he was even more confused. Then when can I truly wield its power? As soon as he finished speaking, he said indifferently, preliminary mastery will probably require you to reach the Soul Sage realm. To fully master it, at least the god rank on the other side. Qianlei still hadn't found a suitable soul bone. He inwardly roared, eat golden fatty, are you a dog? Suddenly a thought flashed through Qianlei's mind. I should go back and ask Senior Ming and the boss. The next second, Xuanyu asked with concern, you haven't chosen yet, or have you already fused it? He quickly replied, I haven't chosen yet. Senior Ming, could you give me some advice? Ming, hearing this, loudly scolded, are you stupid? Of course you should look for a soul bone that helps your spiritual power. Release your spiritual power to sense it. Do I still need to teach you this? Qianlei replied with an excited smile. Really? Then I'll try again. Suddenly the atmosphere in the cave became eerily silent. Yuge walked over and slowly said, Senior Ming, I'm back. This sudden appearance made Ming exclaim in surprise. You chose 2. Seeing his curiosity, Yuge explained, Senior, the Yin-Yang Chaos Soul Spirit told me that when I fuse soul bones I must maintain Yin-Yang balance, and I'm willing to exchange something for the second one. Despite this, Ming still incessantly questioned, "You're also considered a descendant of the Titan family. Mama and I have already left the Titan family, so it shouldn't count, right?" At this, she frankly retorted, "Senior Ming, then what do you think of this soul bone?" He shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, it's yours. You owe Senluo Star a favor. We'll ask for your help when we need it." Xuanyu beside him asked curiously, "Senior, is there a problem with Yuja's background?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ming explained to him, "I can't sense any aura of the Titan lineage on her. Although the Heavenly Stem's Qilin is not weak, our Titan lineage is also a top-tier bloodline. Strange. And so the atmosphere in the cave once again fell silent. Suddenly a strong light rapidly shot towards Qianlei. He softly mumbled with a discomforted expression, spiritual compatibility. A deep voice suddenly rang out, "Take me to it." Qianlei asked in surprise, "Who are you?" At this, the mysterious figure revealed himself, replying, "I am the master of this world." Once the king of beast kings, however, Qianlei felt confused. "May I ask, Senior, who are you?" It was then that the mysterious person slowly said, "You must want to know what kind of soul beast I cultivated into, right? I am the teacher of the beast god Dishan, the golden saint dragon. Do you possess the golden bloodline?" These words left him incredibly surprised. And so Qianlei continuously asked the other party, "Senior, then why did you turn into a soul bone?" Hearing this, he said, "Before reaching the god rank, all turned to ash. Meeting you today is also fate, so I'll go with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianlei asked the next question, "Senior, where are you? Please guide me." Despite this, the other party still enthusiastically replied, "Just in a corner to your front right. You'll naturally see me when you walk there." A strong light emanated, attracting Qianlei's attention. He pondered, "It's really here." Suddenly, the golden dragon's predecessor spoke, "Are you willing to fuse with me?" Hearing this, Qianlei hurriedly bowed and replied, "Willing, of course willing." A flash of light flew over in his surprise. A thought quickly flashed through Qianlei's mind. What just happened? Never mind, I'll fuse first. Golden Saint Dragon skull bone. I hit the jackpot. Is it already fused? It can't be that smooth, right? Let me try. Suddenly, Xuanyu asked, "Fatty, haven't you found it yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qianlei replied, "Found it, and it's already fused." This made him exclaim in surprise, "That fast? What soul bone did you choose?" However, a sad expression appeared on Qianlei's face. It said it was the Golden Saint Dragon. Hearing this, Meng asked in a panic, "It said, how can it talk?" It was then that he explained, "This soul bone seems to have consciousness. It told me it's the Golden Saint Dragon and also the teacher of the beast god Dishan." Ming couldn't help but ask curiously, "What? Dishan has a teacher?" Even Xuanyu loudly questioned, "Do you have a brain?" Dishan has a dark attribute. Have you ever heard of a dark attribute finding a light attribute as a teacher? Seeing this, Qianlei stammered, Then what soul bone did I fuse?" Ming reached out to Qianlei. "Let me see what it is." His hand instantly touched his forehead. At this, little treasure showed a pitiful expression, whispering in Qianlei's ear, Lord Beast King, please don't be angry, it's me, little one." Ming also heard it and asked in surprise, "It's you, kid, how did you hide in the treasure vault?" It was then that little treasure weakly explained, "I accidentally got in, and to avoid your pursuit I had to transform into a soul beast, and once transformed I couldn't change back." He immediately asked seriously and directly, "Did you agree to it becoming your soul bone?" Hearing this, he panicked and loudly exclaimed, "Just now it wasn't like this. What's going on? What is it?" Suddenly, Ming grabbed little treasure and demanded, "How could such an oversight happen, you filthy thief, liar?" The little guy shouted in surprise, "Lord Beast King, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger. If I die, he will die too." Even Qianlei couldn't help but reveal his inner worry. Ming, Senior, you see." Suddenly, Xuanyu asked curiously, "Senior Ming, what exactly is this thing?" Immediately after, he received Ming's explanation. "It's a money beast, the filthiest thief in the soul beast world, the most despicable and shameless thief. It often uses illusions to transform itself into anything to scare off opponents, taking the opportunity to snatch treasures. Now the only way is to go to the Tang sect to exchange for a golden monkey skull bone. I suggest you use it in conjunction. If it disobeys, you can drive it away." Those words made Qianlei incredibly frustrated. He muttered, "How did I end up with such a soul bone, boss? What should I do?" However, Xuanyu seemed exceptionally excited. "Of course we'll exchange it for a golden rat skull bone. It might even affect your mind." These words made Qianlei gasp in surprise. "We'll trick it, see what it's capable of." At this moment, little treasure looked at Xuanyu with incredibly innocent eyes. No, I'm useful. I won't mess with anyone's mind. I don't have that ability. Sir, spare me, spare me." Suddenly, he gave a cold look and the little creature immediately cried profusely, begging, You are the dragon god. Are you still alive? Are you still alive?" Hearing this, Xuanyu asked in immense surprise, "You recognize me?" Little treasure affirmed, "It's me. I'm your treasure hunting beast, little treasure." Even Ming couldn't hide his surprise. "You know the dragon god, how is that possible?" The next second, the little creature pouted, "I was the dragon god's treasure hunting beast. When I dominated the god realm, you weren't even born yet." However, Xuanyu continued to deliberate. "Wait a minute, I've lost my previous memories. Explain your origins clearly. What exactly happened?" These words made little treasure sad. You were the king of beast gods, the dragon god, the supreme ruler of the god realm," he suddenly retorted. "Don't you know about the calamity of the dragon race?" As soon as he finished speaking, the little creature explained, The dragon race was doomed, all because of those detestable gods. Why, everything was fine originally. What exactly happened back then? You used to rule the god realm. You magnanimously allowed humans who cultivated to a certain level in the lower realms to enter the God realm to continue cultivating. 1,000 years later, humans established a firm foothold in the God realm, and some first-rank gods also emerged. After that, for some unknown reason, your personality seemed to develop issues. You often killed many of your subordinates in anger, and the God realm immediately began to tremble. As time passed, you became increasingly unable to control your emotions. Then, someone said something to you, and you suddenly began to slaughter human gods. The human gods then fiercely resisted, uniting to fight against us beast gods. Originally, they were no match for us, but at that time you had completely lost emotional control. Your subordinates also started infighting. Internal problems began to emerge, leading to our ultimate defeat. The dragon race suffered heavy losses. You were cut down by the Asura god, releasing the destruction and life energy within your body. That time, the God realm was reshaped. Humans and we beast gods collectively lost more than 70%. The God realm's aura and bloodline aura leaked out, falling onto a planet called Duluo Star, affecting the creatures there, thus leading to the appearance of soul beasts and human soul masters. I don't know what happened after that. However, you seem to have been split into 2 parts. I don't know the specific direction. What about you? What's your relationship with the dragon god? I am your most loyal subordinate, and I am also the largest parasite on your body. Every day I was infected by your royal divine aura, so I gained sentience. And I have many friends. Later, Lord Dragon God, you discovered us and granted us some abilities. You bestowed upon us sentience, giving us powerful illusion abilities, and entrusted us with guarding the God Realm gardens. But after that battle you were separated, and we also lost our main body after that. Many of my friends seem to have died due to the loss of your nourishing aura. Then how did you survive? I was the first sentient parasite on Lord Dragon God's body, possessing first-rank God-level strength. How could other creatures compare? And now Lord Dragon God has returned, and I am immortal again. Xuanyu sternly warned. Since you have become my brother's soul bone, you will follow him from now on. Little Treasure stubbornly retorted. You are still alive. How can I follow someone else? I must follow you. Xuanyu was somewhat puzzled by this statement. Didn't you say you had already fused with him and couldn't leave? Knowing he still didn't understand, the little creature quickly explained. Lord Dragon God, with you here, you can strip me from his head. Xuanyu was surprised to discover such a method and immediately clarified, I don't know how. I've just awakened and my strength hasn't fully recovered. I can't help you. Hearing this, the little creature's heart seemed to shatter into pieces. How is that possible? Little Treasure's eyes were filled with confusion. How could this be? What happened to you? The little creature suddenly said something no one expected. How can your power be as weak as an insect's? Xuanyu was speechless and could only smile wryly. This guy really didn't know how to speak. The little creature suddenly had an idea, finding a new approach. There are other ways. You just need to activate your aura and place your hand on his head. Without hesitation, he followed the instructions. I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on Qianlei's forehead, concentrating the power deep within his body. Immediately, Little Treasure gradually felt the contract mark within its body slowly transforming. After breaking free, the little creature cheered excitedly. I'm back, Lord Dragon God, your little treasure is back. Suddenly, Ming reached out from behind, startling the little creature into trembling. It's good that you're out. Now where do you think you're going? The sudden attack made Little Treasure panic, only screaming for help. Lord Dragon God, save me, big gorilla, let me go quickly. Seeing its true nature, he showed no mercy. This guy is full of nonsense. If it gets away, I won't be able to stop it. Knowing that more words were useless, the little creature could only prove itself with actions. I'm not running. Lord Dragon God, please accept my spiritual loyalty. His eyes stared intently, watching in surprise as the contract slowly etched itself onto Xuanyu's forehead. This is a slave contract. At this moment, Xuanyu quietly sighed, his heart filled with amazement at this huge change. I can feel its emotional fluctuations. This contract is truly domineering. Then Little Treasure gently rubbed against his foot, fawning. Master, I'm back with you again. He bent slightly and asked, Then how will you follow me from now on? The little creature began to explain. But his heart still shimmered with joy. Just like before, I'm a parasite on your body. You just need to think of me to contact me and you can order me to do anything. In contrast to the joyful atmosphere, Qianlei started to cry, tears streaming down his face. What about me? What about me? He kept repeating that meaningless question. What about me? What about me? Ming couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to comfort him. I'll take you to find a suitable soul bone, let's go. After that, no more problems occurred, and Qianlei finally also received a skull bone. Everyone successfully fused their soul bones. After everything was over, everyone returned to their respective rooms. At this moment in Xuanyu's room, Shao Qi solemnly conveyed instructions from above. Teacher just received a notice from the academy saying that you all performed exceptionally well. The academy has made an exception and placed you on a probation list. After you enter the inner court, the official probation will begin. Xuanyu couldn't help but wonder, Teacher, what kind of probation? He quickly gave the answer. The next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 were shocked. Qianlei couldn't believe his ears and quickly asked, Teacher Shao, is that true? He smiled broadly, sharing the joy with his students. Would a teacher joke with you like that? In the future, the opponents you'll face will be much stronger than you imagine. To truly become the next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, you'll need to put in even more effort. Keep it up, young people. Seeing this, Xuanyu immediately stepped forward and gave his assurance. Teacher Xiao, we understand, teacher, don't worry. His words greatly reassured Xiao Qi. Then you all rest. After he left, everyone was immersed in excitement. We're candidates for Shrek's 7 monsters. We have a chance to become Shrek's 7 monsters. But Xuanyu quickly discovered a problem. We've all studied history. Whenever a new generation of Shrek's 7 monsters emerges in the academy, there seem to be some special circumstances. The Shrek's 7 monsters need to work hard to turn the tide. Yuge seemed to understand the meaning of his words. Do you mean that the Academy knows there's some kind of crisis at hand? Xuanyu's face suddenly showed a solemn expression. I even think it might be a Federation crisis. We still don't know what kind of enemy we'll have to face, although she knew. Bai Shusho had no choice but to face it with a relaxed mindset. No matter what, we still need to become stronger. Mengchen beside her also agreed. Exactly. So let's work hard together. Just then in another room, Enwei was sitting by the window, bright moonlight streaming through. His eyes were filled with thought. Xuanyu walked up and asked, Wei Wei, what's wrong? A worried look appeared on his face as he poured out his heart. I'm almost an adult, and when I become an adult I have to choose my gender, but I haven't decided yet. My cultivation has already reached the peak of 6 rings, not far from breaking through to 7 rings, so I don't know how to choose. Suddenly, Qianlei innocently spoke, trying to liven up the atmosphere. That's simple. Do you like men or women? If you like men, you can choose to be a woman. If you like women, you can choose to be a man. But this only confused Enwei even more. But I really don't know what love between men and women is. Xuanyu couldn't bear it anymore and pulled his ear, leading him away. Go away, don't cause trouble here. Then he suggested, Wei Wei, I think you should wait to decide on this matter. He sighed heavily, his heart weighed down with thoughts. Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder. Yuge spoke to comfort him. Don't rush, calm down and think it over. And Wei Wei looked up at her. Though silent, he still felt touched and comforted. A few days later, the spaceship also reached its destination. Ming couldn't hide the helplessness on his face at this moment. Do you want to stay too? Elder Tree still maintained his gentle, benevolent smile. I'm just here to deliver a few things to Xuanyu. Inside are 3 drops of life essence. Drink one when you feel you can't hold on anymore. Looking at the precious items in Xuanyu's hand, Ming couldn't hide his panic and questioned, a single drop of life essence can only be decided upon at a Sea God Pavilion meeting. How do you have so many? Xuanyu also seemed a bit reserved. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Elder Tree's smile deepened. This is a gift from the Eternal Tree to the new helmsman of the Life faction. These words made Xuanyu pause. This, he gently narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Remember, don't drink it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Especially when you break through to God level in the future, be sure to save 1 drop. Faced with the other party's sincere dedication, Xuanyu seemed to feel a trace of warmth. Thank you, Elder Tree. After that, Elder Tree left and Ming led them to the ice and fire yin-yang well again. Everyone stopped before a colorful lake. This fantastical sight made Qianlei continuously exclaim. What is this place? Little Treasure also spoke. The ice and fire yin-yang well, but unfortunately it's not a naturally formed ice and fire yin-yang well. Ming stood by and immediately taunted. Even a liar has some insight. This attitude directly angered the little creature. You're the liar, there's nothing good here at all. Xuanyu, on the other hand, seemed a bit puzzled. Isn't that right? I feel that the life aura of the spiritual herbs and fruits here is extremely rich. Hearing this, Little Treasure immediately put on a fawning and pleading posture. Master, these are all good things, but they simply don't know how to appreciate such a good environment. Ming was increasingly amazed by this ability. It seems to have some ability. You can also grow spiritual herbs. I think you're trying to trick me out of the immortal herbs here. As soon as he heard these words, Little Treasure was already filled with killing intent. I told you I'm not a liar. You don't believe me, do you? The little creature ambitiously declared. Today I'm going to show you how amazing I am. Ming also kept taunting. Don't embarrass yourself. Only Xuanyu sighed helplessly. Little Treasure quickly distributed to everyone very professionally. Under the surprised gazes of the 2 young men, the little creature quickly cast a spell on a leaf. Looking at the created masterpiece, Ming was increasingly amazed. It filled the ice spring and yang spring water together. Little Treasure's small hand continuously cast spells on the spherical object in the middle. This raised his question. The light sphere was compressed at an extremely fast rate. What are these milky white water droplets? Before long a tree miraculously sprouted, blossomed and bore fruit. Ming couldn't hide his admiration more and more. It really bore fruit. What kind of heaven and earth treasure is this? Although Little Treasure was somewhat annoyed with the other party, it still enthusiastically explained. This is a money fruit. In my eyes it's not even a heaven and earth treasure. It's just for Master to eat as ordinary fruit in an instant. Ming suddenly excitedly suggested. Treasure Master is right. Can you cultivate heaven and earth treasures here? But the response was the little creature's sullen look. Why should I? He immediately negotiated. Then how about this? If you give him a fruit to eat, you must plant another fruit for us. Little Treasure then turned and glanced at the other party. Then I'll reluctantly agree. Then it quickly picked the fruit and personally delivered it to Xuanyu's mouth. Master, you eat the money fruit first, then I'll guide you into the ice and fire yin-yang well to cultivate. Xuanyu cleverly reminded. You seem to be weakened. The little creature still pleaded desperately. You eat it, you eat it. Your eating is equivalent to me eating. There was no other way. Xuanyu had to comply. Alright then, as soon as he put the fruit in his mouth he was stunned. It's delicious. Ming and the others were even more curious. What does it feel like? Xuanyu immediately sighed contentedly. Delicious, little treasure kindly reminded him. Master, let's prepare to cultivate in the water. In an instant, soul power quickly enveloped his body, and his body rapidly merged into the water. Ming finally also let out a sigh of relief. Not bad, with little treasure here I can rest. But Qianlei then spoke suspiciously. Senior, what about me? He just casually looked at the other party. Go play by yourself. I have things to do first. We'll talk about you later. And in his heart he secretly felt uneasy. I almost forgot about this guy. Looking at Ming's evasive actions, Qianlei couldn't hide his confusion. Then I'll just meditate here, beneath the lake. Little treasure continuously comforted Xuanyu. Master, calm your mind and spirit, return to unity. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating with all his might, and his clothes gradually shredded into many pieces directly beneath the ice and fire yin-yang well. Xuanyu stood between the two soul power sources, diligently focusing on cultivation. As soon as he opened his eyes he saw two streams of soul power intertwining to form a vortex. He exclaimed in surprise, little treasure. The little creature stared at Xuanyu with shy eyes. Master, if you trust me, give me a drop of life essence. He immediately took it out without hesitation. Okay, little treasure quickly absorbed it, and in an instant a dazzling halo immediately formed beneath the little creature's feet, illuminating the entire area. Seeing this scene, Xuanyu was somewhat surprised in his heart. This is chaotic water. The intense pain in my meridians disappeared initially. It's too comfortable. After 5 rounds of cultivation, the crystal balls in his heart grew more and more numerous. This made Xuanyu secretly happy, feeling his life level gradually improving. The ice and fire yin-yang well truly was a cultivation treasure land. But his joy was short-lived as he was suddenly thrown onto the bank. Xuanyu looked around in a daze. Senior Ming, what's going on? What are you doing? Why has the ice and fire yin-yang well become like this? How did this happen? Why is the aura of the ice and fire yin-yang well so weak? Faced with his master's panic, little treasure could only reluctantly explain. This fake ice and fire yin-yang well isn't good, but it's okay, it will recover on its own in a few days. Xuanyu was immediately enraged. Do you know that the Twin Springs water is the essence of life condensed from Senluo's star? What exactly did you do? After understanding the problem, Ming was also extremely furious. The ice and fire yin-yang well we secretly built, 1/1000th of its life energy fluctuation is enough to cause huge readings on detectors. You cannot continue. Otherwise this place is very likely to be exposed. Xuanyu could only softly plead, Senior Ming, can I come here every year in the future? But he only received a perfunctory response, don't come again, we can't take it. At this point, little treasure reluctantly interrupted. Don't think you're at a disadvantage. Look at the surrounding nursery beds, there's a change. Seeing the change in the lake water, Ming's attitude immediately became unexpectedly enthusiastic. So many heavenly treasures. Little treasure immediately put on a fawning tone. You don't appreciate others' good intentions, it wasted so much of my energy. He shamelessly flattered. Grandpa Bao, why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing the change in the other's attitude, little treasure looked even more aggrieved. Do I still need to say, you even questioned me and wouldn't let my master cultivate? In an instant a look of confusion appeared on Ming's face. Then how can we satisfy everyone? The boy unceremoniously suggested. It's simple, we'll come back to cultivate after this place recovers. I'll help you plant spiritual herbs and arrange the harvest time. As a qualification for my master to stay here and cultivate. Ming didn't hesitate, quickly replying, good, then you can stay. When you can help us harvest this batch first. Little treasure even seized the opportunity to propose, but I also want to take a few plants to replenish my master and my consumption. The other party immediately said decisively, 3 plants, no more. The boy also readily agreed. Deal. 5 days later passed. Ming stood before everyone, solemnly announcing, all right, today I will begin teaching you my family's secret techniques. Qianlei asked curiously, Senior, what secret techniques? He excitedly raised his huge fist. Titan Divine Fist. The Titan Divine Fist actually involves diligently mobilizing the strength of more parts of the body, calculating and coordinating to unleash the most powerful force. Ming excitedly announced while concentrating his soul power. Watch carefully. This left the others even more dumbfounded. The power of the fist was terrifying. Not only that, he announced with increasing gusto, even with more techniques, my only response is the fist. Combining all forces is the most powerful force. Finally forming the strongest fist. Take a punch. With just one punch, the sky seemed to crack open, leaving Xuanyu and the others gaping in astonishment. God-level powerhouses are already this strong, it's amazing. In another corner, at the Senluo Star Space Navigation Center, Ming propped his hands and instructed the 2 juniors. You 2 go back, I'll notify you when the ice and fire yin-yang well recovers. Qianlei bowed gratefully. Thank you Senior Ming for your guidance these past few days. Afterwards he and Xuanyu quickly boarded the spaceship and returned to the mother planet. Shrek Academy arrived in the blink of an eye. As soon as they landed, Qianlei quickly pulled him aside. Boss, I'm planning to go bathe in Sea God Lake tonight, are you coming? But Xuanyu had more important things to do, so he refused. I'm not going, I'm going to ask the teacher about the class situation. Soon he arrived at the homeroom teacher's office door. Teacher, I'm back. Hearing the familiar voice of his student, Manhua gently turned around. It's good that you're back. Xiaoqi told me about your situation. This time it won't work. After a pause he began to change his expression, his tone also somewhat serious. Xuanyu, there's one thing you must pay attention to. If you help others too much, it will delay your cultivation speed. This is not what we want to see, and you probably won't be able to get into the inner court. Xuanyu was a little worried. Teacher, is there really no way for all of us to get into the inner court together? Hoping to salvage the situation, he continued to state, only 4 people got into the inner court this year. Sima Xian, Rong Yuxuan, Murong Shang, and Shui Yubing. Did even the 2 brothers with pure Xuanwu martial souls not get in? Manhua did not deny it, his gaze firm. Yes, the inner court's resources are also limited and the number of people must be controlled. At this point, Xuanyu's tone was a little low. Teacher, I understand what you mean. I just want everyone within my capabilities to have better outcomes. Manhua slowly spoke, his tone calm with a hint of solemnity. You don't need to worry about the future paths of your classmates. The Tang sect has agreed to preserve the integrity of the 33 Skywing. Once we graduate from the outer court, the Tang sect will accept all of you. Xuanyu was happy, finally letting out a sigh of relief. That's good, looking at the young student before him. Manhua's concern arose. Now that you're back, get some good rest for a few days. The 7 of you are qualified to be selected as Shrek's 7 monsters, so you must work even harder. Xuanyu obediently replied, yes. Outside, the silver moonlight hung high, dotted with countless sparkling stars, mysterious and dreamy. That night in Yuan Enwei's dorm, Enwei tossed and turned in bed, powerlessly curled up, his thoughts constantly troubling him. What should I do? How should I choose? Just as he was deep in thought, his soul communicator suddenly beeped, catching Enhui's attention. Yuge was very anxious outside. Open the door, sis is outside. Hearing his sister's voice, Enwei quickly replied, wait a moment. He quickly got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the image of a girl in a kipao came into view, and Enwei was momentarily stunned. Seeing his brother still in a daze, Yuge was both annoyed and didn't let him in. Enwei knew he had been rude, so he awkwardly spoke. Oh, come in. Yuge sat in the center of the room with her arms crossed, and the atmosphere gradually became heavy. She lost patience, her tone urgent. You no longer have time to hesitate on the gender issue, you must decide quickly. Enwei lowered his head, admitting with difficulty that he also knew, but the more it was like this, the more afraid he became. After speaking, he gently looked up, seeking help from his sister. Does Big Sister have any suggestions? Yuge not only didn't help, but inadvertently reproached. This is a major decision for your entire life. No one has the right to help you make it. With your cultivation, you should have broken through to 7 rings long ago, she continued to urge. You must make a choice within half a month at most. Enwei was agitated. He struggled to voice his feelings. Stop putting pressure on me, it's really hard. Yuge didn't back down, her tone becoming increasingly firm. What are you hesitating about? You have to choose sooner or later. At this point, Enwei appeared very fragile, and could only lower his head in despair. All of you sisters are the same. None of you are willing to choose for me. I just need someone I can trust to help me. He tearfully poured out his heart. I'm really confused and distressed, just like Big Sister's 18th coming-of-age ceremony. Big Sister said she wouldn't let Dad come, but Big Sister hid by Sea God Lake and cried alone. Yuge didn't expect her brother to discover her secret. She trembled, her hands tightly clenched into fists as if trying to control her emotions, finally letting out a helpless sigh. Enwei knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, that's not what I meant. Yuge said nothing, stood up and assumed a dangerous stance. This action scared Enwei into sitting down abruptly, his voice trembling. That's not what I meant, Big Sister, listen to me. Fortunately, at the last moment, Yuge suddenly laughed, breaking the tense atmosphere. What are you afraid of? Your Big Sister's brother. Is Big Sister going to eat you? She affectionately placed her hand on Enhui's shoulder and gently explained, not letting him come to the coming-of-age ceremony was to avoid making Mom sad. Big Sister won't take her anger out on you because of him. You're right, it's time now. You need someone to rely on. Yuge's eyes were firm, her tone decisive. I am your sister, let Big Sister do it. Overcome with emotion, Enwei tearfully threw himself into his sister's arms. Yuge comforted her brother, gently saying, Dad already has 1 daughter. She offered a suggestion. Then you be a boy, how about it? Enwei dared not argue again, happily accepting. Okay, then I'll be a boy. The sky grew darker, and in the dorm room, Enhui's voice grew softer and softer. Big Sister, thank you, no matter what the future holds. I will never regret it. After some discussion, the siblings understood each other better. Enwei excitedly pulled his sister's hand. Big Sister, come with me to the meditation room. Yuge showed a surprised expression. Are you going to break through now? Enwei couldn't hide his excitement. There's no time more exciting than now to break through. Thank you, Big Sister. He knelt down and carefully conveyed the message. Then I'll start now. Yuge comforted him from behind. Okay, Big Sister will watch over you. She silently observed everything. Enwei quickly sat down, and blue light continuously streamed into his body. Suddenly his body differentiated into 2 genders, a handsome male, a shy female. Witnessing the scene just now, Yuge began to worry. Is he going to make a choice? At this moment, Enwei made his decision, unhesitatingly pointing to the male. Just as initially planned, the male aura integrated into his body, becoming one. From then on, there was no more Sister Wei Wei. Blue light shot straight into the sky. Yuge was momentarily in disbelief, thinking to herself. He broke through 7 rings, his aura is growing too fast. After breaking through, Enwi finally relaxed a little, no longer troubled. Big sister, do you know why it was so hard for me to choose? At this point his expression changed, as if he had suppressed it for a long time. I'm willing to be a boy, to be a powerful younger brother. Things had come to this, and Enwi didn't hesitate to express his true feelings. I love you, big sister. Sister Yuge was completely shocked after hearing this, never expecting this little brother to want to become her red child. She sweetly said, Mom and Grandma wanted you to choose to be female to become the next elf queen. Dad already has me as a daughter, and he hopes you'll be his son. After speaking, Yuge quietly looked at her brother, waiting for his response. Enwi seemed to understand, as they had already debated this many times. Was also very conflicted, but big sister chose to help me. Thank you, big sister. Yuge's cheeks were flushed, shyly looking at the naked male body before her. The blue light spun faster and faster, shooting into Yuan Enwei's chest, coalescing into a soul core in one go. A light point on his chest continuously expanded, and a transparent blue crystal gradually formed, its surface covered with a tiny illusionary elf dragon phantom. A strange reaction occurred within Enhui's body. It turned out the soul core had formed. He confidently announced, Big sister, I succeeded. Yuge didn't answer, just kept her eyes tightly closed. Enhui was puzzled. He looked down and saw his bare little treasure. He quickly understood the problem. Enhui didn't hesitate, took to his heels and cried out shyly, Big sister, don't open your eyes, wait for me. I'm going to put on some clothes. The trouble wasn't over. In the changing room he cried out again. Ah, Yuge was anxious outside. What's wrong? Enhui poked his head out the door, smiling. I can't fit into my clothes anymore. Can I borrow clothes from brother Xuanyu? Yuge resolutely didn't look back, just covered her face and ran while saying, Okay, you wait. In the forging room, Xuanyu was diligently forging metal when he suddenly received a call. He immediately replied, What's wrong, Yuge? An urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Xuanyu, can I borrow a set of clothes from you? Wei Wei broke through and can't fit into his own clothes anymore. He's waiting for you in the dorm. Xuanyu readily agreed. Come over. Soon he arrived at Enhui's room. What met his eyes was Enhui clutching his bathrobe tightly, looking shy and timid. Brother Xuanyu? Xuanyu was very interested in his brother's new appearance and didn't hesitate to praise him. You're so handsome. I'm jealous. Go change your clothes quickly. Your sister is waiting for you outside. Soon after, a voice came from inside the room. Yuge, we've changed clothes. You can come in. In a flash, 2 dazzling figures appeared. Enhui playfully said, Big sister, I'm as tall as brother Xuanyu now. Yuge was stunned, never expecting her brother to undergo such a stunning, ugly duckling to swan transformation. Suddenly remembering important matters, she asked, How is your soul core condensation coming along? Enhui firmly asserted, Very stable, it happened naturally. Xuanyu was astonished nearby. What? The soul core formed? How can I not be jealous? Enhui patted his good brother's shoulder, half jokingly, half seriously. Brother Xuanyu, you're different from us. Xuanyu's voice gradually faded into the night. Forget it, don't comfort me anymore. The small room was still lit. Although the night was deep, the people inside showed no signs of resting. Standing before the Yuge siblings, Xuanyu sincerely shared, Wei Wei's breakthrough is a great joyous occasion. Among the few of us now, at this point his eyes involuntarily lit up. Only I am lagging behind. I must break through successfully this time. Enhui opposite him was both happy and worried about his good brother's determination. Brother Xuanyu, you must break through while ensuring your safety. He took out a badge and entrusted it with confidence. You've always given so much for our class. It's our turn to help you out. Oh, and this is for you. Xuanyu was very surprised to see the item. A black badge, he secretly wondered. When did this kid get so much money? Unaccustomed to receiving expensive gifts from others, Xuanyu waved his hand awkwardly, refusing. No, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Enhui didn't give up, insisting on pushing it to his good brother. You must accept it. This is a small token of my appreciation. Yuge nodded, not minding adding fuel to the fire. Take it, Xuanyu. You are our class monitor and even the spiritual leader of the entire class. Apart from what he gave you individually, everyone else's things are here with me. With pictures as proof, countless glittering resources were laid out. Xuanyu was momentarily dazzled, stammering speechless. What are you doing? Everyone is about to graduate and needs resources. Why are you giving them all to me now? Yuge gently explained, hoping to change the situation. Everyone left what they needed for cultivation, so you don't need to worry. These badges are far from enough to repay your contributions to everyone over the years. Xuanyu was serious. We are a team, you must let us contribute something. Xuanyu's eyes welled up, moved by this sincere friendship. Okay, then I accept everyone's kind intentions, but before we get into the inner court, don't give me anything else. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 2 years had passed. Xuanyu stood in the center of the campus, silently lost in thought. The graduation exam is coming soon, and our Star Battle experimental class's graduation exam will definitely be much harder than previous years. Just as he was highly focused, a strange young man rushed over from afar. Xuanyu stared blankly as he bumped into him. He kindly reminded him, Watch out, Junior. The madman wore a stern face, menacingly asking, What's wrong with your walking? You're blocking my way. Are you looking to die? Without another word, he unleashed his 5-ring soul power and loudly provoked, Bring it on. Xuanyu looked at the arrogant guy in front of him and felt annoyed. Is this junior crazy? Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he decided to suppress the opponent first and then talk. Xuanyu acted on his thought, immediately unleashing his bloodline power. 2 golden dragons, 1 gold and 1 silver, instantly appeared, quickly overpowering the arrogant madman. He was thoroughly entangled by blue-silver grass. Xuanyu adopted the demeanor of a senior, sternly accusing, "Junior, you have already violated school rules." He looked directly at the defeated madman and cleared his throat again. "Come with me to the disciplinary office." Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice came from behind him. "Senior, please wait." Xuanyu turned around and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you juniors have something to say?" Dao Yi quickly explained, "This student is in a bad mood today, which is why he offended you. Would you mind overlooking it this time?" Xuanyu's expression was serious and he said firmly, "The character of Shrek Academy students has always been of utmost importance. How can one act as they please just because they're in a bad mood? How it will be handled specifically? That's a matter for the disciplinary office." Dao Yi trembled, trying hard to persuade him. "Senior, I apologize to you on his behalf. He truly has a special situation today. We lost a teammate while executing a Do Tien mission." Xuanyu did not change his mind and replied readily, "As soul masters, our abilities far exceed ordinary people's. We cannot let our emotions control us." Dao Yi, frustrated, loudly questioned, "Why are you so heartless? Didn't you have injured classmates when you performed Do Tien missions?" Xuanyu calmly dragged the madman away, ruthlessly replying, "No." Dao Yi realized the situation was serious and instructed, "You all go back first and quickly tell the teacher about this, and ask the teacher to go to the disciplinary office." After speaking, she quickly caught up to Xuanyu. "Senior, may I come with you to the disciplinary office?" Xuanyu didn't stop her. "Okay." On the way, Xuanyu couldn't help but ask curiously, "What exactly happened to you that a classmate sacrificed his life during a Do Tien mission?" Dao Yi slowly recounted, "When we were carrying out a mission to kill a Dragon Origin on Dragon Origin planet, we discovered a cave. Xuanyu wondered what happened in the cave. He subjectively guessed. Did the Dragon Origin attack you?" Dao Yi regretfully replied, "I don't remember." She vaguely pieced the events together. "I only remember that dark cave being eerie. After that, it was all red." Hearing this, the madman suddenly hugged his head, muttering repeatedly, "Red, red." Xuanyu judged with some sympathy. He must have suffered mental trauma. His previous attack on me was probably not intentional. After a pause, he continued, "Did you report this to the military and did you investigate further afterwards?" Dao Yi nodded in confirmation. "We reported it and investigated, but when we went back the cave was gone as if it had exceeded its capacity," the madman shrieked excitedly. "A red, red, ah?" Xuanyu's heart softened. He no longer wanted to make things difficult for him. "Junior sister, please take this junior brother to the infirmary. He might have suffered a strong stimulus causing memory loss." Dao Yi was overjoyed as if she had found a treasure. "Thank you, senior." Xuanyu watched their retreating figures, feeling uneasy. According to records, Dragon Origins only had combat instincts, not intelligence. Could intelligent creatures have appeared? A week later, Lan Xuanyu had finished forging rare metals for all his classmates to make 2-word battle armors, and it was also time for him to prepare to go to Senluo's star for his breakthrough. Xuanyu sat cross-legged amidst a mountain of badges, muttering calculations. 3 black badges, 500 purple badges. At the exchange center, Bai Shusho had been waiting for a long time. "Xuanyu, you're here. There's a new batch of goods this time." Xuanyu quickly agreed. "Okay, let's go, take me to see." The special exchange location gradually revealed itself. He looked up and softly called out, "Little treasure, come out, it's all up to you this time." Little treasure enthusiastically responded, "Leave it to me," Xuanyu cautiously instructed. "Within our tolerance, a little over is fine," Little treasure sagely commented, "although there's nothing particularly good here. We need everything produced by the eternal tree. The eternal tree is the true origin of the planet. Everything it produces carries a divine aura. We need all 6 of these everlasting fruits. Not only that," the little guy continued to cleverly suggest. "Oh, this one's good, the 8-horned profound ice grass. Although it's not old enough, I can recultivate it, so we need this too." Xuanyu thought helplessly. 2 purple badges can buy an antimatter bomb in the end with the help of the treasure-hunting beast. Lan Xuanyu spent 3 purple badges. Little treasure sat securely on his master's head, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. "These things, master, nothing else is worth buying." Xuanyu asked worriedly, "Are these enough for my breakthrough?" Little treasure was blunt, then ambiguous. "If you plan to use God-level life essence, then it should be enough. If you don't want to use it," the little guy adopted a sales pitch. "The 100,000-year Kila Yu Jinxiang can help protect you during your breakthrough. If you add the 100,000-year Scorching Fire Apricot and the 100,000-year 8-horned Profound Ice Grass, I can guarantee you'll break through without any problems." Xuanyu wanted to cry after hearing this, not to mention whether the academy even had them. The important thing was whether they could afford them. Bai Shusho sighed with a smile on the side. "What an eater!" She was not stingy, generously saying, "Do you have enough badges? I have some more, I'll give them all to you, don't mind if it's little." Xuanyu immediately felt grateful after hearing this. "Shusho," he unhesitatingly pulled Bai Shusho tightly into his embrace, showering affection on everyone. Lying in the handsome man's arms, Bai Shusho gently asked with concern, "Xuanyu, are you tired?" Xuanyu, afraid of worrying his beloved, denied it. Not tired, I just have some knots in my heart that haven't been untangled. Bai Shusho held her beloved tightly, half reproachfully saying, you don't think so much if you really want to ask. Wait until your father comes back and ask together. Xuanyu obediently complied. Okay, after we get into the inner court and Dad comes back, I'll go back to my old home and ask them clearly. Bai Shusho continued to urge. You are everyone's reliance, so you must treat yourself well. Xuanyu softly comforted. Don't worry, I will. The two lovers were completely oblivious, ignoring little Treasure, who was shyly covering his face. I can't see. In Tang Zhenhua's office, Xuanyu explained what he needed for his breakthrough, which unexpectedly triggered an overreaction from him. What? 100,000-year Kila Yujinxiang, 100,000-year scorching fire apricot, 100,000-year eight-horn profound ice grass. Zhenhua was still agitated. Are you treating 100,000-year heaven and earth spiritual treasures like vegetables? You need 3 at once. Do you know how much these things are worth? Xuanyu tightly covered his ears, avoiding the piercing anger. Didn't they say 1 black badge can be exchanged for 1 100,000-year heaven and earth spiritual treasure? Zhenhua tiredly lowered his voice. That depends on what it is. You want to possess 3 heaven and earth spiritual treasures at once? Unless you can get a red badge, it's absolutely impossible, Xuanyu explained indifferently. Actually, if possible, just 1 Kila Yujinxiang is enough. I already have 3 black badges and 200 purple badges. That should be enough to exchange for it, right? Zhenhua could only be speechless after hearing this. Xuanyu continued to ask, I wonder what level of strength I can reach after breaking through to 5 rings. My situation is also quite special. After a pause, he expressed his intuition. I don't know what I'll become after breaking through, but I feel there might be a qualitative change. Zhenhua seemed to sense the crux of the problem, and hurriedly said, I understand, wait for me here. I'm going to the inner court now. Looking at the director's departing figure, Xuanyu was filled with excitement. He waited from 3 p.m. until 8 p.m. As night fell, he gradually lost patience. Why is teacher taking so long? Did he not find them? Just as he was anxiously wondering, the door opened from outside. Xuanyu happily called out, Teacher, you're back? Sensing that something was wrong, he stared in astonishment. Huh? Xuanyu was surprised to find that the director had not returned alone. Elder Tree and Luo Hong were with him. He was afraid he had seen wrong and quickly called out their names as if to confirm again. Elder Tree and Dean Luo Hong, why are you here too? Xuanyu looked at the 3 people in front of him, puzzled. Elder Tree. Teacher Dean Luo Hong, what is this? Elder Tree displayed an expression of dissatisfaction, his tone laced with reproach. Such a major breakthrough, why didn't you tell me? Are you looking down on this old man? Xuanyu scratched his head, quickly explaining with a smile. Not at all, I just didn't want to trouble you. Elder Tree didn't want to hear his explanation, focusing only on analyzing. You initially had no special qualifications, but you are the future helmsman of the life faction that I designated. Shrek Academy and the Tang sect have an agreement. 100,000-year immortal herb-level heaven and earth spiritual treasures must be approved by both sides before they can be sold. In the end, it was decided to sell them to you. The money will be partially paid by Little Tang and Little Un, and the rest will be covered by the life faction internally. But you must repay it in the future. A total of 16 black badges. Xuanyu blurted out. 16, Luo Hong next to him interjected. Just for 1 outer court disciple like you, a sea god pavilion meeting was convened. This is even more significant than 16 black badges, all thanks to Elder Tree, and cannot be measured by value. Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting them to be so enthusiastic about him. He bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Tree, thank you, Dean and Teacher, I will not disappoint everyone. Early the next morning, Len and Xuanyu and Elder Tree boarded the spaceship and departed from the mother planet, heading for Senluo's star. Although Elder Tree had guaranteed it to the Sea God Pavilion, he also escorted Lan Xuanyu. Zhenhua reluctantly watched the gradually departing spaceship. Luo Hong sat on a chair, sweetly asking, Have they left? Zhenhua confirmed, He honestly shared, I have a premonition that when this kid returns he will undergo a qualitative change. Luo Hong, for once agreeing with her ex-husband, calmly leaned her chin on her hand and said, How could he not undergo a qualitative change? 3 100,000-year heaven and earth spiritual treasures, and you just had to let him misuse them. Aren't you afraid he'll explode? Zhenhua fell silent after hearing this. This kid's 5 rings cannot be judged by common sense. He will definitely shock everyone when he graduates. He focused on the person in front of him, feeling a hint of bitterness. Luo Hong, after all these years, can't you still forgive me? Luo Hong didn't want to deal with his emotions, and with a wave of her hand she said ruthlessly, You were sentenced to life imprisonment. Zhenhua said painfully, Luo Hong, it's been 10 years. In these 10 years you've seen everything I do every day. I've regretted for 10 years, and I've also profoundly realized my mistakes. How about you give me a deadline? No matter how long, I'll wait. Luo Hong didn't answer, just silently pondered with her chin in her hand. After a while she spoke, You'd better go quickly. Aren't you still cooperating with the Tang sect on research? Zhenhua turned without thinking, Then I'm going. After he left, Luo Hong was left alone in the room, her heart filled with mixed emotions. On the way to Senluo's star in the spaceship cabin, Elder Tree sensed Xuanyu's nervousness and deliberately laughed heartily, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Haha kid, relax. This time I have the chance to come out with you and I can talk to you about the life faction. At this point his expression suddenly changed. Do you know the standard for recruiting new members into the life faction? Xuanyu was momentarily at a loss. Standard, Elder Tree narrowed his eyes, enthusiastically guiding. The most important duty of the life faction is to connect with the eternal tree, protect the eternal tree, and guard the life origin of our mother planet. The standard for recruiting new members into the life faction is only one. Life affinity. Everyone has life force, which determines their physical state and lifespan. Soul beasts have life force, plants have life force, and even advanced forged metals can possess life force. So-called affinity is when one's own life force resonates with external life force. We can interact with the outside world and resonate with it. You were chosen because we have never seen a life affinity physique like yours. You don't have to do anything. Life energy already surrounds you. Before he finished speaking, he continued to talk incessantly. The life faction has a very special status in the Federation. After you inherit my position, you will be a Federation counselor and also the Sea God Pavilion Master. Likewise, you will also need to shoulder the responsibilities of the life faction, protecting the eternal tree and fighting against external forces. Even if it means giving up your life, Xuanyu, though never fully understanding, still replied, yes. Throughout the flight, Elder Tree spoke frankly about the important affairs of the life faction, allowing Lan Xuanyu to gradually understand its significance. In a flash, Senluo's star appeared before them. Xuanyu cheered happily. Look, we're here, Senluo City Martial Arts Center. As soon as he set foot here, Xuanyu encountered an acquaintance. He narrowed his eyes, smiling friendly. Sister Jin, why are you here? The golden lion tiger beast shrugged, looking innocent. No choice. Who told you to bring us so many benefits every time you come? As soon as her voice fell, she cleverly transmitted, let's go. Dad and second dad are waiting for you. In the ice and fire yin-yang well of Senluo's star, the golden lion tiger beast's voice echoed. Dad and second dad have already brought people and are waiting there. Duming kept observing the other party, thinking, even someone as arrogant as Dishin made a choice, so of course I have to come and see Xuanyu. Come here. According to etiquette, Xuanyu bowed his head in greeting. Senior Deming, hello. Elder Tree also politely said on the side, why is even Azure Emperor here today? Deming went straight to the point. I heard you're going to break through today. Are you all ready? Xuanyu affirmed yes. Immediately he received extremely valuable encouragement. Then when you're rested, begin, we'll protect you here. Ming, who had been silent, suddenly asked, Elder Tree, what do you think? Elder Tree frankly replied, there shouldn't be any problem. The life faction is fully supporting this time and the Sea God Pavilion is also waiting. Ming felt a little relieved after hearing this. Our research results here are also almost ready. You came at just the right time to see if there are any remaining issues. Ming, beside him, also solemnly added, in the future I plan to take the Myriad Beast platform to places in the Federation that have not yet been explored. Elder Tree was somewhat surprised, thinking that Azure Emperor valued this child so much, and enthusiastically suggested, after he successfully breaks through, let's go together and see. Lan Xuanyu's adjustment time was longer than everyone expected, a full 5 hours. At the confluence of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Xuanyu was fully concentrated on his breakthrough. He sat cross-legged in the glowing space, constantly muttering to himself, as the ice and fire energies had already entered his body. Every change in the breakthrough was meticulously recorded, merging with the Silver Dragon King's bloodline, and the Golden Dragon King also seemed to have reached its optimal state. Little Treasure diligently reminded, Master, don't be careless. It looked at its master's strong body and continued to assess the situation. It was only just beginning, it would become more and more intense later. Every breakthrough you make is a process of breaking down before building up. Suddenly, Xuanyu's expression turned to panic. Little Treasure, they're accumulating more and more power. What should I do? It gently comforted him. Don't worry, I'll help you control it, but you must be prepared to withstand the eruption. Back in the original forest, the golden lion tiger beast's daughter couldn't help but say, Dad, it's been 3 days, nothing bad has happened, has it? Deming denied it, slowly explaining, his breakthrough isn't easy, it takes time to accumulate, but I can feel it shouldn't be too much longer. During the breakthrough process, Little Treasure continuously released various rare heavenly treasures to stabilize Lan Xuanyu's spirit and mind. Feeling the time was ripe, the light of hope in Xuanyu's eyes shone brightly, and his bloodline became excited. The moment of breakthrough finally arrived, and 2 dragons appeared, tightly entwined. Daming witnessed this scene, unable to hide his excitement about the breakthrough. It has begun. Elder Tree, standing beside them, was also greatly impressed. In this magnificent scene, 2 giant dragons, one golden and one white, roared in confrontation, fiercely attacking each other, creating incredible shockwaves. The impact was too great, so Deming immediately sealed off the ice and fire yin-yang well to prevent it from affecting the outside world. At this moment, a strange light suddenly flashed from Xuanyu's chest. Little Treasure and Elder Tree were both waiting for the next development, feeling it was time to use the heavenly treasures. Elder Tree unhesitatingly threw the 100,000-year Qila Yu Jinxiang into the air. Go! Petals emitted a rich aura. A huge light band hovered above the ice and fire yin-yang well. Everyone present's expression changed. The phantom of the dragon god rushed out from the lake, passing over the intertwined golden dragon and white dragon, and suddenly opened its mouth to swallow the Qila Yu Jinxiang, which left Deming stunned and puzzled. Dragon god. Afterwards, the dragon god's phantom rushed into the sky and erupted, transforming into myriad shimmering lights. Deming was bewildered. Elder Tree leisurely extended his hand, catching the rain of light, and calmly replied, This is the phantom of the dragon god. The light rain continuously poured into Xuanyu's body. Little Treasure was happy for its master actively conveying its thoughts. Great, all the energy has been completely integrated with the Qila Yujinxiang as the center, converging the energy of the ice and fire yin-yang well. After the transformation of the chaotic water and the enveloping aura of the dragon god, the energy was injected into its master's body. Xuanyu's body was constantly changing, and seizing the opportunity, Elder Tree thought, now is the time to use them. He did not hesitate, quickly throwing out the 100,000-year scorching fire apricot and the 100,000-year eight-horned profound ice grass, which immediately transformed into two mysterious red and blue lights, then directly rushed into Xuanyu's body, his strong body enduring this powerful force. This sudden change inadvertently made Xuanyu somewhat unable to cope. Little Treasure continuously observed the situation and exclaimed, now Master's successful breakthrough is inevitable, it just depends on what level he can reach. Dragon scales continuously increased. Looking at the dragon scales on Xuanyu's chest, Little Treasure was astonished. What? There are actually 36 dragon scales. Xuanyu entered a cultivation state with a glittering pearl closely following him. In the center of the colorful light a tiny crystal appeared, absorbing all the energy. Xuanyu concentrated, feeling his soul power clearly surging. This crystal rotating in my bloodline, will it form something similar to a soul core after reaching the seven-ring soul sage realm? The people outside were also anxiously observing. The breakthrough is complete, let's go check it out. Xuanyu glowed all over, surrounded by peculiar rings. This made everyone overjoyed. This is the pure dragon god bloodline. This is the revival of our spirit beasts. Suddenly a voice rang out. Not good, Elder Tree. You saw it too. Everything you just saw must not be revealed, understood? Ming immediately grabbed Elder Tree, making Elder Tree hurriedly dissuade him. Don't get excited, Senior Ming. Ming, unable to bear this sight, slapped him. What are you thinking? Don't forget, Lan Xuanyu also has human bloodline. So even if the dragon god is resurrected, it won't be the dragon god of the past. Xuanyu's situation is indeed a bit special, so it truly needs to be hidden. But the Academy's higher-ups should know, and they still need to be informed. After all, when he grows up in the future, he can't be completely helped by just one side. Ming scratched his head awkwardly after hearing this. I'm sorry, Elder Tree, I was a bit too excited just now. Elder Tree magnanimously forgave him. It's all right, it's all right. Who would have thought this kid would have such a big change? He has truly been reborn this time, hasn't he? After this breakthrough, he truly possesses the dragon god bloodline. I hope that in our lifetime we can witness the rise of the spirit beasts. Little Treasure emerged from behind, observing everything with shimmering eyes. At this moment the halo also changed color from red, gradually turning black, which made Ming unable to help but notice. This soul ring has actually turned black, Little Treasure suddenly exclaimed loudly. You're mistaken, the soul ring just now was dyed red by the scorching yang spring. After speaking, it tiredly embraced Xuanyu's shoulder. After a while, Xuanyu opened his eyes. The breakthrough is complete. I'm still at the bottom of the lake, he heard calls from above. Since you're awake, come up, you little brat. Xuanyu happily agreed. Okay, his eyes sparkled and a dazzling aura surrounded his body. He stepped onto the ground, pure light radiating from around Xuanyu. He politely bowed to those who had helped him. Thank you, Seniors Ming and Ming. Thank you, Elder Tree. I succeeded. Everyone was satisfied and happy for him. Only Ming jovially joked, you little rascal, you've tricked us quite a bit this time. You should also go to the Spirit Ascension platform in the future and absorb what's inside them. Ming walked over to congratulate him. After this breakthrough, you'll probably have to find another place next time. He then turned to Ming and said, you stay here to guard, I'll take them to see something. Xuanyu was at a loss. Senior Ming, where are we going? Ming gently guided. Just follow along, let's go. The three then arrived at a place, and Xuanyu also received praise from Elder Tree. Xuanyu, congratulations, your 5 red soul rings are truly astonishing. Xuanyu didn't understand and repeated, 5 red soul rings. Elder Tree happily smiled. That's right, you must keep this a secret. Absolutely do not reveal anything about the red soul rings. Although Xuanyu still didn't understand what was going on, he still considered it a good thing. Okay, great. After walking for a long time, the three arrived at a lush green area with abundant trees. We're here. Ming held a golden yellow token in his hand and pointed it directly at the towering mountain. The token combined with the mountain peak, forming a door leading inside. Ming calmly led the way. Come in with me. Xuanyu, meanwhile, found it strange that there was actually a metal cave entrance here. As he walked, he exclaimed, this cave is really dark. Ming touched the secret chamber with the token again. We must pass through this light wall. Ming demonstrated first, passing his hand through the wall, and a new path automatically formed within, with many miraculous sights that left Xuanyu wide-eyed. They then entered the interior, where a dragon-shaped transformation machine was placed in the center, with dense ropes connected to the spirit beast's body, which surprised Xuanyu. What is this? Elder Tree didn't wait for him to ask further, directly explaining, this is a cooperation plan between our academy, the Tang sect, and Senluo Star's spirit beasts called the Ecological Battleship. This giant beast is the 1,000-armored Great Rock, an ancient spirit beast with 100,000 years of cultivation. Ming explained from the side, the Federation has always wanted to control the Tang sect and Shrek, and we're also looking for a living space not controlled by humans. Therefore our 3 parties cooperated to research this ecological battleship. Xuanyu asked blankly, am I knowing this secret a bit too early? Elder Tree considered it natural. You are the successor of the Life faction, you need to know about this. Daming added, so is this a battleship made from the body of a deceased spirit beast? The basic principle is that we use scientific technology to amplify the life energy of the silver-armored great rock. All the abilities of this ecological battleship mimic the abilities of the spirit beast in its lifetime. It's like a soul master among battleships. Xuanyu was delighted. A battleship that can release soul skills, that's so interesting. Can I see the ecological battleship in action? Daming, seeing his interest, had a new plan. While I can't let you try the silver-armored great rock, I've prepared another gift for you. He snapped his fingers and a phoenix-like bird appeared. Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise. The emerald demon bird is too big, Daming explained this special gift in detail. This is a deceased emerald demon bird with a 30,000-year soul ring. I'm giving it to you now. You can control it without others discovering it. Xuanyu looked at it seriously. So can I try it now? Daming happily handed him a collar. Yes, this is the control device. Activate it with your spiritual power and your spiritual power will be directly transmitted. Xuanyu slowly took it and put it on. So advanced, I'll try it. Immediately, another space automatically formed around him. There were countless other animals here and the mountains and forests stretched endlessly. Xuanyu looked around, realizing to himself, these are the emerald demon bird's memories from its lifetime. After a while the space disappeared, and Xuanyu felt a bit lost. Is there a connection here? Daming knew what he was wondering about. This is a system space. If the connection is successful, then the emerald demon bird can fight alongside you in the future. It will become your most capable battleship. Xuanyu gradually understood. I see, accept connection. He then unhesitatingly accepted an emerald demon bird orb. Xuanyu remained with his eyes tightly closed, silently sensing the demon bird's connection. Elder Tree stood by observing for a long time and congratulated him on the successful connection. Xuanyu said in surprise, Senior Daming, why do I feel a bit strange in my body? Light radiated from his palm, then gradually transformed into blackbird wings. My hand, this is... Daming smiled and congratulated. Kid, you'll have to get used to it. Xuanyu was transforming into the Emerald Demon Battleship. From this moment on he was the Emerald Demon Battleship. The Emerald Demon Battleship was him. Xuanyu happily felt it. It was indeed too wonderful, he suddenly thought. So now I can use its skills, let's try it. Xuanyu then spread his wings and flew swiftly, crashing hard into the wall. Elder Tree's eyes widened in surprise. Is it that hard to control? Daming raised his hand and energy quickly surged out. It seems I need to help him. Xuanyu was still dizzy. Why is it flying so fast? How do I get out? He wasn't kept waiting long. He was immediately pulled back. Xuanyu lay on the ground and Elder Tree stepped forward to ask, Xuanyu, are you alright? Xuanyu mumbled, I am fine, it's just really too fast, I didn't have time to control it. Senior, how do I get out? Suddenly, Xuanyu's eyes widened, realizing he had returned to his normal form. Daming calmly explained to him, just rest and you can do anything you want. This control device itself is also a storage soul tool besides the Emerald Demon Battleship. Xuanyu secretly rejoiced. It's truly amazing. Senior Daming, I felt just now that my martial soul and soul skills could also affect it. Daming confirmed. That's right. Through your own biological energy, the ecological battleship mimics and transforms the characteristics of your soul skills, thereby applying them to the ecological battleship. You mean the ecological battleship has learned my abilities? Daming continued to explain. Exactly, our ecological battleship also has an advantage, which is evolution. The battleship can evolve? That's right, if you cultivate to the god level, then it will definitely evolve into a more powerful existence. Because of the ecological battleship's biological characteristics, it needs to devour spirit-forged metals. You need to be prepared for this. What? It needs to eat spirit-forged metals too? How much does it eat? It consumes about one standard-sized piece of spirit-forged metal every minute. That's too expensive, too expensive. I can't afford it. I'm so miserable. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. How much rare metal will it take to power the ecological battleship? Let's stop here, little tree. I'm entrusting this kid to you. Don't worry, Senior. It's just that next time he breaks through. Where should he go? Please take him to the Tang sect to borrow the real ice and fire yin-yang well. Duluo Star, Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion. Elder Tree sent a message. Lan Xuanyu has successfully broken through. 5 red soul rings, which is unprecedented in history. Next, the Academy will strengthen its confidentiality measures. What? All 10,000-year soul rings have evolved into 100,000-year ones. This is only natural. Is there anything our Tang sect needs to do? You mean to hack into the Spirit Ascension platform system and let Xuanyu go to the Spirit Pagoda's advanced Spirit Ascension platform, just like that, to cause some trouble for our old rivals? Pavilion Master, Boss also asked me to relay a message to you. It seems the Dragon Horse Galaxy is brewing some conspiracy against us. We must remind the Federation to be careful in its response. Let's stop here for today. Yes, and in this 2-on-2 confrontation the Tang Yuge sisters had already gained the upper hand, but Bai Shusho and Lan Mengchen had not yet been defeated. This half-hour battle greatly exhausted everyone. Lan Mengchen and Bai Shusho were at a disadvantage due to not having a soul core, their recovery ability not matching their opponents. Tang Yuge was still an 8-ring soul Duluo-level powerhouse, but relying on the Emerald Swan Bai Ji's powerful recovery ability. That's why they could continue to hold on. Qian Lei sensed the unfavorable situation and shouted, Let's stop here. If we keep fighting, it'll become a life or death struggle. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If a winner were truly to be decided, the situation would become uncontrollable. However, the clamor of discussion still continued. I'm really annoyed. Sister Munchin's emerald jade phoenix zither always controls me. She hasn't even plucked it a few times. Weiwei's name is so annoying. If we relax even a little, we'll lose our dreams. But you haven't used your martial soul true body yet. That's too easy to lose control. Let's stop here. Meng Yuge immediately interjected to ease the atmosphere. Alright everyone, rest. This time Shusho and Munchin both did well. But Qianlei wanted to throw a tantrum. Don't you all need me anymore? Am I that bad? She reluctantly spoke the hurtful truth. Besides Xuanyu, everyone else is at least a 7-ring soul sage. Otherwise, only you are still a 6-ring soul emperor. He heard these 2 words and collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his eyes filling with tears. I don't want to be like this either. Why can't I break through? Qianlei desperately cried out in despair. Boss, hurry back. At this moment Lan Xuanyu was sitting in a spaceship. Did I just hear Qianlei calling me again? He suddenly turned to question the person beside him. Elder Tree, may I ask you a question? You stroked your beard looking like a sage. Just say it, no need to be polite with me. Xuanyu then looked at Elder Tree with anticipation. Although the Emerald Demon battleship is a battleship, can it endure long-term space travel? You explained in great detail. As long as you're willing to use rare metals, of course. For example, flying from Senlua star to the mother planet consumes 5 pieces of soul cluster metal. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, that's too expensive. Elder Tree could only smile wryly at the other party's expression. The consumption of an ecological battleship is indeed enormous, but the effects produced are quite different. Your Emerald Demon battleship flies 3 times faster than an ordinary battleship. If it were the silver-armored Great Rock battleship, it would be twice as fast over short distances and over 5 times faster over long distances. However, Xuanyu, remember this, unless absolutely necessary, do not easily use the Emerald Demon battleship. Ecological battleships are very special. Once exposed, the Academy and the Tang sect will face considerable pressure, and the soul beasts might even find themselves unable to protect themselves. Xuanyu nodded, diligently processing the information he had just received. Okay, Elder Tree continued to instruct. And don't be too harsh on yourself, your life is equally important. At Shrek Aerospace Center, Lan Xuanyu didn't rush back to the Academy but walked a long way. He had just answered the phone when a familiar voice came through. Xuanyu. He immediately replied excitedly, Uncle Luo, I've already broken through to 5 rings. Do you think I can try soul clusters now? Wulin couldn't help but be surprised. Is that so? Congratulations. How about this? I'm on Tiando Star recently. I'll arrange my schedule to go to Shrek and personally guide you. Xuanyu nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. Really? Thank you, Uncle Luo. Then I'll wait for you. He immediately agreed and hung up the phone. Alright, goodbye. Just as he finished his call with Wulin, he received another call. Teacher Nana, how did you know I was back? Guyuana teased him with a smile. Secret. How was it? Was the breakthrough smooth? Xuanyu couldn't hide his pride. Yes, it was successful. How did you know? She didn't immediately reveal it, only vaguely hinting. This matter, well, it's also a secret. 3 days later, I'll come to guide you in familiarizing yourself with element control after your breakthrough. Is your 5th soul ring light element control? As soon as she finished speaking, Guyuana hung up the phone, but she continued to murmur to herself. Why would she know? Because her 5th soul ring was also light element control. Meanwhile, Wulin was still pleading, Lin Qiang, I need to go to Duluo Star for a trip. Let's postpone the concert by a week. She was fuming. What are you planning to do again? Do you know how much impact that will have? However, he remained resolute. I'll bear all the losses myself. Lin Qiang was helpless, preparing to give the other party a good lecture. This isn't about money, it will affect your reputation. Wulin then made an excuse. How about this? You tell the organizer that I've composed a new song for this concert, and therefore need some time to perfect it. After a while, she was also convinced. Alright then, I said, could that kid be your son? Why are you so fond of him? This question made him hesitate. Son, well, perhaps it's true. Lin Qiang immediately stopped that thought, preventing Wulin from getting carried away. Hey, don't go around spreading rumors. You have to think about your fans. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already returned to Shrek Academy. He realized that both Uncle Luo and Teacher Nana had scheduled to meet him 3 days later. So, 3 days from now, should I learn team combat with Uncle Luo or element control with Teacher Nana? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Speaking of which, Uncle Luo is single, and Teacher Nana is too. If they could get together, wouldn't that be perfect? Do I need to play matchmaker? While he was busy thinking, there was a knock at the door. Xuanyu called out, coming. Oh, it's Bai Shusho waiting outside. The little fairy has arrived. She blushed, but still rationally corrected Xuanyu. Who's a little fairy? It's a little devil, actually. You, on the other hand, are overjoyed to see your sweetheart. Alright, little devil. Let me give you a hug. I've missed you terribly during this time. However, Bai Shusho refused. Get away. After a moment, she began to seriously confide. Really, I came to find you for something important. Don't interrupt. Xuanyu couldn't help but wonder, what is it? Bai Shusho brought up the previous matter. Your 2-word battle armor is ready. I specifically brought it to you. Hearing this, an excited expression appeared on his face. Really? Then let's go to the cultivation room. I want to try it on right now. After a while, the two had arrived at the cultivation room. Xuanyu, draped in his brand new battle armor, exuded a protagonist aura, Star Gold, Demon Silver, and Sinking Silver were used to craft this battle armor, with Lan Xuanyu responsible for the forging. The battle armor's creation was completed by Bai Shusho. The right arm battle armor was slightly heavy, featuring a series of hooks. The left arm battle armor was relatively slender, with a transparent gem embedded in the palm of the left hand. This gem was discovered by the treasure hunting beast at an auction. Lan Xuanyu bid on one gem, giving the rest to the girls, keeping only this one for himself. The treasure hunting beast told Lan Xuanyu that this gem was called a star luster stone, possessing extreme elemental fusion, making it the best material for magnifying lenses. The treasure hunting beast even nurtured it with chaotic water, strengthening its support capabilities. Bai Shusho looked at the other party with anticipation. How does it feel? Xuanyu praised without reservation. It's amazing. The bloodline power is separated by the battle armor, and the amplification effect is very obvious. As he spoke, he turned to solicit Bai Shusho's opinion. Since I already have a 2-word battle armor, Shusho, help me name it. She calmly replied, isn't it written on it? Xuanyu repeatedly read it aloud to make it flow smoothly. Dragon, demon, dragon, golden and silver twin dragons, demon, demon, dragon. Then what's your battle armor called? Bai Shusho then briefly replied, Dragon Dance. After school, the 7 gathered on the sports field and walked along the track to a restaurant, finding a small roadside hot pot place. The name of this small place was Spicy Ginger Pot. The hot pot base didn't use chili, but a large amount of fresh ginger which tasted excellent and was quite spicy, perfect for winter. After eating, one would feel warm all over and all the cold would be driven away. After dinner, everyone started shopping. Mengchen took the opportunity to stretch several times, relaxing her muscles and bones. Ah, so comfortable. What are your aspirations for the future? I mean, after graduating from the inner court. Hearing this, everyone started discussing, I'll definitely stay in the Tang Sect battle team or continue to be a Do Tiener. I don't have many ideas. I might go back to Elf Star. I'm pretty much like Crazy Guy, continuing to be a Do Tiener to temper myself and strive to break through to God level early. What about Xuanyu? He closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Our future plans actually have no meaning right now. The more we experience this world, the more we realize that many things are not as wonderful as we imagine. The Federation is not as peaceful as everyone thinks. We live in peace because countless predecessors and soldiers have blocked powerful enemies from outside. If we truly become Shrek's 7 monsters, how heavy will our responsibilities be? Once we become strong, we will naturally go to the front lines to face the enemy. So, put away your beautiful fantasies. Mengchen puffed out her cheeks, her lips tightly pressed together, showing her dissatisfaction. It's just a fantasy. Is it necessary to put so much pressure on everyone? However, Xuanyu seemed very serious. When we graduate from the outer court, the pressure will come. I don't know about cultivation, but the stronger you are, the more secrets you will uncover, and the heavier your responsibilities will be. I don't know what you'll think in the future, but there's one thing I must warn you about. If you regret it and just want to live an ordinary life, then don't take the inner court graduation exam. You must understand what I mean. Qianlei immediately jumped in to mediate. Boss, Mengchen definitely didn't mean that, don't push her. Seeing her still silent, Xuanyu simply continued, No, I'm not pushing her. I just want to tell her that if you don't want to put in the effort, don't continue to enjoy it. Mengchen, do you understand what I mean? Only then did Mengchen react. I understand, you guys go ahead, I'm going back first. Qianlei worriedly wanted to stop her. Mengchen, he immediately urged. Fatty, what are you standing there for? Go after her quickly. Before leaving, he also turned around and instructed, Boss, I'll be back as soon as I go. After a while, only their 2 figures walked through the night. As Mengchen prepared to enter her room, Qianlei immediately called out, Wait, Mengchen. He seemed incredibly thoughtful, making her feel touched. You must have had a reason for saying those things to everyone today, right? If you need help, just tell me. Everyone will definitely help you. However, she remained silent. The next second, Mengchen turned around, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Qianlei was instantly at a loss. Mengchen, don't cry. I was wrong. Don't cry, don't cry. As soon as he finished speaking, she threw herself into his arms and complained, Why are you so annoying? Mengchen's angry and playful tone made him blush. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Mengchen burst into tears, completely losing all composure. Qianlei didn't say another word, just gently held her in his arms. After a while in Lan Mengchen's dorm, Qianlei, entering this secret palace for the first time, couldn't hide his excitement. Sea God Lake Water, and this is the Sea God Lake Water Mengchen gave me again. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Mengchen in front of him. She happened to be sitting on the sofa nearby, and the atmosphere immediately fell silent. Qianlei was so nervous he was sweating. What do I say? 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 The next second, Mengchen let out a giggle. Then she said to the other party in a mocking tone, Fatty, why are you so silly? For the first time, Mengchen dared to face her true feelings. Do I like Qianlei? Actually, I'm not very sure. He vaguely tries to approach her, vaguely protects her. She can feel Qianlei's heart beating rapidly in his chest, and his helpless and confused explanations make her feel a warm happiness. The atmosphere in the living room gradually became lively, and the two seemed to relax a lot. It was then that Mengchen finally opened up and shared. My mother is sick. Qianlei was shocked and quickly asked, "Is Auntie's illness serious?" She nodded gently, softly saying, "Very serious. Even Senior Bati can't cure it. It's a hereditary family illness that appears after the age of 40. Although our clan leader has extremely high talent, they are cursed to not live past 50. That's because there's a lack of special energy in their bloodline. Even the Federation's most cutting-edge technology is useless. No matter how much life energy is replenished, it's lost. I'm my mother's only daughter and the next clan leader. I must go back and inherit her position to protect our clan members. I hope to stay by her side during these last few years." Mengchen made a difficult decision. "I'm really not someone unwilling to take responsibility. I know the Academy has taken great care of me and helped me. I also don't want to leave everyone. But there's no other choice. The captain is right. I shouldn't selfishly try for the inner court. I've already made up my mind. After the graduation exam, I'll go home and spend these last moments with my parents. After she's gone, I'll be the clan leader." The more Qianlei listened, the more heartbroken he became, and he immediately declared resolutely, "If you don't take it, I won't either." He patted his chest as if to abandon everything to help his beloved. "I'll go back with you, accompany you to care for your mother and protect your clan members." But Mengchen wouldn't listen to these words. "Don't you understand? It's impossible for us. My mother and I are the same. We can't escape the fate. My father knew my mother wouldn't live past 50, but he still insisted on staying by her side as deeply as he loved her then. He suffers now. I don't want to hurt you. Everyone still wants to become Shrek's 7 monsters. If I'm missing, there's still a chance. If you leave too, I'll have let everyone down. Please keep today's matter confidential for me. I don't want too many people to be implicated because of my issues." Every word Qianlei heard stung his heart, and he angrily roared, "Lan Mengchen, do you know what you're saying? You're trampling on my concern for you, and even more on everyone's feelings for you. When something happened, why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you let everyone face it together? This is Shrek Academy. There are many God-level seniors, and we all have our own abilities. Why are you so sure we can't solve your problem? Do you think separating now and ignoring me is for my own good? Heartbreak will happen in the future, but if I don't have you now, I'll be heartbroken now. Do you understand? Even if you really can only live to 50, so what? I'm willing to accompany you. I'll only love you in this lifetime." Mengchen's gaze was fixed in astonishment on his angry face. You yelled at me." Qianlei was instantly dumbfounded. As fierce as he was just now, he was now equally submissive. I wouldn't dare," Mengchen questioned loudly. "Still saying you wouldn't dare? Weren't you fierce just now? Look at you, so spineless." He only knew to submissively beg for forgiveness. "I wouldn't dare. I was just a little emotional. I was wrong, Mengchen." "I was wrong then." Qianlei, ignoring Mengchen's protests, insisted on calling everyone back. Xuanyu said nothing, and directly led everyone back to Mengchen's room. Qianlei then recounted the matter to everyone. Bai Shusho listened, then frowned and pressed. "Mengchen, such a big thing happened. Why didn't you tell me? Do you even consider me a sister?" She explained apologetically in a low voice. "I just didn't want to worry everyone." Xuanyu suddenly interrupted the sisters' conversation. "Let's not talk about that for now. Solving the problem is the most important thing. Mengchen, please summon Senior Baiji. I want to ask her about the specific situation." She nodded, activating her true power, and a green glowing figure Baiji immediately appeared before everyone as a soul spirit. Even Baiji, if Mengchen hadn't voluntarily spoken, she wouldn't have known what was happening outside. As soon as she appeared, Xuanyu went straight to the point. "Senior Baiji, what's the specific situation with Mengchen's mother? What exactly went wrong?" Baiji revealed everything she knew without reservation. "Their family has an inherent bloodline defect. Because she fused her bloodline with mine, Mengchen can gradually mend her bloodline defect. But her mother's bloodline has already erupted, completely fractured, and her life is waning beyond saving, unless a god-level being like Elder Tree sacrifices all their life force or the Eternal Tree's source power is released, but that is a very important thing and cannot be used." Just when all avenues seemed blocked, Xuanyu suddenly spoke. "Senior Baiji, what if I have this bottle in my hand?" A bottle emanating a rich energy appeared in his hand. Baiji was shocked, feeling the essence radiating from it. Immense life energy. "This is," Xuanyu understood and directly explained, "the Eternal Tree's god-level life essence. It was given to me when the Eternal Tree designated me as its successor, and there are still 2 drops left. Is it enough to treat Mengchen's mother?" Hearing this, she couldn't help but burst into tears, choking out, "Xuanyu." Only then did the heavy stone weighing on Mengchen's heart finally fall. He awkwardly tried to avoid her bow to his friend. Baiji said, "Just 1 drop is enough." Baiji looked at the young people with a complex expression. Whether it was her, Beast God DTN, or Abyss Demon Dragon Empress, they were all just 1 step away from reaching God level. If they had obtained it back then, just 1 tiny drop of God level essence could have changed all the soul beasts on Elf Star. The problem had been solved. The next day, Lan Mengchen set off for home with the God level life essence. Time quickly arrived at an extremely important day for Lan Xuanyu. He had long looked forward to it, and seeing Wulin, he excitedly rushed towards him. "Uncle Luo, you're finally here." He smiled, opening his arms to greet his student. "You've been waiting long, haven't you?" Lan Xuanyu jumped up happily. "Not at all, you've come just at the right time." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the other party's concerned voice. "Breaking through makes a difference. You seem to have grown taller again." He was as excited as a hamster seeing a running wheel. "Please sit down first, I just ordered some food and it will be here soon." Woolen sat down as he was told. "Alright, when are you planning to start the soul core test?" Lan Xuanyu confidently patted his chest, indicating he was ready to start anytime. "Oh, and another teacher is coming and she's a great beauty too." This made Woolen ask doubtfully. "Teacher?" Lan Xuanyu, fearing Woolen might find it troublesome, quickly reassured him. "That's right, but don't worry, Teacher Nana never chases stars, she won't pester you." "Ah, it's Teacher Nana calling." As soon as he answered the phone, he quickly brought up the topic. "Teacher Nana, are you almost here?" Anytime. I also have someone here, Uncle Luo, whom I mentioned before." After Lan Xuanyu finished the call, a silver light point quietly lit up, transforming into a silver gate, and a pair of long legs in white trousers walked in. Then Woolen heard the tap-tap of high heels and couldn't help but look back. Lan Xuanyu quickly ran over and cheered excitedly. "Teacher Nana." Yuana accepted the enthusiastic hug and gently scolded, "You're so grown up, why are you still acting like a child?" He shamelessly nestled against her arm. "I'll always be a child and teacher hasn't changed at all." She acutely noticed something different about Lan Xuanyu. "Your breakthrough was very successful. Maintain this breakthrough speed and it will be smoother and smoother in the future." He stood up straight and replied with a smile. "Okay, Teacher Nana, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Luo, whom I told you about." "Uncle Luo, this is Teacher Nana." Based on Lan Xuanyu's introduction, Yuana noticed there was another person in the room. The moment their eyes met, Woolen and she were both stunned. Their pupils contracted simultaneously, their minds went blank and they couldn't utter a single word. Lan Xuanyu looked at them standing there in a daze, not daring to speak loudly. "Teachers, what's wrong? Don't scare me." He tried waving his hand in front of Yuana. Only then did she seem to wake from a dream, hastily dodging. "Ah, nothing, I'm fine." Woolen, standing opposite, also came to his senses, blinking. Lan Xuanyu looked around, confused, and guessed, "Do you two know each other?" Woolen and Yuana, feeling guilty, denied it simultaneously. "No, we don't." After speaking, they fell silent again and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Lan Xuanyu, confused, tried to break the stiff silence. "Why are your reactions so strange?" But neither he nor she said a word. Just then the doorbell rang and he quickly ran out. "Ah, my takeout is here." Before long, hot and delicious food filled the table. Lan Xuanyu voluntarily raised his cup in congratulations. "Welcome, Teacher Nana and Uncle Luo. I'll toast you both with water." They hid their thoughts, smiling as they accepted their beloved student's enthusiastic greeting. 3 cups clinked simultaneously, emitting a crisp sound in the sunny room. After clinking glasses, Yuana and Woolen both drained their cups without hesitation. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened, noticing their unusual behavior. "What's wrong with Uncle Luo?" Teacher Nana even spilled her water. Strange, a dinner that was originally planned to be full of laughter was unusually silent. It seemed neither of them could adapt to the other's presence. Woolen was the first to speak, urging, "Xuanyu, I need to get back quickly. Let's go break through the soul core now." Although Lan Xuanyu was a little regretful, he still agreed to the arrangement. "Alright then, Teacher Nana, please rest in my room for a bit." Unexpectedly, Yuana made an unexpected decision. "I'll go with you two to watch." He was startled, thinking, didn't they repel each other? Why is she asking to come along now? But he quickly invited. "Oh really? Welcome, teacher." The three left the dormitory and headed to the forging room. Along the way, Lan Xuanyu discussed forging insights with Uncle Luo. Just then, Juahan came over to greet them. "Boss, where are you going?" he casually replied. "I'm going to the forging room." He simultaneously noticed Lan Xuanyu's 2 companions. Their outstanding looks made Juahan confidently ask, "These must be your aunt and uncle, right? Your whole family looks so much alike." Lan Xuanyu was startled and quickly corrected him. "What? They are both my teachers. This is Teacher Nana and this is Uncle Luo." Juahan patted his head and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I recognized them wrongly, but you really do look very much alike." Although Juahan knew he was mistaken, he couldn't help but compare. Their figures, nose bridges, and walking postures were indeed very similar. On closer inspection, Lan Xuanyu also resembled them. Because of his words, Lan Xuanyu also fell into doubt. "Do I look like Uncle Luo and Teacher Nana?" Juahan suddenly forgot what he had just said and happily ran up to Woolen. "Uncle, you're Uncle Luo, right? My whole family are your fans. Can I have your autograph?" Only then did he realize with a start, "Oh no, I forgot to wear a mask." Lan Xuanyu and his companions finally managed to send Ding Juahan away with Woolen's priceless autograph. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the forging room. Lan Xuanyu diligently moved a chair for Yuana, letting her sit and watch. While he and Woolen circled the forging platform, he smiled as he explained the theory to him. A spiritual core creates life while a soul core gives that life intelligence. A soul core is forged with your spiritual power, do you understand? Lan Xuanyu replied, half understanding. "I think so." He wasn't in a hurry to make him understand everything at once. "Then observe my forging process closely. I'll slow down." At this point, Woolen unconsciously looked towards Yuana, only to unintentionally meet her focused gaze. He hastily avoided her eyes and quickly immersed himself in his work. "Then I'll begin." Lan Xuanyu didn't notice anything, just excitedly shouted, "Okay." Woolen cast aside his chaotic feelings and began to strike the glowing red iron block with repeated hammer blows. A pillar of light instantly shot into the sky, illuminating a corner of the room. Heavenly Forging Grade 1. Lan Xuanyu dazedly noticed his unusual move, just 1 hammer blow. "Uncle Luo, are you deliberately showing off next to Teacher Nana?" Yuana watched from the side. She also sensed a familiar aura. This fluctuation of vitality and blood was very similar to Lan Xuanyu's, but this was completely god-level. Wulin stood by the forging table, his eyes tightly closed, carefully entering a state of concentration. 3 deafening hammer blows struck the metal block in quick succession. Following that, the phantom of a dragon coiled around it. The manifestation of the spiritual core's creation was complete. Wulin raised the hammer in his hand high, simultaneously reminding, "Pay attention to the sensation." The forging tool slowly tapped the already glowing red iron block. He stopped his hand movements, earnestly teaching Lan Xuanyu, to awaken intelligence first requires a sufficient life level. Therefore, the process of forging a soul core is also a process of guiding the elevation of the metal's internal life level. After speaking, Wulin wielded his hammer like the wind, leaving streaks of afterimages. Jiuyuana couldn't help but widen her eyes, filled with surprise. By the time he stopped, a soul core was already complete. Lan Xuanyu had seen it countless times, but each time he was amazed. Truly powerful. Jiuyuana, however, had completely different feelings at this moment. A familiar, fierce aura. I must have seen this person before. Realizing this, she had a fleeting thought, as if they were originally meant to be very close. Wulin was unaware of the ripples in Jiuyuana's heart, only concerned about his young apprentice. "Do you need me to do it again, or do you want to try it yourself?" Lan Xuanyu was eager to pick up the hammer again. "I'll try first." He mimicked his posture, staring intently at the stone on the forging platform. Jiuyuana suddenly spoke to guide him. During the forging process, you can also use fire elements to sense the changes that occur when the metal burns. This will help you understand it better. Lan Xuanyu silently recited every word she taught, then obediently complied. "Yes." Subsequently, he concentrated intensely on the forging platform, and the hammer in his hand struck down fiercely. With just one blow, a dazzling pillar of light surged straight into the sky. Heavenly forging with spirit, heavenly forging grade 1. Lan Xuanyu continued to wield the tool in his hand, and the entire room was filled only with the clamor of clanging. 10 minutes later, a slender dragon shadow had appeared, enveloping the glowing stone. Lan Xuanyu's face was flushed with excitement. "Did I succeed?" At this moment, all 4 of them were gathered in the forging room. Seeing the shimmering light on the stone, Lan Xuanyu quickly asked in surprise, "Uncle Luo, does this mean I've succeeded?" Seeing the other party's ecstatic look, Wulin happily announced, "Of course, congratulations, you are now a 7th grade blacksmith. However, in my opinion, there's a slight suspicion of cheating." Jiuyuana then spoke, expressing her opinion. "This is called utilizing one's own advantages. How can it be considered cheating? Blacksmiths aren't many of you," Fire attributed. Seeing the beauty's somewhat cold demeanor, he somewhat guessed the implication in her words. After a moment, Wulin explained, "What I meant by cheating is finding a good path for forging where the success rate is already destined to be higher than others." He listened, feeling a little embarrassed. "I see, thank you, Uncle Luo. Thank you, Teacher Nana." He finished his thought. "Let's stop here for today." At the same time, Jiuyuana reached out and gently touched the other party's head, asking, "Xuanyu, are you tired?" Lan Xuanyu still maintained his enthusiasm, reassuring her, "I'm all right, Teacher Nana. Come to my dorm for dinner tonight. I'll call Shusho." "All right, let's head to her place now." By this time, it was already late. They all walked together to the dormitory area, and as soon as Bai Shusho saw an acquaintance, she rushed over to embrace her teacher, Teacher Nana. The 4 of them enjoyed a pleasant dinner. Afterwards, Teacher Nana and Shusho returned to rest. After a while, he felt a bit curious and asked, "Uncle Luo, what do you think of Teacher Nana?" Wulin replied in surprise, "Ha, she's great." So Lan Xuanyu took the opportunity to ask again, "Uncle Luo, is Auntie Le your girlfriend?" Seeing his mouth slightly open, he gently tapped his forehead, explaining, "When did you become so gossipy? Lin Qiang and I are just good friends. She even saved my life back then." Lan Xuanyu was surprised to hear this. "Saved your life? How did that happen?" Just then, Wulin recounted everything about his past. "She saved me from the sea. When I woke up, I had amnesia. I'd forgotten everything, who I was, what I'd done before. She said I was handsome, so I became a star, but now I don't really want to sing anymore. I plan to give her all the money I've earned these past 10 years as a way to repay her kindness." After hearing this, he was a little puzzled. "What do you plan to do next?" He answered without hesitation, "I plan to live in Shrek City. From now on, I plan to travel around and see things." Seeing his determination, Lan Xuanyu also expressed his desire to follow. "When I have free time, I will definitely go with you. Uncle Luo, a part of my martial soul is a bit like yours. What's going on?" Wulin didn't think much of it. He raised his hand to display his energy. "I don't know either. Your golden pattern blue-silver grass is indeed a bit like mine, but also a bit different." He listened and obediently expressed his opinion. "Do you think we might be related, like you're my biological uncle? Or a cousin or something?" Wulin readily agreed without hesitation. "If there's a chance, I'll do a DNA test with your parents too." At the same time, Lan Xuanyu smiled and replied, "That's a good idea too. Uncle Luo, what do you think of Teacher Nana?" He was a bit surprised but also expressed his opinion. "Why are you asking again? She's great, very beautiful and very strong too." Seeing the other party's confused look, he felt a little embarrassed and went straight to the point. "Teacher Nana is so beautiful. Don't you have any feelings for her?" Wulin, hearing this, seemed a little awkward and explained, "I have amnesia. What feelings could I have? All right. You should rest early. We still have to continue forging tomorrow." Lan Xuanyu obediently complied. Good night, uncle." At this moment he was the only one left in the dormitory area. Woolen thoughtfully looked out the window, and suddenly the image of that woman came to his mind. Teacher Nana, why do I have such a strange feeling about her? It was late outside and Woolen still felt that lingering sensation in his heart. How could this be? He couldn't calm his heart. This name had a special meaning to him. At the same time, Jiu also silently looked out the window, a familiar feeling in her heart. Teacher Luo, did we know each other before? Who is he? Who exactly is he? Every time that woman's name was mentioned he would blush, unable to control his emotions. I heard she teaches on the mother planet. If I also stay on the mother planet, will I be able to see her often? Meanwhile, Jiu kept thinking about the handsome man, her eyes showing clear longing. I heard he's a big star, so how are his songs? The two of them missed each other like this, but neither dared to express their feelings to the other. Why this strange desire to be close to someone? Is this what people call happiness? And so another day passed. Lan Xuanyu was excitedly calling his teacher. Teacher Nana, would you like to join us for forging? You can also guide me. Jiu agreed. Okay. Woolen felt a little happy after hearing this, and after a moment he said, Uncle Luo, let's go quickly. He immediately regained his serious expression. The four of them walked for a while when Lan Xuanyu suddenly said, Shusho, do you have any spirit-forged metal? I want to use it. Bai Shusho replied in surprise. Yes, but it's in my dorm. Hearing this, he immediately pulled her along. Teacher Nana, Uncle Luo will be right back. So the two of them looked at each other awkwardly, not saying a word. Woolen was the first to speak. Then let's go in first. She agreed without hesitation. Okay. The two of them silently observed them from behind a tree. Bai Shusho asked doubtfully, You're not trying to set them up, are you? Lan Xuanyu couldn't contain his excitement, patiently observing, leaving them alone together. There's definitely a good show to watch. In the forging room, seeing the unusually quiet space, Woolen felt a little at a loss. Should I say something? After a moment he spoke first. Teacher Nana, have we met before? I feel a special sense of familiarity when I see you. Jiu thinking the other party was interested in her, replied bluntly. Do you say that to every girl you meet? Seeing her somewhat cold demeanor, Woolen immediately retorted, No, I'm a good person. I rarely talk to other girls, and if I do, it's for work. Hearing this, Jiu suddenly fell silent, staring at him for a long time. After a moment she said that he looked a bit foolish now. The other party's action just now left Woolen stunned for a while. Then he blushed and awkwardly replied, I don't know why. Maybe it's because I rarely talk to other people. Hearing this, Jiu couldn't help but wonder, Aren't you a singer? How do you sing without speaking? Woolen immediately replied, I only sing. Next week I have a concert on Tiando Star. Do you want to come and listen? However, she refused, looking elsewhere, not wanting to listen. He could only remain silent after hearing that. She doesn't like listening to songs, so what should I say next? Meanwhile, Jiu continued, We just met, and I'm not planning to go to Tiando Star anyway. Woolen immediately offered, Then if I hold a concert on the mother planet, will you come? She gave the other person an unexpected glance, and Jiu shyly and immediately agreed, consenting to go. At the same time he suddenly froze for 5 seconds. Seeing this, Woolen quickly booked seats for both of them. Wait, Lin Quing, please help me arrange a concert in Mingdu. No rest, the sooner the better. Is that so? Alright then. I'm really sorry, but recently the Federation has a 3-month meeting and concerts are not allowed. Jiu replied, It's alright. After hearing that, seeing that the other party was determined to go despite the difficulties, he couldn't stop his heart from racing with excitement. A few seconds later, Woolen reported the situation. I'll let you know as soon as it can be held, and I'll take Xuanyu and Shusho to see it with you. She gently nodded in agreement. Okay. The room fell silent again, but the atmosphere was no longer awkward. It was even filled with joy. By this time the sun had gradually risen high, illuminating the entire space. One morning in a massive building. At this very moment, Jiu and Woolen stood facing each other with an ambiguous closeness. Xuanyu stood aside, observing, secretly guessing, there's hope. Seeing the two of them talking intimately, he felt very happy. Today, Tangla and Nana's interactions were more frequent than yesterday. The same was true for the forging. Over the next 3 days, Tangla and Nana guided Lan Xuanyu together. Time quickly passed to evening. Xuanyu and Woolen were now at the Shrek Aerospace Center. He unexpectedly turned around and promised, Uncle La, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to cultivate my soul core. He had no reaction to these words, just softly mumbled, Xuanyu that. He immediately showed a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Uncle La? Woolen suddenly shouted, trying to cover his shyness. Give me Teacher Nana's contact information. He felt some of her words were very logical, and he planned to study them further and could ask her if he had questions. When he was blushing bright red with shyness, he saw Xuanyu struggling to hold back laughter, but in the end he happily agreed. Before Woolen became so embarrassed that he'd retreat into himself. After Tangla got Nana's contact information, he rushed onto the spaceship, even forgetting to say goodbye. Xuanyu could only sigh helplessly as he watched his figure depart. The spaceship soared into the air, flying towards the sky. Inside, Woolen was filled with shame. What's wrong with me? Do I really like her? Back at Shrek Academy, Xuanyu returned to report the situation. Teacher Nana, I've already sent Uncle La off. Jiu softly hummed, indicating understanding. but he didn't leave. Instead, he tried to probe for more information. "Teacher Nana, what do you think of Uncle La?" She was a little surprised by this somewhat private question. Xuanyu, completely oblivious, continued to narrate everything. "When Uncle La left, he even specifically asked me for your contact information. He also told me to give you his contact information. His contact information is 93,752. Xianxia didn't wait for him to finish speaking but interrupted him without hesitation. "Let's go rent a venue at the martial arts arena today," he unexpectedly asked again. "Huh? Combat with whom?" Her eyes flashed with a cold light and her face held a hint of severity. Her light words just now struck Xuanyu like a bolt of lightning. He knelt down and pleaded with Nana. "Teacher Nana, I was wrong," and she still urged coldly. "Let's go." Xuanyu cried out in pain inwardly. "Uncle La, I really did this for you. Please don't let me down." The two quickly moved to the Shrek Academy martial arts arena. Xuanyu rubbed his head, smiling coquettishly. "Teacher Nana, please go easy on me. I'm very afraid of pain." Xianxia was merciless, immediately activating her power. "Why didn't you feel pain when you were playing matchmaker?" He widened his eyes, frantically muttering to himself. "Teacher Nana, are you serious?" Xuanyu immediately created an energy ball trying to gain the upper hand. He then rushed over and threw it at his opponent. Elemental stripping. Xianxia was surprised to see his strength. She quickly moved away, causing Xuanyu's preemptive strike to miss. The target instantly vanished before his eyes, startling him. He complained aggrievedly. "Teacher Nana, you can't cheat. You can't use spatial attributes." Xianxia refuted without changing her expression. "Did I really use a spatial attribute soul skill? Feel it carefully." Her body quickly floated in the air. "Elemental stripping. All you can do is disintegrate elements. You cannot disintegrate elements under my control. True stripping requires controlling at least the 7 major elements." Powerful energy surged out, enveloping Xianxia in his body. This was the most obvious proof. "That's it. Elemental devour." He was startled and raised his guard. The devouring power was too strong. And she still calmly explained in detail. "This is called elemental devour. When you break through to 7 rings in the future, your martial soul true body controlling elements will have this kind of elemental devour ability." Finally, Xianxia ordered them to continue. Xuanyu carefully pondered his next step. So a force began to condense in his hand. "If elemental stripping doesn't work on Teacher Nana, then let's compete on true control." Instantly, a red and blue light arrow shot out. Xianxia widened her eyes, surprised by the move just now. The two forces collided. Xuanyu found something was wrong. Xianxia used another move to counter that fierce attack. He frowned in surprise. She actually used earth elements to separate the two poles of the light arrow. She slowly explained the reason for the previous failure to her student. "You must learn to rotate using spiral power to prevent the two poles of fire elements from separating, so they aren't easily separated before detonation," he suddenly realized. "I understand." Xianxia ordered the match to continue. Xuanyu received the order and immediately created intertwining currents in his palm. He was like a dragon accumulating power, ready to unleash an extremely powerful attack at any moment. Dragon ascends to heaven. Xianxia was very satisfied to see that sight. Good, very creative. His necklace also lit up, and the move was successfully activated. Dragon God transformation. But suddenly, as soon as the Dragon God saw Xianxia, it broke into a cold sweat and stopped. She seized the opportunity to create a purple energy vortex. Xianxia gently blew that move towards her opponent. It looked harmless, but that attack easily defeated Xuanyu's move. He was dazed and speechless. "That works too," she turned around explaining while praising. "Although I suppressed my cultivation, your control over elements is higher than mine. However, your strike was indeed powerful. All you lack is stronger control." He sadly lowered his head. "I felt it ultimately slipped from my control and was instead controlled by you." Xianxia smiled calmly and taught, "You're right, your spiritual power is still a bit weak, but being able to successfully fuse it means you've made a lot of progress." "All right." Xuanyu was a bit encouraged. "I'll try again." Saying that, he immediately unleashed a huge power. The Dragon God reappeared, looking fiercer this time than before. However, Xuanyu couldn't hold on for long. "Teacher Nana, I can't do it. I can't hold on," she gently comforted him. Control requires practice." Xianxia gave helpful advice one by one. During the breakthrough process, the hardest part is the struggle between the two bloodlines. Therefore, practice is equivalent to promoting the fusion of the two bloodlines. Xuanyu lowered his head in thought. "Then I must invest more energy in this aspect next." She quickly nodded. "That's right." He had already grasped the problem. "I understand." Xianxia patted his back, encouraging him. "Next, I will only teach you the characteristics of light elements." He obediently complied. Lan Xuanyu listened carefully as Teacher Nana explained and learned about light elements. Meanwhile, his friends were also diligently improving themselves. At this moment, La Hong and several teachers were also in a dilemma in the Shrek Academy Outer Court Dean's office. In a certain room of the academy, 5 people sat there discussing something. La Hong began to explain the purpose of the meeting. How the Star Battle Experimental Class's graduation exam will be conducted. The main theme must be determined as soon as possible. After determining the projects, further adjustments and preparations are needed. It will be too late if not decided now. She closed her eyes and continued. "Everyone, please share your opinions. Currently, only one thing is certain. The Star Battle Experimental Classes graduation exam will have 3 items, one more than regular classes.